Chapter 81. The oncoming black longhorn beetle barely turned before Hong Ying's dark figure arrived. She wielded her long sword with exquisite dexterity, its blade dancing. Seizing the moment, the longhorn beetle whistled in shock. A flash of cold light pierced its forehead. The accompanying drone captured every glimpse, instantly transmitting the information back to Cao Dao's terminal. He stared at Su Li's operation in amazement. He had never imagined that a mecha could be operated like this. It was as if it weren't a mecha, but a living person. But even for a human, not everyone could operate it this way. It was almost like a knight-errant from a movie. But was it possible? Perhaps, this was just a coincidence. Su Li sheathed her long sword and, as if she had discovered something interesting, pulled out weapon after weapon from Hong Ying's body. Her arsenal was diverse. Besides a long sword and a spear, she also possessed a pair of forks and a long-handled axe. He took the forks from his back and, with a flick of his wrist, sent them spinning rapidly. The black mech made a short charge, its forks piercing the beetle's mouthparts. In just 3 seconds, the forks had already struck dozens of times, alternating attacks. The beetle's mouthparts were completely shattered, and the acid it had been about to spit out flowed along the shattered mouthparts, burning the wound. The black figure retreated and shrugged, the long-handled axe automatically unsheathed. He caught it, spot on the spot, and swung the blade down, ending the beetle's life. Excellent, excellent. Hong Ying, your control is fantastic. The smooth control, the near-zero lag in command transmission, excited Su Li. He raised his hand and spanked her on the butt, causing her to shudder and freeze in the driver's seat. Could it be that the master was also struggling to wipe the sidearm? Feeling the abnormality on her buttocks, and thinking back to the limp look when lightning unfurled, Hong Ying's face instantly flushed red. Why did she subconsciously make excuses for him? If this strange tribe really existed, it would probably only be the two of them, master and disciple. What should I do? Could it be that just because it was my first time piloting, I had to go out like that? Isn't this a bit too soon? In her impression, Su Li wasn't someone who was impatient, but such suggestive actions and words, coupled with a limp look when lightning unfurled, made it hard not to let her imagination run wild. Who knew what they did in the cockpit? She had read some of the novels in Heiyu's collection. For example, the story that the queen and the knight had to tell in the cockpit. Thinking of her frequent flexibility training, her face flushed again. How did Su Li know his control felt so good? He hadn't tried it before. Her body stiffened and trembled slightly, and most of her attention was involuntarily directed behind her. If that evil hand really attacked again, should she pretend to be unaware, or should she pretend to be unaware? Thinking of this, she shifted uneasily again, raising her hips a little higher. Su Li was completely unaware of Hong Ying's abnormality. He simply believed that his vision was excellent. The moment he saw her, he had accurately located her. His gaze wandered across the wasteland, searching fruitlessly. He deviated from his planned route and approached a large insect nest. Arriving alone was a huge risk. A large hive covers a vast area, its underground wormholes intricate. Even if he had no intention of descending, if he disturbed a single insect, he would face a massive swarm. Even on a planet with extremely depleted resources, a large hive still had a certain chance of containing elite troops. His plan entailed mobilizing manpower to eliminate such a hive only after the outpost was fully operational. 2 fully equipped A-class squads would be the mainstay of the entire operation, and even the remaining C-class mechas would have to be deployed in full force to counter the massive influx of insects from the hive. He gritted his teeth, bent down, picked up a large stone from the ground, threw it in the direction of the hive sentry, and then turned and ran. The black mecha, trailing a trail of dust, vividly demonstrated the correct escape method. Dozens of massive figures instantly burst out of the nest, following the sentry's guidance and charging towards Su Li. Su Li turned and looked behind him. Amidst the billowing smoke, the large species were so massive that the smoke and dust couldn't even cover them. These behemoths, tens of meters long, towered over even mechas. Hong Ying's small frame, in front of them, could be easily snapped in two with a single pinch from her mouthparts. This was a big deal. The existence of a large insect nest was indeed not something he could challenge at this moment. A single boulder had attracted dozens of large species. If it were a single grenade, the resulting swarm of insects would easily destroy the outpost. They didn't let out a furious roar, only sprinting headfirst, their jaws flaring violently. Hong Ying's legs were trembling. She had never imagined that one day she would be so frightened by insects that her legs would tremble. She could understand Su Li's love of excitement. After all, pilots lived on the edge of a knife, and seeking excitement was a daily routine for them. but she swore that she would never seek any other kind of excitement under such circumstances. She quietly lowered her raised buttocks, and she even took the opportunity to adjust her skirt to make it look less seductive. Suli had no time to pay attention to her movements. The large species wasn't much slower than the mecha. He didn't go full speed, but instead scanned his field of vision for advantageous terrain. High-speed maneuvers were certainly beneficial for escaping, but if he tried to counterattack, it would simply add nearly half a second to his reaction time. That amount of time, at such a moment, was undoubtedly fatal. He dodged a cliff face, his thrusters blasting twice, his flight module instantly activated. Taking advantage of the blind spot in the insect's vision, he soared to a height of over 40 meters. He gripped his long-handled battle axe tightly in his hand, and with the thruster's recoil, he spun downward. In a split second, he had locked onto his enemy and swung his long-handled axe down. The sharp blade sliced into the neck of the large dung beetle. Even with the force of the dive and the spin, the blade remained stuck, failing to sever the neck. Suli cursed inwardly, leaping into the air and stomping hard on the dung beetle's back again. The immense impact, combined with the force of the thrusters, finally caused it to lose its balance and fall forward. He seized the opportunity to draw his axe, but before he could strike again, he swung it at another dung beetle attacking from the side. Their movements were far from the clumsy ones their size would suggest. Large species, infused with the best Zerg genes, are the most powerful warriors. Such creatures can be found everywhere on the main battlefield, and every swarm of them that attacks human defenses inflicts devastating damage. Suli was now a full 15 kilometers away from the Zerg nest. Yet, this distance was still unsafe. The axe severed the leg, and he adjusted his stance, running forward without a backward glance. Dozens of dung beetles were chasing him, and to remain there and fight would be sheer suicidal intent. Chapter 82. Team, assemble, proceed to designated coordinates. Level 2 armament authority lifted, add jammers, and lock onto the coordinate area within a 10-kilometer radius. Do not use particle weapons, but prepare large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. Everyone spread out. Once you spot the enemy, help me hold off the ones behind. Killing them or not is unimportant, your own safety is paramount. Focus. This is a large species. Suli only had time to issue vague orders. The roar of the mechas couldn't drown out the fluttering of the large species' wings. They clung to Suli's back like a dogskin plaster, impossible to shake off. The distance to the marked coordinates was 3 kilometers. The clearing mission wasn't far from the marked coordinates. If the blue and white mechas responded appropriately, they could reach the designated location within half a minute. 038 immediately ordered everyone to take off and speed towards the coordinates. Armament authority lifted, and the massive muzzles of the individual heavy artillery gleamed with a cold light. Everyone dispersed, their guns pointed in the direction Suli was coming from. The black figure advanced, dodging as it moved. 038 frowned. Such behavior was like dancing on the edge of a knife. They had already called for backup, so why didn't they immediately distance themselves? Was he so confident in their accuracy? But she soon understood why Suli was so confident. Dozens of large dung beetles swooped into view, their black mechas inconspicuous amid the black swarm. Their individual heavy artillery bombarded the rear of the swarm, but their massive size meant that even the flying shrapnel couldn't reach them. The overwhelming pressure nearly suffocated 038. The enormous insects moved with such swiftness, far surpassing the ones they routinely hunted. A single longhorn beetle was only 20 meters long. But these dung beetles were each 60 meters long. Load armor-piercing rounds, target behind the commander, free fire. The roar of cannonballs echoed. A dense barrage of armor-piercing rounds rained down, exploding across the battlefield. The jammer's sonic waves mingled with the cannon's roar, completely disrupting the entire battlefield signals. The insects' forward momentum faltered for a moment, then returned to normal. Their communication was cut off, but they still followed their instincts and charged towards the enemy. The dung beetles at the rear of the group decisively turned and met the blue and white mecha. They only managed to fire 3 rounds before they were forced to dodge and maneuver in the air. 3 rounds of artillery fire disrupted the dung beetle's rhythm, sending shattered limbs scattering and foul-smelling slime across the wilderness. A dozen dung beetles, unable to dodge the bombardment, were hit in vital areas, completely incapacitated. The remaining dung beetles were also pierced by dense shrapnel, scratching their armor. Many dung beetles suffered damage to their leg segments, but they seemed insensitive to the pain and continued to move swiftly. The armor-piercing rounds inflicted considerable damage. But the intense barrage of artillery suddenly ceased as the dung beetles reversed their attack. There were too many of them. Even if they were each one on their own, they would still provide a significant number of manpower. The women in the blue and white aircraft were instantly caught in a fierce battle. Master, you, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Hong Ying, trembling with fear, maintained a firm grip on her joystick. In her sight, the reinforcements she had placed such high hopes on were now locked in a fierce battle in just a moment. The sound of huge flapping wings rang in her ears. She didn't need to look back to know that there were at least 10 large species chasing her. Another slap on the butt. Protect me? You're clearly terrified. Don't just follow Hey You all day long. What can a Yandra like her teach you? Protecting someone requires real strength. Today, I'll teach you what it means to be a man armed with a halberd, and 1,000 men are no match for him. Su Li could keenly sense that he might be going mad. In his previous life's battlefields, he would never have faced the siege of so many large species alone. That heavy steel coffin lacked sufficient flexibility. But now it was different. With the mecha girl, he could definitely give it a try. The last time he risked his life fighting the Zerg was 20 years ago. A glint flashed in his eyes, and a hint of madness shone deep within them. There's no pilot who doesn't seek excitement. The higher the level of the pilot, the more insane they become. It's an inscription etched into their genes, etched into their bones. No one can erase it. Under 038's astonished gaze, the black mech suddenly turned and charged straight at the large black dung beetle. For the first time, Hong Ying experienced the essence of pinnacle control. Hey You, her former master, had a meticulous, commanding style. She had originally believed that such meticulous control was the pinnacle of a pilot's skill. But today, she discovered she was wrong. It turns out that a single command could lead to so many subsequent changes. She had no time to pay attention to the oncoming Zerg. All her computing power and energy were focused on processing the overwhelming commands flooding into her mind. She clenched her teeth tightly, but still managed a soft groan. The black gold mech slid under the dung beetle, its long sword piercing the soft armor of its abdomen. The combined force of the two forces ripped its intestines apart. Green blood splattered all over his body. The moment he slid out from under the insect, he swung the long-handled axe in his free hand, piercing the giant eye of another. They knew no pain, fearless of death. Their massive jaws opened and closed, and 3 of them closed in from 3 directions, attempting to clamp down and rip him to shreds. Master, be careful! The sound of lightning echoed through the communication channel. Her voice was a little weak, but her anxiety was still audible. Su Li raised his long axe, and hurled it at one of the dung beetles. It transformed into a streak of light, piercing the dung beetle's forehead. The immense impact caused the spike at the front of the axe to penetrate its skull. The massive body fell onto the corpse of its fellow dung beetle, driving the long-handled axe directly into its own head. He cursed inwardly, a surge of irritation welling up in his heart. This Dogecoin bug had actually confiscated his weapon. Watching him dodge the attacks of the other 2 bugs, 038 and Lightning breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing the dung beetles on the ground scrambling towards Su Li, their hearts once again rose to their throats. Quick, quick, 2 more shots! Lightning was furious. This time, without a hold on her neck, her heart nearly leaped into her mouth. On the battlefield, all the blue and white mecha girls were keeping a close eye on the changes. Sporadic artillery fire could always be effective. But without comprehensive firepower, the damage caused by armor-piercing rounds to the bugs was minimized. They had tried their best. Many times, protecting Su Li, they had nearly been cut in 2. Cannon shots blasted high in the sky, shattered insect limbs raining down like a green rain. With every insect that fell, new ones soared into the air. They seemed determined to use only a small number of personnel to hold the enemy back, concentrating their superior forces to destroy the black mech before them. They wanted to take him back. They needed him. They needed his unique genes, the madness within him. And most importantly, they needed the intoxicating fragrance within his tiny head. Su Li's forehead was covered with sweat, and a reckless smile graced his face. His lip, bitten by himself, was bleeding. He let out a series of soft chuckles, his eyes rapidly capturing all the information on the battlefield, gathering it in his brain. The feedback from his body, the feedback from his machinery, the wind, gravity, the reaction force, and all the information generated by the mech at every moment were absorbed by his brain, instantly making the most favorable judgment. In the cockpit, his eyes flushed slightly, and his hair drifted unconsciously. A nearly tangible mental force suddenly emanated, drifting towards the lightning in the sky. Her body shuddered, and her face flushed crimson. Master, master! A red halo emanated from her body, spreading across the battlefield. The speed of all mechas present suddenly increased dramatically. General, all your attributes double. Allies considered allies receive a 50% increase in attributes. Hong Ying shuddered again, and white smoke rose above her head. Chapter 83. Su Li had still overestimated himself. His physical fitness in this life was still a bit lacking. To withstand such a high-intensity battle, he needed to strengthen himself. He took 2 bottles of strengthening fluid from the system store, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. As the liquid flowed into his mouth, he felt his fatigue gradually ease. He returned the empty bottles to the system backpack, and once again gripped the joystick. Amidst the frantic trembling of its mecha, the black mech charged towards the insect swarm once more. Because he wasn't piloting the lightning, Hong Ying's stats only increased by 50%, but even so, the improvement was far more than a small one. He was able to cut the neck of the large species in front of him. The drone faithfully followed him, faithfully fulfilling its mission even in dire circumstances. Tao Tao, who stayed with 032 in the main group, stared at the screen on the terminal in amazement. He had already opened the live broadcast room again, broadcasting live to everyone. For half his life, he had only seen large species in military propaganda films and movies. But those specially processed images and exaggerated presentation techniques couldn't even begin to convey the shock of a live broadcast. He never thought he was so timid. Just the sight of a bug could send him trembling with fear. 032 only knew that Su Li had encountered a large species, but he didn't know the details. What exactly did they encounter? I started a live broadcast. They faced large species. Lots of them. 032 heard this, and quickly found Tao Tao's livestream room. The moment he opened it, he gasped. Dung beetles? Why would such a large species, typically encountered only on the main battlefield, also exist on Lingsue Star? Does this mean that this planet still harbors elite Zerg troops? If that's the case, she gasped. How had the outpost survived so peacefully on this planet for over a decade? On the screen, the black and gold mechs charged again and again, making her scalp itch. The live stream was once again flooded with comments. Distraught, she simply turned them off, and stared intently at the black figure charging across the battlefield. Hong Ying lay slumped in the driver's seat, her breathing becoming rapid. Under her lifted skirt, her white calves were already turning a faint pink. Against the backdrop of her white socks, they looked even more delicate. Her hands, gripping the joystick, were flushed. Her back involuntarily straightened, her ponytailed head lifted slightly. An intense feeling surged up her spine and into her heart. In her mind, Su Li's lips parted slightly, whispering, "This is what a warrior is." Those words were like a drop of water, dripping into her heart, rippling waves. Her jet black hair fluttered. From the front, which Su Li couldn't see, her eyes, which had been slightly rolled up, suddenly turned a hushed black. A familiar feeling washed over her, and Su Li knew that Hong Ying had activated Resonance, inherent skill, Assault. At the moment of activation, it locks onto 1 to 8 enemies within a 1 kilometer radius, condensing into a void beacon at the designated location, teleporting and striking them. A dazzling golden light emanated from the black fuselage, and golden threads flowed, gradually enveloping the entire mecha, transforming it into a pure golden hue. She transformed into a streak of golden light, and abruptly vanished from the battlefield. A golden figure emerged above the 8 enormous dung beetles. In an instant, 8 heads soared into the air, barely enough for the green blood plasma to spray. In the livestream room, there was a moment of silence, then the entire screen was filled with fuck. Tao Tao stared at the screen in front of him, his eyes wide open, forgetting even to tremble. He resonated again. Not only resonated, but even his inherent skills had reappeared. He didn't know whether Hong Ying originally had inherent skills, but he knew Su Li had resonated with the mecha girl once again. Resonance presupposes a high degree of compatibility between the pilot and the mecha girl. He only wanted to know how he, Su Li, had managed to resonate with 2 mecha girls simultaneously. Especially since these 2 mecha girls had completely different personalities. Everyone watching the live stream was stunned. He couldn't calm down for a long time. 032's hands were shaking as he gripped the terminal. A Super S-Class pilot. She might actually be witnessing the birth of a Super S-Class pilot. Anyone who could resonate with the 2 mech girls was, without exception, a Super S-Class pilot. It's just that the mech girls around them mostly shared similar personalities. Su Li's situation was unheard of. On the screen, Su Li, having completed a powerful kill, demonstrated to her the true meaning of falling leaves. He effortlessly dodged the Zerg's attacks. Every thrust of his spear took the life of a Zerg. Even the large species, empowered by the Lightning General and Hong Ying's resonance, went on a killing spree. In the cockpit, The trembling Hong Ying could clearly feel Su Li's frantic fighting spirit filling her. She felt like duckweed in a turbulent river, swept away by his surging fighting spirit, following him forward, breaking through again and again. They were unstoppable, unbeatable. The mecha's hull radiated a scorching heat, and the moment the green blood touched it, it was evaporated by the surging heat. She followed his footsteps, slashing at the insects behind the blue and white mecha girl. The ground, littered with insect carcasses, signaled the end of this swarm of dung beetles. As the main force approached, Su Li stabbed the last dung beetle in the head, pinning it to the corpse of its companion. 3 of the blue and white mecha girl's mechas were severely damaged, one of them severed in half. Fortunately, none of them sustained fatal damage, and would recover after a period of rest. The pale mecha girl was dragged out of her mecha by her companions, and forced to unfurl. The golden glow on Hong Ying's body began to fade, and the golden mecha returned to its dark gold hue. As soon as she touched the ground, she could no longer hold on. The mecha suddenly vanished, and a figure in a maid's outfit appeared in the air. Using her remaining consciousness, she scooped Su Li into her arms, and plummeted downwards. 032, quick-witted, extended her palm to catch them both. Hong Ying continued to twitch unconsciously within her enormous hand. Su Li, held in her arms and legs, struggled with his arms and legs, and it was clear he was about to lose his breath. 032 hurriedly rushed out of the cockpit, and pulled him from Hong Ying's chest. Huh? It was only a few seconds, but Su Li felt like centuries. 032 glanced at Su Li, whose face flushed crimson, and then at Hong Ying, whose body twitched slightly within the mecha's palm, and her brows furrowed. What kind of control intensity could even an S-Class mecha girl be unable to handle? Lightning, an A-Class mecha girl upgraded to S-Class, might be a bit unaccustomed to the experience, having just recently been promoted. But what about Hong Ying? She was the quintessential S-Class mecha girl. She was actually twitching too. 032's brows knitted together, and she scratched her head, unable to figure it out. Don't even think about it. We'll know when we try it. 038 leaned over, tilted his head to glance at the heavily breathing Su Li, then reached out and grasped Hong Ying, tucking her into his cockpit. In her cockpit, Lightning, strapped to the cockpit, remained slumped. Seeing Hong Ying, limp as a noodle and unconscious, he forced a sneer. Ha! S-Class, nothing more than that. Chapter 84. Not long after the team returned to base, Tao Tao, who had been jubilant, began to frown. The medical mech's words poured cold water on him, who was already eager to roll up his sleeves and get to work. What did you say? How long do they need to recover? 3 days? Why 3 days? The medical mech rolled her eyes. She wondered why 3 A-Class mechs were seriously injured, and 2 S-Class mechs, though not injured, were severely depleted. She had been a medical mech since she left the factory, and in over a decade, she had never seen a mech so depleted. You ask me, who should I ask? My master hasn't even seen it, so what can I do? It's just exhaustion, and I need complete rest. No stretching, no exercise. I'll come in for a checkup every day. Remember, when I said 3 days, it means at least 3 days. If you don't follow the doctor's orders and act recklessly, you won't be able to leave after 3 days. Tao glanced at the 2 mecha girls slumped on the sofa, and felt like heaven was playing a big joke on him. What's going on? The first day of the live stream. Both the results and the impact were beyond expectations. It was time to step up efforts and reach new heights. This was the perfect opportunity to completely break the deadlock, but the protagonist is gone. Luckily, I'm at the outpost. If I were still on the capital planet, I'd be hunted down by the excited fans and beaten up at home. Brother, what the hell is going on? You 3 mecha girls, 2 of them are out. And the remaining one has to stay for emergency. What should I say to you, brother? Su Li scratched his head awkwardly, about to say something when Tao Tao continued. Didn't you know to contract more S-rank mecha girls before you came here? Su Li was stunned, so it wasn't his fault for overdoing it, but his lack of mecha girls. Did he really think S-rank mecha girls were cheap? Just a swipe and a whole bunch of them followed him? Tao Tao stared at Su Li, making him uneasy. If all else fails, I'll have to do an interview with you first, interspersed with the video. 3 days is enough, anyway. We'll have enough material. No live dinner tonight. Let's do a food show tomorrow, just to get by. I'm just feeling down. How can a mecha girl be so exhausted? He scratched his bald head as he left the command room. He had a mountain of video footage waiting to be edited, and it probably wouldn't be finished in a single night. But he was clearly enjoying it. As soon as he expressed his dissatisfaction, he turned around and hummed a little tune and went about his business. Su Li was left sitting behind his desk, watching the two women slumped on the sofa, one on each side, feeling a mixture of laughter and tears. Even though she could no longer move, Lightning still wore a look of disdain. One wondered if she still harbored resentment for the taunts Heyu and Hong Ying had leveled at her. Her expression perfectly exemplified the concept of revenge. Hong Ying had also woken up, biting her lower lip as Lightning's mocking gaze lingered over her. She had to endure it, because besides Lightning, she had already anticipated another storm. Su Li and another mecha girl were on their way. The door to the command room was quietly opened. Clad in a white lab coat, Heiyu's gaze held a hint of coldness. Before she even entered the house, Hong Ying shuddered subconsciously and turned her head to look back. With just one glance, she felt as if her consciousness was about to leave her body. She had never seen Heiyu with such an expression. Heiyu was smiling, but the cold glint in his eyes made her feel a chill down her neck. In just 3 or 4 seconds, her gaze had already darted across her vital points. "Hey, congratulations, Hong Ying. I watched the live broadcast. Some people resonated with it." Hong Ying was speechless with fear. She had thought that after Su Li piloted her, she would be able to integrate into this big family. But now, it seemed as if she was getting further and further away. She truly couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point. She had expected Su Li to simply guide her back to base. Such a simple task, yet she had messed it up. But when she thought of the exhilarating feeling Su Li had had while piloting her, a blush involuntarily welled up on her face. Perhaps, there was a slight possibility that things weren't all bad. The feeling of resonance was wonderful. For the first time, she experienced what it meant to be recognized and owned. More importantly, she had actually awakened her inherent ability. Heiyu's eyes widened, and he looked at Hong Ying in disbelief. She actually blushed under her gaze. What was this supposed to mean? Was he mocking her? Couldn't she hear that she wasn't genuinely congratulating her? She was a thieving cat, slipping away at the critical moment of the experiment and robbing her master's home. All right. That's how it's supposed to be, huh? Why was it that they all could resonate with each other, while he had to be on the road forever? She stood beside the sofa, staring intently at Hong Ying, so frightened she dared not even blink, fearing she'd be dead in a blink. Su Li scratched his nose awkwardly. Perhaps it was his first live stream, but he was a little overexcited. A large insect nest was certainly not something he could handle right now. The near-extreme maneuvering had completely exhausted Hong Ying, something he hadn't imagined would happen. Fortunately, she held on. If she hadn't held on to the end and disintegrated mid-flight, he'd probably have devoured her completely by now. Thanks to Hong Ying this time. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it back. Heiyu turned around, pouting. But if it weren't for her, you wouldn't have provoked a large insect nest. Master, promise me you won't take such risks again. If you really want to, take me with you, no matter what. Lightning's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing this. The only part of her body she could move was her neck. She happily twisted her body towards Heiyu, sneer-like. Heiyu glanced down, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. She didn't know how Su Li had upgraded Lightning, but it was clear that the upgrade hadn't significantly increased her computing power. Forget it, there was no point getting angry with a fool. Master, can you take me out tomorrow? It's getting so stuffy in the lab, I can't think straight. Not tomorrow. Because they're both exhausted, so all plans for outings are cancelled for now. What about the day after tomorrow? I'll try to catch up on my research. Su Li opened his mouth. Although he didn't want to discourage Heiyu's enthusiasm, he still said helplessly, the medical mech said their exhaustion will last at least 3 days, so all plans to go out for the next 3 days have been cancelled. Heiyu turned his head dimly, and looked at the two people on the sofa. Lightning looked up at the ceiling with a guilty look on his face. He had never realized how beautiful the pattern was before. Hong Ying lowered her head, practically burying it in her chest. In the command room, the atmosphere was completely deadlocked. There was a knock on the door, and a mech from the Royal Guard entered, saluting Su Li. Sir, as per your request, we have placed Li Tianlang and Yu Rong under 24-hour surveillance. Last night and today, Li Tianlang. Su Li straightened up instantly upon hearing this. Li Tianlang had the support of Sansheng Heavy Industry, so there was no need for him to get involved in this mess. He was deeply curious as to why he had appeared on Lingsue Star. Is there anything wrong with him and Yuero? The guard opened his mouth, seemingly unsure how to begin. After a moment's thought, he finally said, he's been poisoned. He's currently in the infirmary on the 2nd floor, receiving treatment. Poisoned? He's perfectly fine. Why would he be poisoned? In a split second, Su Li considered numerous possibilities. Each one proved that the outpost was still unstable. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the guard before him. She seemed to be perpetually hesitant to speak. He wasn't poisoned by our food. He went up the mountain wall last night and ate a stink bug leg. Suli and Hayu, Ha, what a fool. Lightning was amused. Even she knew stink bugs were poisonous, and he just kept chewing them raw. Chapter 85. When Suli arrived at the infirmary, Li Tianlang was lying on the bed, foaming from his mouth. The medical robot's face was filled with helplessness. The moment she saw Suli, she spread her hands. She found herself dealing with a lot of inexplicable things lately. Things like the robot's exhaustion, or the idiot who swallowed himself and landed in the infirmary. Sir, I injected him with the antidote. The foaming in his mouth is normal. Based on the dosage he took, it should continue for about 2 hours. Master, you're killing me. Li Tianlong's face was filled with despair. He hadn't felt the warming effect, but he did feel the chill in his stomach. The antidote was causing his stomach and intestines to cramp violently, as if squeezing his body to clean itself. This human-shaped washing machine wasn't a pleasant experience. Yurong, standing beside him, was also dripping with sweat. Suli looked at her in disbelief. You ate it too? Yurong blushed and nodded gently. It warms the middle and replenishes yang, yes, but it hasn't been processed yet. Li Tianlang, hearing this, seemed finally relieved and closed his eyes peacefully. Suli raised her hand and patted his face, asking him to open his eyes again. Who was he trying to show off this air of finally being able to die peacefully now that he had an explanation? Shouldn't he thank him? Thanks to his showy performance, the simple lightning in his head felt superior. Tell me, what else do you do besides chewing stink bugs? Li Tianlang blushed and pulled out a few dried mushrooms and a small bottle of half-eaten insect eggs from his pocket. Gone? Gone! He looked like a child who had made a mistake, and the expression on his face moved Suli. Is this silly kid hungry? Or is the outpost truly starving for food? A wave of helplessness washed over him. He glanced up at the white-haired man on the hospital bed and realized he was being too overly suspicious. For someone like that, it was a miracle he was still alive, and he was even trying to spy on intelligence. Just based on this one incident, he'd become a household name in the outpost. In this place full of mecha girls, any gossip would spread like wildfire in less than an hour. The whole base would know that his apprentice, out of greed, had poisoned himself into a small fountain. Suli glared at Li Tianlang unhappily, finding his white hair a real eyesore. Go to the kitchen and eat whatever you want. While insects are good for you, they're poisonous if they're not prepared by a chef. I just happened to hunt some dung beetles today, so you can have some for dinner later. Li Tianlong's eyes lit up. Dung beetles? A new species? Ever since eating those insects, the door to a new world has opened. One that no one can close. It's not a new species, but a common large-scale Zerd mainstay. It also has medicinal value. What does it matter? Suli glanced down obscurely. Li Tianlang understood instantly, ignoring the white foam dripping from his mouth, and rubbed his hands excitedly like a fly. Watching his anticipation, Suli silently retracted the rest of his urination, frequent urination, urgent urination, and incomplete urination. Eat. Eat as much as you can. After all, he was right. This thing really doesn't matter. In the mechanical island, a faint golden light emanated from the breeding room. As the live video streamed simultaneously on the screen, a vast number of petri dishes emitted bursts of faint light. However, unlike usual, these glimmers did not give birth to new mecha girls. Instead, as if possessing consciousness, they gradually began to converge. They flickered like starlight, tiny points of light slowly rising and pouring into a separate quiet room. 5 golden cores spun, mechanical sequences entwined around them. With the influx of starlight, a dazzling golden light instantly emanated. Under the gaze of the 2 elders, the mechanical sequence on one of the cores began to expand. In the golden light, a figure, huddled together, hugging her knees, appeared above the petri dishes. Her long golden hair flowed freely, completely enveloping the curves of her back. Mechanical sequences entwined her body, and as her body slowly stretched, they transformed into a golden dress, enveloping her curvaceous figure. The elders surveyed the newly conceived mecha girl from head to toe, their faces filled with excitement. The long wait finally paid off. Her golden eyelashes flickered slightly, and as the golden light slowly faded, her pristine white feet lightly tapped the petri dish. Her scallion white toes barely touched the dish before rising again. Her entire body hovered in midair, and she slowly opened her eyes. A hint of curiosity about the outside world lingered in her golden eyes. As if weightless, she soared into the air, resting on the glass, curiously examining the 4 mecha girls across from her. Great. Great. Finally conceived. This is 3,347. I never thought I'd see 3347 appear in my lifetime. She didn't seem particularly interested in the mecha girls outside. Instead, she turned to look at the other 4 petri dishes. The 4 golden cores began to spin rapidly the moment she appeared. She extended her slender fingers and gently touched the 4 cores, as if communicating with them. A faint smile spread across her face. She had finally, ahead of all her sisters, conceived a form. Eve, with her long light blue hair, wore a loose t-shirt as usual, her eyes half closed. She was dragged to the breeding room by the hovercraft carrying supplies. She immediately spotted the golden figure. A faint golden light flashed in Eve's eyes, and a series of data automatically appeared in her mind. Even she couldn't help but gasp when she saw the new mecha girl's attributes. Even an SS rank mecha girl wouldn't necessarily possess such attributes. Her attributes were outrageous, with all 3 exceeding the 150 average for SS rank mecha girls. Her strengths were excessive, but her weaknesses were equally obvious. It was precisely because of these shortcomings that she failed to reach SS rank standards. Regal S01. Speed, 103. Acceleration, 195. Mobility, 180. Stability, 70. Defense, 75. Braking, 100. Telekinesis, 237. Compared to common mecha girls, she possessed an additional telekinesis attribute. This was clearly closely related to her unique abilities. This was a specialized mecha girl with enhanced telekinesis. Her appearance caused Eve to narrow her eyes slightly. It had been a long time since Mecha Island had produced a mecha girl with 7 attributes. Even she had never seen a telekinesis attribute like this. Behind a glass wall, Regal stared at the live stream before her, speechless for a long time. She blushed slightly as she watched the figure charging through the insect swarm. The golden dress she wore instantly disassembled into its mechanical components, then began to reassemble itself on her body. She appeared in a long-made outfit, the hem of her skirt billowing, revealing her pristine white suspender stockings and black leather shoes. Her long golden hair was tied up in a bun, and a cattail was about to appear before she waved it away. She glanced at the glass wall, seemingly extremely pleased with her outfit. Then, with a wave of her hand, her figure suddenly vanished through the glass. She reappeared beside Eve. Junwei bowed, then stood before her with a smile. Eve couldn't help but look shocked. Her previous movement had actually caused her to sense the vibrations of the void. Junwei, an S-rank mecha girl, was already capable of teleportation. She suddenly felt a surge of regret. What the hell was Su Li? She didn't want to befriend him anymore. What should she do? Chapter 86. Eve scratched her long, light blue hair in frustration. At this moment, she had lost all the heroic spirit she had displayed in the human council. Her slightly swollen eyes and dark circles made it clear she was a professional insomniac. She stared blankly at the Regal before her, puzzled as to how an S-class mecha girl could so skillfully wield the void teleportation ability, possessed only by SS-class mecha girls. But when she opened her terminal and saw the video clips edited by Tao Tao, she felt completely uneasy. Especially when she saw the burst of Hong Ying's powerful attack skill, she instantly understood why the Regal possessed such an ability. She was also very familiar with Hong Ying's template. She had already memorized the configuration of the mecha girl beside Su Li. Such mecha girl attributes were not easy to acquire without first mastering inherent skills. But in Su Li's hands, Lightning, Hong Ying, he was like a skill-boosting machine. If she remembered correctly, this was his first time piloting Hong Ying. Assault. With a 1 kilometer radius, using void positioning, she can perform flash attacks in 8 directions. With just one glance, Junwei discerned the core technology behind this skill, void teleportation. And it seemed she was quite adept at it. Furthermore, compared to the other mecha girl's steady feet, she could actually hover without the aid of a flight module. This was most likely due to her telekinesis. A terrifying learning ability, coupled with an unknown power system. Eve was truly heartbroken. Not only did Junwei not want to give it to her, she even wanted both Lightning and Red Tassel back. Just when she thought about giving Su Li a robot girl with a brain, this one popped up on its own. Why in this world, there were always so many coincidences happening to him. Stay on the island for now. Her words were thick with reluctance. Junwei's mind was filled with questions. She never imagined that after trying so hard to stand out from the crowd of sisters, she'd end up alone. Hadn't she gotten out first just to get to her master as quickly as possible? Stay? Why stay? She looked at the governor, whose eyes seemed a little unsettled, and her confusion grew even more intense. Well, the pilot you reserved might not have enough military merit to upgrade you. He might not have any for some time. Furthermore, your defense and stability are too poor. If you go into battle like this, your personal safety will be completely in jeopardy. But if I don't go, the master won't be able to accumulate military merit. What are you talking about? He's only staying on the island temporarily, so why can't he earn military merit with his 3 mechs? A flicker of confusion crossed Junwei's face, and he looked at his governor. Governor, don't you know? He's already broken lightning in Hongying. On the first day of the live broadcast, both mechs collapsed during a clearing mission. Now, due to a lack of combat power, the outpost has stopped all outbound clearing missions. Broken? Eve, still half asleep, looked down at the video feed again, realizing that he was fighting the Zerg's main force, a type typically found on the main battlefield. At the end of the video, the exhausted Hongying automatically unfurled, and the scene of her falling, while holding Su Li, was frozen under Junwei's slender fingers. Eve gasped, her scalp tingling. Broken down? Such simple, straightforward words, impossible to ignore. A mecha girl, whose physical abilities far surpassed those of a human, was driven to exhaustion? If there weren't video evidence, she would have simply called it a complete joke. But now she felt she was the joke. She had underestimated him again. She had made the same mistake with the same person. Could it be that the mecha girls produced by Mecha Island were overstated? Even if Eve doubted Mecha Island, she never doubted Su Li. He had only been driving mecha girls for a few years at most. Humans have geniuses, but even geniuses need a process of growth. First, she fought her way through the competition, resisting the Zerg. Then, she fought her way through another competition, only to be dumped on the outpost. How many days had he been there? If I'm not mistaken, lightning in the video was already S-rank. How did he do it? With nothing. Where did he get the upgrade modules? If anyone possessed something like this, their first choice would be to use it on their strongest mecha girl. But he gave it to lightning. Does this mean he possesses even more upgrade modules? Is he a killer weapon cultivated by some powerful force? Who is behind him? At this moment, she no longer believed that he didn't have the support of a powerful force. An unknown student, with excellent piloting skills, and the backing of someone who could provide the upgrade modules. What powerful force could have provided him with such unnoticed assistance? Did they connect before, or after their trip to Lingsue Star? How could she, with her intelligence network, have been so unaware of this? Thinking of this, and looking at the impatient Junwei before her, she suddenly waved her hand at her like a deflated ball. Go to the inspection team headquarters first, and have Han Hai go with you. Eve suddenly felt that all matters on the capital planet could be put on hold. The real priority was to investigate the forces behind Su Li. Whether Su Li might harbor suspicions was no longer a consideration for her. At this, Junwei's face visibly crossed with an unhappy expression. But then she felt relieved. One more mecha girl. What if she broke down too? She saluted and suddenly vanished from the spot. Looking at the empty room and the 4 stunned faces, Eve struggled to cover her chest with her hands. She can actually teleport long distances. Did you see that? She can actually teleport long distances. The 2 elders nodded in unison, their eyes eagerly gazing at the remaining 4 golden cores. Precious treasures. They're all precious treasures. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked, but once they did, Eve felt even more distressed. The thought of the 4 mecha girls still to be sent away pierced her heart. Then she felt choked by the resources. Doesn't he have a powerful backer? Since his power can provide upgrade modules, then let them do it. She wanted to see if he could actually afford to support so many mecha girls. Having made her decision, Eve felt a great deal better. Yes! The resources from the upgrade modules. Only the mechanical island could produce these kinds of supplies. Even if his power could provide them, how much could they offer? With the increasing number of mecha girls around him, even the few upgrade modules he had accumulated over the years would be quickly depleted. She just doesn't believe it. One day Su Li will come to her for help, and then she will ask him to get back not only the upgraded module, but also the daughter of the robot. Chapter 87. In the darkness of the outpost, Hei Yu opened her eyes. She tiptoed, pulled back the thin blanket, and quietly reached out to pinch one of Su Li's fingers. In her other hand, a sharp scalpel trembled slightly. I'm not hurting my master. I'm not hurting my master. I'm just bleeding him and removing the dampness. She hypnotized herself as she brought the scalpel closer to Su Li's fingertips. 1 drop. Just 1 drop of blood. She could sign a core contract with him. The thought that even Honging had resonated with her filled her with rage. She couldn't endure this temporary contract for even a single day. The scalpel slowly approached. Despite her constant self-reinforcement, the laws within the mechanical core issued repeated warnings. How could I hurt my own master? I just. She froze in frustration, silently cursing her own uselessness. When Su Li was injured, why hadn't she thought of simply rolling her core in his blood? A flash of golden light suddenly shone in the room. Two figures suddenly appeared on Su Li's bed, and fell heavily onto it. Hey, you felt something pressing down on his head, pressing hard against Su Li's body. In his haste, the scalpel slashed across Su Li's fingers. Who? Su Li rolled over and sat up, turning on the bedside lamp. In the bright light, two blonde mecha girls sat obediently on Heiyu's body, watching him intently. Heiyu struggled frantically on top of him. The sudden brightness made Han Hai's eyes narrow. She glanced at Heiyu, who was still struggling beneath her, and awkwardly dismounted, standing aside. Meeting for the first time, in someone's bed, was incredibly inappropriate, no matter how you looked at it. She gave Su Li a somewhat awkward smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Han Hai from the Inspection Corps. I've been ordered by the governor to assist you. Han Hai's face flushed as soon as he said that. Someone was sleeping peacefully in bed, and she came to help. What kind of person would rush to help someone in bed? Junwei's large eyes, gleaming with light, surveyed their surroundings with impunity. Su Li felt as if his brain was barely functioning. At that moment, it was overwhelmed with information. Looking at the bed, and the machine girl beside it, even his best self-control was beginning to falter. Are you crazy? It's the middle of the night. What was going on? Two girls dropped from the sky in the middle of the night, telling him the governor had ordered them to assist. Assist with what? And how on earth did they end up in his bedroom? Were the outpost security just for show? Su Li's wide eyes narrowed slightly, as he looked at the two mecha girls before him and swallowed. They had suddenly appeared in his bed, without even a murmur. How did the mechanical island do it? Without a special void beacon, how did they accomplish this ultra-long-distance teleportation? Isn't ultra-long-distance void teleportation incapable of transporting living things? A mountain of questions piled up in his mind, and facing the two women, who had suddenly appeared, his expression was extremely strange. What was the intention behind the mechanical island's actions? Junwei didn't care. She pounced on him, hugged Su Li, and kissed him twice on the cheek. Master, I finally found you. Who are you? You're someone else's master. Why are you kissing me just because I'm hugging you? Lightning's sleepy eyes widened instantly. She tried to struggle to get up, but couldn't straighten up. Even though hours had passed, she couldn't move a muscle. She could only use her eyes to send a warning glare. Heiyu finally stood up and looked at the two mecha girls, who had suddenly appeared in the room, her expression filled with wariness. Junwei's nimble nose twitched slightly, and she lowered her head. Su Li's fingertips were bleeding, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. She immediately extracted her core, grasped his finger, and pressed it against it. A soft golden light flashed, and Junwei's large golden eyes narrowed, resembling that of a large golden cat. Master, you're so thoughtful. You're so kind to Junwei. She had lost all the noble and cool air she first seen. Instead, she clung to Su Li's side, with a particularly affectionate affection, gently nuzzling her golden head against his cheek. Su Li hurriedly pushed the blonde maid aside and shivered, pulling his blanket over him. What the hell is going on? He had never imagined that one day he would be forced into a contract. Lightning's eyes blazed with rage. You guys. You're going too far. Who are you? What do you want? Han Hai, don't scream. We mean no harm. Junwei, master, please don't push me. 038, who had burst through the door, asked, Who? Is this an enemy attack? 032 followed closely behind, rifles drawn. The moment she saw Han Hai, she was stunned. As a direct subordinate of the Governor General, she hadn't received any orders. How did she, one of the chief officers of the inspection team, end up at the outpost? Could it be that the inspection team had rebelled? They'd bypassed the governor, and gone straight to the front lines? And what about that strange mecha girl? What was she doing lying on top of Su Li? Was she strangling him with her hair? Seeing Su Li clutching the blanket tightly, she subconsciously began to imagine. With a click, the gun's safety disengaged and the bolt cocked. Don't shoot. We're on the same side. Master, you're so kind to me. Can anyone tell me what happened? You wait until I recover. How could there be a forced contract? The entire room was in chaos and clamor. Hey Yu looked at the still-acting Junwei as if he were an enemy, her eyes suddenly brightening. Su Li's fingers were still bleeding. She silently extracted her core, hiding it behind her back, and quickly walked over. Master, you're bleeding. Quick, quick, wipe it. She took her core and rubbed it frantically against Su Li's fingers. Judging by the way it looked, he wished he could have smeared his entire core with it. A strange feeling washed over him, and Hey Yu finally felt a sense of unprecedented satisfaction. Hong Ying lay on the sofa outside, listening to the clamor in the room, sweat forming on her forehead. But she was too exhausted to even move, so she could only shout from the sofa, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What's going on in there? Shut up." Unable to bear it any longer, Su Li suddenly stood up from the bed, the quilt sliding off, revealing his muscular body. The clamor filling the room was overwhelming him. He held up his colorful shorts with one hand, pointed out the door with the other, and shouted to the roomful of android girls, "Get out!" Junwei pursed his lips and loosened his grip on Su Li's shorts. A group of mech girls filed out and into the command room. They stood in various corners of the room, sizing each other up with unfriendly glances. Su Li put on his uniform with a grumble, rubbing his head against the lightning flashes that threatened to spit fire from his eyes, before leaving the bedroom. The moment Su Li emerged, all the mech girls felt a surge of immense pressure. Hey Yu knelt obediently before Su Li with a plop, head bowed, and remained silent. The last time Su Li had looked like this, he had nearly killed her with a single blow. She would never forget the trembling of sheer fear, so she dropped to her knees, setting an example for the other mech girls. She already signed the core contract, so the worst that could happen was a scolding. If that didn't work, a whipping would be even better. Dignity? It didn't exist before the core contract. She already signed it during the chaos, so what? Junwei glanced at the other mech girls in the room, quickly walked over to Su Li, and with a plop, knelt beside Hey Yu. Finding Su Li's terrifying gaze, 038 walked over and knelt as well. 032 felt her scalp tingle at Su Li's glance. She stood still, saluted Su Li, put the safety on her gun, and stood silently at the door. Han Hai glanced at the three mech girls kneeling in front of her, then moved her own feet, slowly moved over, and knelt beside 038. But only after she knelt did she realize something was wrong. Why? I'm not his android girl. Besides, android girls have human rights too. We android girls don't care about our dignity. Why did you all just plop down on your knees without him saying a word? She struggled to get up, but then stopped. She was already kneeling. Wasn't it too late to get up now? Besides, falling on someone's bed in the middle of the night seemed like she should apologize. But this was Junwei's fault. What did it have to do with her? On the sofa, Hong Ying grew even more anxious. She couldn't see them in the bedroom, but at least they were some distance away. Now they were only separated from her by the back of the sofa, and she still couldn't see. It was so uncomfortable. Chapter 88. Su Li glanced at the machine girl kneeling before him, and felt his rage subside. He looked at 038 in front of him, feeling both amused and helpless. He stepped forward and offered a hand to help her up. Sister, don't join in the fun. You're not in the wrong, so why are you kneeling too? 038 was stunned for a moment before coming to her senses. That's right. Why is she kneeling? The royal guards are in charge of security today. She turned her gaze to 032, who stood at the door. 032 raised her gaze, pretending not to notice. Su Li pulled 038 to his side. Looking at the three mecha girls before him, he felt a surge of anxiety. Speak, one by one. Rain Wei, unconcealed, held his hand high, eager to speak. I'll start. I'm Rain S01, Master's new mecha girl. I put a lot of effort into nurturing her, and I came to you right away. Su Li glanced at the blonde maid before him, his hands trembling slightly behind his back. It was the first time he'd seen a mecha girl with stats exceeding 200, and one with telekinetic stats was unheard of. Master, I worked so hard. It would have been fine if I were alone, but the governor insisted I bring Han Hai with me. I teleported non-stop all the way, over 300 times, to reach the outpost. It was exhausting. Rain Wei made a large circle with his hand, a hint of innocence on his face. Master, can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten anything since leaving the factory. I need a whole table of food. Han Hai lowered his head, not daring to look up at Su Li. She felt that his aura was even more intimidating than the governor's. If the governor's aura was that of a superior, then his aura exuded a strong murderous aura. This isn't just some kid, this is a killer. You said you teleported all the way here? How do you know the precise coordinates of my bedroom? Oh! I'm so hungry after teleporting all the way here. I don't have the coordinates of the master's bedroom. I just have a sense of the master. Even across thousands of miles, I can sense you. Suli felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. How can you sense me? Junwei raised his face, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. Because I'm the master's personal mecha girl. Not just me, but the 4 sisters are also welcome. Suli took 2 silent steps back again. It turns out that even nymphomaniacs come in groups. She actually has 4 sisters. He instinctively turned his head to glance towards the bedroom. Lightning lay alone on the bed, staring longingly at him. Suli breathed a sigh of relief when he saw there weren't 4 more people. He turned to Junwei, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. This mecha girl was truly overly enthusiastic towards him. Moreover, an S-rank mecha girl with such extraordinary attributes came to force a contract with him. The whole thing was tinged with strangeness no matter how you looked at it. Hanhai then spoke. They are exclusive mecha girls born from the laws of mechanics, and can only be matched to you. Regal was born prematurely, and the other 4 are still in the incubator. It will probably take some time for you to meet them. Let me introduce myself again. I am Hanhai, Deputy Captain of the Inspection Corps. I sincerely apologize for falling into your bed. Suli looked at the bespectacled girl kneeling before him, and quickly raised his hand to pull her up from the ground. He didn't think he had the dignity to make the Deputy Captain of the Inspection Corps kneel down and admit his mistake. His gaze lingered briefly on Hanhai's thick front armor, scanning her complex expression. Suli's brows knitted together. Her face was a complex mix of apology, embarrassment, bewilderment, and perhaps even a hint of fear of him. What was she afraid of? What was the second-in-command of the Inspection Corps being transferred to his desolate outpost? Is she monitoring the progress of the experiment, or are there new moves by the Human Council? He was confused, but no matter how he thought about it, even if he asked these questions, he would never get an answer. Sister, tell Kayling to get up and work overtime. Although the time isn't right, let's just treat it as a late-night snack to welcome our captain. 038 responded and walked out. Her face flushed, still blushing from having just obediently knelt. She slapped her thigh hard. It had never felt so soft before, but today it felt so smooth as she knelt. Suli finally fixed her gaze on Heiyu. Heiyu shuddered as she noticed Suli's gaze. Her ponytails trembled slightly, and her hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. Don't you have anything to say? I shouldn't have forced the contract upon my master. But I really just want to be with my master forever. Looking at Heiyu's pitiful expression, even though she knew she was pretending, Suli opened her mouth again and again as she thought about the days they had spent together, and finally sighed deeply. Her scalp tingled, her head swollen, and the wound on her fingertip was still dripping with blood. He silently glanced at the armrest of the sofa in front of him. A head struggled to turn, but it couldn't. Hong Ying's short ponytail dangled, swaying back and forth. Even though she couldn't move at all, she still struggled. He bypassed Heiyu and approached Hong Ying. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up. Your core, will you sign it? Hong Ying was stunned, her face flushing slightly. She didn't know what had happened, but to her, it didn't matter anymore. Suli was fine, even wanting to sign a core contract with her. A drop of blood slid down the golden core and seeped into it. Junwei leaned over to Suli, watching him complete the contract, then opened his mouth and took his still bleeding finger in his. A gentle suck of his tongue, and Suli subconsciously withdrew his hand. Although they had already signed a core contract, such an action was indeed too intimate. The latter's mouth puckered again. But soon, she became happy again. The kitchen always had plenty of food, as the mecha girls on night duty would typically replenish their energy after completing their missions. So, in just a few minutes, the command room's table was covered with all sorts of food. She flew over and began eating before Kayling had even finished serving the food. Suli gestured to Hanhai, who gave an awkward smile and sat down on a chair to the side. Mecha Island. Governor Eve's bedroom wasn't spacious. A small room with a small bed. Only the sunny terrace offered a breathtaking view of the entire Mecha Island. She collapsed on her bed, eyes wide open, unable to fall asleep. Yihua sat slumped beside the bed, sobbing and wailing, stealing glances at the despairing Eve. Governor, you don't know how hard it is for me. Without the vast sea, how can I possibly survive? She shrugged her shoulders symbolically, more like shaking off fleas than crying. She showed none of the fragility of a proper woman. I get up during the day and go to bed at night. That means I'm up earlier than a cat and up later than a chicken. Without the vast sea, I die young. A vein throbbed on Eve's forehead. Yi Hua blew his nose hard, making a series of indescribable noises. Over the years, even if I haven't worked hard, I still made contributions. I shed blood and fought for Mechanical Island. How could you do this to me? You might not know, but I'm a complete navigator. Without Hanhai, I wouldn't even know which way the inspection team's gate opens. How about you just give Hanhai back to me? If that doesn't work, I can go over there. There are plenty of people on our island who can take over my job. Isn't Suli short of people around him? With Hanhai as his left hand, he'll be able to. I can be your right arm, even if it's difficult. Eve finally lost her patience and glared at Yi Hua. You? Right arm? You're a two-armed man. Don't worry about it, I'm going anyway, and I won't bother you anymore. If you want me to go, I'll come back tomorrow after get off work. Hanhai went there to investigate the possible forces behind Suli. What are you going for? I'm going to lead the team. He has over 200 mecha girls under his command. What if he rebels and leads his troops? If I don't go, what if he doesn't? Eve said nothing more, pointing to her terrace. She just wanted this two-armed man to get out of here. Yi Hua's face lit up, and he soared off the terrace. No longer having a clue where to go, he flew towards the dedicated airport on the Mechanical Island. If she had gone a little faster, she could have caught up with the merchant ship carrying supplies. Once aboard, the sky was high, and she could go wherever she pleased. Chapter 89. Outside the outpost, clouds of dust rose. Suli leaned against the railing on the mountain wall, looking down at the mechas below conducting routine combat training. Even at his age, Zhang Chaoyang was still a skilled fighter. Even with his B-rank Songling, he was more than capable of competing against the S-rank Yurong, and even used his superior skills to often put Li Tianlang at a disadvantage. His own chief apprentice's skills were decent, but most of the time, he couldn't escape the gimmicky techniques used on the field. His unnecessary movements repeatedly gave Zhang Chaoyang opportunities to exploit. His weaknesses were particularly evident on large battlefields. Zhang Chomping stood at the foot of the pass, drenched in sweat. A strong shield pressed against his aho hair, fanning him as he watched the competition intently. Master, your father is amazing. Who do you think would be more formidable if he fought against Pervert Su? Zhang Chomping's eyes were dull, his mind completely blank. His hands were shaking. Su Li's training method was incredibly effective, but during practice, he often focused too much on his brain to focus on his hands. Even now, he could only control 4 steel balls. With this kind of training, facing Zhang Chaoyang, he would be completely defeated. Jiandun glanced back at his master, and wiped his face with a wet towel. The moon-white mecha on the field was once again held to a sharp sword. In the cockpit, Li Tianlang disintegrated, his entire body drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from a pond. Yuerong unfurled and helped him walk for only a few steps before he collapsed. Finally, she had to carry him with one hand, placing him under the parasol next to Zhang Chomping. No more. There's no way I can do it. Rest for a while. I'm telling you, skinny monkey, it's not that I can't beat your father. It's mainly because, as you know, I'm poisoned, so I'm weak. He desperately tried to find excuses for his failure, even excuses he didn't believe. Zhang Chaoyang seemed to have regained his energy after Zhang Chomping's arrival. Compared to educating other people's sons, he clearly preferred educating his own. At the very least, he had to make up for the beatings he missed out on in recent years. After all, belated fatherly love is still fatherly love. He walked over to the two of them, took the towel from Jiandun, and wiped the sweat from his brow. You're still far from it. Little Easy could defeat me with a C-class mecha. You still need more practice. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes and gasped. Humans? How can humans compare to animals? As soon as he said this, everyone present was subconsciously stunned, nodding silently. Even Zhang Chaoyang only coughed lightly, and said nothing more. Honestly, this was the first time he'd seen a pilot who could drive a mecha girl to exhaustion. Junwei sat on the high platform, swaying her legs. She tilted her head, looking up at Su Li. Master, they're saying bad things about you. Can I teach them a lesson for you? No, but you can show me some of your special abilities, besides teleportation, I mean. Junwei tilted her head, stood up straight, and, using one hand to support herself, leaped off the platform, hovering in the air. Her gorgeous golden hair flew, a faint golden light emanating from it. She pointed downward with one hand, and the entire ground trembled instantly. Su Li looked down, his eyes widening. A rectangular block of earth and stone, cut clean, floated in midair, hovering beside Junwei. Pieces of gravel tumbled down, landing in the pits of the ground. She had actually cut through the compacted earth, extracting a rectangular block 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. With a flick of her slender finger, the block exploded in the air, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. Her attack method was unlike any other known mecha girl. Is it telekinesis? Suli suddenly felt like she might have walked into the wrong set. Could a mecha girl like this still be considered a mecha girl? Junwei spun around delicately, the shadow of a massive golden mecha looming behind her. She strolled through the air, and by the time she reached Suli, her entire form had faded into indistinctness, replaced by the golden mecha's hand. The already dazzling gold shone even brighter in the sunlight. Master, would you like to test drive it? Suli gazed at the golden mecha before him and jumped onto her hand. As the cockpit closed, he immediately donned his helmet. Li Tianlang stared at the golden mecha in amazement. This time, he didn't ask you wrong to learn. There's always someone better than the best. He used to think, hey, he was a king of elegance, but now it seemed he was just that. The gap between people is just that great. The keyboard of Regal also glowed with a golden glow. But the helmet was different from all his mecha girls. He could clearly feel that as he donned the helmet, his mind was, on some level, connected to Regal's. The feeling was strange, as if the entire mecha had become a part of his body. If other mecha girls were physically capable, then Regal gave him the feeling of stepping into a state of unity between man and nature. He could even feel the wind brushing against the mech surface through his helmet. This kind of data feedback was completely unprecedented. He immediately began typing commands, eager to see what it felt like to pilot her. But after just 2 characters, he abruptly stopped. This mech girl can't even drive a single inch now. A light sweat began to form. He excitedly sat down, forgetting that his body couldn't withstand the impact of her 195 acceleration. 195 acceleration, 180 maneuverability, data that was almost twice that of lightning. His low-load anti-G suit couldn't withstand such a strong G-force. He reluctantly removed his helmet, manually disengaged the safety device, and opened the cockpit. Regal patted his chest with a hint of fear. The mental connection made her realize her mistake instantly. The thought of how she had nearly killed her master filled her heart with a shudder. Master, I didn't mean to. It's okay, I was just too anxious. It's okay, it'll be fine in a while. The outpost isn't much, just a lot of bugs. With enough nutrition, my strength will improve quickly. The huge mecha vanished, and the man and the mecha girl returned to the platform. Looking at Suli, who lay silent and deep in thought ahead, Junwei wanted to pry open his own head and see what was inside. How stupid. If Suli hadn't remembered either, he might have filled the entire cockpit with paste. I'm done for. You're such a clever person, Junwei. I completed the condensation so early, so that I could help the master solve the problem. But now, instead of solving the problem, I added 2 more mouths to feed the master. Thinking of this, she felt a little depressed again. Han Hai's appetite was truly beyond her expectations. How could she be so small and eat so much? Did she hide everything she ate in her chest? I'll go back and check it out later. Chapter 90. After a night's rest, Lightning and Hong Ying finally felt the pain of their bodies. They hadn't felt anything before, paralyzed, but upon waking, aches and pains all over their bodies surged together, overwhelming them like a tide. The constant aches and pains made it impossible to feel any good. Han Hai sat at Su Li's desk, looking at the data summary before him, ignoring the screams. Su Li was easy to get along with. She took full charge of the base's daily operations without further ado. The information was clear and concise, and all expenditures were verified. The small outpost, all the intelligence gathered together, fit into a small folder, and she spent the entire morning thoroughly sorting it out. Aside from the reselling of common supplies, the base was completely safe. Had he hidden it too well, or was the governor mistaken? Han Hai adjusted his glasses, picked up a woodlice from a nearby plate, and expertly stuffed it into his mouth. If nothing was found on him, then they could investigate the people around him. For example, the now-deceased Zhang Chaoyang. She nibbled at the woodlice, her hands rapidly typing away on the keyboard. Hacking a federal database wouldn't take more than a few minutes. Lightning's resentful gaze fixed on Han Hai, a complex mix of emotions. She had every reason to suspect this mechanic girl was just here for a free meal. She'd eaten so much tonight, and so much again in the morning. Even now, she hadn't even stopped eating. Her gaze swept over the massive object on the table, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Su Li pushed the door open and saw Lightning gritting his teeth. Are you so upset? Let me massage you again. He sat down on the sofa, placed Lightning's legs on his, and began to massage them inch by inch. Lightning's face visibly turned red, and her expression became more embarrassed. Su Li's large hands pressed on her calves. Although it was a little painful, each pressure relieved the soreness. After a few massages, she began to hum with pleasure. Hong Ying was truly envious, but could only watch. While massaging Lightning, he opened his system dashboard, browsed through all the recommended items in the mall, and then opened his backpack. He still had over 20 bottles of basic strengthening fluid. His current physical fitness was almost on par with his previous life. Excessive use of basic strengthening fluid was no longer effective. The improvement brought by his daily intake of Zerg meat had already exceeded the benefits of the basic strengthening fluid. The next step was to further strengthen himself. 64 bottles of A-grade strengthening fluid and 38 bottles of S-grade strengthening fluid. If he used them in a planned way, he should be able to reach the standard of piloting a Regal in less than a month. His energy storage was also steadily increasing. The last time he killed a large species, the energy gained directly from completing the corresponding task was a full 70,000. The system's tasks included, but were not limited to, clearing operations, ranging from small-scale tasks like each outing to large-scale tasks like killing a specific Zerg species. Because the number of Zerg species killed during each clearing operation varied, he didn't pay much attention to them. But as he killed more Zerg species, he naturally completed more tasks, and the rewards he received became increasingly abundant. Looking at the nearly 200,000 energy points displayed on the system interface, Su Li couldn't help but squeeze Lightning's legs harder. An S-level upgrade module costs 150,000 each. So, it seems he doesn't actually have that much energy. The detailed table for exchanging military merit points shows that the same module is priced the same as energy points. And since arriving at the outpost, he's only earned 10,000 military merit points after strangling Zerg for so many days. At the moment, earning military merit seems much slower than earning energy points. But Su Li understands that there are also many ways to earn military merit. Besides killing Zerg, completing specific tasks or providing special materials can also earn significant rewards. So, calculating both sides are pretty much the same. If there's a chance to obtain some rare mineral deposits, the advantage of military merit points will instantly become apparent. However, the energy point exchange method allows him to avoid having to resort to the mechanical island. Looking at the over 300 lottery draws given by the system, he curiously opened the system lottery wheel. 10 consecutive draws guaranteed to yield a purple item. This seemed to be a common tactic in various games. If his guess was right, there should be several more guaranteed draws. Sure enough, after scrolling down once, he saw the words 100 guaranteed draws for a gold item. Bored, he pulled the joystick of the lottery system. As the lottery machine slowly began to shake, various items began to sway within the giant ball. Regardless of whether this lottery machine was fair or not, it at least seemed to be. Because in addition to socks, underwear, and other miscellaneous items, it even contained S-level modules. As the machine whirred, Su Li felt a lingering urge to stop. Unconsciously, his hands had finished kneading Lightning's calves, and were moving on to her thighs. Lightning blushed as she watched Su Li stare at her legs, his gaze fixed on her legs, intent. She nodded as if realizing something. So, her master preferred this. She glanced sideways at Han Hai. Oh, those short legs at 1.6 meters, nothing to show for it. Eating more is useless after you've grown up. Su Li stared intently at the lottery machine until it slowly stopped. 8 pairs of colorful stockings, a professional suit, and a set of B-level upgrade modules. My god, a set of B-level upgrade modules is only blue quality, and that professional suit is actually purple. Su Li clicked on it and took a look. The suffix clearly stated, when worn by a mecha girl, it effectively improves the pilot's combat efficiency. Increases attack speed. The effects of this suit made Su Li laugh. Looking at the warehouse backpack, half filled with various stockings, he pulled the joystick repeatedly, unconvinced. Cosmetics, chocolate, number 82 lubricant, a fertility-inflicting bag, even a small whip. 100 gold quality lashes yielded fragments of an S-Class upgrade module. 6 were required to redeem a specific S-Class upgrade module. He knew that nothing in this world was so cheap. Su Li regained his composure, his vision focused again. His hand paused, then returned to his ankle, pressing down inch by inch. A dozen B-Class modules, 20 sets of C-Class modules, 1 set of 6. He suddenly realized he had a way to quickly accumulate military merit. The outpost was in no short supply of low-level mecha girls. Their greatest possession was the military merit accumulated over the years. Chapter 91. Have you heard? The commander said he'll apply for an upgrade module on our behalf. I heard. Are you going to apply? Of course. It's a slim chance, but it's still a chance. The previous commander said the same thing, but after applying for a year, all his military merits were rebuffed. The previous commander is a good man. But, in the final analysis, it's because we either don't have any pilots, or our pilots are gone. That's why we can't apply for the upgrade module. Then how do you know it'll work this time? It might just be another false alarm. Then don't apply. I'll test the waters for you first. You're talking nonsense. In various places throughout the base, the mecha girls were discussing. Although they were discussing a lot, no one hesitated. The upgrade module was life to them. With it, they would have greater combat power, at least not be completely defenseless in the face of danger. Song Ling was recording with the terminal, while Su Li accompanied Tao Tao in his so-called eating show. The insects did taste good, but he simply couldn't eat any more. 3 empty plates lay stacked in front of Su Li, their contents already filling his stomach. Watching the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Su Li burped and waved at Tao Tao. Brother, I really can't eat anymore. Details, pay attention to details. Tao Tao mouthed the instructions to Su Li, then grinned with satisfaction, as he picked up an insect bone and explained. The video's views were incredibly high, and his following skyrocketed. Even now, in his 40s, he couldn't help but check the back-end data even when he got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. The numbers, which grew daily, made him feel like he was oscillating between reality and fantasy. Unless he strained his eyes, he couldn't tell which was real and which was fantasy. He gave Su Li a thumbs up and made a sign to leave work. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. For confidentiality reasons, Junwei and Han Hai were denied the chance to appear on camera. 2 big eaters were being left alone, while he, a single pilot, was being forced to fill the void in front of the cameras. He burped loudly, and took the registration form Song Ling handed him. Su Li flipped straight to the end, and saw that nearly every mech in the base had submitted an application. Many were even willing to pay a high price for the upgrade module. Why aren't you on the list? Song Ling paused, lowering her head in silence. You should fill it in too. Our outpost isn't stable. An early upgrade will guarantee your and Uncle Zhang's safety. A-rank mechs will be transferred to the main battlefield. Don't worry, no one will know you've been upgraded to A-rank. Song Ling's eyes widened at this. Sir, every upgrade module allocation is recorded. Are you saying you want to put this module in someone else's name? Then she'll be ineligible to apply for it again in the future. Su Li waved his hand and said, don't worry. I have the channels. You know the attributes now, and you need a detailed record of how many modules you need. I'll research it and give you an answer in 2 days. Remember, be sure to calculate the number of modules you need. Song Ling held the terminal, looking at Su Li with a complicated expression. It seemed as if upgrading modules was a trivial matter. But every mech at the outpost didn't understand how difficult it was to obtain modules. Everyone risked their lives to accumulate military merit, but to put it bluntly, it was just to leave a memory for themselves. Too many people have accumulated a lifetime of military merit, yet never received their own module. She took a hesitant step, heading outside. Collecting the mecha girls' needs was a trivial matter. But if she failed to do so, these mecha girls would plunge into a new round of despair. Sister Song Ling, don't overthink it. Even if this hope is false, our lives are much more comfortable than before. We have insects to eat every day, and every day brings a bountiful harvest. We also have more time to train. Even without modules, we can still improve our attributes somewhat through training alone for a decade. Indeed, the commander is young and may not have much experience. As his subordinates, it's difficult for us to persuade him, but if this thing doesn't work out, no one will blame him. That's right. He's so talented at such a young age. Our outpost is just his starting point. His willingness to do something for us is reason enough for us to be grateful. Song Ling's eyes welled up slightly as she listened. She was also one of these mech girls. Over the years, she had witnessed countless sisters vanish, never to return, forever on the battlefield. If anyone in this world needed hope and longing the most, it would undoubtedly be these warriors fighting on the front lines. Come and count them. Watching the mech girls line up, Song Ling finally made up her mind. Her military merits were enough to redeem an A-rank module upgrade. Whether it was military merit or seniority, she met all the requirements. If Su Li truly couldn't make it, then she would become an A-rank mech girl and request a transfer from the outpost to the main battlefield. Even if she died there, she would win back the module for these sisters. Su Li had no idea what was happening outside. He had simply found 038, who was sitting idle. She was leaning against the window, looking down. Her long legs were clad in black stockings, her blue skirt tightly hugging her pert hips. Her slender waist swayed gently as she hummed an unknown ballad. "Sister, are you interested in opening a grocery store?" 038 was startled by the words and straightened up. She reached out to smooth the hair that had fallen by her ear, a look of disbelief on her face. "Grocery store? Here?" Suli leaned against the window, pointing to a vacant shop in the center of town. "Yes, look at that shop. We trade with military merits. We have a wide variety of goods, everything." Military merits? She instantly understood what Suli was up to. She quickly moved closer to him and whispered, "Brother, I know you want to accumulate military merits to upgrade Lightning and the others, but isn't it a bit unkind to trade our ordinary goods for military merits?" Her weapon rubbed against Suli's arm, and a pleasant fragrance emanated from her. Suli blushed involuntarily and quietly moved aside. "I'm not trying to trick them. The goods I'm selling include upgrade modules. How can something like this, which is mutually agreed upon, be considered cheating?" "What did you say? Upgrade modules?" 038's voice suddenly rose in disbelief. She knew that Mechanical Island cared deeply about their brothers, but to be so concerned as to trade modules was a bit too much. What did the governor want? Let Suli form a team at the outpost. Han Hai, in the office, ears perked up. He involuntarily walked to the door and pressed his ear against it. On the sofa, Hong Ying struggled to turn her head to see what she was doing, but couldn't. She could only look across at Lightning, but she quickly lost hope. Lightning was sound asleep, unaware of the tears trickling from the corners of his mouth. Han Hai listened to the conversation outside, his heart pounding. What exactly did the forces behind Suli want? Did they want him to form a team at the outpost? They were brazenly discussing the module in the hallway. Especially since one of them was a squad leader from the inspection team. The division and corruption within the team were even more serious than she had imagined. The once fiery will had been eroded. The evil hand had already reached into the inspection team, and they were openly discussing it, oblivious to her presence in the office. What about the guards? She suddenly remembered last night when 032 burst into the bedroom, gun in hand. The muzzle was vague, always pointed in her direction. What did this mean? Han Hai no longer dared to think. No wonder they couldn't find anything. There was nothing to find. The guards and the inspection team were all his people. Even the mecha girls outside were almost all Suli's people. No one could resist the temptation of the modules. She was now in a desperate situation. The only way to leave the outpost was with the Regal, but the Regal had been contracted the moment he arrived. They had already determined that she couldn't leave the outpost. Only two outcomes awaited her. One was to fight to the death, only to be tied up and tortured by a group of mecha girls, ultimately succumbing to Suli's tyranny. The other was to join them in the corruption. Han Hai clutched the terminal tightly in her hand. Between resistance and compromise, she resolutely chose to report to the Mecha Island. The terminal screen was dead silent. No matter how she tried, it wouldn't light up. Click! Han Hai collapsed helplessly to the ground. She should have known better, hadn't she? They were discussing this openly in the hallway, so how could they not be tampering with her terminal? Suli said 038 to tidy up the shop before pushing open the door and entering the command room. As soon as he entered, he saw Han Hai slumped on the ground. She tried to hug her legs and curl herself up, but her breasts were too large to hold her in place. She looked up at him, tears streaming down her face, a look of pity. In her sight, Suli lowered his head, his gaze piercing with all-seeing confidence. A sneer lingered as he slowly bent down, grasped her arm, and gently pulled her up from the ground. A cold voice echoed beside her. "How can you be so careless? You're such a grown-up, yet you still fell down at the door? Your eyes are blurry with tears, so you must be hurt." Han Hai remained silent, only to feel the demon's hand before him, surprisingly warm. Chapter 92. Preparing the shop wasn't as difficult as one might imagine. After learning that the shop belonged to Suli, the mech girls spontaneously used some simple materials to renovate it. Everyone was curious about what kind of goods Suli would sell. However, in response to the numerous mech girls' questions, 038 always smiled kindly, telling them to stay tuned. Behind that kind smile lay a fierce expression on 038's face. Besides knowing that Suli would sell modules, she had no idea what other matching items he had. Until he presented her with a professional dress. 038, in her blue business suit, immediately caught Suli's eye. She had a curvaceous figure. The system-made clothing perfectly hugged her curves, save for her chest, of course. Feeling Suli's scanning gaze, 038 glared at him fiercely, adding a touch of charm. She really suited the color blue, accentuating her fair skin. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, showcased her perfectly defined curves. Su Li said that if all the teachers at the academy were this caliber, he'd study until the academy closed down. Look at me again, or your lightning will gouge your eyes out. Su Li quickly waved his hand in surrender, and led her into the store's warehouse. The shelves inside had been filled with various cardboard boxes. Boxes of goods, categorized and placed on the shelves, varied in size, yet filled the small warehouse. 038 walked over and opened several of the boxes. In addition to various clothes and daily necessities, there were even snacks popular with many girls. The variety of items wasn't large, but each one exceeded her expectations. Sis, this shop is now yours. Research and decide how to price the various items. We'll only accept trades for military merit. Modules must be traded at their original price, and all other pricing decisions will be handled by me. You'll also be responsible for staff appointments. Our shop will be open for 3 hours daily, after missions are completed. This town can't just be a decoration, we need to bring it back to life. Su Li looked outside. There were only a few shops open in the small square. Most mecha girls only had time to wander after missions. Before he arrived, they spent most of their time renovating. Though things are much better now, the small square still lacks traffic. The previous commander wanted to revitalize the base, so he'd bring it back to life. The system's lottery wouldn't be a waste, and the mall had an absurd amount of items. He could trade for anything he really needed with military merit, saving the mechanical island from any worries. Next to the fountain, a small golden head peered toward the shop. Han Hai, noticing Su Li's gaze, quickly retracted his head. He frowned slightly, as he looked at the chest jutting out from behind the green belt. For some reason, this new deputy captain of the inspection team had been ogling him ever since he helped her once. Could her real reason for coming here be to keep an eye on him? But if she was really just spying, shouldn't she have brought in someone more professional? In his sight, a small hand clutched a chest, pushing it hard. Su Li simply turned around and pointed to a cardboard box in the warehouse. Sister, these are the modules. The first batch is small, 20 sets of Class C modules, which is 120 yuan. You can sell them based on the information Song Ling provided. Don't worry if you don't have any. I'll come back regularly to restock. Upon hearing this, 038 quickly walked over to the box and opened it. Sure enough, she saw neatly arranged modules inside. She turned to look at Su Li, then at the box before her. She quickly peered outside before whispering, "My dear brother, are these modules? They're the lifeblood of the mech girls. If you didn't lock them up in a safe, you should at least keep them somewhere safe. And you just picked up a random box and carried them all over here? What's the big deal? We're all family at the outpost, aren't we?" Su Li's words, family, completely stunned 038. She didn't know how Su Li had managed to acquire so many modules. She only knew that with all the military merits accumulated by the mech girls at the base over the years, he couldn't possibly have gotten so many modules. Even if the governor had treated him with a different eye, it wouldn't have been possible. The fate of each module was jointly approved by the Mech Island and the Human Council. They would never allow such a large number of modules to be concentrated in one place. The price of gathering so many modules at once was undoubtedly high. Furthermore, the users of these modules were a group of mecha girls without pilots. This meant that even after completing their upgrades and entering the battlefield, their capabilities would be limited. She tightened her grip on the box slightly, feeling a mixture of emotions. 038 suddenly let go of the box, turned around, and hugged Su Li. She had never seen anyone go to such great lengths for another mecha girl. 120 modules. He had practically plundered the entire mecha girl island. Although the modules were low level, they were perfectly suited for the mecha girls at the outpost. Su Li, although I'm not qualified, I still want to thank you on behalf of the 238 mech girls at the outpost. You truly gave them a second chance at life. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, Su Li's entire body stiffened. Resting his drooping hands on her waist or the pert curve of her back would have been inappropriate, but with such a captivating figure, resting them on her back would have seemed disrespectful. Thankfully, 038 didn't hold him for long and released him in time. The two stood in the warehouse overflowing with goods, staring at each other in silence. 038 realized her actions were somewhat inappropriate, and awkwardly fiddled with her hair. But this gesture only made her look even more attractive. Han Hai narrowed his eyes slightly behind his glasses. He emerged from the greenery where he had hidden himself and moved closer to the store. The newly refurbished store didn't have any merchandise on display. But judging by the size of the display, there was definitely a wide variety of goods on sale. She couldn't understand why Su Li ignored her. Did he truly believe she was completely at his mercy, powerless to cause any trouble? Or did he believe the forces behind him were powerful enough to rival the mechanical island? Han Hai's mind raced, constructing every possible scenario. From the Human Council to the Royal Guards and the inspection team. After much deliberation, he couldn't find any visible force capable of such a feat. Clearly, Aka Industries alone had previously been enough to force him into a corner. But now, everything was becoming even more confusing. Could everything that had happened before been orchestrated by the Human Council? Out of the corner of her eye, she saw 038 in the warehouse, hugging Su Li, his hind legs slightly raised. So, he was using his beauty trap on 038? Chapter 93. Outside the pass, many mecha girls were engaged in a fierce duel. The daily training mission never ceased. Li Tianlang and Zhang Chongping, piloting their respective mecha girls, joined forces against the enemy, battling Zhang Chaoyang. Zhang Chongping gritted his teeth, holding his shield high and holding the front. Every time he faced his father's tricky attacks, he had to be extremely vigilant to barely withstand them. Li Tianlang, manipulating Yurong, imitated Zhang Chaoyang and honed his own offensive style. He was like a desperately thirsty sponge, desperately absorbing all the water it could. The fact that Su Li had noticed him was proof that he was a genius. In just a few days, he was already able to fight Zhang Chaoyang in a reciprocal manner. Ever since meeting Su Li and witnessing his skills, he knew that to further improve his skills, he either had to spend every day with Su Li or step onto the battlefield and fight for his life. For this reason, he repeatedly mentioned Su Li to the club, hoping that Sansheng Heavy Industry would transfer resources and sign a real contract with Su Li. But the result was that he was also abandoned by the company, and sent here by the mechanical island. Life on his home planet was stable, but he refused to settle for mediocrity. He had always dreamed of standing at the top of the podium, fantasizing about one day galloping across the battlefield. But after meeting Su Li, that dream was shattered. Talent? What a joke. All he needed now was unwavering effort, and more effort. Now that he had arrived on the battlefield, he couldn't remain huddled in the base. He needed to grow quickly, to meet Su Li's expectations as quickly as possible. Only then could he join him on the battlefield, instead of perpetually training at the gates of the outpost. He also wanted the mecha girls at the base to be filled with sparkles whenever they mentioned him. The training ground is a battlefield. Distracted? Only death awaits you. What do you want to do? You don't want to save your own life, and you want to sacrifice your mecha girls? Zhang Qiang slashed his greatsword away, burying it high on the mountain wall. The stink bug hanging on it was blown over by the strong wind. I'm sorry. Don't say sorry to me. Say sorry to your mecha girl. Zhang Chaoyang cursed on the surface, but a trace of heartache flashed inside. Li Tianlang was pushing himself too hard. Everything needs to be done in moderation. He was stretched too tight, and if it broke, he would never be able to get up again. The mecha unfurled, and Li Tianlang was once again lifted by Yurong and placed on the bench near the pass. It seemed to have become a permanent seat for him and Zhang Chongping. His trembling fingers couldn't even open the turmo. The aches throughout his body made him feel truly alive, more real than ever before. Su Li walked out of the narrow pass and looked at Li Tianlang, who was nearly collapsed into a pulp. He smiled, called out to Yurong, and tossed her a small bag. Yurong took it and opened it, revealing a neatly arranged row of potions. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. She pulled out a tube and held it up to the sunlight, but couldn't make out anything. The amber-colored liquid shone brightly, and the tube bore no instructions. It's a strengthening solution, capable of enhancing a pilot's physique. Don't drink too much, just 2 bottles a day. He walked over to the bench, sat down next to Li Tianlang, and whispered in his ear, My shop will open after training this afternoon. I'll give you a little insider information. It's got something you might like. Li Tianlang's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice. Master, what is that? Go straight through the door. There's a small private area with all sorts of uniforms. Don't say Master didn't take care of you. You can owe me your military merits. It's considered an internal benefit. Li Tianlang felt a surge of primordial energy surge through him. His hands stopped shaking, and his back felt less sore. He grabbed Yurong, who was studying the strengthening fluid beside him, and offered to train for a few more rounds. As long as Yurong saw his efforts, then even a small reward was well deserved. Su Li glanced at the energized Li Tianlang with amusement, raising an eyebrow slightly. Still thinking about random things, it seemed the training wasn't intense enough. Zhang Chongping trembled as he walked over to the stool and collapsed onto it, his eyes glassy and his limbs twitching. Beside him, Jiandun was also sweating, his face pale. Their state was the epitome of extreme training. Jiandun, who always liked to pick on him, opened and closed his mouth, only to mutter unconsciously. High-intensity combat, requiring intense concentration, is the most grueling. Zhang Chumping's pupils visibly shrank. The laziness of youth will come back to haunt him in the future. Su Li placed a packet of strengthening fluid in Zhang Chumping's hand, then narrowed his eyes to gaze at the mecha girls training at the front of the pass. Many blue and white mecha girls were also training, applying the combat techniques they learned from Su Li, bit by bit, to the group before them. Even if they couldn't execute many of the moves perfectly, the short training period still showed some progress. "Instructor, you're here. See how our training is going?" 537 leaned over, smiling beautifully. The hem of her blue and white uniform fluttered in the wind, and her slender figure stood tall, looking ever so energetic. "Very good. At this rate, you sisters should be proficient in this technique within 2 weeks. On the battlefield, coordinated operations are also crucial. They have experience in this area, and you can learn from each other." He reached out and rubbed 537's head. Seeing her eyes narrow like a kitten, he pulled a few chocolates from his pocket and placed them in her hand. 537's eyes lit up instantly, and she jumped twice in joy before quickly pocketing them. This wasn't one of those mushy military-issue treats. The high-end packaging told you it wasn't cheap. "Thank you, instructor. Where did you get these goodies?" Su Li patted his chest and said mysteriously, "It took a lot of effort to open up a channel. Didn't your captain tell you? The shop will open after training today. There are lots of small items inside, so don't be overwhelmed by the choices." "Open today? Then I'll go tell the sisters now." Watching her happily run away, Su Li once again cast his gaze upon the wilderness before him. No matter where he looked, it was an endless expanse of earthy yellow, devoid of any sign of life. The wind whirled dust across this seemingly lifeless land, exuding a desolate atmosphere. But everyone present knew that beneath this earthy yellow ground lay countless deadly dangers. He looked back toward the inner side of the pass. There, amidst the lush greenery, lay the steadfast perseverance of over 200 mech girls for years, and their hopes for the future. Tonight at the outpost was destined to be a sleepless night for many mech girls. Chapter 94. Nothing could be more relaxing and enjoyable than a barbecue after a tiring day. If there was, it would probably be a few pitchers of cold beer. At night, by the town's fountain, Kayling and several mech girls were busy at the grill in front of a bonfire. The rich aroma could be smelled even from the pass several kilometers away. It was so fragrant it made one's mouth water. The mech girls who weren't on duty sat in groups of 3 or 4 around a small table, tucking into the sizzling, oily barbecue. The chilled lubricant was incredibly soothing, and paired with the chewy legs of a large dung beetle, all the mech girls' faces beamed with genuine satisfaction. Lightning, finally free to move, held the lubricant in one hand, and the grilled meat skewers in the other, devouring the food with a sizzling taste. Hong Ying sat beside her, also eating silently. Heiyu ate nibbles of his food, his eyes involuntarily glancing towards 038's shop, a hopeful look in his eyes. The small square was brightly lit. Although most shops had colorful lights on, they didn't even have any salespeople. A large number of mech girls crowded around the entrance of Su Li's shop, peeking inside. 038 worked quickly. In just one day, the merchandise was arranged and priced perfectly. He even recruited 3 teammates to act as salespeople. Many mech girls, gazing through the windows at the dazzling array of goods inside, eagerly lined up outside. As soon as the shop opened, they swarmed in. The inside was bustling with activity. They had no choice but to limit the number of people allowed in at once, giving the overworked 038 a chance to catch their breath. Many people lined up outside, the entire line seemingly circling the fountain twice. They stood in line, excitedly discussing the store's wares, holding their barbecue, eating as they waited. This was before 038 announced the availability of modules. If that had happened, she wouldn't have even had a chance to breathe. Every mecha girl entered the store with anticipation. But all the mecha girls who emerged had strange expressions. They looked as if they had both been extremely satisfied, and yet also empty after such immense satisfaction. That strange look intensified the curiosity of the mecha girls waiting outside. Before they could ask, those who had already purchased items quickly left, clutching their bags, leaving no one a chance to inquire. This only made them even more anxious, eager to get in and take a closer look. Han Hai stood at the end of the line, a paper bag filled with fragrant roasted wood lice. She had never seen such a scene anywhere on the battlefield before. There was no trace of the urgency of a battlefield here, Instead, there was a sense of relaxation that made one utterly immersed. At that moment, it seemed as if all the mecha girls had forgotten they were soldiers, chattering away like little sisters arm in arm shopping in a stable city in the rear. The scene was inappropriate, yet strangely comforting. The contentment and happiness on the mecha girls' faces was something the stable rear had never possessed. Han-Hai couldn't understand, but that didn't stop her from blending in. She had already reported all her findings to the mecha island. But the order she received was only to wait and see. So she wasn't slacking off, she was simply blending in completely, disguising herself as a member of the outpost. The mecha island told her to wait and see what would happen, and Suli let her do as she pleased. Before her underground role was completely rendered useless, tied up and threatened, she felt the need to treat herself to something. For example, the unique dress in the window. It might not be the right size, but she hadn't bought clothes in her right size in years. The thought of her dorm back home, filled with all her cherished possessions, made her feel as if her flesh was being cut. If she could bring even half of them with her, she would surely be the most beautiful girl in this town. Inside the shop, 038, who had never expected business to be so booming, silently counted the remaining modules. For each incoming batch of mecha girls, she would follow Su Li's instructions, and give them instructions before selling them according to the module information they registered. Each module was priced at 30,000 military merits, according to Mecha Island standards. This price was a surprising sum for all the mecha girls at the outpost. On some black markets, even 50,000 military merits might not be enough to buy a module like this. Applying through regular channels often results in a long wait with no response. None of them, as 038 had imagined, were curious about the module's origins. They simply saluted 038 silently, then, after purchasing the modules they needed, shopped for a few more items in the store, concealing the modules they cherished like their lives, and exited the shop with a quizzical expression. 038 could guarantee that many mecha girls didn't even know what the items they taken were. Because she saw with her own eyes a mech girl take a box of pregnancy test sticks, pay the military merit, and walk out. 038 had no idea such unreliable items were even mixed in with this batch of goods. She firmly believed Su Li was also unaware. Thankfully, while such items existed, they were rare. She symbolically collected 2 military merit points and watched her leave. The remaining modules were few. 120 wasn't a lot, as most mech girls needed at least 2 modules to complete an upgrade. Those with weaker stats would need even more. However, the mech girls tacitly agreed to only buy 1. They kept the rest for the girls behind them. Even so, nearly half of the mech girls didn't buy any modules. But they didn't leave empty-handed either. After sweeping the store, they left satisfied. Han-Hai watched helplessly as the dress was bought by a mech with a buzz cut, a huge question mark hanging over her head. The sobug in her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. When she finally stepped into the store, she saw only empty shelves. The mech in front of her had traded 3 military merit points for the last bag of candy. In the entire shop, besides a few employees, there was only a box of Pokemon left. In the small shop, all the mechs had their eyes on her. They were all carrying something, many of which they didn't even need. But they bought it anyway. The glances made Han-Hai's scalp tingle. It seemed that if she left empty-handed, she would incur public wrath, be tied up on the spot, and subjected to threats and inducements. Good. 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 You all really understand the ways of the world. You have to support your boss's shop no matter what, right? With a look of struggle, she picked up the small, square box from the shelf and placed it on the counter in front of 038. 038 glanced at the merchandise before him, a strange look crossing his face. His boss truly cared about Su Li's business. She even bought something no one wanted just to make Su Li look good. It seems the Mechanical Island's attitude towards Su Li, TSK. Commander, I'll give you 40 military merits for stopping the L's. Han-Hai, weeping, pulled out her terminal and placed it on the cash register. As the military merits chimed in, she suddenly felt a deep sense of recognition from the gazes of the mecha girls around her. It was as if what she had just bought wasn't just some L-stopping item, but the faith they had always held in their hearts. At that moment, she even recalled the oath she'd taken when she joined the inspection corps. Chapter 95. After Su Li's shop closed, the rest of the town finally came alive and resumed normal business. Mecha girls in casual attire wandered the town, chattering and enjoying the leisurely after-hours break. Military merit was a currency throughout the battlefield. They purchased the odds and ends they needed, their smiles etched on their faces, never fading. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and every mecha girl who passed by Suli stopped to salute. Everyone could clearly sense their heartfelt respect for him. Reducing the risks of field missions, improving the quality of base food, his superb piloting skills, and his overwhelming force, all of this might convince the mecha girls to accept him as their leader. But the appearance of the module brought a glimmer of determination to the eyes of all of them as they looked at Suli. The low-level mecha girls, without their pilots, became cannon fodder. They all knew and understood their situation. They were the very definition of misfortune, for their past lives had been bleak, with no future, but now everything was different. A ray of light had shone into their lives. He was so piercing, so dazzling, that a gentle warmth welled up in everyone's heart. That's unnecessary. I'm your superior during the day, and at the end of the day, there's no need to be so formal. It's just recreational time. No need to make it so formal. If anyone salutes me again, I'll be furious. All day, I haven't even sat down to eat, and you're not saluting me, you're just trying to rip me off. The mecha girls left, their smiles covering their mouths. Suli then sat back on his stool, picked up his long cold barbecue, and stuffed it into his mouth. 038 closed the shop, and sat down next to Suli. In less than 3 hours, the store was completely sold out. The military merit earned for modules alone amounted to a full 3.6 million. The other various supplies, along with various other items, also provided nearly 100,000 military merit. It was foreseeable that if the modules could be supplied continuously for 3 days, Suli would have accumulated over 10 million military merit. Such military merit, no matter who possessed it, would be extremely eye-catching. Exchanging a large number of modules would surely attract the attention of the Human Council. However, if they could not be exchanged for modules, these military merits would become worthless virtual values. Suli received the military merits transferred by 038 and couldn't help but think of his own system. If energy points could be converted into military merits, then perhaps he could infinitely acquire modules to enhance the strength of all the mecha girls in the outpost. Unfortunately, the current system lacks such a feature. Suli didn't even know the specific upgrade requirements, let alone any notifications, before it could be upgraded again. He opened the military merits system on the terminal and clicked the submit button. An S-level module cost 150,000 military merits each. The price was nearly double that of an A-level module. He applied for 4 sets at once, spending the merits he earned. Success or failure didn't bother him. At this stage, even if he had an S-level module, he wouldn't dare upgrade his own mecha. His current physique simply couldn't handle the upgraded mecha girl. But if he didn't upgrade her, she'd lose her strength once more if she encountered a large number of Zerg. He seemed to be stuck in a vicious cycle, but that didn't stop him from purchasing S-class modules to impress the Human Council. He was following all the proper procedures, and the robot island wouldn't hold him back. After all, the modules he purchased weren't for his own use. The robot island wouldn't interfere with any materials that benefited the mecha girl. So the choice was once again returned to the Human Council. Would they give it to her or not? Give it, and she'd be unhappy. If she didn't, Suli rubbed his hands, grinning a bit sinisterly. Lightning swallowed the barbecue in his mouth, and stole a glance at Suli's expression. He looked just like this when he massaged her legs. Thinking of this, Lightning couldn't help but blush. Looking at the many glamorously dressed women in town, she wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth, and suddenly remembered that she seemed to have seen several boxes under Suli's bed. She looked down at her oversized t-shirt, then back at 038's dress, a thoughtful flicker in her beautiful eyes. At a small table not far away, Yuerong was wearing a backless long dress, her long lavender hair tied up high. Li Tianlang was like a pig, his mouth wide open, as if he had lost the ability to chew. Yuerong cut the barbecue into small pieces, picked up some with chopsticks, and placed them in his mouth. He didn't chew, and his saliva flowed profusely. Lightning silently observed everything, then hurriedly wiped his mouth, and ran towards the dormitory without even saying hello. Suli stared at Lightning's retreating back in surprise. He had never seen her so impulsive. Master, I have to leave too. I have some things to do in the lab. Let Hongying accompany you. Heyu wiped his mouth and stood up to leave as well. Hongying blushed and quietly moved closer to Suli. 038 also sat down in Lightning's previous seat, turning to look at Heyu's back with some confusion. It seems the experiment may have reached a critical juncture. Otherwise, given that girl's temper, she'd be dying to hang on to you one day. Suli shook his head and focused on the barbecue in front of him. He knew nothing about the experiment and couldn't help Heyu. Since the lab staff arrived, he had only gone down twice. It wasn't that he didn't care, but that he didn't understand anything. He went down twice, only to be treated as a nuisance by the lab staff. The only information he knew was that you had established 2 experimental teams, one responsible for refining AKA's research findings, and the other for continuous reverse engineering. No one knew how long AKA Industrial's research had lasted, nor how many secret laboratories he still had yet to discover, conducting ongoing research in secret. He was racing against time to prevent certain ruthless individuals and AKA from committing acts that would undermine the integrity of the defenses. She now frequently slept on Su Li's bed, never getting more than 2 hours sleep before returning to the lab. I hope everything goes well. Our base is getting better and better, and it will surely be even better in the future. Although it's just an outpost, all we need to do is act as a stronghold. 038 nodded in agreement. Matters on the front lines, to be honest, were not theirs to worry about. She crossed her legs, her plump thighs intertwined, and her body involuntarily leaned towards Su Li, pressing against him. Every mecha girl I saw had a smile on her face. At that moment, this small outpost seemed like a Garden of Eden for over 200 mecha girls. Chapter 96. After a satisfying meal, Su Li watched Hong Ying return to her room before pushing open the door to the command room. Lightning wasn't curled up on the sofa, reading, as he expected. The entire command room was empty, devoid of any sound. A faint light shone through the crack of the bedroom door. The door, forcibly demolished countless times, had essentially lost its function as a door. He only taken 2 steps when he saw through the gap a figure curled up inside. Her fiery red hair was loose, and she lay half-slumped on the bed, wrapped in the quilt. One hand rested on her cheek, as she gazed intently at the terminal on the pillow. Lightning's sense of relaxation always brought a sense of relief to him. He pushed open the door. The broken door seemed to have torn its throat, creaking a long ghostly sound. But it didn't disturb Lightning's reading at all. It seemed she understood that she had played a large role in the bedroom door's condition. What are you looking at so intently? Is it another one of those the Empress has cavities, and the cause is my diabetes stories? Lightning shook her head quickly, and set the terminal aside. She gazed intently at Su Li as he entered, slowly opening the quilt she was clutching tightly. The low-cut black nightgown accentuated her fair complexion. The interweaving of lace and tulle revealed a slender figure, illuminating it in the light. The satin skirt flowed even smoother, tightly wrapped around her slender waist. Below, she revealed her long legs. At 5 feet 4 inches tall, Lightning's legs looked exceptionally long, clad in garter stockings, exuding a unique allure. Her cheeks flushed, and she bit her lower lip lightly, her gaze blazing as she gazed at her master. Her grip on the blanket trembled slightly, revealing her inner nervousness and excitement. Ever since that last peck on his cheek, their relationship seemed to have reached a stagnation. She clearly wanted to take things a step further, but she couldn't muster the courage. Especially after that kiss, her wooden master hadn't even given a hint. Though he remained as kind to her as ever, what she longed for was the kind of explosive, raging fire from a novel. Finally, she discarded the blanket and tiptoed slowly towards Su Li. His gaze was so intense that she could clearly feel it roaming over her. While not as shrewd as Li Tianlong's gaze on Yurong, the intensity of that gaze made her instinctively cover the hem of her skirt. His master's favorite thing must be her legs. Her body trembled slightly, and she tried to suppress the various erotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She had only taken 2 steps when the masculine figure approached. The orange light bathed the bedroom in warmth. The 2 of them fell together, gradually collapsing. Lightning pecked at Su Li's mouth like a woodpecker, her body shivering subconsciously each time she felt his warmth. It was a pleasure quite different from being driven by him. It captivated her, unable to extricate herself. Su Li felt a fire burning in his chest. He stared at Lightning in his arms, at her slender neck, wishing he could transform into a wild beast in the next second. The pajamas were system-made, and the quality was impeccable. He held Lightning with one arm, and with the other, he moved his hand down from her neck. The fabric was so slippery that his large hand couldn't stop. He couldn't bear it any longer. The springy, slippery touch was simply unbearable. If he didn't do something tonight, he wouldn't be able to sleep. But what was she going to do next? Every time Su Li tried to get up, Lightning pinned her down against the pillow, and she pecked her again and again. For 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Su Li's head, overwhelmed by the heat of her blood, began to cool. Lightning, her face flushed crimson before him, continued to peck vigorously. If he hadn't said anything to stop her, she was sure Lightning would have kept pecking until dawn, for eternity. Lightning, should we take the next step? She glanced at him with a mesmerized look, then fell into a moment of confusion. Her gently trembling body was already tinged with a faint pink. She smoothed the hair that fell by her ear, and her gaze at Su Li suddenly cleared for a moment. Next step? I understand. She grabbed Su Li's arm, flipped him face down, and pressed her body directly onto him. Su Li shuddered, feeling uneasy all over. Question mark. From the small bedroom, his roar suddenly rang out. Stop! Stop! You stop! Lightning silently raised her head, a look of deep confusion on her face. Outside the bedroom, distinct footsteps echoed. Hey Yu hummed a cheerful tune and entered as the door creaked open. She swayed in place, the hem of her short maid outfit with an apron flying, her white over-the-knee socks giving her the perfect amount of tightness. Master, look at my maid outfit. I put it on just for you, and you like it. Su Li lay sprawled on the bed, clutching the pillow tightly with both hands, his face grim. Lightning, clad in a black lace nightgown, lay on Su Li's back. As He Yu's eyes widened, Lightning's waist swayed involuntarily. Her eyes dimmed for a moment, then burst into an unprecedented brilliance. Su Li took a deep breath, turned around, and pointed to the bedside, suppressing his rage with all his might. Every one of you. Kneel down. He Yu fell to his knees with a thud. His movements were fluid and silky. Lightning looked at Su Li, whose face was filled with anger, with a bewildered expression. With a puzzled look, he knelt beside He Yu. Su Li felt his head buzzing, as if it were the engines of 3 mechas, threatening to explode. He ripped open his shirt, feeling a bit more relaxed. Good. Really good. This is truly a reversal of fate. He grabbed the terminal on the bedside table and opened it. Sure enough, after only 2 or 3 lines, he saw a description of a lewd scene. Lightning. Lightning R5. If I catch you reading this crap again, I'll find you a mecha theory and make you recite it from beginning to end. He placed the terminal on Lightning's head. Kneel down. Don't stand up until you can't figure out where you're wrong. His good mood was ruined by a single blow. Su Li felt like his soul was about to burst out of his body. There was a bustle coming from the elevator. He had just left the bedroom to see what was going on when a bunch of mecha girls rushed in, carrying him out. Hearty laughter filled the communications building. No one paid any attention to the hint of resentment on his face. The joy of a promotion was enough to dissolve so many things. Like the gloom of the past, or his current sullen expression. Su Li only remembered being carried aloft by the drone girls, and paraded around the base 3 times. Their passion was so intense that even Su Li, who was furious to the point of exhaustion, was infected, and he joined them, howling like a madman in the middle of the night. Until they began tearing at his clothes. Some took the buttons, some the belt. Even the drone girls, unable to find anything to keep as souvenirs, ripped his uniform to shreds, each taking a small piece of cloth. If he hadn't held on for dear life, they would have torn off his underwear. He only knew that he had stalked like a thief that first time, escaping their clutches and successfully entering the communications tower. In the hall, Junwei, holding a grilled barbecue, stared in amazement at Su Li, who was left with only his shorts and a shirt with only the collar left. His eyes began to light up. It must be said, although the master always dressed strangely, he looked quite good. Han Hai hid in the shadows behind Junwei, eyes lowered. She had never seen, let alone imagined, someone so revered by so many mech girls. Until today, she had witnessed it. The 238 mech girls had diverse personalities, many of whom had never even spoken to Su Li. But that didn't stop them from liking him, respecting him, obeying him, and following him. For a moment, she even saw a hint of even him. The mech island had replied. It said Yihua was on the way for reinforcements. She desperately needed Yihua to appear before her as soon as possible. If he was too late, she feared she would be drawn into it, unable to extricate herself. Chapter 97. On the mechanical island, Eve hunched over her desk, narrowing her eyes at the module application submitted by Su Li, and simply clicked approve. She didn't care where Su Li's large batch of low-level modules came from. She only knew that the group of pilotless mech girls were also part of the mechanical island. Instead of arguing with the human council about these large quantities of modules, she clearly appreciated Su Li's current approach. It's already here, let's use it first. What's wrong with collecting military merits? What pilot doesn't collect military merits on the battlefield? Isn't he collecting military merits to exchange for upgrade modules for his mech girls? Such behavior is reasonable. After all, the low-level modules he used to upgrade the mech girls weren't given by the mechanical island. Even if the human council wanted to find fault, they would first investigate within themselves. It had nothing to do with their own mechanical island. She glanced at the terminal with a smile. Then her smile suddenly fell. Yi Hua's position was getting farther and farther away, heading in the opposite direction of Leng Suishing. Fortunately, I threw her out too, otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos would have broken out on the home planet. Yi Hua was feasting on her seat on the transport ship. Supplies were bound to be scarce at the outpost. She had to eat a few pounds more before reaching the outpost. At least she could eat to her heart's content, so she wouldn't have to wait until she got there and had nothing to eat. Look at that live streamer, they're all eating bugs. If they keep eating like that for 2 months, Han Hai's treasure would sag. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Han Hai, who hadn't prepared anything and just went straight there. She shoved the chicken leg from the plate into her mouth, still unsatisfied. When she took it out again, only a bone remained. Since Han Hai had been diligent by her side for so many years, she'd be merciful and bring her a few snacks. Who could be so soft-hearted? Swirling the fragrant lubricant in the cup, Yi Hua burped and, still unsatisfied, lay back on the recliner, squinting at the vast starry sky. Dozens of starships had broken through the wormhole and were resupplying at a nearby space station. Their massive hulls looked majestic and technologically advanced. Countless pilots and mechas launched from the decks and swarmed into the space station. Atop the starships, the massive insignia of the Human Council was clearly visible even from a distance. XR-379 Mothership Formation? Yi Hua straightened himself, staring at the starships before him without blinking. They shouldn't be here. They should be on the main battlefield in the north. So why were they in the south? She picked up her terminal and quickly reported everything she'd seen and heard to Eve. She stared intently at the massive ship, observing every move of the crew aboard. But the message she sent to Eve fell on deaf ears, receiving no response. She checked her terminal, confirmed the signal wasn't blocked, and edited and sent it again. After sending more than 10 messages, she finally received a reply from Eve. 2 arms, please check your location. Yi Hua opened his terminal and sank back into his chair with a dejected look on his face. He thought he'd seen through the Human Council's conspiracy, but to his surprise, he'd been on the wrong ship. Please fasten your seatbelts. We will begin our jump in 3 minutes, bound for the Zebra Galaxy, the northernmost region of the Federation. Please remain in your seats and refrain from wandering around the cabin. This journey will arrive at the first space supply station in 2 weeks. Passengers needing to transfer can do so at the first space supply station. Yi Hua listened to the announcement and silently opened a box filled with snacks. It wasn't that she didn't bring any for Han Hai, but by the time she arrived, these snacks would most likely have expired. She shouldn't have been so greedy and bought these near-expiry foods. Now she'd eaten them all. In the Human Council's meeting room, a group of council members reviewed the nearly completed module application forms, checking the military merit information one by one, waiting to submit them to the mechanical island for final approval. Behind a large conference table, Zhang Guoyang sneered disdainfully at the application before him. He picked up the form, crumpled it up, and tossed it into the trash can. For sets of S-Class modules? He really dared to ask for them. Not to mention, he only had 2 S-Class mechas. Even if he had 4, getting S-Class modules from the Human Council would be a pipe dream. Zhang Guoyang's eyes narrowed slightly at the thought of him being the catalyst for AKA Industrial's downfall. He's really capable. Could he have been a grasshopper in his previous life? He's so resilient. He can survive resource shortages and survive bombings. Not only is he still alive and kicking despite wave after wave of attacks, he's even now live streaming, something that can't be shut down. The key problem is that if he hadn't risen, it would have been fine. But he had, in a remarkably short time, already caused a stir on his home planet. Some in the military even edited videos of him battling the Zerg for recruitment propaganda. After a few videos, the number of pilots recruited had more than tripled. He truly couldn't understand how a mere bug could have amassed such immense influence in such a short time. Could someone be building up momentum for him? Otherwise, where did he get over 3 million military merits? Wasn't he transferred to some outpost? Did he sneak into the main battlefield? But even if it was the main battlefield, amassing the military merits for 4 S-Class modules in such a short time was a pipe dream. Unless he tricked those low-level scumbags. Well, a clown could only rely on this little skill to trick scumbags into giving him military merits. He grinned, as if he already imagined Su Li being attacked by that bunch of scumbags. Or more likely, he'd be abandoned by them while he went out to exterminate the bugs. Zhang Guoyang compiled the list to be transmitted to the mechanical island and placed it on an old fax machine. Watching the machine churn out form after form, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Having reached this position, he naturally enjoyed privileges. For example, he could reject Su Li's application, and for that matter, Even in today's technologically advanced world, he still stubbornly used an outdated fax machine. Watching the forms being recorded one by one, he could even imagine Su Li's frustration and resentment when his application was rejected. He could also imagine the rage and fury of that proud woman with long light blue hair. In the mechanical island, a member of the royal guard placed a thick stack of forms in front of Eve. She casually flipped through them, and when she found Su Li's form missing, she picked up a piece of paper and scribbled a few words. She handed it to the royal guard. Then, lazily, he slumped down again, his eyes narrowed. The guard saluted Eve, who had once again slumped over the table, and returned to the fax machine with the paper, placing it on top. Zhang Guoyang hummed a tune cheerfully, awaiting a reply from the mechanical island. He didn't even have to wait long before a piece of paper landed in front of him. Written in large letters, "Criticize you." Chapter 98. Yu has taken on a new research direction, analyzing the specific components of the strengthening fluid. This isn't her area of expertise, but fortunately, there are always some people in the lab who have strayed from the right path and enjoy studying all sorts of things. More accurately, everyone else has strayed from the right path in their respective fields. For example, the researchers in the lab all felt that it was absurd that such a promising researcher had become a mecha girl. Furthermore, this nondescript researcher has picked up a common mecha girl habit, a penchant for being piloted. This thing is rich with Zerg gene fragments of various types. The person who developed this is absolutely a genius among geniuses. The genetic sequences within it are not only non-conflicting, but even achieve a certain level of integration. It can greatly enhance human physical fitness. If it can be mass-produced, we will have more pilots with exceptional physiques. If the intake is sufficient to achieve a qualitative change, then upgrading to the physique of a Super S-Class pilot is likely possible. Supervisor, may I apply to meet this person? I would like to become his apprentice. Yu glanced at the researcher before him, and forcibly snatched the remaining enhancement fluid from his hand. Seeing the researcher crying like a child, she carefully placed the strengthening fluid in Su Li's hands. Master, drink it quickly. He said it's good stuff. Su Li, feeling both amused and helpless, returned the strengthening fluid to the researcher and pulled a small packet from his pocket, placing it in his hand. Can you restore it and mass-produce it? The researcher immediately stopped crying and, looking at the strengthening fluid in his hand, grinned like a fool. Yes, of course. Just give me enough strengthening fluid and enough Zerg corpses. Give me 10 years, no, 8 years, and I'll definitely figure out its exact composition. Su Li retrieved the enhancement fluid and put it back in his pocket. For 8 years, the money he earned from the system's lottery was more than enough for him to build a team of high-level pilots. He was just trying to trick him out of the enhancement fluid. Any progress on aka Industrial's research? Yu turned and picked up a functional module from a nearby table. Their research follows my old path, extracting Zerg thinking and simulating their movements. My previous idea was to solidify the Zerg's thinking patterns, leveraging the Zerg's inherent strengths to create clusters of Zerg armor, controlled by built-in chips, and equipped with special firewalls and control devices. Once mass-produced, they could form a powerful force against the Zerg on the battlefield. Perhaps because my research it didn't continue, so it seems Aka Industries only intercepted a portion of the Zerg brainwaves. By implanting them into the module, they achieved enhanced module performance. Specifically, this manifests itself in rapid fluctuations in values and a splitting of the primary consciousness. I can boldly assume that the Mecha Girl's values haven't changed significantly. They more likely split into several consciousnesses, and under the control of a single primary consciousness, they repeatedly adjust their values to achieve the optimal attack. Su Li was slightly taken aback when he heard this. This seemed to have similar capabilities to his system. Allocation of attribute points. He couldn't increase or decrease the Mecha Girl's attributes out of thin air. To enhance one aspect, he had to use attribute points in other areas to compensate. He recalled the situation of the Mecha Girls on the field, and couldn't help but gasp. Even without a head, they could still launch an attack. The rapidly fluctuating values, based on what he could see with his naked eyes, were incredibly frequent. It's no wonder the Mecha Girls couldn't handle such frequent fluctuations. Their processors were the first to fail under the constant fluctuations. The pilots in the cockpits, whose vision was synchronized with the Mecha Girls, couldn't handle the chaotic visual field and were dazzled. Once the Mecha Girls' main consciousness collapsed, the mechas would completely switch to their own mode of action, like insects. This would complete the erosion of the mechas' minds by the insects. Su Li thought about this, and suddenly understood the reason for the Mecha Island's fury. Besides the irreversible impact on the Mecha Girls, They would also become the most unstable factor on the battlefield. He could even imagine that if the mecha girl's main consciousness collapsed, the mechas would very likely turn against them under the influence of the Zerg brainwaves. The mechanical island needs a means to suppress this research. However, the code embedded in the module is difficult to defend against. Anyone using the module is at risk of being compromised. After all, no one can see the small piece of code hidden within the module through its exterior. I come up with an idea and put it into action. The Zerg used by Akka Industries are of low rank. If we can capture a queen, we can extract fragments of her thoughts and create an inhibitor using special methods. Queen? Suli narrowed his eyes. Those creatures usually hide in the Zerg's heartland. While they are common on the main battlefield, they are often accompanied by countless elite troops. Can such creatures be captured? He began to mentally simulate leading a team to capture the queen, but found it highly unlikely. Hey, you nodded. It's the queen. They have independent thoughts, and can order the insects to self-destruct. The inhibitor needs to contain fragments of their final consciousness. The governor has already tried issuing missions on the front lines, offering bounties to obtain them. I already sent out a number of sampling devices, but as of now, there haven't been any results. Are there any other avenues? Suli asked directly. He might not understand research, but he knew the insects intimately. A queen would order the insects to self-destruct with her when she knew the situation was hopeless. This meant there was no chance of her being captured. Trying to attach a device to the queen's head and constantly monitor her brainwaves was a pipe dream. Unless they encountered a cowardly insect on the main battlefield. But is that even possible? Besides inhibitors, there are other options. Our current focus is on interference coding, which can be used to suppress the erosion of the subject's consciousness. However, such coding has significant drawbacks. Once used, the mechs would theoretically become stagnant, completely losing their combat effectiveness. The intense conflict of thoughts could cause their processors to crash. Is there no way to optimize this further? No. At least not in an environment lacking big data. A crash on the battlefield would only result in death. Suli turned and began pacing the laboratory. The need for vast amounts of data for experiments and deductions is the key to all experiments. The mech island won't allow large numbers of mechs to be used in experiments, even if the goal is to save more mechs. But capturing the Zerg queen is equally unrealistic. Heiyu gazed at Suli's straight back, her thoughts etched in her mind as she saw the scene last night. Her pretty face flushed, and she instinctively squeezed her legs together, following closely behind Suli. All the researchers in the lab, except for the one working on the strengthening fluid, were focused on their own research. She glanced at her lounge. If she forced him down there, even if he screamed at the top of his lungs, no one would come to save him. She pinched the edge of her clothes. I wanted to, but I didn't dare. Chapter 99. The drone circled in the sky as the livestream team set off again. The main force still trailed far behind. To prevent another mecha girl from becoming exhausted, Suli simply brought along all of his S-class mecha girls, save for Heiyu, who remained in the lab. The challenges facing the experiment weighed on his heart like a mountain. A large number of large species had appeared on Lingsue's star. In this situation, the possibility of a queen was not ruled out. However, breaking through the encirclement and blockade of so many large species was absolutely impossible on his own. Even if all base personnel were fully upgraded, casualties were still inevitable against a normal insect swarm, let alone a large species. A medium-sized longhorn beetle required 2 or 3 A-class armed mecha girls to kill without injury. Facing a massive insect swarm, the mecha girls' individual combat capabilities, aside from weapons of mass destruction, were of little use. But once weapons of mass destruction were deployed, an even greater insect swarm would result. They were just B-rank mecha girls. They wouldn't even stand a chance of escape. On Lingsue's star, there would be no Legion-level combat. They only had about 200 people. Artillery suppression, alternating retreats, and flexible maneuvers. They wouldn't even have time to turn around and run under the overwhelming insect swarm. Having a large number of personnel means fighting with a large number of personnel. With a small number of personnel, everyone must be elite. He needed to improve not only the level of the mecha girls, but also their own military proficiency. Possessing the same advanced intelligence, there was no reason why the mecha girls couldn't do what humans could. The relationship between mecha girls and pilots was 1 + 1 = 2. So, without a pilot, the mecha girls themselves could become 1.5, or even 1.8. If the pilot is rubbish, then the combination of pilot and pilot girl isn't even close to being second-rate. He piloted the red ribbon, squinting at the open space in the distance. Lightning, spear in hand, followed closely beside him. A drone tracked and filmed nearby, transmitting all footage in real time. The massive metal frame 032 carried had been reinforced again. It was now a rectangular iron box. Inside, besides various equipment, lay Tao Tao, nestled in a soft bag. He spent a day and a half renovating his livestream. Besides enhancing safety, he also maximized comfort. Although he couldn't enjoy the sunlight of Link Sui Star, he preferred to huddle quietly in his iron box compared to watching those flying insects. The bright lights from the row of screens illuminated his face with a vibrant hue. The live stream was flooded with comments. After 3 days, the videos he edited had already caused a sensation online. Even after the broadcast had just begun, a large crowd had already flocked to the room. Under the camera, blue and white machines formed a single line, following the black machines as they maneuvered forward. The scattered Zerg on the surface didn't even attract their attention. The scope of the clearing had unnoticed expanded to 30 kilometers outside the base. They avoided the direction of the large Zerg nest and continued to maneuver westward. As the battle line stretched further and further, many problems emerged. For example, the transportation of food. Even the wood lice, the most numerous on Link Sui Star, were gone within 10 kilometers of the base due to the voracious appetites of the gluttons. Su Li did not personally carry out the operations within 20 kilometers, instead handing them over to the main force for training. Now, he's more like the leader of a group of foodies than the commander of a base. Every time he goes out, he's either searching for food or on his way to find it. Tao Ao grinned at the questions in the comments. What's the main course tonight? Sorry, I don't know. We had salt-baked dung beetle legs this morning. They're quite chewy, and after cooking, they have anti-inflammatory properties, which are beneficial for the male urinary system. The downside is that you can't eat too much. I only ate one this morning, which was about 80% full. I probably wouldn't be able to make it back in time for lunch, so we brought. Let me see. Tao Tao flipped through his lunch box, leaned over to the camera, and showed it to the hundreds of thousands of viewers online. The golden, crispy balls, served with a sweet sauce, were so delicious that everyone ate them without a word. Golden dung beetle balls, so delicious. Come on, everyone, have one first. Tao Tao's words sparked a wave of enthusiasm. You ate it. We didn't. Do you have any conscience, poisoning people so early in the morning? It looks delicious. But is that stuff really edible? Yes, it's delicious. I ate it on the front lines. It's a food meant only for the front lines. All kinds of insect meat are delicious and high in protein, quickly replenishing a soldier's energy. It's the best stuff. But they usually don't look very good. This one looks like it's been carefully prepared, and you can tell there's a good cook on the team. The more you talk about it, the more I want to eat it. Do you think the wood lice in my yard are edible? I want to find some. I strongly advise you not to try it. Bugs are bugs, and Zerg are Zerg. Stop nagging. Go catch them in the yard quickly. If they're still alive after eating them, please let me know online. Tao Tao ignored the comments and sniffed the wood lice balls. Then, still unsatisfied, he closed his lunch box and returned to the previous topic. As for tonight's main course, it depends mainly on what nature has to offer. After all, whatever nature has given us, we'll have for dinner. But I'm still hoping to find some mushrooms. Those taste, wow! They're incredibly fresh. As he spoke, he sipped his saliva, and the live stream was flooded with new comments. Who wouldn't want to eat a mushroom that big? Is that even human? Even insects would cry. Insects, I'm nature's gift. You baldy, as usual. If you ever mention us again in the live stream, I'll report you. Tao Tao's teasing tone made the atmosphere in the live stream unusually relaxed. The intense thrill of a life or death struggle wasn't for everyone. His live stream had a wide audience. Some enjoyed watching delicious food, some enjoyed watching life or death battles, and of course, even more enjoyed watching Su Li's impressive displays. Some people, however, enjoyed quietly observing the various mecha girls in the group. Especially when they all unfurled, the streamer's screen flooded with comments, making it impossible for Tao Tao to see any of the live feed. It was either Purple TSK or Big Thunder. Or begging Mom to love me again. He suspected that even a roll of 038's eyes would send their brains soaring. Add to that the look hey you often gave him, as if he were looking at someone with no sense of wit, and this made the group's desire even more irresistible. Tao Tao had always wanted to tell everyone that this was a proper live stream. If they wanted to see anything remotely interesting, they could just go out and turn right. But no one listened. On the live stream, Lightning, receiving Su Li's command, grabbed his spear and charged straight at the Zerg swarm ahead. Chapter 100. Without a pilot, Lightning lost her former agility and became more direct. After installing the upgrade module, braking was no longer her absolute weakness. After several runs, she was able to pilot the mech independently, and had become proficient enough to utilize the capabilities of an S-Class mech. While there was still considerable room for improvement in her movements, her natural ability to move freely and flexibly meant that she didn't need much fine-tuning. As long as she wasn't forced to pierce insects with her spear, she could still manage to pick off a single piece. Sully watched the bright red figure swerve and gracefully circle behind him, and a sigh of relief welled up in his heart. While this wasn't Lightning's first time without a pilot, it was her first time piloting a mech into battle. He finally put his worries to rest. As long as she could maintain her current pace, her safety would be absolutely guaranteed. So, this seemingly unintelligent person had secretly improved so much. Don't worry, Master. I'm fine. Don't you see whose mecha I belong to? Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. Ugh. I can already feel myself getting agitated. Lightning excitedly tapped its thrusters, and the entire mecha's speed soared again. Watching Lightning shoot off like an arrow, Sully said, He figured Lightning had better get agitated, or else, when he caught up with Hongying, he'd be slapping her ass with his sword. He didn't know where all these ridiculous things came from, day after day. Watching her howl as she charged into the insect swarm, Hongying couldn't help but blush slightly. Feeling the man's presence behind her, she couldn't help but recall the last time they resonated. Her legs instinctively closed a little, and she gripped the joystick tightly. She anticipated Sully might be piloting her today, so she deliberately wore a fluffy skirt and silkier socks. At least with this outfit, he'd be a little gentler if she provoked him. The more she thought about it, the redder her face grew, and her grip on the joystick trembled slightly. What's wrong with you? Are you getting agitated too? Huh? No. Sully pulled the joystick, dodging the iridescent spider's webs. The mech lowered its body, igniting its thrusters. It suddenly lunged forward, piercing the spear into the spider's mouthparts. He braked repeatedly, twisted his body, and with a single step, he leaped up, landing hard on the iridescent spider's head. The spider's compound eyes exploded, spraying liquid all over the drone's face. Everyone in the live stream simultaneously raised their necks, trying to distance themselves from the screen. The vivid sight of the kill sent their blood boiling, yet an unnatural surge of emotion welled up in their throats. Insects had always seemed hideous and terrifying, but after entering Cao Dao's livestream, people finally understood what it meant to be at the top of the food chain. Cao Dao captured a screenshot of an iridescent spider and began his explanation. It's no secret that the iridescent spider's body isn't very useful, but its segments are truly delicious. They have a sweet aftertaste, with a subtle lobster-like fragrance. One bite is truly delicious. Paired with Kuling's secret sauce. Slurp. Be a human being. What do you mean by common knowledge? Have you lost all common sense? Is that what common knowledge means? How could I not know? I don't believe it. The streamer is a fraud. If you have the guts, send me 2 kilograms, and I'll prove it for all the netizens. Food and drink scam. Get out of here. Sully was naturally unaware of the situation in the livestream. He simply kept his movements as low as possible, dancing frantically at the edge of Hongying's endurance. The longhorn beetle, caught in the act of picking on thorns, floated in midair, its wings barely able to open before Sully's spear tip flipped it, sending it spinning in circles. The thick armor peeled off from the spear tip, its hardened armor stripped clean in just half a minute. Its tender limbs, pierced by the spear, became a struggling, writhing skewer of flesh, carried on his shoulder as he hurried along. The green blood emitted a distinct, fishy aroma that wafted for miles. All the blue and white mecha girls understood that Sully was about to become a jerk again. There was no other way. There were too many big eaters in the base. As a mature man, he had to learn to find his own solutions. They immediately quickened their pace, finishing off the insects before them. Right in front of the drone, they wielded their swords and began to process the food. After bagging all the parts they could, they imitated Sully, stringing the remaining limbs together and carrying them on their shoulders as they paraded through the streets. Cao Dao had never seen anything like this before, and he stared intently at the screen. The drone circled the numerous mechas, capturing scenes of gruesome, inhumane cruelty. Quick! Quick! Don't deal with these on the scene. Search the insect nest. Amidst Sully and 038's urgent urging, the exact location of the insect nest was discovered in just 3 minutes. The 4 entrances and exits were discovered one by the numerous drone girls. They spread a giant net before them, and placed the skewers of meat in the center. The green blood of the insects was then sprinkled all the way to the entrance of the nest. Suli watched them skillfully complete the arrangement. He then pried open the khaki lid attached to the nest with a single shot and shouted loudly into the inside, "Babies, your mother is back." With a single sound, a rustling sound instantly rang out. The sound, transmitted through the drones to everyone's terminals, was like ringing right next to their ears. It was as if countless insects were crawling right beside them. A chilling feeling came over them, causing their hair to stand on end and their eyes to turn. Suli dodged and hid downwind of the insect nest. Soon, he saw a dense swarm of tiny insects bursting out of the nest and crawling towards their mother, nestled in the giant web on the ground. In a matter of moments, the round, struggling strip of flesh was covered in a swarm of larvae of all kinds. They were called tiny insects, but each one of those zerg larvae was roughly the size of a fist. They scrambled to devour the food presented to them, their mouth parts making a cheerful crunching sound. The distinctive fishy smell of adult blood awakened their deepest, most instinctive desires. The audience in the live stream was paralyzed. The audience, which had quietly risen to over 500,000, was apprehensive as they watched the dense swarm of zerg larvae in the giant web before them. The continuous chewing and rubbing of their mouth parts made everyone's scalps tingle, and a question arose in their minds. What was he going to do? Suli took in the scene before him, unearthed the concentrated anesthetic spray from his back, and walked upwind, beginning to treat the larvae in front of him with equal care. The entire packing process was a masterful one, leaving the entire live stream audience stunned. Don't want the iridescent spiderlings, they're tough and woody. Throw them with the cockroaches and burn them later. The swarmers are fine, they're crispy, and not bitter when fried. Pack the longhorn beetle and woodlice larvae. As usual, don't want any larger than a fist and a half, they're a waste of food alive, just kill them. Complete the current task in 20 minutes. Group 1, follow me into the wormhole. The iridescent spider eggs are valuable, let's go in and dig them out. Tao Tao stared in amazement at the drone feed. Suli's commands were concise and forceful. But no matter how you listened to them, they smacked of banditry. Amidst the bright light, most viewers saw a real Zerg nest for the first time. The tunnels dug by the Zerg weren't as narrow as most people assumed, rather, they were vast. At least the mechas advanced unimpeded. The tunnel, over 20 meters high, was saturated with insect mucus, making it incredibly solid once it dried. The intricate tunnels twisted and turned, making it impossible to tell where they led. Under strong light, only a dozen meters could be seen. Beyond that, a sharp turn ensued, and only when approaching could one see where it would lead. The pit walls were cratered, not as smooth as they appeared. Some specks of fluorescent mucus clung to them, dotting them like stars, emitting a shimmering green light under the strong spotlight. The rustling noises of earlier were gone from the tunnel, bringing a sigh of relief to the many viewers in the live stream. But from the drone's perspective, one or two insects would still occasionally land on the advancing mechas, startling everyone. Suli raised his hand, crushed a bug, and wiped it against the cave wall like he was wiping his nose, leaving a long trail of slime. He rubbed it against the wall with a hint of disdain, before continuing inside, following the bright light. This kind of small insect nest is generally not very large. After just a few minutes of searching, he found what he was looking for amidst a shimmering green light. Rows of tiny eggs, seemingly pulsing with green light, hung densely packed along the tunnel wall, a sight that was truly captivating. Those who haven't tasted them naturally don't know how delicious they are. But once you tasted them, you'll never forget the exhilarating sensation of them exploding in your mouth. Suli's eyes lit up with a faint green light, and his tone tinged with impatience. Quick! Quick! Scrape them all away. Chapter 101. In the empty cave, besides the densely packed small eggs on the walls, clusters of egg-like eggs dotted the ground. Suli, controlling Hongying, walked along, crushing all the spider eggs that had already developed shells. As the egg fluid oozed out, colorful spiders, large and small, emerged from the shells and were crushed directly by the mecha's massive paws. He showed no mercy. His focus was on complete extermination. These behemoths, whose lengths rivaled those of the mecha, hatched from small, prototype eggs a few centimeters in diameter. They could molt several times in a remarkably short period of time, consuming nutrients from their siblings' eggs to strengthen their shells until they formed giant, oval eggs of varying sizes. The spider eggs Suli crushed were of no edible value. The spiders inside were fully formed and possessed a certain degree of offensive power. Most importantly, they were no different from the others crawling around on the ground, their flesh being tough and woody. Several mechas in blue and white coordinated with each other, some holding bags, others wielding giant swords, scraping away the dirt from the pit walls with remarkable efficiency. The audience in the live stream were stunned to see Suli not even sparing the dirt from the cave walls. Watching a group of mechas plundering the terrifying and intimidating insect nest, a sense of absurdity washed over them. Are they really killing insects? Hundreds of thousands of people watched as Suli and his companions not only shoveled away all the eggs, but also set bombs at the end of the tunnel, and at several points along the way. This is going to destroy the entire insect nest. Is this the legendary eating and taking? Is this eating and taking? He blew them all up. Do you think it's possible that he sensed a strong murderous intent from those eggs? That's it. This kid must not be allowed to live. Kill his entire family, and let them destroy him. Cao Cao looked at the comments in the live stream, opening his mouth several times, but no words came out. The audience was being blunt, the atmosphere was strange, and they knew how to make amends for Suli. He stuttered for a long time before finally saying, "Thanks, boss, for the big rocket." Watching the scrolling comments, he felt that live streaming was much easier than commentating. At least, he didn't have to talk all the time. And he didn't have to worry about the show's effects at all. Suli had planned everything perfectly. A huge tremor, accompanied by a muffled sound, echoed from beneath his feet. Air blasts from the 4 holes lifted the ochre-colored lid of the nest, and blew it far away. Smoke with a burning smell wafted from the cavern, mingled with a hint of insect odor. Suli listened for a moment, then stood at the slightly collapsed hole and stomped down firmly. The mech girls had already packed up the insects, piling the remaining ones on the ground and igniting them with solid incendiary bombs. The raging fire could not comfort the Zerg's heroic spirits. The black smoke lingered, as if carrying a thick resentment, watching the man in the black mech below. Suli glanced at the giant net wrapped around the mech girl, and suddenly had an idea. He said to the drone circling beside him, "Uniform Temptation, Big Thunder, Fishing Net Limited Edition. Want to see it? Those who do want to see it, here are some gifts." Cao Cao watched the scrolling gifts, his entire face agape with joy. He cleared his screen and stared at the live stream, watching Suli lead the drone directly to a blue and white mech, offering a panoramic view. The blue and white mech stood still and, at Suli's command, spun in a circle. Hanging from the ammunition racks on either side of the cockpit, each solid incendiary grenade was larger than a human head. 537 spun around in bewilderment, unsure of what Suli was trying to demonstrate. However, she heaved the giant net filled with insect larvae upwards, striking a powerful pose. Suli gave her a thumbs up. These sisters had a truly excellent camera sense. In the live stream, the barrage of comments instantly exploded. Cao Cao didn't need to look. He knew countless people were cursing Suli for being a scoundrel. He rubbed his bald head, watching 537 strike poses in the video. Honestly, Suli was right. That fishing net was truly a limited edition. It had a fine mesh and high-tenacity steel wire, all handcrafted by the mecha girls. Only the Lingsue Star Outpost had such a thing. Eating insects was common on the front lines, but Suli was the first to do it. Others would pick up some on the battlefield and cook them after a local battle. But he, on the other hand, killed all the old ones and packed up the young ones to take away. He had no regard for sustainable development at all. Many in the military watched Suli's live stream. They even sent people to monitor and record the live stream. From his live stream, the military had keenly sensed many things they could learn and utilize. For example, his exceptional piloting skills. Every frame of it, if recorded, would be worth learning and promoting. There were indeed excellent pilots on the battlefield. They had all survived life or death battles, so their piloting experience was naturally extraordinary. But after watching Suli's live streams and disassembling them in slow motion, they could still learn a great deal. Not to mention his brain, which was like a recipe book. He could describe every insect, including which parts were edible and which were not, and even the texture. This assignment was placed directly before the military, and they were told to copy it. The transportation of supplies to the front lines was always a top priority. His videos undoubtedly simplified these complex issues. Why transport materials over long distances when you can use them locally? His live stream was immediately approved by the military and, after editing, promoted throughout the army. Suli naturally had no idea what the higher-ups were doing. He simply presented a full view of the 537, then, with a smile, picked up the spider eggs in his hand and tossed them into the storage box. Master, we swept the entire area. There's not a single Zerg nest within 10 kilometers. This shabby place is so destitute. A bright red figure, like lightning, sprinted towards them. The news had brought startling Suli. No Zerg nest within 10 kilometers? He opened the map, where all the recently eliminated locations were detailed. The Zerg nest just destroyed was small. Logically, it wouldn't cover a 10-kilometer radius. There should be at least 3 such small Zerg nests in this area. Are you sure you didn't miss any? No, there's not even a trace of Zerg activity on the ground. You taught me to follow the Zerg's tracks. No, not at all. I made several incursions along the way, but haven't found any traces. Sully tapped the map on the terminal, lost in thought. Then lead the team back. It seems this is all we gained today. Chapter 102. In the communications tower, Sully spread the map flat on the table. Holding a pool and compass, he marked all the destroyed insect nests on the map. A gentle breeze blew, causing the edges of the map to curl and sway gently. From near to far, there were over 30 red dots. He had marked the radiation range of each insect nest with the compass. The radiation range varied depending on the size of the nest. However, the distribution of the dots was very even. This was Sully's first miss, but it wasn't the first for the mecha girls. They had already encountered this situation twice during their routine clearing missions. You mean to say that before I came to the outpost, there had never been such an anomaly? The distribution of the insect nests is even. He looked at Song Ling before him. The latter reached out and tapped 4 dots on the map. Sir, we explored this area and indeed found traces of the Zerg. But now, at the points I marked, there's not a single bug. Do you think it's because we overeaten? So they migrated? Sully glanced up at Song Ling. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face, as if he was embarrassed by the voracious appetites of his former subordinates. He stared at the map for a long time, then marked a point where his team had encountered the large species. A large Zerg nest, 56 kilometers from the base as the crow flies. Along the way, they passed a desert and 2 hills. He paused in thought for a moment, then looked at the blonde mech. Regal. The blonde mech immediately stood up from the sofa and approached. Go to this coordinate and take a look. Remember, look carefully. If you spot any insects, note their species and patterns. Be careful and stay hidden. Jun Wei nodded and disappeared from the command room. Zhang Chaoyang narrowed his eyes, observing Su Li's expression. He quickly walked to his side and leaned over to examine the map before him. The point Su Li had marked wasn't close to the base. He made a detour to familiarize himself with the red tassel's capabilities. That large insect nest had a wide radiating area and housed many large species. He had been to this place before, but only dared to observe from afar. After all, wiping out such a nest with the strength of the outpost was a pipe dream. Previous maps had mostly marked only the large insect nests, and a few medium-sized ones on Lingsue Star. Small insect nests were only marked within a 10-kilometer radius of the base. But with Su Li's arrival, all small and medium-sized insect nests within a 30-kilometer radius were marked. Furthermore, these nests were destroyed the moment they were marked. The greatly increased security of the base was one aspect, but even the food reserves had reached an astonishing level. He even dreamed that by continuing at this pace, slowly advancing, he would one day be able to completely wipe out the insects on Lingsue Star. But these plans were nothing more than dreams. The large insect nest 56 kilometers away completely eliminated this possibility. Su Li lowered his head to study the map, not looking up as he continued. Song Ling, are you currently carrying out your daily training according to the plan? Yes, we're executing exactly as planned. For teams rotate through the 2 empty hives left outside the base, training daily. Hive assaults, covering fire, and all related subjects are conducted simultaneously. In the indoor training grounds, the sisters from the inspection team serve as instructors, teaching various combat techniques and weapon handling skills. How are the training results? Since the commander provided the upgrade modules, everyone's enthusiasm for training is high. We fully mastered the newly issued weapons, but since some sisters have just completed the upgrade, they may still have some adaptability issues. They all understand their own problems and are already working to adjust. Zhang Chaoyang glanced at the map in front of him and asked, somewhat puzzled, little pair, is there a problem? Su Li glanced at Zhang Chaoyang, his brows furrowed slightly, and tapped 5 dots on the map. Uncle Zhang, you've been on the battlefield for so many years. Have you ever encountered insects migrating? Zhang Chaoyang paused, then said, I think so. I've seen it on the battlefield. The insect swarms on the main battlefield rarely stay in one place for too long. As he spoke, his face suddenly turned pale. Insects certainly don't stay in one place for too long. But that's only when there's a queen controlling them. He glanced at Su Li before him and laughed. No, that's impossible. If a queen truly existed on Lingsue Star, A place like this outpost would have been destroyed long ago. But from what I know, this outpost has existed for at least 20 years. Su Li grinned. But if the queen doesn't exist, then where did the Zerg in that location go? If the Zerg were fighting each other, there would have been traces left behind. But there's nothing there. Zerg fear no life or death, and they don't know how to seek advantage and avoid harm. They live solely to evolve. Those small hives exist solely to provide a basic food source for the medium and large hives to plunder. Yet, there are no signs of plunder at the scene. This leaves only one possibility. They were mobilized by the queen or one of her elite troops. Zhang Qiaoyang's hands and feet went cold upon hearing this conclusion. Having spent years on the battlefield, how could he not know the Zerg's habits? Yet, he still clung to a last glimmer of hope. Even if there's a queen, perhaps she hasn't noticed the existence of the outpost. This possibility was highly plausible, but no one present dared to gamble. There had been no discoveries in the previous 20 years, but who could know for sure now? After all, there had never been a case of Zerg being mobilized before. Su Li's back also felt a chill. Although he had anticipated the possibility of a queen upon seeing the large species, he had never expected them to mobilize their forces so quickly. Everything at the outpost was just beginning. Everything was clearly moving in a positive direction. Given enough time, he had every confidence he could defeat even a large hive. But now, the enemy he faced was completely different. Let alone a massive swarm of insects, he couldn't even destroy a single large hive, let alone a queen with a vast army. The blonde Junwei suddenly appeared, breaking the tense atmosphere in the command room. Master, there are no insects in the coordinates you gave. Her sudden words made Su Li's brain tremble. No bugs? How could a large insect nest be devoid of bugs? Any traces? Junwei walked over to the map, his fair finger touching the spot Su Li had marked, drawing a thin, winding line. They're heading south? I tracked them all the way to this point, and all the nests along the way are empty. After the adult bugs killed and devoured the larvae, they all joined the insect tide, heading south. Zhang Qiang poked his ear with his pinky finger. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What kind of dream start was this? It felt like a complete joke. The queens gathered a large force and then fled? They were all worried here, afraid of an attack, but they had no intention of heading north. Instead, they were heading south? What did you say? They went south? Go, what are they doing south? He scoured the map carefully. But after looking, he couldn't find anything south that would attract a queen. Su Li measured the distance between them with a ruler. His eyes flickered as he suddenly grabbed the intercom on the table. Inspection team, guards, gather at the pass within 1.5 minutes. Deploy the secondary armed howitzers, due south, range 93 kilometers, altitude 0.2, site 3-120. He walked to the front of the window. Figures quickly assembled at the pass. 16 massive cannons, positioned and transmitted via the armed protocol, appeared before them. 34 mechas manned the massive heavy artillery, quickly adjusting their positions amid the clanging of mechanical calipers. After Su Li authorized it, a faint blue light shone from the guns. The massive gun mount was firmly anchored to the ground, its muzzle pointed due south, all preloaded data complete. The intercom relayed the reports from 038 and 032. They didn't know what Su Li was going to do, but they knew obedience was a soldier's duty. One group of heavy artillery position. 2 groups of heavy artillery position. Su Li turned to glance at Junwei beside him. The latter nodded and disappeared into the room again. Zhang Qiang listened to Su Li's orders, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He swallowed and said quickly, Xiao Lizi, why, what are you thinking? They're already heading south. You don't want to. Su Li narrowed his eyes and stared straight ahead. He clenched his fists tightly behind his back, sweat faintly visible on his palms. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, and opportunities are fleeting. Such an opportunity, during a large-scale Zerg migration, is truly rare. What's more, the two sides are still 90 kilometers apart. Uncle, I want to give it a try. Chapter 103. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Zhang Qiang pounced and grabbed Su Li's arm, staring at him intently. There are over 200 mecha girls here. This represents the hard work and dedication of everyone involved. You're not trying to tell me you're planning to steal from the Zerg swarm as it migrates south. You're completely crazy. Have you ever considered that if we fire our artillery, the Zerg swarm will most likely turn around and attack us? That's not just a swarm from one large nest. It's a swarm from many nests. He pointed at the heavy artillery at the pass, his saliva splashing onto Su Li's face. 16 heavy guns. 16 heavy guns mean nothing on the battlefield. Even a blanket bombardment would barely scratch the surface. We lack sufficient firepower, let alone top-tier combat capabilities. Your choice will only lead to our utter ruin. He grabbed Su Li's hand, which held the intercom. I know you're a skilled pilot. But you must understand, no matter how skilled you are, you're only one man. This is a battlefield, not a place for individual heroism. If you had reached the Super S realm and possessed a high-level mecha girl, I might have let you give it a try. But now I can't. I can't watch you drag this entire outpost into the mire. Uncle, what if this is the bugs testing us? After all, you and I both know there's nothing south, right? They could go east, they could go west, but why south? Zhang Qiang froze, completely stunned. The massive influx of Zerg swarm southward had unconsciously lowered his guard. His first reaction was a sigh of relief at the thought of not having to contend with a massive Zerg force. He didn't have time to think much further. Su Li stared intently at the massive cannon outside the pass, lowering his voice and saying, Isn't it because there's nothing south, no other large Zerg nests? They didn't attack the base right away because the recent hunts made them hesitate? Unsure of the base's strength, they retreated and tested the waters. Can you say that's impossible? He turned to look at the map on the table. Large Zerg nests were marked on both the east and west sides. You mean, there's more than one queen on Lingsue? Zhang Qiaoyang's body trembled slightly. He realized that perhaps, he was really getting old, he was becoming timid. He had spent 10 years at the outpost, yet, out of fear, he rarely participated in exploratory missions. So much so that they knew nothing about the planet beneath their feet. Su Li slowly shook his head, his gaze fixed on Zhang Qiang before him. Uncle, I don't know if there are any other queens. But I do know that the outpost is within the influence of the current queen. We are merely guests visiting her home. He gazed out the window at the endless wilderness and suddenly laughed. The master is truly generous. He's given up his home. He's eager to give us the house he's managed for so many years. Since the master is leaving, I, the guest, must see him off no matter what. After much thought, I don't have anything to offer. Let's just send them off to show them the way. Even if they want to leave, they can't expect to leave easily. I don't care why they're heading south, whether they're testing the waters or really want to leave. I'm determined to fire this cannon. He gripped the intercom tightly, bringing it directly to his lips. Heavy artillery ready. Fragmentation grenades, 1 round loaded. Fire! At Su Li's command, the blue and white mech pressed the trigger. Boom! 8 heavy guns erupted in flames, their immense recoil instantly kicking up a cloud of dust at the pass. The deafening roar echoed through the valley, lingering for a long time. The dried stink bugs, driven by the shockwave, clattered against the mountain wall, making a crackling sound as they clashed frantically. Countless mechs rushed out, gazing towards the pass. Atop a distant hill, Junwei squinted as 8 shells landed among the insect swarm. She waved excitedly and teleported back to the command room. Her face flushed with excitement as she spoke quickly. Master, we hit them. We ripped their rear end to pieces. He picked up the intercom again. 1 sight +1, 2 sights +3 for each gun. Coverage fire. Repeat after every 4 rounds. Fire hard. Give it 20 rounds. The roar of the artillery roared relentlessly, resonating like thunder in the valley. The immense recoil jolted the heavy artillery barrel backwards. After more than a dozen rounds, the barrel had moved several meters backward. The roar suddenly ceased, and 038's report came over the intercom. Captain, our reserve ammunition is completely depleted. Su Li glanced at Han Hai, who lay silent to the side. With a start, he immediately picked up his terminal and began to make adjustments. She still has the authority to directly allocate a considerable amount of ammunition. Captain, how many do you need? Su Li's glance was enough to instantly startle Han Hai, who immediately increased the quantity within his authority to the maximum. Gazing at the ammunition box, almost as tall as the mech, that suddenly appeared beside her, 038 swallowed hard. She didn't know what her brother had gone mad about. But this much ammunition was enough to devastate an area of 100 kilometers 3 times over. Junwei disappeared from the command room without a word, only to reappear moments later. The insect swarm has turned. 1 sight, decrement 1, 2 sights, decrement 03. Boom! Boom like hell. The sound of artillery reverberated throughout the valley once more. Su Li walked to his desk and pressed the emergency alarm button. The shrill alarm instantly blended with the continuous artillery fire, echoing throughout the valley. He glanced at Song Ling and the pale-faced Zhang Qiaoyang, then reached out and gently patted his shoulder. Uncle, you've been blinded by one thing. This base has never been important. It's the people within it that matter. He put on his uniform and adjusted his appearance in the dress mirror. His face, reflected in the mirror, was equally pale. To appear more refreshed, he patted his face vigorously before striding downstairs with Lightning and Honging. Amidst the continuous artillery fire, the blast of a level 1 alarm reached the mech girls. Except for the guards and inspection team, all the mech girls had assembled in the small square. Dressed in crisp black uniforms, they formed a square formation and stood in the square. Su Li stepped onto the platform and saluted the solemn, murderous formation before him. A chorus of attention echoed, clearly audible even amidst the artillery fire. There was no ceremony, only a tall wooden box. Su Li, holding a loudspeaker, stepped forward and gazed at all the mecha girls before him. His gaze was determined, without a trace of evasion. They all stared at Su Li on the platform, awaiting his orders. To be honest, the giant Zerg swarm is already on its way. It's still 90 kilometers away. We're not a good bunch. And certainly not good guests. Coming to the Zerg's home, taking root here, eating their families, and stealing their children, we're truly despicable. We used to eat little, but the master was so generous that he turned a blind eye. But things are different now. Our appetites have grown. The master isn't happy, and they brought their relatives along, already on their way. They're worried we won't have enough to eat. The masters? We already sense their enthusiasm. I'm sure you all understand that we can't eat this much in one sitting. But I sincerely hope our appetites can be even greater. If we can't finish one bite, we can eat more. Take 100 steps after a meal, and you'll live to 99. Life depends on exercise. Today, I'd like to take everyone out for a unique picnic. Let's eat while we walk. Su Li looked at the mini mech girls before him. Their eyes showed excitement, nervousness, and uncertainty about the future, but not a shrugging or fear. He stood straight and saluted the mech girls again. I command. All teams are to complete their preparations in 20 minutes, abandon unnecessary supplies, abandon the defense of their outposts, and assemble at the designated coordinates. This picnic might take us 2 days, a week, or even 2 weeks, but as long as we're still alive. Fight to the death. Suddenly, someone among the mech girls raised their voices, shouting at the top of their lungs. All the mech girls' emotions were instantly stirred, their cries of fight to the death becoming one continuous chorus. Finally, they morphed into a deafening roar, echoing throughout the valley. Their skirts fluttered under the shockwaves of the artillery fire, their faces brimming with determination. Those roars reflected years of perseverance on the battlefield, and also their most sincere recognition of Su Li. He suddenly felt a soft spot in his heart being deeply touched. Looking at the mech girls before him, he once again raised his megaphone to his lips. Bullshit. Fight to the death. I give the order, turn around and run. You show me off. I'll take on any tough nut to crack. If anyone gets ahead of me, we'll settle accounts one by one after the picnic is over. Disband. Chapter 104. The team dispersed at the command. Honging trembled slightly, and subconsciously tugged at the corner of Su Li's shirt. He turned and grasped her hand. The touch was icy, a reassurance in her heart. Go tell Heyu to stockpile supplies and seal off the entire laboratory. They're underground, and the entire laboratory is covered in special materials, so there won't be any problems. Time's running out, so go quickly and return quickly. I'll meet you at the pass. Honging bit her lower lip and turned to run towards the communication tower. Heyu was already stockpiling supplies. A large amount of drinking water and food was piled up in the laboratory, and the red alarm flashed frequently, making everyone panic. She had accumulated enough supplies to last the researchers 6 months, and after a few instructions, she sealed the gate leading to the laboratory. In the logistics warehouse, the mecha girls finished their deployment and lined up to enter the fuel depot to refuel with concentrated fuel. No one knew how long this battle would last. In addition to filling up their tanks, each of them carried extra fuel drums. Lightning looked at the various lubricants piled high in the supply warehouse, her eyes gleaming with deep regret. The thought of all this stuff being left there, and potentially being ravaged by bugs, filled her heart so much she felt like suffocating. While waiting in line, she simply grabbed a bucket, uncapped it, and emptied it into her mouth. The mech girl next to her followed suit, and soon, every mech girl waiting in line outside was drinking lubricant. Even before Su Li arrived, she could smell the rich aroma of lubricant from afar. Lightning watched Su Li approach, set down the oil barrel, which was thicker than she was, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she let out a full burp. Su Li reached out and tugged at Lightning's ear. This eye-popping mess always stood out wherever he went. Master, it hurts. She stumbled forward 2 steps, still clutching the barrel of lubricant, unwilling to let go. Hong Ying had already finished refueling and reached Su Li's side. Su Li didn't bother with lightning anymore, letting Hong Ying finish deploying. He sprinted to the front of the pass, where 16 massive cannons were still spewing flames. The roar was deafening. Even in the cockpit, the continuous blast made his heart race and his eardrums bulge. Regal's voice boomed over the intercom. "Master, the Zerg tide has approached within 70 kilometers. The bombardment is having a significant effect, incapacitating many smaller Zerg. Instead of staying to clean up the battlefield, the Zerg have accelerated their advance." She stood at the top of a hill, gazing down at the dense swarm of Zerg below, and couldn't help but gasp. The portable terminal synced all the images to Su Li in real time. He took one look and felt a profound shock. This insect swarm was completely different from the one during the spacecraft crash. The large species unique to large insect hives included not only flying dung beetles, but also pointed-horned giant beetles and giant beetles. The giant beetles were enormous, each the size of 2 dung beetles. Each step, 100 meters long, dug a deep dent in the ground. The shells struck it, shattering instantly, sending shrapnel flying everywhere, slaying small and medium-sized Zerg. Yet, it seemed oblivious, forging ahead unwaveringly. Countless small and medium-sized Zerg hid beneath it to avoid the barrage. The giant beetle's thick carapace was dark red, with a faint metallic hue. Its unique curvature made it extremely prone to ricocheting. Team 2 switched to armor-piercing incendiary rounds. As the special ammunition was activated, the sights of large species finally began to fall one after another. But the densely packed large species were too numerous to count. Fortunately, they still had plenty of time to complete the bombardment. The area covered by the artillery fire remained above the Zerg vanguard. As they advanced, the sights were simultaneously reduced. This forced the vanguard to advance under the pressure of the artillery fire, greatly reducing their speed. This was exactly the result Su Li desired. Bombs flew, and Zerg limbs and arms flew everywhere. The path they had come from was already pockmarked with craters. The bodies of their companions, mixed with green blood, spread across the ground, and the flames of the incendiary rounds clung to the Zerg bodies, burning continuously. The Zerg's hissing roars continued. Even with broken legs, they continued to charge forward fearlessly. Junwei's gaze swept across the dense swarm of Zerg, a flicker of melancholy in his heart. With such an overwhelming Zerg tide, there was no need to do anything. Simply push through and the outpost would be completely flattened. Is this a Zerg swarm commanded by a queen? Were those large species the Mechs could defeat? She suddenly realized that the outposts had never been undiscovered. They might simply be resource points for the Zerg. Every time a small Zerg swarm arrived, a group of Mechs would die. The wreckage of their Mechs was scattered around the outpost. But no remains were found. Zerg evolution requires different genes. Those dead Mechs and pilots likely all became nutrients for the Zerg's evolution. Behind the communications tower, the continuous cemetery was filled with cenotaphs. They had suddenly decided not to keep them, because their actions had made them perceived as a threat. Hundreds of large species far exceeded the outpost's capacity to withstand. Hundreds. On this resource-scarce planet, such a large number of large species still existed. Not to mention the thousands of medium-sized species that filled the mountains and plains. And then, there were the overwhelming numbers of small species. Each Zerg could leap several kilometers with a single leap. If it weren't for the artillery fire, they would have reached the outpost in less than 10 minutes. Before them lay the hilly terrain, where the artillery fire could still suppress their advance. Once they broke through, the road ahead would be smooth. The Zerg's attack would inevitably accelerate. The base was running out of time to react. Following Su Li's orders, mechas, laden with fuel, soared into the sky, maneuvering toward the expanded second line of defense. Flamethrowers protruded from the ground, connected to the automatic enemy detection system, and activated. Temporarily approved light howitzers were arrayed in front of the heavy artillery, over 100 of them neatly arranged, simultaneously spewing flames. Shell after shell soared into the sky, launching a comprehensive, blanket attack on the dense insect swarm. With fixed sights and altitudes, they focused solely on the exit from the hilly area. Junwei watched the shells rain down, his body trembling with excitement. Watching such a barrage of artillery fire was truly thrilling. Each round of bombardment would send scores of small species flying. Their soaring bodies were torn apart by shrapnel and shattered by the massive explosion. In a matter of moments, a 10-kilometer-long gap had been blasted across the hilly exit, creating a shallow trench. Broken Zerg limbs splattered everywhere, and green slime coated the trench. Zerg acid dissipated, filling the entire exit with smoke. Mixed with the rising fumes of acid corrosion, Junwei's vision was completely obscured. A chilling feeling washed over her, and she shuddered as she turned to look toward the end of the Zerg tide. She saw a massive creature, over 200 meters long, with countless segmented legs. It twisted its body, raised its front half, and let out a deafening roar. Chapter 105. At the terminal, Su Li narrowed her eyes. Han Hai's forehead was covered in sweat. Her hand was almost leaving a shadow on the virtual keyboard extending from the terminal. She had already mobilized all the ammunition she could with her authority. Even so, after seeing the massive insect swarm, she gritted her teeth, brute force cracked Yihua's account password, and mobilized all the ammunition under her authority. The frequency of the void transmission was too rapid, attracting the attention of the mechanical island and the human council. The large-scale mobilization of ammunition was immediately reported as an anomaly. 032's terminal had been requisitioned by Han Hai. While reporting the details to the mechanical island, she rapidly calculated various parameters on the battlefield. She was solely responsible for the equipment of every B-class mecha girl in Squadron 13. Su Li was like a hands-off manager. A single order would require her to revise the mecha girls' armament agreements. She wished she could grow 2 more arms, and use her legs as well. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. Even a second's delay could completely alter the situation. The governor was right. He truly needed someone with brains by his side. I assumed she was here to help him manage the base. But I never imagined she was actually here to coordinate the battlefield. Even with her brains, she was barely able to keep track of the constantly changing orders. 1st and 3rd squads, deploy to Hill A31. Form a support system with 2nd and 4th squads to contain the Zerg vanguard. Heavy machine guns, armor-piercing rounds. If you detect a Zerg breakthrough, open fire immediately. Push them back. Han Hai didn't even have time to disarm their already adapted armaments. They immediately deployed heavy machine guns based on their existing capabilities. Heavy guns, each the size of a mech, were deployed on 2 high grounds. Their massive muzzles began to spin, dragging ammunition chains along the ground, piling up into a towering mass. The heavy artillery at the pass was completely silenced. Even if the 2 accounts had activated all permissions, all the ammunition they had secured, regardless of type, had been expended after over 200 rounds of bombardment. The 34 mech girls' ears were buzzing with the echo of artillery fire. 038 simply read the message on the screen, firing continuously, but could hear nothing. She clutched her ears tightly and took several deep breaths, but when she released them again, the rumble of artillery continued. Huh? What did you say? Talk. Talk. The massive blue and white mech stopped in front of Su Li, pointed at its ears, and waved. Move. Move. Both teams, all personnel move. Reach the front of the battlefield and deploy the anti-ship individual particle cannons. Don't worry if there are any Zerg in sight, deploy immediately upon arrival. Once recharged, fire in a straight line. Both teams form echelons, alternating fire. Watch for the signal to withdraw. 038 saluted him, and took off with his team. 032 disarmed the heavy artillery, and froze in place with her guards. Seeing this, 038 flew back, kicked her, and hauled her high into the air. She finally realized what was happening, and saw the command message on the screen. Leading the guards, he followed 038, flying towards the exit of the hilly area. Captain, sir, we estimate our current ammunition will last for another 15 minutes. New ammunition has been approved and is being urgently dispatched from the rear. Commander? Commander? She looked up and saw Su Li standing at the entrance of Hong Ying's cockpit, cursing furiously. He leaped from the cockpit, clutching a map, and walked over to Han Hai, shoving it directly in her face. The map was densely packed with the next combat mission and detailed deployments, even specifying the distance to retreat and the equipment to be deployed. I'm going to the front lines to maneuver. The rest is up to you. He climbed into Hong Ying's cockpit and turned to look at Li Tianlang, who was standing to the side. Han Hai and Brother Tao, I leave it to you. The overall strategic deployment in the rear remains unchanged. I'll give you one team to maneuver flexibly. Is that a problem? I guarantee to complete the mission. Li Tianlang gave a strange military salute, causing Su Li's eyebrows to twitch. But he clearly didn't have the energy to focus on such trivial matters right now. The cockpit door began to close. He flipped the start switch, and pulled his half-covered helmet over his head. Connecting the terminal's feed to his helmet, he immediately caught sight of the massive centipede, over 200 meters long, as seen from Junwei's perspective. Its segments glowed a bright yellow, their tips red and black. Its upper body arched, and the armor on its abdomen reflected a cold light. In his previous life, such a massive creature had to be killed with shipborne weapons. Ordinary mechas were mere toys in front of it. Its fangs were over 10 meters long. Even an S-class mecha would be useless against such an elite unit, completely defenseless. He didn't know how he would manage to annihilate such elite troops on the battlefields of this life. He only knew that the strongest force in the entire base was himself. A flash of madness flashed in Su Li's eyes. He pulled 2 bottles of S-grade strengthening fluid from his pocket, bit open the corks, and stuffed them into his mouth. With a pain that felt like it was tearing his body apart, he instantly curled up in the cab. A fire seemed to be burning in his chest. Starting from his heart, this flame was spreading to every part of his body. With each new flame, he could feel his muscles cramping wildly. There was no time to slowly adapt. He could only fight hard, forcing his physical fitness through this method. He didn't need long, and the enemy wouldn't give him long either. In just a few moments, his entire body was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were a bloodshot red beneath his helmet. Drops of blood and tears oozed from his eyes, tinged with a faint black. He endured the intense pain and let Hong Ying rush to the front lines of the battlefield. Han Hai watched the 2 figures, one red and one black, sprint away, silently focusing his gaze on his turmo. She also saw the enormous figure on the turmo. A beast like this could no longer be called a bug. Its armor remained unscathed even by artillery shells. What could he do against such an enemy even if he went? But he was the commander of the outpost, and it was his own promise. He would take on the toughest challenges. Han Hai bit his lower lip and relayed the news of the events on the front lines directly to Eve. If there was even a glimmer of hope, if a Super S-class pilot happened to be available, their outpost might still be saved. Chapter 106. Amidst the rolling hills, insects of all sizes blanketed the ground. Junwei dodged a sudden attack from a Zergling and reappeared on another hilltop. She could sense her master rushing toward her. But he shouldn't have come. On a battlefield so densely packed with Zerg, the impact of one individual was minimal. Without the heavy artillery, the relentless artillery fire could no longer inflict significant damage on the larger species. They marched forward with powerful strides. She was at the forefront of the battlefield, so she knew better than anyone that the forward base was untenable. As Su Li had said, this battle could last a long time. Han Hai carefully examined the strategic deployments on the map, memorizing them one by one. Su Li's battle plan was so meticulously detailed that one almost wondered if he had anticipated such a difficult battle. From the minute details of strategic deployment to the specific routes of retreat, how to lure the enemy, how to annihilate them. He hadn't even graduated from a military academy, hadn't even studied a single day as a pilot, and only had 2 years of mecha maintenance. How on earth had he come up with this battle plan, without giving it much thought? After considering the plan's feasibility, she immediately assumed command from Su Li and issued new orders to all units on the battlefield. In the cockpit, Hong Ying, who was piloting autonomously, turned her head and looked at the huddled Su Li. Her gaze lingered on the test tube he had discarded beside her, and she bit her lower lip fiercely. She didn't know what Su Li had drunk, but she knew it was what had caused him such pain. "Master, are you all right?" "Not yet." The warmth finally spread throughout his body, and he finally got used to the muscle spasms, controlling himself to sit up. On the screen, Yi's expression took on a stern look. She stared at Su Li, whose eyes were red and clearly not in good condition. She was taken aback for a moment, then said calmly, "Hold on. I contacted Regal and provided the void positioning. The Super S pilots are already en route to the nearest space station. Half an hour. Just hold on for half an hour. Leave the elite troops to the Super S pilots." Su Li didn't answer, fearing he spit out blood if he opened his mouth. The screen went black, revealing the battlefield before him again. He strapped himself securely to the cockpit and reached out to grasp Hong Ying's joystick. His body was a little weak from the effects of the drug, but he could clearly feel his mind was unusually active. It was as if countless tentacles were spreading outward from his brain. He didn't need to look, he could sense Lightning's presence beside him. Her energy was a bright red ball, brimming with vitality and joy. The feeling he had felt when he first piloted Hong Ying reappeared. Without words, he instantly connected with Lightning's spirit and unleashed her inherent abilities. "General," a pale crimson field unfolded. Hong Ying hummed softly, and with the general's blessing, the entire mech circled in the air and dived rapidly downward. Faint golden lines began to spread across the mech, instantly marking 8 coordinates. Strike! The massive figure suddenly vanished in midair, sending the attacking Zerg slamming into each other. A faint golden light flashed above the heads of the 8 large species. The massive mech rushed forward for dozens of meters before slamming down, crushing the hiding insects beneath it into a thick pulp. The black gold mech landed heavily on the ground. With a swipe of its spear, it cleared the obstacles before it, then stepped on the smaller species and charged again towards the larger ones. Countless smaller species clung to its heels, vying for a bite. But they always missed by a hair's breadth. The terminal Junwei carried perfectly recorded everything happening on the battlefield. Hongying was like a dancer on the edge of a knife, each movement brimming with agility. The massive mech maneuvered nimbly across the ever-changing terrain, its roving spear transforming into a swirling dragon. Junwei stared in amazement as Su Li, piloting Hongying, danced through the insect swarm, each thrust carrying the life of one or two Zerg. They charged forward, fearless and reckless, but often their advance was halted by the corpses of their comrades, their momentum sapped. With only one man and one rifle, he moved unimpeded through the Zerg swarm. Junwei's eyes brimmed with envy, her delicate hands clenched tightly, ripping her apron without realizing it. How delighted she would be if the mech roaming freely on the battlefield were herself. The two mech teams had completed their suppression mission at the hill's exit. As the main force began to retreat, they immediately maneuvered to the end of the Zerg tide and launched a new round of firepower at it. Across the battlefield, stretching over 10 kilometers, the Zerg were completely divided into three parts. The vanguard had already broken through the hill, circling the outpost in pursuit of the main force. The second echelon of elite troops remained on the hills, slowly surging outward. The smaller Zerg swarm in the rear, drawn in by the inspection team and the guards, fought their way back in the opposite direction. On the entire central battlefield, Su Li was the only one firmly anchored. Lightning slithered by Hongying's side, its exceptional speed agile and quick as it swept away the smaller species around her. Two mechs, one red and one black, forcibly drew a vast swarm of Zerg, weaving through the hills. But despite their efforts, the Zerg formation continued its steady advance. In the cockpit, Hongying was reaching her limit. Her entire body trembled, her fair legs turning a brilliant pink. She could feel a seemingly intangible hand pressing against her head, gently caressing it with a familiar warmth. Hold on a little longer, just a little longer. The governor said they only needed to hold out for half an hour. She already held out for 10 minutes. Just a few more minutes, and lightning could handle the rest. Blushing, she turned silently. Su Li's face was grimacing, veins bulging, and his eyes bloodshot. Hongying clenched her teeth and lowered her head. She didn't know how much longer Su Li could hold out in his current condition, but she knew she had to hold out to the end. The massive figure of the elite soldier had already approached. Lightning's flight module erupted, and she soared into the sky like a stalk of dry land. Hongying felt a series of commands echo through her mind, and her innate skills unleashed once more, locking onto the terrifying, hideous centipede before her. The next second, the black gold figure vanished into the swarm of insects, and suddenly appeared above the centipede's head. 8 coordinates in the void formed a line, and Su Li only had time to fire a single shot. The invincible spear pierced the armor with a crisp sound, shattering it directly through the armor. The steel shaft exploded, shredding Hongying's palm. Finally, unable to bear the barrage of commands, she rolled her eyes and fainted. The black gold mech dissipated, and two figures appeared in midair. A bright red figure swooped down, scooped the two up, and placed them in its cockpit, soaring back into the sky. In the cockpit, Su Li struggled to strap himself to the driver's seat. Just as he opened his mouth to breathe, a mouthful of blood spurted out, spraying onto Lightning's body. What he feared most had come true. The excessive dose of strengthening potions, while strengthening his physique, had also begun to dissolve his genes. His physique would be greatly improved within half an hour. But if he didn't receive timely medical attention after half an hour, he would be crippled. Chapter 107. The courtyard, not particularly spacious, was paved with gray stones. A few green shrubs dotted the stone path. A simple stone lantern sat beside a pond, evoking a strangely zen atmosphere. The water wheel slowly turned, driving a trickle of water into a bamboo tube. The end of the bamboo tube was connected to the shocking deer. Periodically, it would be filled with water, striking the stone with a crisp sound. Behind the central door, on the tatami mat, a woman sat cross-legged at a low table with bare arms, sipping tea from a small bamboo cup. Her bare arms were entwined with a colorful dragon pattern, her eyes glaring, giving her an uncanny look. A woman knelt beside her, silently cradling a tea tray. Before her, a man in a suit and tie knelt, his hands on the ground, his head resting on them. I beg you to lend us your assistance. On our front lines, the 3rd Legion's flanks have repeatedly spotted traces of elite troops. Each appearance, however, lasts no more than 5 minutes, making it difficult to pinpoint their location. However, it's undeniable that they appeared 3 times in a row, each time inflicting heavy losses on the 3rd Legion. We dare not disturb you while you're resting, so we can only take advantage of a break from your duties to come and ask for your help. We, the 3rd Legion, simply ask that you take a detour between missions. If you were to appear at the 3rd Legion's base, I believe that elite soldier would be terrified and would never again dare harass us. He straightened slightly, moved a box aside, opened it, and pushed it toward the woman. Inside the box lay 3 S-class modules. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and she set down her cup. Just a quick stroll. The man quickly lowered his head. If you can find the time to kill him, our 3rd Legion will offer you another gift. However, considering your busy military duties, we dare not ask for anything more. The woman tapped her fingers on the tabletop. After a moment, she leaned forward and pulled the box in front of her. The mecha girl behind her raised her eyes, about to speak. She clearly saw the corner of her mouth curl up as her master reached out to touch the box. All right. I'm going out, so I'll stop by your place first. It won't take long. The man in black was overjoyed upon hearing this. He thanked her profusely again, then bowed and retreated to the door, gesturing for an invitation. The woman rose from behind the low table, her wide hakama looking baggy. She walked to the door and donned high wooden clogs, appearing no taller than 1.6 meters. The man respectfully led her to the car and carefully seated her inside. He then quickly scurried to the driver's seat, opened the door, started the car, and drove towards the military port where the armed transport ship was docked. Lingsue Star Outpost. The expanded defenses once again delayed the Zerg Vanguard's advance, giving the mecha girls ample time to retreat and redeploy. Thanks to Su Li's careful planning, not a single large species was among the first wave of Zerg that emerged from the hills. Under Han Hai's command, the numerous mecha girls fought and retreated, setting up countless interception points along the way. While their firepower wasn't particularly impressive, they had no trouble dealing with medium and small creatures. Even at C rank, they were already accustomed to battling these giants, not to mention that they were all now B rank. The level increase was a qualitative improvement. If Han Hai hadn't repeatedly emphasized following Su Li's battle plan, these mecha girls would have long since given up their eagerness and charged forward to fight the bugs to the bitter end. Fighting to the death was never just a slogan. So many of their comrades had fallen on this land. Maintaining composure in the face of their enemies was already a real challenge. Furthermore, their commander was alone, trapped deep in the central battlefield, which only heightened everyone's anxiety. It had been a while since they had heard Su Li's voice on the channel. Under Han Hai's command, the 13 squads of mechs transformed into a massive millstone, each rotation wiping out a vast number of Zerg manpower. They relied on the advantageous terrain, coupled with an inexhaustible supply of various weaponry. It can only be said that they had never fought such a rich battle before. Hold steady, don't panic. The commander has already held off the large species for you. We can't be complacent and rush ahead. We must drastically reduce the Zerg's manpower. As long as we complete our mission, victory will be ours. Han Hai's voice echoed across the communication channel. Li Tianlang, piloting the Yuerong, led his squad to once again eliminate the Miss Zerg and immediately return to the temporary command post. He sat in the cockpit, his uniform soaked with sweat. Yuerong turned and gently rubbed his cramped hands. The intense, continuous fighting had shaken this S-class pilot, a first-time battlefield pilot, uncontrollably. This wasn't fear. This was the rapid flow of adrenaline, making his muscles tremble with excitement. Little Rong. So this is what the battlefield is like. It's difficult. No wonder Master is so strong. I can only kill small insects in the rear, but he single-handedly charged into the hilly terrain. If I could spend 10 years on the battlefield, do you think I could reach his level of growth? Yuerong looked directly into Li Tianlang's eyes, which held the expected enthusiasm. She admitted that Su Li was an extremely charming man, especially on the battlefield. He only needed to stand there, and he was the anchor of everyone's heart. Can you understand? He just stood on a wooden crate. Even facing a massive swarm of insects, his expression remained unwavering. He said he'd take on the tough ones. His resolute words were so compelling you couldn't help but believe him. I understand. Of course I understand. Master, as long as you stay by his side, one day, you too will become like him. Li Tianlang smiled. He ruffled his soaked white hair, lifted Yuerong's pretty face, and kissed her deeply. I can feel it. I'm becoming like him. One day, I'll take you to a high platform. Yuerong cradled his head, her lips silencing his remaining words. A flicker of heartache flashed in her eyes. She had never wanted Li Tianlang to stand on a high platform. She didn't want the glory of battle. She only wanted the peace and happiness of this man, who would risk his life to protect her, even if it meant a life of mediocrity. Li Tianlang placed his trembling hands on Yuerong's back, holding her tightly in his arms. Feeling her unique warmth, he felt truly alive. At this moment, for the first time, he felt truly alive. Zhang Chongping, piloting the shield, trudged over to Yuerong's side and plopped down on the ground. The mecha girls of the mobile squad began to refuel one by one. Compared to the two men, who were already somewhat exhausted, they had long since grown accustomed to the current pace of combat. In the moments when no one was paying attention, Han Hai stared intently at the screen in front of him. On the central battlefield, the black and gold figure had vanished. In its place, a blood-red hue remained. Hong Ying had only held out for 12 minutes. Chapter 108. Ling Sui's Star, Central Battlefield. Su Li spat out another mouthful of blood. His body had fully adapted to the boost provided by the strengthening potion. He didn't know how much stronger it was now, but he knew he still had half an hour. Master, are you okay? Don't scare me. I'll never read any more books. I'll go back and memorize the mecha theory. I won't drink lubricant anymore. Even if I knew the lubricant under your bed was for me, I wouldn't do it secretly. Su Li was slightly stunned, as if he hadn't expected his extra mouthful of blood to have such a benefit. For a moment, he didn't know whether to comfort Lightning. But seeing her constantly looking back, he was afraid Lightning wouldn't react in time and crash into the bugs, but he could only offer words of comfort. It's okay. We can still hold on. Stay focused, we can't handle the big ones. Let's turn around and deal with those larger ones first. We held out for over 10 minutes. Just another 10 minutes and reinforcements will arrive. Lightning nodded, piloting the mech into flight. A red field instantly expanded. General originally had a radius of only 100 meters, but after her upgrade, that range had expanded to 1 kilometer. While she lacked the ability to teleport into the void like Hong Ying, her extreme acceleration still made her a phantom on the battlefield. The massive centipede watched the small mech darting around on the battlefield, roaring angrily. With a twist of its body, it lunged towards Lightning. Its sturdy frame didn't appear unwieldy at all. It was incredibly agile, dodging the larger species on the ground as it slithered. In just a few breaths, it was right beside Lightning, its jaws, over 10 meters long, clamping down fiercely on her. Its mouth parts moved in and out, its two pairs of mandibles moving rapidly. Its bristly lower jaws also formed a pincer-like shape, revealing venom glands. Dots of a fishy-smelling venom were already being secreted, coating the lower jaws. Lightning dodged the jaw's attack with a single slide. A single glance back made her feel as if her soul was about to float. Her tiny frame was only a few meters longer than its jaws. If it had caught her, she would have been snapped in two. Master, it's so fast. We don't have the energy to deal with the larger species. Then let's take it for a spin. Tease it, and have it kill the larger species for us. How to tease? Lightning suddenly remembered her silk nightgown. If there was any action that could make someone furious. A bright red figure flashed and appeared on the carapace of a giant, thick-backed beetle. She first reached out to touch her head, then lowered her hand to her waist. She thrust forward with all her might. A deafening roar echoed, and before Su Li could react, he saw the hideous, terrifying figure charging straight towards him. The red mech dodged and retreated. He didn't even have time to criticize Lightning's actions. He simply flipped a switch on its side. The armor slid open, and dozens of small missiles, trailing flames, hurtled towards the gaping maw. It didn't even dodge, allowing dozens of missiles to bombard its face without even a scratch. The flight module instantly activated, thrusters blazing, and the red mech dodged the centipede's attack with a sudden, dodging motion. Its mandibles, over 10 meters long, pierced a thick-backed beetle. With a flick of its head, the massive, 10-meter-long beetle was flung toward the scurrying red figure. A cloud of dust billowed, as the large beetle's body slid hundreds of meters across the ground, slamming heavily against the mountain wall. Numerous small beetles, and 3 medium-sized beetles were unable to evade the attack, trapped between the large beetle and the mountain wall, and crushed into a sticky mess. Jun Wei watched helplessly as Lightning, before he could even dodge, was propelled forward by the enormous beetle's body. He instinctively straightened his body. The elite centipede turned its head and roared again. Without the red creature's interference, the Zerg regrouped and began their march toward the edge of the hill. Han Hai stared blankly at the drone's feed, his nails digging into his palms. Did he finally fail to hold out? All the strategic deployments outside were aimed only at small and medium-sized species. Even if a single large species broke out, It would be a catastrophic disaster for the current situation. A hand, mingled with green slime, stretched out from the large species' body. Bright red lightning exerted force with both hands, pried open the wounds inflicted by the centipede bite on the large species' body, and limped out. That was a truly dangerous situation. If she hadn't dodged the large species' wound at the critical moment, she and Suli would have been crushed to a pulp in an instant. Her heartbeat was deafening, and cold sweat rolled down her forehead. Her left leg trembled, having lost all feeling. On the screen, she could only watch helplessly as the large species marched in an orderly formation toward the outskirts of the hill. "Master, I can still do it. We can't let them get out. We still have the flight module. As long as it's intact, we can still fight." Suli raised his hand and touched Lightning's head. "It's okay. You worked hard enough. Take Hongying away from the battlefield. Leave the rest to Junwei." "Junwei? Master, you can fly her? You forgot, I can adjust some of her attributes." Lightning's eyes paused at this. She turned to look at Suli behind her. He looked even weaker than before. "Lightning, time is running out. Junwei, obey orders." A golden mecha instantly appeared beside Lightning, opening its cockpit. She watched in astonishment as the blood-soaked Suli entered the cockpit and closed the hatch. "It's okay. I just drank some genetic medicine, and it's causing a dissolution reaction. With prompt treatment, there won't be any problems." Suli's hands were no longer shaking. He could clearly feel that his condition was stabilizing. The substantial improvement in his physical fitness gave him the skills to pilot the Regal, provided he made some minor adjustments to the data. Acceleration decreased by 30, allocated to stability. Maneuverability decreased by 30, allocated to defense. He raised his hand, grasped the golden handle, and closed his eyes. In the cockpit, only 2 faint breaths remained. As he donned the helmet, the feeling of being one with the enemy returned. Lightning, with a red tassel, soared into the sky, finding the right moment to escape the battlefield. In the field, the golden mecha suddenly lit up. Her figure abruptly vanished, reappearing at the exit of the hill. A golden knight's lance swirled with vortexes of energy, and with a soft sizzle, she stomped her foot, and the entire mecha vanished into a shadow, colliding head-on with a large, oncoming beast. With a thrust of the spear, the compressed air within was instantly released. The large species' massive head shattered in an instant. Its massive body, headless, remained unresponsive, continuing its rampage. Numerous smaller species were crushed to pieces, their headless bodies pacing back and forth for over 10 seconds before collapsing heavily. The golden mecha shattered upon contact, exploding the heads of 10 large species in a matter of seconds. With her appearance, the central battlefield plunged into chaos once again. The road ahead was littered with corpses, and before the continuous pile of bodies, a golden figure stood proudly. Han Hai, far away at the outpost, saw the drone feed and felt a sense of relief. Suli was truly reckless. He always seemed like this, always this chaotic. She clutched her chest, a complex expression in her eyes. She saw more than just the dazzling glow of the golden mecha. She also saw the blood stains on Suli's face as he changed bodies. He wore a black uniform. If it were white, it would have been stained red. This was the first time Han Hai had seen a human fighting on the front lines for them, facing a massive swarm of insects alone. The terminal in his hand fell to the ground. The mobile team members stepped forward to pick it up, and the first thing they saw was their leader standing alone at the pass, spear in hand, fighting against the large species. Chapter 109. Junwei's body trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if they were one. A certain level of mental synchronization allowed her to clearly sense Suli's pain. Even a mere 30% synchronization had already caused her body to tremble. She could imagine the agony Suli was feeling as he manipulated her to slaughter the enemy on the battlefield. Just a genetic dissolution? His words were so casual, he made death sound so casual. He had anticipated everything. He knew that with only the red tassel and lightning, he wouldn't be able to survive the central battlefield. So, he had used genetic potions early on, forcibly enhancing his physical fitness, just for this very possibility. There's a cure for genetic dissolution, but this drug is exclusively available on Mechanical Island, and each dose costs a whopping 500,000 military merits. Those merits are earned for killing an elite. How much longer? 3 more minutes? Suli grinned. Even after adjusting the acceleration to 30, the terrifying backlash still made it difficult to breathe. The air in his chest seemed to be squeezed out instantly. With every acceleration, he clenched his teeth, fearing that the blood he spat out would carry his shattered internal organs along with it. His organs weren't shattered, it was merely an illusion caused by lack of oxygen under the powerful backlash. Su didn't dare push his speed to its limit, relying on the edge of his body's endurance, manipulating Regal to fight on the battlefield. The elite centipede's front half rose high, its compound eyes following the golden figure as it moved back and forth. It lunged forward again and again, attempting to strike, only to lose sight of her in an instant. Such a slippery presence caused it to roar repeatedly. It wanted to abandon such an opponent and break through the hills and mountains directly. But every time it issued an order, it failed. The vast Zerg column tried to advance, but was always crushed and knocked over by the headless bodies. The sheer size of the large species became the greatest obstacle to the team's progress at this moment. The small and medium-sized species pouring out of the exit were immediately divided and eliminated by the 13 squads. Su had actually stopped the advance of all the large species with just one person. Master, you did it. Jun Wei's voice trembled, and she dared not look back. The pain in her body, the warmth spraying on her back. She knew clearly that Su had vomited blood more than once, and each time he accelerated, it was a torment to his already shattered body. But to hold these Zerg back, he charged again and again, blocking all the large species within the hills. The continued blood loss blurred his vision. Even though he breathed deeply, and with all his might, he could still feel his vision darkening. Hold them down. We must hold them down. As long as we hold out until the Super S-Class pilots arrive, the outpost will be saved, he muttered to himself. On Ling Sui's star, the most important thing was everyone in the outpost. But the second most important thing was this base they had worked so hard to build for so many years. No one was willing to abandon it. When Su learned of the arrival of reinforcements, his first thought was that the base could be saved. But time passed, and the reinforcements didn't arrive. 3 minutes? Jun Wei thrust her spear into the large species, splattering bright green blood. She pulled it out and teleported again, dodging the elite centipede's attack. Many 3 minutes had passed. She had been counting silently. In just 20 minutes, she had already killed over 100 large species. But the so-called reinforcements still hadn't arrived. Tears formed a line through Jun Wei's long, flowing hair, and streamed down her cheeks. Originally, they could have chosen a safer approach. Without reinforcements, he could simply lead his team out, fighting and retreating, dividing the insect swarm and coordinating guerrilla warfare. While they might not be able to hold their base, they wouldn't be trapped in a desperate situation. Only after hearing that reinforcements were coming did he redeploy his battle plan, single-handedly carrying the entire battlefield. But why hadn't the reinforcements arrived yet? Su only had 2 minutes left. Jun Wei could already feel something in her body dissolving. She knew that Su Li's body functions had reached their limit, and her condition was rapidly deteriorating. Gazing at the densely packed field of large species, a smile played on his lips. The potion's effectiveness was beginning to wear off. Perhaps it was from the excessive blood vomiting, but he could clearly sense he couldn't hold on any longer. He thought he could hold out for 30 minutes, but now, after only 28 minutes, he was already giving up. The potion's effectiveness had peaked while he was piloting Lightning. Lightning lasted 8 minutes before being injured and forced to retire, replaced by Regal. He had already been piloting Regal for 20 minutes. Including Honging's 12 minutes, the reinforcements the governor had mentioned were already 10 minutes late. He licked his teeth, his eyes narrowed at the taste of blood in his mouth. At the end of his sight, the spirited centipede bared its fangs and claws, making him feel uneasy. He might not have the chance to return to the outpost. At this thought, his heart twitched slightly, and Lightning's pretty face flashed through his mind. He had clearly promised her that they would be together forever. Was he going to break his promise? On the battlefield, there was no room for further distraction. Even for the sake of the 200 mecha girls behind him, and Lightning, and the others, he would fight with all his might. Regal, can you break its defenses? Regal's body trembled slightly, her golden eyelashes fluttering slightly. She didn't know how to explain this to her 4 sisters, who hadn't yet left the factory. She didn't know how to explain this to Lightning, Black Feather, and Red Tassel. But she knew that Su Li's life was almost over. There was no gene repair potion on this battlefield. Even if he applied now, he didn't have enough military merit. Even if he could get it on credit, there wouldn't be enough time to deliver it. Sensing his rapidly declining health, she nodded emphatically, crying out, "Yes! Master, I can!" "So you want to die with Master?" A childish voice suddenly appeared in the cockpit. Her tiny body looked tiny, and she stood prettily beside Su Li, clutching a large teddy bear. She lowered her white furred head, holding the hem of her maid outfit with one hand, and bowed to Su Li. When she stood up again, she pressed the golden core directly against Su Li's mouth. The blood stained the golden core, tinging it with a red glow. She tossed the teddy bear aside and quickly squeezed herself between Su Li and Jun Wei, pressing her small body against Su Li's chest, clinging tightly to him. A faint blue light overflowed, enveloping Su Li's entire body. The decline of his bodily functions instantly ceased, and his body regained its vitality. Nice to meet you. I'm Jun Shou. Leave your body to me, master. She rubbed her white head against her blood-stained black uniform, not even disdaining the blood. Jun Wei, you've been running away. We'll settle the score after this battle. Chapter 110. You, why are you here? Jun Wei's voice was filled with surprise. If I don't come soon, my own master will be ruined by you. Jun Shou rolled his eyes, not forgetting to stretch out his leg and give Jun Wei a hard kick on the butt. Master, you can go all out. I'm here. Whether it's your body or Jun Wei's defense, leave it to me. Her words were firm and decisive. Su Li took a deep breath and immediately adjusted Jun Wei's attributes back to their original template. With the so-called reinforcements from Mechanical Island still not arriving, there was only one way to solve the problem. He didn't even get a good look at the new mecha girl, but he noticed her defense value of 200 and stability of 180. The newly added telekinesis attribute was also 237. Her strange posture didn't make him feel awkward. Instead, a strange feeling came over him, and he subconsciously let go of the control handle. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and he felt two balls of warm light collide with his own mind, guided by the system. Then, everything seemed different. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see everything happening outside through the mech's eyes. No longer a fleeting feeling of being one with the mech, now, he was completely one with the mech. Stretching his legs, raising his hands, everything was effortless, without the need for keystrokes. A single thought, and the mech responded synchronously. A giant dung beetle charged toward him. He instinctively lunged forward, and the entire mech vanished in a streak of light. Hidden in the void, a massive shield, over 20 meters tall, suddenly vanished, reappearing in his hand. With a shadowy afterimage, it crashed head-on into the dung beetle's massive head. With a resounding explosion, its massive body was sent careening off by the charging Regal, shield in hand. Its head shattered by the impact. Is this the attribute of an SS-class mecha? Su Li sighed heartily, as he felt the Regal's explosive speed. No, that piece of trash is only S-class. With me, it's SS. Jun Shou's childish voice spoke with unrelenting force. She clung to Su Li, her brow furrowed. Su Li's condition was worse than she had imagined. Su Li could clearly feel the mecha's arms applying a secondary impact force to the shield the moment it struck the dung beetle, much like the Regal spear. The instantaneous release of accumulated energy was the fundamental reason its head exploded. Looking at the densely packed valves on its arms, he suddenly understood why the Regal was so confident in breaking through the defenses of elite troops. Jun Shou's appearance halted his physical decline, and the countdown to his life seemed infinitely prolonged. Looking at the large species one after another, he suddenly felt that there was no need to rush to deal with the centipede monster. He still needed plenty of sparring partners to get used to the new mecha. In the temporary command post at the outpost, Cao Cao sat cross-legged on the ground, sweat dripping down his forehead, but he had no time to wipe it away. He commissioned and launched drone after drone. They not only recorded footage, but also kept a constant eye on every change on the battlefield. Amid the overwhelming insect swarm, even the smallest drones would be targeted by some. Every damaged drone caused him long-lasting grief. Although these were initial investments for the Mechanical Island and didn't cost him any money, the thought of having to pay for future replenishments made his heart ache. The intense battle left him no time to repair the drones that had been automatically returning to home. He was like a machine, repeating the adjustments he had programmed, sending spare drones one by one high into the air. In his only moments of free time, he would spare a glance at the terminal at his side. Several logistics drone girls gathered around him, repairing drones while staring intently at Cao Cao's terminal. From time to time, he would suddenly jerk his body, then recoil, his movements synchronized, accompanied by a grin and a shudder. In the image, a golden figure leaped high, thruster fire erupting, dual blades grasped, spinning and slashing fiercely. The centipede demon finally locked onto Su Li's figure again, and the moment he raised his blade to strike, it raised its front half and lunged down. Cao Cao's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the unadjusted drone. All the logistics drone girls couldn't help but gasp. Two shields suddenly appeared on the screen, illuminating with a faint blue light. They thrust forward, one to the left and the other to the right, crashing hard into the centipede's massive jaws. No one was holding them up, but the shield seemed welded shut. No matter how hard the centipede struggled, it didn't even budge. The Golden Regal seized this opportunity to leap up, his two swords vanishing in an instant. He grasped his spear with both hands. With a soft, sharp sound, a fierce burst of flame erupted from the thrusters. He and his spear shone with a dazzling golden light, thrusting it into the gap between the third and fourth segments of the centipede's carapace. A dazzling flash of fire erupted, and the thick spear's tip spun rapidly, like a drill, finally piercing its armor. The compressed air pressure suddenly released, and the spear thrust forward, penetrating a significant portion of the force once more. But it was far from enough. The golden figure swung his fists, the air valves on his arms opening and closing in a series, slamming down hard on the spear. The alloy spear, over 30 meters long, completely pierced the centipede's body, pinning it to the ground. "Master, be careful!" "Dang!" A shield appeared 50 meters overhead, abruptly blocking the incoming centipede's tail. The immense force yanked the shield downwards by 30 meters. The golden figure teleported to the side, and the shield vanished immediately. The over 200-meter-long centipede curled up into a ball, then stretched itself out again. The intense pain sent it thrashing like a madman on the battlefield. Countless smaller species were crushed to pulp the moment they touched it. Its body swirled again and again, each spring carrying a sharp gust of wind as it lashed toward the ground, sending smoke and dust flying and shaking the ground. A hissing sound echoed, and a pale purple poisonous mist was sprayed out, instantly covering an area several kilometers from the exit. Countless insects took a few steps in the poisonous mist before collapsing, their limbs dissolving at a visible speed. Sully looked at the giant centipede, its front half pinned to the ground, which was now lashing its spear with its tail. With its violent movements, the spear threatened to break loose. We couldn't give it a chance to breathe. Seeing the hilltop entrance shrouded in poisonous mist, Sully no longer had to worry about a large-scale breakthrough. He simply drew out his second spear, waiting for his opportunity. Even the Regal couldn't effectively penetrate its armor. Even the gaps between the armor plates required effort to penetrate. The base of its articulated legs could be considered one of its weaknesses, but it had many legs. Destroying them one by one would be a monumental undertaking. Killing such a massive creature with a single strike was simply wishful thinking. It would only slowly wear away its life. As he rushed forward, Sully suddenly felt a strange sensation. His intuition told him that this wasn't how the Regal was supposed to be used. Chapter 111. Wisps of spiritual fluctuation spread out. This was the first time Sully had felt his own spirit so directly. His spirit was instantly torn into two parts, one outside the body, the other inside. He narrowed his eyes and tugged at Jun Shou's stocking-clad calf. She was still kicking Jun Wei's, but determined not to stop until she was dead. Sensing Sully's spiritual power, Jun Wei in front of him raised his head. A brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from his golden eyes as Sully's spirit converged. The golden mecha took a step forward, and golden ripples suddenly spread out from its body like waves. They merged into one, gradually enveloping the entire central battlefield. All the Zerg froze the moment the golden ripples passed through them. The medium-sized species could still hiss, but the small species simply crouched on the ground, motionless. A golden mecha shadow rose from behind her. Spears radiated golden light appeared in midair, their tips pointed downward, aimed directly at the struggling centipede. They spun violently in the air, stirring up the toxic mist at the exit. Sully's arm suddenly dropped, and dozens of golden spears instantly pierced the sky. The struggling, writhing behemoth was pierced through the spine, pinning it to the ground. Two shields suddenly clashed in midair, as if controlled by a giant hand. With a sound like a whistle, they slammed heavily onto the centipede's head. The hard shield collided with its head armor, producing a sharp, metallic clang. Sparks flew as the massive head slammed to the ground, its two short mandibles lodged in the ground, shattered by the onrushing blows. The battlefield thickened with dust. Jun Shou, frantically controlling his shield with one hand, struck the centipede's head again and again. With each blow, its massive head visibly deformed. Venom mixed with green plasma gushed from its mouth. The massive shield showed no sign of stopping, striking again and again. With each blow, the centipede's legs and body trembled unnaturally. The frequency gradually slowed, until it ceased to move completely. The system in his mind once again popped up a reminder of mission completion. Congratulations to the host for defeating an elite soldier. You earned 300,000 energy points, and redeemable items are being refreshed. A wave of weakness washed over him, a kind of mental exhaustion. Jun Shou finally retracted his shield. The golden light in Jun Wei's eyes remained undimmed. Dozens of smaller spears appeared again in midair, locking onto all the large species present. The location of each large species in the area appeared in Su Li's mind. With his mind focused, the spears in midair pierced downwards. One after another, large species were pierced through the skull, losing their lives. Every time he raised his hand, the spears soared into the sky, and every time they fell, dozens of large species perished. With the last large species pierced, Su Li's vision was completely dark. The dual exhaustion of body and mind caused him to slump backward in the driver's seat. Master, master? Jun Wei's urgent cries were faint in his ears, but he ultimately couldn't make out what she was trying to say, completely losing consciousness. Shut up. The master is exhausted, he needs to rest. Don't fly. Slow down. Jun Wei glanced at Jun Shou, his expression stern, and knowingly shut his mouth, maneuvering his mech outside. The pheromones released by the elite soldiers before their death shuddered at the insects, and they scattered the moment the golden field vanished. They didn't even attempt to intercept Jun Wei. Instinct, etched in their minds, compelled them to obey the elite's final command. Escape. And then south. All the way south, the sun finally tilted due west, and with no sign of a large army of insects emerging, they tentatively advanced toward the hill's mouth. But before they got far, they froze in their tracks. The entire hill's mouth was completely blocked by a thick pile of Zerg corpses. Li Tianlang soared into the sky in his Yuerong. A single glance sent a tremor through his heart, his entire mech trembling violently, nearly causing him to fall. Everywhere he looked, he was filled with Zerg corpses. There were countless large species, not to mention the medium and small ones. All the mech girls gritted their teeth and explored forward step by step. Some of the large species were still not completely dead. Even with their heads completely blown away, their limbs still twitched, sending a chill through the mech girls, forcing them to huddle together. After all their years of guarding the outpost, this was their first time encountering so many large species at such close range. Captain, where's the commander? A drone girl asked, echoing everyone's thoughts. Where's the drone? Quick, check where the commander is. He's alone, he's alone. Hurry and find him. Cao Dao slumped weakly into his chair. The drone footage showed no sign of Su Li. He was carried in a metal box by a drone girl, following the team forward. What he saw made his legs give out. After 40 years, he had witnessed a true Zerg swarm for the first time. Could anyone survive such a swarm? Even more so, alone against the elite of the entire swarm. He only knew the last footage the drones transmitted, showing him battling the elite. The centipede's twitching body destroyed a large number of drones. The few remaining drones could only capture a limited view, unable to see Su Li's final fate. Go to the very center of the central battlefield. The commander must be there. Is he still alive? He must be alive. He must be alive. Everyone involuntarily began to accelerate, with Han Hai at the very end. In her cockpit, Hong Ying lay slumped to the side, still unconscious. Lightning, limping on one leg, stared intently out of the cockpit. She knew better than anyone that Su Li couldn't control the Regal. His body was already reaching its limit even while piloting her. She reached out and touched her back, her hand covered in a bright red, a glaring red. Hurry up. Han Hai turned and looked at the somewhat numb lightning. I told you to hurry. Han Hai turned and took control of the machine, taking flight. In the very center of the battlefield, the centipede, pinned to the spot, suddenly caught her eye. It was far larger than it appeared in the video. A golden figure staggered in the afterglow of the setting sun, appearing before everyone's eyes. Regal. It's Regal. Great. She has no external injuries. The commander appears to be all right. Why is she staggering? Nonsense. You killed so many bugs, and you're still staggering. They instantly accelerated and rushed towards Regal. The golden mech ultimately didn't reach them. She stumbled and fell to her knees. In the setting sun, the Zerg's blood seemed to adorn her golden armor with countless pearls and jade. In the cockpit, Regal's body trembled, and he couldn't help but snort. You useless piece of shit. I asked you to share even a little of your master's pain, and you can't even do it. What else can you do? Chapter 112. Can't undo the deployment. Carry her away from this place. The Zerg's poison and acid can burn a human's respiratory tract. A mech girl approached Regal's side and carefully lifted her up. Lightning limped out of Han Hai's cockpit, unfolding and limping behind them. She resisted the urge to open the Regal's cockpit for a peek and stumbled out after them. Han Hai led several squads of mech girls to the centipede, and everyone shuddered. Its head alone was almost as big as theirs. How did the commander kill such an enemy? Its body, over 200 meters long, was pinned firmly by a dozen spears. The completely deflated and deformed head made everyone gulp. A sense of pride welled up in them, and they bit their lower lips hard to suppress a sound. The only elite species that can be killed are Super S pilots and SS mechas. My commander is actually a Super S. Perhaps he's not yet a Super S. But after this battle, he's definitely on the path to Super S status. Is the commander okay? I don't know. Let's go back and see what's so special about this dead bug. Don't carry it back. I mean, maybe when the commander wakes up, he'd like to see it hanging on the outpost's cliff face. Like those stink bugs. But isn't this thing poisonous? Can it be eaten? It's an elite species. Even if it's inedible, given the commander's personality, he'd probably try making some soup out of it. Then, carry them back? Carry them back. The mech girls began to clean up the battlefield spontaneously. Any recognized food items were immediately collected. Unknown insects were carried back to the outpost, one by one, and piled together. The 2 standard squads also returned. However, their condition wasn't very good. Only half of the 34 mechs returned. The casualty rate reached 50%. 038 immediately spotted Regal sprawled on the ground. Lightning knelt beside him, her body trembling uncontrollably. She shuddered, her vision instantly blacking out. She clung to Hanhai, and it took her a long time to recover. She gripped Hanhai's arms tightly, with such force that he couldn't help but frown. He's still. Lightning's leg is broken, and she won't listen no matter what I say. Now that you're back, go help her up. She only has one leg left. Why is she still trembling? Wait until the sour smell in here dissipates, and then the commander will come out naturally. 038 was stunned at the words, and the sorrow that surged in his heart suddenly stopped and caught in his throat. Is he okay? Hanhai glanced at 038 in surprise. Why did he feel that this woman was a little off-kilter? It was as if she was hoping something was wrong with Suli. If she remembered correctly, she had hugged him in the store, huh? A career-oriented woman, with such passionate emotions. That's it? He's in trouble. He's reportedly unconscious and in poor condition. He needs gene suppression drugs. I already filed a report, but there's no response yet. 038 breathed a sigh of relief, but then his heart jumped to his throat again. Gene suppression drugs? His genes have been dissolved? Why? Hanhai opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head and remained silent. What could she say? Could she say that the scheduled reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and he had no choice but to shoulder the entire central battlefield? A group of mecha girls carrying a centipede over 200 meters long passed before 038. 038, who had never seen such a massive insect before, was completely captivated by it, and watched the mecha girls carry it past without blinking. The centipede's leg trembled slightly, nearly scaring 038 to death. 032 raised her gun, her face pale. The sound of artillery fire was still ringing in her ears, and she looked dazed and unresponsive. Fortunately, she finally realized that the centipede in front of her was inanimate, and didn't pull the trigger. She patted 038's shoulder, leaned close to her ear, and spoke in what she thought was a quiet whisper. Backup has arrived? Thank goodness. The base is secure. At least we don't have to sleep outdoors tonight. Startled by the loud voice, 038 instinctively reached over to cover her mouth. She struggled a bit. The battle's over, and you're still covering my mouth? Shut up. Shut up. Look at my lips. In a game of chess, the mouth is the key. Hanhai ignored the loud voice of 032 and looked at 038. How could the losses be so heavy? 038 smiled wryly and pointed at his ear. That's good. Half the damage is from this. The heavy artillery was so loud. My head is still buzzing. No personnel. No, but 537's condition might not be good. She's been infected with venom. The insect sprayed towards the cockpit, and she didn't have time to dodge, so she was hit directly. Her body is covered in burns and toxic. Upon hearing this, Hanhai thought of the little girl who always loved to jump around in front of Suli. The commander isn't doing well. Don't tell him this news yet. 038 nodded gently, and was about to say something when a commotion next to him interrupted him. The air pressure indicators had returned to normal, the medical mech girl was in position, and the Regal's cockpit was finally opened. Several mech girls worked together to lift Suli out. What surprised 038 was that a petite, white-haired mech girl was clinging to him like an octopus, her posture unchanged even after she left the cockpit. Don't touch me. I'm Junsho. Master's contracted mech girl. Do you want him dead? Without my power to suppress him, he won't survive. Don't touch me. Get the medical mech girl over here. Hanhai's frown softened at the mention of Jun Shou's name. After all, she had no say over anyone with the Jun surname. As Su Li was carried out, all the mech girls instinctively gathered together. Su Li lay quietly on the stretcher, carried forward by the medical mech girls. Jun Shou sat on top of him, his hands resting on his chest. His fair, delicate face was stained with blood. Su Li's face was also covered in blood, and as the medical mech girls moved, sticky blood foam continued to ooze from the corners of his mouth. His black uniform was stained with blood, and the pristine white stretcher had turned a mottled red. Slowed down slower. The initial enthusiasm for cleaning up the battlefield cooled the moment Su Li appeared. Everyone stood on either side, clearing a path for Su Li to reach the base. Their eyes were fixed on that blood-stained face, and they couldn't help but recall the spirited expression he had displayed during the pre-war mobilization. That voice, sounding like exasperation, still echoed in their ears. He said, "Fight to the death, what's the point? If there's a tough challenge, he'll take it." The stretcher moved forward, dripping with blood. He lived up to his word, even at a terrible cost. The moment they saw him, a huge stone weighed down everyone's heart. They watched the stretcher move forward in silence, silent and silent. Hanhai lowered his head, staring at the blood spilled on the ground, speechless for a long time. Silent tears fell as everyone followed the stretcher steps, moving step by step, until he was carried into the communications tower. A sob echoed through the ranks, gradually becoming a continuous chorus. Chapter 113. Where's the medicine? It's on the way. Then hurry up. I can only inhibit the master cell decay. Don't you have any other options? Aren't you medical robot girls? The medical robot girls bit their lips, remaining silent in the face of Jun Shou's questioning. They wanted to save Su Li more than anyone else, but without gene inhibitors, all conventional treatments were useless. For blood bags were hung on the bed. But this only managed to brighten his complexion. Jun Shou's eyes flushed slightly. She couldn't help but feel resentful, wondering why she wasn't a medical robot girl. If she were a medical robot girl, she could have treated him instead of sitting on him, watching him twitch in pain. Jun Wei, her face pale, slumped against the glass, staring intently at Su Li in the emergency room. Beside her, Lightning, limping, pressed against the glass, trembling slightly. Here it comes! Here it comes! The medicine is here! A medical mech scurried over and pushed open the door to the treatment room. The mech inside quickly took the medicine, drew it out with a needle, and injected it into Su Li's body. Seeing this, Jun Shou quickly strengthened his abilities to help Su Li absorb the medicine. In the ward, Su Li began coughing violently, vomiting thick, almost black blood clots, which made all the medical mechs in the treatment room breathe a sigh of relief. As long as these discarded blood clots were vomited out, he would most likely be fine. Thinking of this, their eyes turned to Jun Shou. So, in this world, such an innate skill actually existed. It could actually suppress cellular states, maintaining and strengthening the body's condition. If the medical technicians could possess such skills, would there still be someone who couldn't be saved? Outside, Lightning didn't know Su Li's exact condition, but she could see the relief weighing on the medical staff's faces. Her good leg finally gave way, and she slid against the wall, a silly smile creeping onto her face. Alive. He's alive. For a moment, she truly thought she'd lost him forever. Jun Wei collapsed beside Lightning, her golden eyes fixed on the pale ceiling light above. Every time she remembered the pain Jun Shou had shared with her, less than 30%, she shuddered. Su Li had forcibly endured such pain, controlling herself to keep fighting. Such willpower was truly beyond the reach of a single person. Their master was a freak. The door to the treatment room opened again, and Jun Shou slowly emerged, completely disregarding his appearance, slumping between the two of them. Tears as big as beans streamed down her cheeks, and she couldn't contain her emotions any longer, sobbing softly. It was so close. If I had come a moment later, all I would have seen was a corpse. Her face was already stained with Su Li's blood, mixed with hot tears, and with a casual wipe, her entire face became a horrible sight. She leaned to one side, wanting to throw herself into someone's arms and cry bitterly. Turning around, she saw it was Jun Wei. Her sobs stopped abruptly, and she turned back to throw herself into Lightning's arms, then burst into tears. 35 mechas suddenly appeared on the battlefield. 34 of them, black and red, swirled and deployed, instantly beginning to search the battlefield. A bright silver mech, several heads taller than the others, stood out with its exaggerated styling and garish paint, resembling a body covered in tattoos. The mech girls cleaning up the battlefield saw the sudden appearance of a team midair, and suddenly realized they might be overdue reinforcements. Someone immediately reported the situation to base. The moment Han Hai received the notification, he quickly deployed and flew towards the central battlefield. The moment the 34 guards saw the battlefield, they knew they were late. However, they diligently inspected the area before taking position behind the silver mech. Han Hai flew over at high speed, voluntarily undeploying as she approached, and moved closer to the silver mech. She saluted the mech respectfully, and then bowed. Super S pilots held an unparalleled position within the Alliance, each one an indispensable and formidable force. Despite her own rage, she still offered the most basic respect for the latecomer. Matsushima's gaze swept across the vast, hunched ocean below, completely ignoring her. She scanned the battlefield, confirming there were no elite or queens, and a hint of irritation rose within her. Looking at the numerous B-rank mecha girls cleaning up the battlefield, her already furrowed brows deepened. They really thought she was a babysitter. The Alliance had at least 800 outposts like this. A shabby base guarded by a bunch of rubbish, gone for good. Her primary mission was to ensure the front lines held. She had to make a trip to a crappy outpost. Mecha Island truly didn't take her seriously. The mecha unfurled, and before Matsushimako even landed, the guards had already laid a thick carpet on the ground. Matsushimako stepped on the carpet in her wooden clogs, as if afraid that the cold ground of Lingsue Star would stain her shoes. Stop talking nonsense. I just want to know where that elite species is. Han Hai remained hunched, suppressing his rage. He's been killed. Matsushimako's face was filled with impatience, and she waved her hand, as if to shoo away a fly. I see, it's all about lives, isn't it? What's the point of keeping a shabby little base like this? And why bother me all this way? So, take out 4 S-class modules. Never mind, your crappy place might not have them, but you should have plenty of military merit here. Give me 600,000 military merits, and my trip won't be in vain. Remember, next time, don't ask for reinforcements. There are countless outposts like this along the entire front. Do you really think we Super S-class pilots are cabbages? We're just cleaning up after you bunch of trash every day. Who's going to care about the lives of the soldiers on the front lines? Han Hai clenched her fists at her waist. She had never imagined that a Super S-class pilot would not only be late to rescue, but even then, shamelessly demand travel expenses. 600,000 military merits. How dare she ask that? No. What did you say? A gloomy look crossed Matsushimako's face. For the first time, she raised her eyes and truly looked at Han Hai. Han Hai straightened his hunched back, looked coldly at the Super S-class pilot in front of him, and said word by word, I say, we don't have 600,000 military merits. Chapter 114. All respect is mutual. Just as she respected the strength of the Super S pilots and their dedication. But she couldn't trample on them, because they too had their own perseverance. There were tens of thousands of outposts. But these thousands of outposts were maintained by a vast army of low-level mecha girls. Why should they, despite their immense efforts, be called trash? Was it simply because of their low rank? Han Hai looked directly into Matsushima's eyes, watching her gaze pass over her service badge and across her shoulder straps. Matsushima sneered, a serving officer from the home planet, showing up here? Have you offended someone? If you had spoken to me in a nice way at the beginning, considering you were from the home planet, I might have spoken up for you. But now, you can only stay here, guarding your crappy base. She pondered for a moment, and a clearer understanding emerged. No wonder a single outpost could employ a Super S pilot. It turns out it was a mecha girl from this home planet. Just to get her help, she probably used up most of the connections she built during her tenure. A mecha girl like that wasn't worth being wary of. It was too late, so be it. She had the emergency military report from the 3rd Legion. Even if she reported it to the Human Council, her status as a Super S pilot wouldn't be a big deal. You just killed an elite, so you're guaranteed 500,000 military merits. You're not trying to tell me that your base can't even muster 100,000 military merits? I'm sorry, I really can't. I already requested specific supplies from the mechanical island for the merits from killing the elite, so I can't give them to you. Matsushima glanced at the B-rank mecha girls on the field, a hint of disdain in her expression. Another fool. In this situation, instead of earning a fortune and leaving, he actually stayed and used his military merit to improve the mecha girl's attributes at the base. There had been such fools before, and there would be no fewer in the future. But she never imagined she would encounter one again. It's okay, I'll wait for you to gather them. There haven't been any missions lately. Although it's all yellow here, after seeing so much vibrant colors, it's nice to occasionally see a desolate landscape and change your mood. With so many B-rank mecha girls, even if we send them to the battlefield for the larger species to chew on, they'll still be there for a while. I'm not in a hurry. If we really can't get enough, we can use them as bait to lure in a group of larger species. She patted Hanhai's shoulder and chuckled softly. That way, it'll lighten the load on your outpost, right? Matsushima's laughter was incredibly unrestrained, and the feeling of the mecha girls tensing under her palm instantly brightened her mood. Even the B-rank mecha girls cleaning up the battlefield looked a bit more appealing. Looking at the large corpses scattered across the field, she knew they racked up a ton of military merit in this battle. These weren't just B-rank mecha girls, they were literally a field full of moving metals. Outside the ward, 038 paced anxiously, his expression shifting. 600,000 military merits? Did that Super S-rank pilot really say that? She couldn't understand how the other party got the nerve to not only fail to provide timely support, but also to demand military merits. Doesn't she like staying here? Whatever she wants. Not a single military merit. I'm saving all my military merits for my brother. She's always lashing out at the slightest disagreement. If there's no military merits next time, am I going to watch him die? If Mechanical Island hadn't made an exception and given him credit this time, he'd be gone. But she said that if the military merits weren't meted out, she'd send the sisters out as bait. As a Super S-class pilot, she has the authority to take over command of the base. Even if she did send the sisters out to die, a single strategic deployment would be enough to absolve her of all responsibility. 038 looked at Hanhai, his face filled with disbelief. Then report to the Mechanical Island. Hanhai lowered his head, a wry smile on his face. I already reported it long ago. But distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Without a new transfer order, Super S-class pilots have the right to be stationed at any base. Rest and stand by. Then send one. She refused, saying she'd just been through a battle and needed to rest. 038's chest trembled rapidly, her breath choking and unbearable. She'd just been through a battle. Who was fighting so hard on the battlefield? Who's that person lying in the hospital bed? My sisters have been lying in bed for 3 whole wards. Aren't they like this fighting the Zerg, or just sprained their ankles while out? She laughed in anger, clenching and unclenching her fists, over and over again. A deep sense of powerlessness washed over her. She wasn't stupid. How could this woman so brazenly usurp the throne without someone behind her? She'd already been hiding in the outpost, but why were some people clinging to her like mad dogs, refusing to relent? Who is it? Hanhai smiled wryly, and shook his head. Does it matter? The demise of Aka Industry has made Su Li a thorn in the side of the Human Council. It's only natural to remove such a thorn the moment you notice it. But he's the victim. He's never taken the initiative, has he? He's always been passive in the fight. Aka's downfall wasn't due to Su Li. If they hadn't conducted that experiment, Mechanical Island wouldn't have used drastic measures to suppress them. So why are they so fixated on Su Li? Perhaps it's out of hatred. Hanhai clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. She understood better than anyone that weakness is the greatest sin. Su Li had done nothing wrong, but his resolute refusal in the face of the behemoth had already slapped many people in the face. A man sat on the grass, watching ants playing and laughing. Feeling playful, he stretched out his finger to tease the ant. But the ant turned and bit him, instantly destroying his good mood. If the ant hadn't run away, he could have simply crushed it. But it ran into an anthill. The man looked at the cut on his hand, becoming increasingly angry. He leaned over, but couldn't recognize the ant that had bitten him in the first place. Finally, he simply brought a pot of boiling water and doused the entire anthill thoroughly. Is there such a thing as inherent goodness in human nature? Human reproduction is essentially parasitic. From infancy, they compete with their mothers for nutrients. As they grow older, they learn to fight for their own interests. Even if they can't speak, they'll pout for milk. No one's targeting him, right? Hanhai smiled bitterly. In the eyes of the Human Council, Su Li has been labeled as a member of the Mechanical Island. Their target has never been Su Li, but the Mechanical Island. Su Li is just a thorn in their side. He's tiny, but it hurts enough. After all, in our eyes, Aka Industry is a cancer. But to humans, they may just be pioneers. Pioneers? 038 smiled sarcastically, turning to point at the battlefield outside. Then what are we? Chapter 115. The arrival of the Super S-class pilots didn't bring any improvement to the base. Instead, it cast a thick gloom over it. The entire outpost seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. Su Li opened his eyes, only to find the world eerily quiet. Not a sound. In the past, there would always be banging and hammering in the logistics warehouse. The wind whistled through the pass, and the stink bugs clinging to the mountain wall would make a rustling sound. The lightning's startling pauses were gone, and Heiyu's persistent nagging was gone. Even Hong Ying's cold, yet restrained voice was gone. The entire world seemed to be filled with only the faint sound of breathing beside him. A furry white head lay beside him, its soft breathing clearly audible. That was Junsho. He must be cleaning up the battlefield. That's why it was so quiet. After all, the battlefield was quite far away, so it was normal not to hear anything. Feeling his body grow weaker than ever before, he gave a nonchalant grin. At least he was alive. He didn't know what the team was doing. But before he fainted, he already killed all the large species in the central battlefield, so it shouldn't be a problem. Why wasn't Lightning here? Wasn't her leg injured? And she was out cleaning up the battlefield with an injured leg? Then when she comes back, I'll have to praise her profusely. A tearful face leaned towards his, hot tears dripping down. Master, you're finally awake. Why are you crying? I'm awake, isn't that a good thing? Oh, isn't this the base's medical room? I remember. Su Li sat up abruptly, squinting his eyes. This wasn't the base's medical room, this was the laboratory. He was very familiar with the damp, chilly smell. But how did he end up in the lab? What's going on out there? Did the Zerg break in? What are the casualties at the base? Where's Jun Wei? He jumped out of bed, but lost his balance and nearly fell. Junsho quickly caught him, shaking his head. Speak. What's going on? Are there queens besides the elites? We need to get up there right now. Where's Jun Wei? I have a question for you. Where's Jun Wei? Master, I'm here. Jun Wei teleported and appeared beside Su Li. A strange expression crossed her face, and she bit her lower lip, wanting to speak but unable to. In just a moment, Su Li was already sweating profusely. Speak up. Did the Zerg break in? Did the Zerg nest on the east and west take advantage of the chaos to launch an attack? Or have elite troops appeared again? You speak? Rainway gritted his teeth and said, no. The Zerg didn't break in. But, Su Li scratched his scalp, his mind itching. But what? Just tell me. The Super S-Class pilots, who came to support us, have taken over the base. Occupied the base? Su Li looked puzzled, unable to understand why a Super S-Class pilot would take over his base. This shabby place wasn't exactly a hot commodity, and yet everyone wanted it. Go up and take a look. No, don't go up. Rainway stopped Su Li, turning away, not daring to meet his gaze. Su Li instinctively felt uneasy at this attitude. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of emptiness within him, as if he lost something. This feeling made him subconsciously clutch his shirt tightly, his brow furrowed. Seeing Jun Wei remain silent, he simply pushed her aside and opened the door. Instruments were densely packed together, and all the researchers were focused on their work, making no sound. He walked forward, leaning against the wall. In the next room, he saw Hong Ying, exhausted. Heiyu was slumped over her bed, clearly exhausted. Since Hong Ying hadn't woken up yet, he figured she hadn't been unconscious for long. How long was I unconscious? A day. That wasn't long. Let's go! I want to see what that Super S-Class pilot wants to do. Master, you can't go up there. She wants to kill you. Kill me? Su Li was stunned, somewhat confused. She originally just wanted to extort 600,000 military merits from the base, and everyone was already contributing. But while she was strolling around the base, she saw lightning being prepared and immediately recognized her as the mech from the live stream. She was trying to win credit for it to the Human Council. Jun Wei's words made Su Li's body stiffen instantly. He ignored Jun Wei's words and began to walk quickly, leaning against the wall. His movements couldn't keep up with his thoughts, and he stumbled, losing his balance. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Two mech girls stepped forward to help him, but he threw them off. Su Li's whole body began to tremble. He couldn't stand up, so he gave up struggling and crawled on the ground. Crawling, the cold floor rubbed against his hospital gown, pricking his knees like needles. But he still used his hands and feet to crawl towards the laboratory door. Two mecha girls followed closely behind him, watching him cling to the wall as he struggled to enter the verification code. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into tears. The waves of sobbing now distraught him. He covered his ears with his hands and leaned against the corner of the elevator, silent. Jun Wei's words swirled in his mind like a spell, resonating again and again, forcing his heart to hang in his throat, never daring to let go. He had never felt the elevator ascend so slowly before. For the first time, he wished he could equip himself with wings and soar into the sky. Jun Wei and Jun Shou were beside him, but he opened his mouth again and again, unable to find the courage to ask. The joy of survival was instantly washed away. He curled up in the elevator, feeling a chill run down his body. The elevator door slowly opened, and he struggled out. As soon as he stepped out, he stumbled and fell to his knees. The hall was deserted, not even the staff on duty. He walked forward, step by step, until he was out of the hall and out onto the square. The warm sunlight lacked a hint of warmth. He looked around, only to find the town equally deserted. The once bustling scene had vanished overnight. It was like a dream he had once dreamed. He stumbled forward, unsteady on his feet, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his head abruptly. The tall communications tower was densely packed with mechs. His body began to tremble violently. 038, 032, 536, 534. All the high-level mechs in the base were hanging from the communications tower. Among them, there were also 34 guards. He stumbled and grabbed Jun Shou's arm, shouting in a trembling voice, "I only ask you one thing. Will you give me your all at any cost to operate the mecha?" Jun Shou bit his lower lip hard, looked into Su Li's red eyes, and nodded his head emphatically. Chapter 116. Outside the pass, a fierce wind whirled sand and dust, rustling the bright red mechas. 3 rows of mecha girls, pinned down by the SS-class mecha girls, knelt directly in front of the pass. Their eyes, brimming with rage, glared at Matsushima, who was torturing Hanhai. Hanhai's cheeks were swollen as she knelt on the ground. Matsushima stood behind her, pressing her calves with her high wooden clogs, crushing them hard. Still not telling? You, Mechanic Island, are truly well-intentioned, even using the guards who've been by my side for so many years. But so what? A Super S-Class pilot is no match for you rubbish. Now, I have reason to suspect you deliberately attempted to harm a Super S-Class pilot. I believe the Super S-Class Pilots Union will demand an explanation from Mechanic Island. After all, every Super S-Class pilot has a guard from Mechanic Island by his side. She slammed her clogs down, watching Hanhai twitch in pain, a sinister smile playing at the corner of her mouth. From today on, no one will trust that bunch of uncontractable trash. Especially since they're not only monitoring my every move, but they'll also stab me at the right time. Like, at the command of the Mechanical Island. Hanhai barely managed a slight snort of pain before she grabbed his neck tightly. The Linqui Star Outpost lied about military intelligence and deliberately murdered a Super S-Class pilot. All 238 of its mecha girls, deliberately instigated by certain individuals, have defected from the Alliance. Let me think about it, and it's true. He used a module of unknown origin to bribe this bunch of trash. She leaned closer to Hanhai, her voice tinged with pride. Does that make sense? Matsushima released Hanhai's neck and kicked her to the ground. She walked to the front of the bright red mech, looking up at her. In the cockpit, Lightning, pierced by a spear, was pinned to the seat, blood foam gushing from the corner of her mouth. Matsushima narrowed her eyes, yanked Hanhai up, and grabbed her golden hair, forcing her to look at Lightning struggling in the cockpit. See? Why bother? You're an armed mech girl, and you haven't signed a contract, so there's no need to keep secrets for anyone. If you tell me where that guy is, I'll let those scumbags here live. I think he has several mech girls, right? I want their places too. If you could answer me well, I might make an exception and let you stay with me. Hanhai's mouth moved, but her swollen cheeks made it hard for her to make a clear sound. Matsushima, seeing this, lifted her head and brought it close to her ear, but all she got was blood-stained spit. A flash of rage crossed her face. She grabbed Hanhai by the head and flung her forward. Hanhai landed face first on the ground, sliding over 3 meters. A Super S-Class pilot's physical prowess far surpassed that of an average human. Without special weaponry, even a mecha girl was no match for her. The mecha girls kneeling on the ground glared at what was unfolding before them, powerless to stop it. What about you? Can anyone tell me where your commander is? If even one of you speaks up, I'll release you all. Otherwise, you're committing treason. I have the authority to execute you. As the terminal lit up, Matsushima's expression visibly brightened. The kill order signed by the Human Council had her shaking with excitement. She shouldn't have lost her patience. This tiny place held more than just military merit. With a discerning eye, she could seize fleeting opportunities. And now, she knew that from this moment on, she was on the radar of some powerful figure. Becoming a Super S-Class pilot had given her a long life, and now, she was finally about to possess the second most important piece of life's puzzle. Power. Her choice had finally given her the opportunity to see its true face. She sniffed the terminal, a mesmerized expression on her face, as if she had already inhaled the scent of power. Matsushimiko looked at the pilots before her. Their faces were filled with anger, as if they spoke of a deep sense of resentment. She grinned. If looks could kill, she would have been killed countless times. But what was the result? She stood, they knelt. They could only stare at her with murderous eyes. Even if their authority was revoked, what would it matter? The vast disparity in power left them with no chance of resistance. With the kill order issued, she could take the life of any mechanoid girl present without any burden. The thought of the possible reaction from the mechanical island filled her with excitement, as if reaching some special climax. What a thrilling game! A clash between two titans, and the trigger was herself. A blush welled up on her face, and she involuntarily squeezed her legs together. Ha! In the short term, the forces that the mechanical island could dispatch wouldn't be able to do anything to her. By the time those who could reach her arrived, she would have already returned to her home planet and thrown herself into the arms of the human council. Unlike her daily routine of dancing on the brink of a knife, the feeling of toying with a giant like this made her even more unable to control herself, her body trembling with excitement. She wasn't in a hurry to start killing. She still had plenty of time. The longer this toying continued, the more weight her stepping stone would hold. She strode towards the vast sea, lifted her up by her hair, and dragged her before the mecha girls. No one really told me where he's hiding. Then I'll be brutally blunt. You have enough people anyway. I figure if I kill them one by one, someone will inevitably speak up. After all, he's not even related to you bunch of scum, right? In my opinion, he's the most heartless and heartless. His mecha girl is dying, his men are being assaulted. If he were a man, he should have stepped forward, not hidden in a dark, obscure corner, watching others die for him. You scumbags? Open your eyes. See clearly what kind of person is worthy of your sacrifice. She dragged Han Hai from one end of the group to the other. She turned slowly and said, Actually, I don't want to kill you, but you're on the wrong side. Perhaps you haven't considered that this man deceived you and led you into this abyss. The golden mecha slowly emerged from the narrow pass. Matsushimiko's mecha girl immediately moved to her side and completed the deployment. The silver mecha towered several heads taller than the golden regal. She let out a burst of laughter, mocking him. Ha! The stray dog finally emerged. How about this? Look at the gift I prepared for you. Su Li's gaze turned to the bright red mecha. In the cockpit, Lightning's pale face and the glaring red at the corners of his mouth made his heart tighten. A large silver hand grasped the spear embedded in the red mecha and yanked it out in front of him. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Everything slowed down. The flying spear tip, as it ripped out of Lightning's body, also severed a string in his heart. The golden figure flashed, completely disappearing from Matsushima's sight. Chapter 117. Kill! Kill her! Su Li had only one thought in mind. Golden ripples spread instantly, and a flicker of surprise crossed Matsushima's face. She felt as if she were mired in a quagmire. Every movement was laborious. An indescribable pressure weighed heavily on the mech, no, directly on her mind. She was filled with fear, and she didn't even dare to look up. The golden neck suddenly appeared behind her, striking out with both fists. The densely packed air valves erupted in unison, and the instant the fists struck the mech, a surge of force was unleashed again. The silver mech was launched into the air by the blow, and the outer armor on its back instantly shattered. Matsushima spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if her internal organs had been shattered by the blow. The flight module erupted in blinding flames. She finally realized she wasn't facing a lost dog, but an enraged king. She couldn't even last a single round in his hands. But Su Li didn't give her a chance to escape the battlefield. He grabbed her legs with both hands, spun her around, and slammed her to the ground. Super S-Class, that's all. 5 spears appeared out of thin air, pinning the mech to the ground. He shattered the cockpit of the silver mech with a single punch, violently ripping the entire hull apart. Matsushimiko cowered inside in terror, her head and face covered in blood. You can't kill me. I'm a Super S-Class pilot. I'm humanity's strongest line of defense. I shed blood for humanity. I'm a hero. Su Li held her in his palm, but she continued to scream. The kill order was issued by the Human Council. I'm here to support you. You can't do this to me. Fuck you. The giant hand suddenly tightened, and the sound of bones breaking became a continuous rhythm. He grabbed the fleshy mess, which was only a head, and smashed it against the mountain wall of the pass. A glaring red pool appeared on the solid rock. The moment the battle ended, Jun Shou immediately appeared beside Lightning, his hands covering her body. As a surge of blue light continued to pour in, he slowly floated down from the mecha, holding her. Master, hurry, she can still be saved. I will take her back to the mecha island now. Su Li's heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately released the deployment. Hurry! Go! He trembled, unable to stand steadily, and could only push Jun Wei at his side. Jun Wei quickly walked over, reached out to Jun Shou and Lightning, and teleported away from the scene. Commander! All the mecha girls gathered around, tears welling up in their eyes, unable to stop. Su Li fell weakly to his knees, supported by two mechs on either side. Hurry, hurry, save them! His trembling hand pointed in the direction of the communications tower, and dozens of mechs instantly took to the air, flying towards it. By the time Su Li reached them, all the people had been untied and carried into the infirmary. The eyes of the medical mechs were red. Seeing Su Li being helped back, they hurried over and took his body. Captain, they're not in danger of death. You don't have to worry. After hearing this, Su Li finally felt relieved. Waves of weakness came over him, and his vision went dark. He bit his tongue hard, and the distinct fishy smell instantly sobered him up. How could he not be anxious? It wasn't life-threatening, but the mechas felt pain too. Who of those hung on the communication tower hadn't endured inhuman torture? You go look after them. I'm fine. I just woke up, and I'm a little weak. It's okay, go ahead. Pushing the medical mechas aside, he tremblingly opened the elevator door and threw himself inside. The elevator door closed, and he was alone in the cramped space. The trembling in his body gradually subsided, but he couldn't suppress his surging rage. The elevator door slowly opened, and he, holding onto the wall, walked step by step to his command room. The furnishings inside the room hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, he was the only one left. He seemed to be back in the days before Contract Lightning, when the warehouse was mostly alone. Lonely, empty, and devoid of anything. In the corner of the room, a box with a combination lock lay quietly. He struggled to move over, brushed off the non-existent dust, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Lightning wasn't very smart, so the password was easy to guess. It was the day they met. He dialed the combination and opened the box for the first time. There wasn't much in the box. 2 trophies, 2 test tubes, and a bucket of instant noodles she hidden, reluctant to eat. Beneath a few chicken feet lay a small notebook. The memories they had together were only this tiny fraction. He pulled the brown-covered notebook from the box, but before he could even open it, 2 photos fell out. One was a photo of them together, when they first won the competition. She stood there blushing, looking both socially frustrated and somewhat bewildered. The second photo was a selfie he had never seen before. She was slender and graceful in a white wedding dress, her expression a bit reserved and shy. She looked truly beautiful in the dress. If she could smile, she would be irresistible. On the back of the photo, a small line of text read, "I sneaked in to try on a wedding dress today. It looks a bit odd. I wonder if you like it." He stared at the lightning in the photo, unconsciously mesmerized. The open diary was filled with densely written notes. She seemed different from the girls described online. Instead of being filled with romantic thoughts, the diary was filled with Su Li's words. This is the 3rd time. You have to learn to summarize on your own. If you're not good at it, practice more and don't become a burden to the master. Today I was able to complete some complex maneuvers under active driving. The master didn't say anything, but the way he looked at me was wonderful. The master said I can't read this book. I walked into the wrong room and accidentally got pregnant with the master's child. The master said I can't read this book. Nan Liang, please love me again. The master said I can't stare at him while he's sleeping. I think that might be wrong, because it would look weird if I stared at him during the day. The master said I can't tear down the door. But I can't learn to pick the lock. I can't pick the lock like Heyu. Am I really that stupid? The master said some things should be done gradually, not overnight. The master got angry again today and told me to kneel down and not get up until I figured it out. But I got up anyway, because if I didn't, I'd probably have to kneel forever. Drops of water fell onto the notebook, blurring the handwriting. Su Li thought it was raining outside, but when he looked up, he realized he'd been crying without realizing it. Tears streamed down his cheeks. It turned out he had become almost everything in her life. The pain in his chest made it difficult to breathe. Su Li wiped his cheek, took a deep breath, and narrowed his eyes. He put the items back in their places one by one, closed the box for lightning, and relocked it. He looked out at the narrow pass. The ochre-colored mountain wall, even with the stink bugs as an embellishment, was still too monotonous. The more he looked, the more he felt. It lacked a touch of piercing red. A Super S-Class pilot? He was one now. Chapter 118. In the Parliament, shrill insults echoed throughout the hall. Each council member seemed to have transformed into a man-eating demon, eager to devour the blue-haired woman sitting in the main seat. They didn't care whether Matsushima was extorting military merits, and naturally, they didn't care about the lives of the mecha girls at the outpost. They didn't even care about Suli. An annoying bug, discovered and easily dealt with by a self-righteous person, was not a matter worth discussing. At worst, Matsushima was pushed out to block the attack of the mecha island. A taste of power? Special treatment? None. All they cared about was the betrayal of the guards surrounding the Super S-Class pilot. According to the video footage Matsushima provided, the 34 guards around her collectively pointed their guns at her. This became their most powerful evidence against the mecha island. If used properly, at worst, they could win over all the Super S-Class pilots. That was the guard unit that had grown up alongside the Super S-Class pilots. Now, at the command of the mecha island, they had turned their weapons against the pilots. Keeping such a high-level force, which could not be contracted, was enough to make many people sleepless. Most importantly, in their creed, the mecha island's orders were above all else. So, this is your excuse for attacking me? Then have you ever considered why they pointed their guns at the pilots? We don't need to know the reason. Even if she is guilty of 1,000 crimes, the investigation team composed of the military commission and the military court will investigate according to the law, collect evidence, and convict her. This is not for the mecha island to act arbitrarily. I believe this is what all the Super S-Class pilots want. If the mecha island insists on going its own way, it will surely lose the support of the people. Eve chuckled in anger. No need for a reason. They could just make one up when they wanted to kill her mecha girl, but she simply ordered the guards to restrict her movements, which was a huge loss of support. She simply raised her hand and swung out a terminal, connecting it to the large screen. The footage showed everything that had happened since Matsushima arrived. It included the extortion of military merits, the sudden assault on the mecha girls, and then the hanging from the air. While not comprehensive, it was enough to make clear what had happened. In the conference room, everyone looked up at the large screen, their eyes narrowed, and they remained silent. This video has already been circulated in major mainstream media outlets. Of course, I'm not saying everyone here is blind. I'm simply telling you that millions of people out there are not blind. Using lame excuses to delay rescue is fine. I admit it. But you extorted military merit, maliciously assaulted and humiliated allies on the front lines, and then hung them high in the air. I want to ask everyone here, what kind of behavior is this? She casually switched the screen, revealing a kill order issued by the Human Council. You blindly accepted all the facts, relying solely on one side of the story to issue a kill order, aiming to wipe out the entire outpost. I wonder, in the eyes of some, if you truly believe that simply killing them all will eliminate any evidence? A gloomy glint crossed Gao Mingrui's eyes. As the Speaker of the Human Council, he was completely unaware of this matter. He focused on the video, reviewing it frame by frame. Finally, when he saw a red figure, his slow mind shifted, and as if something suddenly occurred to him, he shut his mouth. He cast his gaze over the seemingly furious faces of the counselors, examining them from beginning to end. After a long pause, he knocked on the table and slowly spoke, "We will give Mechanical Island an explanation regarding this matter. Regarding Matsushimiko's case, we will cordially invite Mechanical Island to sit in as observers and witness her trial. As Speaker, I guarantee that her actions, which undermine morale and undermine cooperation, will be duly punished." Eve glanced at Gao Mingrui and sneered. What a way to stick to the facts. Once something happened, he pulled out a personal confession. It was a familiar tactic, and all the dirty work behind it was left unmentioned. Zhang Guiyang frowned, looking at Eve with anger in his eyes. He slammed the table. Please mind your attitude. We're discussing the established fact that the Mechanical Island bypassed the pilots and issued orders to its guards. So, you're saying that your oversight wasn't adequate, and even though I discovered the problem, I couldn't stop it. Should I just watch the tragedy unfold and then, like you, act blindly? Or should my guards become accomplices to certain people, colluding with them, and acting recklessly? Eve looked at Zhang Guiyang straight in front of her, and suddenly felt a sense of dwindling interest. Instead of wasting time arguing, she might as well return to the Mechanical Island and monitor Lightning's situation. She was in a terrible state, her mechanical core was damaged. If Suli hadn't been brought in time, she'd probably have gone mad. For the first time in her life, she missed Yihua. She might not be very bright, but she cursed with real force. At least she had the brains to be a mouthpiece. What a shame, it was given to Suli again. You're mistaking the concept. As a pilot, the uncontrollable mecha girls around you are a fact that cannot be ignored. Zhang Guiyang slammed the table, his eyes widening. He seemed determined to insist that the armed mecha girls on Mechanical Island were uncontrollable. But for mecha girls, the most uncontrollable thing in the world is the human heart. She straightened herself, suddenly finding the old man's face before her extremely repulsive. They were clearly in the wrong. They should have just admitted their mistake cleanly. Instead, they had to make up stories and try to gain an advantage. Why didn't his father shoot such a person against the wall? Controllable. What a ridiculous word. What right did he have to think that mecha girls should be controlled by humans? Want the contractual authority to arm mecha girls. She weighed the whip in her hand, stepped forward, and lashed at the man's face. The guards behind her all stepped forward, their weapons raised. Is it so hard to admit your mistakes? She lowered her head and stared at the incredulous face, feeling an inexplicable wave of annoyance. She slapped that old man more than once, so why did he always seem to want to be beaten? She really wanted to give up. But could she? The Zerg were all around her, making every move difficult. There were 1.68 billion pilots, and 1.92 billion mechs fighting on the front lines. Nearly 600 million of them were under contract to the pilot corps. If they retreated, would the lives of 600 million mechs be lost in vain? She couldn't even bear to give up 600, let alone 600 million. Didn't she want to retreat? She couldn't. Because there was no way out. Mech Island's production capacity was declining year by year. The branch islands scattered across the galaxy were experiencing annual declines in production capacity. Every mech now was invaluable to Mech Island. They could abandon their 600 million mechas and humanity, shrink their defenses, and begin drifting aimlessly through the interstellar space once more. But how long would this escape last? How long could their energy resources sustain them? It was just another long cycle. Perhaps they wouldn't even live to see a new beginning. Eve said nothing more. She simply stared at Zhang Guiyang before her. The thought of his filthy mind made the rage in her eyes grow increasingly uncontrollable. A golden ripple spread silently, enveloping the entire parliamentary chamber. Everyone felt a surge of oppression, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Gao Mingrui straightened up and looked directly at Eve in the room. He had never imagined she would once again exert her power in the parliament. And this time, it seemed particularly different. What he didn't expect was that Eve's face also held a hint of surprise. Then, he saw a gentle smile on her face. A golden mecha appeared in the center of the council hall. She slowly knelt on one knee, revealing her cockpit. Su Li, holding Jun Shou's hand, slowly emerged from the cockpit and stood before all the council members. This was his first time in the human council. The venue was magnificently decorated, more like a bathhouse from his past life than a vast conference hall. The more opulent, the more filthy it harbored. The piled-up figure sat high up, the room filled with demons and monsters. He raised an eyebrow and immediately spotted Eve, standing in the center, confronting them all. She turned her head and smiled the moment she saw him. She had ultimately underestimated Lightning's importance to him. He wasn't going mad. He was already mad. Chapter 119. How magnificent. The enormous conference hall was large enough to accommodate Junwei's mecha, and more than enough. Everyone stared at him, some in surprise, some incredulous, some angry and incomprehensible at his behavior. Guards? Where are the guards? Junwei's massive fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, stopped in front of the roaring congressman's face. The wind blew away his wig, revealing the smooth scalp beneath. The dentures that had fallen out from the violent trembling didn't seem to affect his breathing, as both of his nostrils flared with fear, making him look like a pig standing upright on its legs. With just one punch, everyone knew the incoming host was not a good person. In the conference hall, many of the congressman's mecha girls stepped forward, blocking the way. Su Li watched each mecha girl step forward, his eyes scanning their faces one by one. Jun Shou gently grasped Su Li's hand, feeling the unique warmth. Only then did she feel relieved. Pulling her doll, she looked up at the mechas in front of the many council members in the room. Bang! A long spear appeared in Su Li's hand, slamming heavily onto the ground with a muffled thud. It pierced the carpet, shattered the wooden floorboards, and lodged itself firmly into the ground. The resounding bang struck the hearts of every council member present. Eve waved her hand to halt the guards' movements, leaned back, and ceded the stage to Su Li. She gazed at Su Li with burning intensity. Although she had high hopes for him, she had never imagined he would grow so rapidly. Gao Mingrui looked at the enraged Su Li and adjusted his glasses. He didn't recognize the man before him. His mind held no information about the mecha, including this one. Just like that, He and his mecha had bypassed the layers of defense surrounding the parliament and appeared before everyone's eyes. The only thing that can do this is void teleportation. Since when has the human body been able to withstand teleportation? Has the technology on the mechanical island evolved? He glanced at Eve subconsciously, only to find the back of her head visible to him. Unanswered, his heart ached with confusion and shock, leaving him feeling a bit uneasy. Pilot, why did you trespass into the parliament? Suli raised his crimson eyes, meeting Gao Mingrui's indifferent gaze. I want an explanation. What explanation do you want? I want an explanation for the 238 soldiers at my outpost. For the 68 soldiers tortured and hanging from the top of the communications tower. For my own mecha girlfriend. As soon as these words left his mouth, a murmur erupted throughout the conference room. The council members on the podium exchanged glances, whispering to each other. For a moment, Suli thought he was in a hive, with rustling sounds echoing from all directions. Gao Mingrui's face was dismal, and Zhang Guoyang's face flushed with anger. He had never imagined that Bug would appear so brazenly in the council hall, and in such a bizarre manner. What on earth had Matsushima done? A super-skilled pilot, so useless he couldn't even crush a bug, and then let it escape. An explanation? He actually came to the human council to demand an explanation? On what basis? Did he think he could do whatever he wanted in the council just because he had a mecha? Who among those present wasn't a pilot? Zhang Guoyang was about to shout, but Gao Mingrui interrupted him. The human council will give you an explanation regarding Matsushima's punishment. We will show no leniency to those who undermine the stability of the battlefront. We will fully return the military merits she extorted, and she will pay for any harm she inflicted on your comrades. If you're concerned, I can promise you that the trial will begin as soon as Matsushima is apprehended. No need. Suli lowered his head, his voice a little low. After 2 lifetimes as a human, he had enough of this meaningless bureaucratic rhetoric. Gao Mingrui frowned, doubting his ears. He couldn't understand why the other party had gone to such great lengths to come to the council hall, only to give up like this. What did you say? I said there's no need to waste manpower and resources. That Super S-Class pilot is dead. His words sparked another round of discussion in the meeting hall. Zhang Guoyang slammed the table and stood up, his eyes wide with anger. He pointed at Suli, his fingers trembling slightly with anger. What did you say? Super S-Class pilots just died like that. Each one of them is humanity's most precious treasure, and you actually attacked a Super S-Class pilot without trial. Do you have any respect for military discipline? Is there any distinction between superiors and subordinates? You're still demanding an explanation? This is pure rebellion. Come! Capture this pilot, who trespassed into the parliament with the intent of rebellion. No, no, no. Execute him on the spot. Suli lowered his head, allowing a large number of armed military police to suddenly swarm into the hall. A richer golden ripple emanated from Junui's body, and everyone in the meeting room paused, enveloped by a huge sense of oppression. The entire military police were under special scrutiny, and no one could move. The sharp spear pierced the wooden table with a whistling sound, piercing directly between Zhang Guoyang's legs. Su Li's sudden attack caught even the military police off guard. Zhang Guoyang let out a piercing scream, his entire body pressed against the backrest, struggling and twisting like a fat maggot. He had never felt so close to death. The atmosphere in the conference hall changed, watching their mecha girls being washed over by the golden waves, unable even to lift a hand. They finally realized that they were no longer in control of the situation. I'm still too kind. I even had hope in you. Extorting military merit, harming colleagues, and distorting right and wrong. We fought on the front lines, and in return, we received a kill order? Suli raised his red eyes and scanned the room. This time, he finally saw cowardice in their behavior. No apology, no regard for the casualties at my base. All they did was pull out a knife I already broken. And they tried to kill me on the spot. I took Matsushima's life. But it wasn't enough. She died too quickly. The pain she felt wasn't even a fraction of what we experienced. I know the council can't give me what I want. It's okay, I can get it myself. His surging mental power instantly spread out, accurately locating the 12 figures in the crowd. His telekinetic hands lifted them up and slammed them down onto the thick carpet before him. Even the carpet's expensive construction and cushioning properties couldn't save their old teeth. Several council members lost their front teeth when they looked up. Suli pulled a list with photos from his uniform, carefully checked it, and put it back in his pocket. He lowered his head, staring at Zhang Guoyang's old face, marked by a whip mark, and stomped on him, cutting off every word he wanted to say. Let me introduce myself to you all. I'm Su Li, commander of the Lingsui outpost and a Super S-class pilot. My abilities are telekinesis and teleportation. It took me an hour to reach the home planet from such a remote location on Lingsui. I took it myself. If you wish to retaliate, please mobilize the main fleet and star destroyers. I hope that after this incident, you council members will consider the consequences more when signing orders. Otherwise, our outpost will have nothing but walls. Rain Wei untied the steel barrel from her back, opened the lid, roughly shoved the 12 council members on the ground inside, and tightened the lid. She shook it to her ear and, hearing a sound from within, she returned it to her back with satisfaction. Su Li stood up straight, saluted the council members present, and returned to the cockpit as everyone watched. The golden ripples dissipated instantly, and the mecha vanished. Chapter 120. It wasn't until the mechas had disappeared for a full 5 minutes that discussion began to return to the meeting hall. Then, furious roars and insults followed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Their fur stood on end. For all these years, no human had dared to stand in the council chamber and intimidate all the council members. But today, someone did just that. Eve looked at the council members with amusement. Just moments ago, they were trying to gain contractual rights for the armed mecha girls. But now, they were united in targeting Su Li. It seemed that, compared to the uncertainty of the armed mecha girls, they were more concerned about an uncontrollable pilot who could appear before them at any time. Without Zhang Guoyang's annoying old face, the air in the council hall felt much fresher. She sat back in her chair with interest, her chin resting on her hand, watching the endless discussion. Now, she wasn't in a hurry to return to the mechanical island. She wanted to stay and listen carefully, to hear what these counselors would come up with at the end of their discussion to deal with Su Li. Lawless. Absolutely lawless. A pilot like that, even if he's a Super S-class, is a nuisance. He must be dealt with immediately. I propose sending 2 Super S-class pilots to intercept and kill him. I agree. Second. Ha! Those who extort military merit, distort the truth, and harm their comrades aren't considered nuisances. Those who speak up for justice and stand up for what's right are, on the contrary, considered a cancer. Eve had lived for a long time, but in all those years, she still couldn't discern human nature, nor could she learn to be like them, masquerading as human beings while acting like non-humans. While they were being hypocritically polite to you, their hands were already reaching into your pockets. And most of the time, you were grateful. I second the motion. I printed out the detailed order. Please review it and see if it's complete. If there's nothing else you'd like to add, please sign it. I think 2 Super S-class pilots might not be a safe bet. His abilities are unheard of, especially void teleportation. It's a bit unreliable for 2 Super S-class pilots to pull off the kill. If possible, I suggest increasing the number of Super S-class pilots to 4. That might be foolproof. Yes. You're absolutely right. Then sign it. If all else fails, increase the number to 6. That would be foolproof, right? Eve watched with interest as the orders were passed around the crowd. Some people didn't even dare to glance at them. It was as if they were afraid Su Li would follow their gaze and find their way home. As the minutes ticked by, everyone chattered incessantly, yet still couldn't come up with a set of rules. Gao Mingrui sat at the head of the table, his hands on the table, also watching the farce unfold before him. He said nothing, his calm eyes brooding over something. Even when Su Li had caused a scene in the Human Council, he hadn't shown much emotion. Even when Su Li had dragged away his vice speaker right in front of him. He surveyed everyone present, wondering where Su Li had gotten the numerous low-level modules. But she couldn't discern any clues from their faces. Void teleportation and telekinesis. Super S-class pilots all possess special abilities, so what exactly was Su Li's? The 2 abilities he mentioned were the abilities of his mecha itself. He kept his mouth shut, not revealing a single detail about himself. Her eyes visibly brightened, and she leaned back in her high-back chair, letting her thoughts wander. These council members were slow to discuss anything, but she wasn't in a hurry. She wouldn't be surprised if they couldn't reach a conclusion in a day or 2, let alone just over half an hour. Let's use Super S-class pilots. Increase the number to 8. We can always find enough by scrambling across the various war zones. Pick those veteran, strong Super S pilots. Alright. Let's draft the order. The group gathered, seemingly finally making up their minds. They pondered the wording for a while. After all, deploying Super S-class pilots to kill another Super S-class pilot had never happened before in the history of the Alliance. But now, it had happened. She knew there was a first time for everything, but this first time came a little too suddenly. Eve watched them work for a while, before finally finishing the order. After circulating it, it was once again in the awkward position of no one signing. A sneer curled up her lips. These people, when it came to other people's lives, could never finish their lectures. But when it came to her, they wouldn't even let a killer notice their presence. Ha! They were scared. So scared they didn't even dare sign their names. They were terrified by the mere threat of a Super S-Class pilot, yet they weren't afraid of the mechanical island abandoning its mission, and even condoned ACOS letting the Zerg in. She used to be confused about what was going on in these people's heads. But now she understood. Because no matter how big the mess, there was always a tall guy among them to take it. It was different now. Sully didn't target the tall guy. His main goal was to get him all packed up and taken away. They were all human, yet Sully dared to single-handedly take down a Super S-Class pilot under pressure without a moment's hesitation. He stormed the parliament, too, without a moment's hesitation. He stiffened his neck and, in front of all the legislators and the military police, whisked away 12 members like takeout, even threatening them. A common man's anger can splatter blood, and he could even maneuver at great distances. She couldn't help but bite her lower lip. A man like that, TSK, the terminal rang. She glanced at the incoming call notification, suddenly harboring a sinister thought. She waved to the legislators, "Hey!" Su Li's video call. The entire parliament hall fell silent, as if the golden ripples were rippling through it once again. Eve suddenly felt happy. She hadn't felt this happy in years. She connected the video feed to the virtual screen, playing it simultaneously throughout the entire venue. Outside the outpost, a desolate landscape lay desolate. The towering mountain wall, a dense mass of stink bugs clinging to it, formed a star-speckled, multicolored spectacle devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Without assistance, it was clear that Su Li was currently seated in the cockpit of a mecha. Jun Shou's small hand gripped the terminal, aiming it at the mecha's view. "Master, they're truly still alive." "It doesn't matter. They're going to die soon anyway." "Master, this is a bit disgusting." "They peed? Then remember to wash your hands before eating." They didn't even exchange politeness. The once impressive and powerful council members were now weeping and held in Jun Shou's palm. "Pa! Pa!" The pleas for mercy, the cries, the shrill curses, none of them could drown out the resounding "pa." "By the way, you still owe us an apology." The mech lowered its head, as if remembering something. On screen, Zhang Guoyang knelt in a massive steel drum, his body shaking violently. "Yes, I'm sorry." This stubborn fellow finally apologized. Su Li nodded, and continued to control Junwei. "Yes, I heard it, but I choose not to forgive." Junwei lifted him from the pool of liquid, grasped him in his palm, glanced at the empty space on the mountain wall, and swung his arm in a circle. "Pa!" The 12-channel sound echoed in less than 30 seconds. "Master, this drum smells terrible. Can we just throw it away?" "What's the point of throwing it away? You don't know how to live. Take it back, clean it, and it'll be good to go next time." The video was disconnected. The vast conference room was completely silent. They expected the captured people to survive, but they never imagined they'd die in such a way. A chill ran down their spines, silencing all the council members. They finally understood what Su Li meant by many walls. His walls were indeed many, so many that even if all the council members used them to plaster the walls, they wouldn't be able to cover even 1%. And that bucket of his, he even wanted to have another one. Chapter 121. You could hear a pin drop in the conference room. After a moment, a voice suddenly declared, "Mobilize the main fleet. Use the Star Destroyer. This person must not be spared." The words resonated with everyone. This time, they didn't even draft an order. Everyone rushed to write their names on white paper. The deep fear that sank into their bones finally made them realize they had no way out. Eve sat in a chair, watching them pile up the thick stack of signatures and place it in front of Speaker Gao Mingrui. This was their fastest time ever. In less than 5 minutes, they had compiled everyone's opinions and signatures. They seemed certain that even if the plan leaked, Su Li wouldn't dare to storm the gates and kill all the council members. Their gamble was right. She wouldn't do the same. It wasn't that she didn't dare, but she was too lazy. Gao Mingrui glanced up at Eve, then reached out and wrote his own name. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Eve. Deploying the main fleet and star destroyers would require the mechanical island. The fleet is human, but just as the upgrade modules are produced by the mechanical island, they require joint approval from both sides. She stood up from her chair and slowly walked over to Gao Mingrui. She grabbed the signatures, which resembled a thick dictionary, and tossed them high into the air. Papers flew across the conference room, as if a patchy snow had fallen. Eve felt more proud than ever. She turned around and smiled beautifully at the many cannibalistic council members. This proposal. I, the Robot Island, veto it. You? How can you veto it? This is the unanimous decision of the human parliament. What do you want? He's so lawless, attacking and killing a member of parliament. This is a serious crime. In his case, there's no need for a military court, just execution on the spot. Eve smoothed her hair down her ear, her eyes widening as she threw up her hands. Then just kill him on the spot. Why didn't you just kill him? Mobilizing the main fleet and star destroyers for one person. Are you crazy, or am I? Resources don't cost money. We don't want you to give us the Robot Island, we want them. You? You're just making up your mind. Am I making a point? Stop talking like that if you can. Ling Sui Star's location is right on the map. Go ahead and kill him. If I try to stop you, I'm not a mecha girl. But you're dreaming of using the Star Destroyer. It's the ultimate deterrent. Each shot can cause planetary destruction and the collapse of space. You're going to use such strategic material to kill a pilot? Even I would laugh my head off. But he's already a serious threat to the stability of the Alliance. Really? I don't think so. I think he has a point. His methods are a bit radical, but I like them. You? Is this the attitude of your Mecha Island? Eve turned, her skirt fluttering. That's right. This is the attitude of our mechanical island. You actually speak up for a pilot? You're so protective of him, is he yours? Eve's face was filled with shock, her mouth hanging open. No way. Are you just realizing this now? Didn't you know he's always been mine? Oh my god. How could anyone not know? Well, I'll tell you again today. Su Li is my mechanical island's man. My mechanical island will protect him. I'm telling you right now, if he gets even a hair on his head, we'll retreat halfway across the star system. You can do whatever you want, but our mechanical island won't be bothered. Also, you have so many Super S-Class pilots, and if you squeeze them together, you can squeeze out 8? Okay, starting today, all unaffiliated SS-Class Mecha girls from the 9 war zones will be recalled by Mecha Island. A crappy Super S-Class pilot dared to disobey Mecha Island's orders and almost made a catastrophic mistake. No problem. We have our own high-end combat capabilities. Compared to your Super S-Class pilots, our Mecha girls are more trustworthy. You can't do that. You'll throw the front lines into complete chaos, and if a gap in the defense is exposed, it will affect the battle. No, those 8 Super S-Class pilots you squeezed out can be put to good use. The counselor, having been silenced, was completely panicked. When they weren't pulling out SS-Class Mecha girls, they could indeed squeeze out 8 Super S-Class pilots. But now that she had pulled them out, what was there to squeeze out? You want to break with humanity over a lawless pilot? Eve turned and looked at the counselor who had spoken. A hint of disdain lingered at the corners of her lips. Humanity? You, a fat, rotten fish-eating creature, are supposed to represent humanity? If you make one mistake, I'll break with the human council at any moment. As for humanity? How many humans do you think a fat person like you can represent? She straightened her chest once more, gazing at the assembled counselors. She didn't want to spend a moment with this roomful of demons and monsters. I bear the heavy responsibility of attacking and killing counselors on Su Li's behalf. I withdraw the SS-Class Mecha girls. I vetoed the Star Destroyers and the main battleships. If you think you can represent humanity, then I'm putting my foot down here. This is a break. She tilted her head, tapping her boots lightly with her whip. Now let me ask you, this is what I did. So what? Eve finished, waved her hand, and turned gracefully. She didn't give the counselors a chance to argue, and quickly left the Parliament Hall with her guards. The corners of her mouth curled up, and even as she walked, she felt like she was flying. The 4 guard captains following closely behind Eve exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. It was the first time they had seen Eve so relaxed. As they watched, Eve suddenly stopped in her tracks. She leaned forward slightly, clenched her fists over her chest, and let out a soft cry of yeah. Yeah! The movement was so dramatic that even her light blue hair flew up. The 4 guard captains subconsciously averted their gaze, gazing idly into the sky. Even if anyone told others about Eve in this little girlish state, no one would believe it. With this 200-year-old which forcibly recast them all just because they saw her acting like a little girl, Eve quickly regained her composure, blushing and looking down as she walked forward. The 4 of them exchanged another glance, then led the group and followed closely behind. They had accompanied each other in silence like this before, but it had never been as awkward as it was now. Chapter 122. So you didn't see it. The commander was so cool. He just stood there, holding the councilman, and said in a cold voice, "You still owe us an apology." I heard it, but I won't accept it. Ah. So cool. Really? I want to give birth to a baby for the commander. Get out of here. Is it your turn? Su Li's hand, trying to push open the ward door, froze in midair, unable to fall or lift. He paused, thinking for a moment, then scratched his head and walked to the other ward. In the single ward, a single bed sat alone to one side. 537 lay there quietly, speechless, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, lifeless. Her face and body were covered in thick gauze. The venom had irritated her body, emitting a pungent odor that even the strong smell of medicine couldn't mask. Su Li walked straight to the bed, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Look what I brought you. They're all good stuff." 537's eyes sparkled. She forced herself to lean back against the bed, her swaddled head tilted to one side. Her long, black hair had been completely eaten away, and her exposed eyelids were covered in scars from the venom. It was obvious that beneath the gauze, there wasn't a single piece of healthy flesh left on her body. Existing medical methods could only detoxify the venom-infected wounds, but they couldn't restore her to her former beauty. To recover, she had to level up. But for an A-rank mecha girl, leveling up wasn't easy. 537 took the candy box, her trembling fingers tugging at it several times, but she couldn't open it. She loved sweets. As soon as Su Li entered, he saw the candy wrapper hidden under her pillow. He'd given it to her before he opened the shop, and she'd never been willing to eat it. But now she'd eaten it. Was it because she was feeling too bitter? His heart twitched slightly, and seeing her bandaged body, he hesitated to speak. But the situation was already like this, and any words of comfort would only make her feel worse. "Look! I left a surprise for you. There are so many injured mechs in our base, and I came to see you first. Here's your surprise. Open it after I get out. Don't worry, I guarantee it you'll love it." Here he went, reaching out and gently touched 537's bandaged hand before turning and leaving the ward. After closing the door, he stood quietly outside, not going far. Inside the ward, 537, who had originally planned to self-destruct her core, fought back her tears as she tried again and again to open the candy box. Even if it meant death, she would eat all the candy her superiors had given her. The lid of the box gently opened, revealing something other than the candy she was supposed to receive. For A-grade upgrade modules lay quietly within, gleaming faintly under the light. Finally, unable to contain her tears, she burst into tears. The tears soaked the bandages, clinging to her eroded skin, causing her excruciating pain. Yet, unable to stop her tears, she could only wipe them with her equally bandaged hands. The more she wiped, the more painful it became, and the more it hurt, the more she wiped. Su Li, standing outside the ward, heard her sob and called the medical technicians. After giving them some instructions, he watched as they went in to change the gauze and soothe her. Just as he said, the base was overwhelmed with wounded. Even the medical mechas were rarely uninjured. Normally, a single mecha could handle the job, but now there were 4 or 5 of them, some with splints on their arms. After all was said and done, the entire base's available combat power, aside from the automated defense weapons, was left with only Junwei, Junsho, and Heiyu. Yuerong and Li Tianlang were fine, but this guy was fine guarding the base, but he couldn't trust him to go out on missions. In the adjacent ward, Hong Ying lay in the hospital bed, twisting her head. 038 lay in the bed next to her. Even with only one arm still able to move, she was busy writing and drawing on the terminal. "Sister, what are you busy with? You're injured, why aren't you resting?" 038 raised her head, saw Su Li coming in, grinned, and tried to stand up when her face clenched in pain. "No, don't get up. Just lie down." Su Li pushed her back onto the bed and tucked the covers in for her. Then, holding her hand, he sat down on a nearby stool. "Why are you here? Have you read the report I submitted? The base's defenses are weak right now, and it's all up to you to hold it up. But this isn't a big deal. I thought about it, and I think we should request assistance from the mechanical island, or at least send 2 more teams. Just rest and recuperate. We already taken care of things in the vast sea, and the reinforcements are on their way. According to the timetable, they should be here by evening." 038 finally nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at her hand, which was now held by Su Li, with a squinting eye. Her face flushed slightly, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. She heard everything that happened at the base. She never dreamed that someone would one day stick a dozen council members to a wall just for a robot girl. The mere thought of it made her feel hot all over. Feeling the heat rising in her face, she quickly changed the subject. What about lightning? Su Li shook his head slowly and said, Jun Wei and Jun Shou sent her to the mechanical island. The governor said her core was damaged. Although she was sent there in time and saved her life, it will take some time to repair her core. I don't know the details. I'd like to apply to land on the island, but I'm not sure if it's possible. Damaged core? Then her injuries are indeed serious this time. But since the governor has given the order, it should be treatable. There's no rush to land on the island. After all, no human has ever been to the mechanical island in all these years. But by the way, have you really become a super S-class pilot? No, not even close. I'm a bit overdrawn this time, but if I give you some time, I should be fine. Don't worry. Even if you don't become a super S-class pilot, with Jun Wei and Jun Shou here, even if another super S-class comes, we can easily defeat them. Easily defeat them. 038's eyes widened at the words. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether it was Su Li's strength or Jun Wei and Jun Shou's off-the-chart stats. She suddenly felt that something was different about her honest, handsome, sunny, ruthless, unromantic, and womanizing brother. He seemed even more mysteriously confident than before. Is that even human? Super S-rank, easily controlled? But when she thought of the chattering of the mech girls at the base, she suddenly felt that this was exactly what was going on. After all, the Super S-class pilot was already stuck to the wall, so wouldn't that be easy to take down? Brother, can you push me outside for a walk? I want to take a look at that wall. Su Li was speechless. He didn't understand what was so special about a rotten wall. A bunch of mech girls, who could move, had already gone to see it several times in just half a day. The remaining mech girls, who couldn't move, were all grabbing the wall, eager to climb over it just to take a look. When did these mech girls become interested in such gory things? Even Junwei, who had witnessed it herself, joined in the fun with the other mech girls. Just focus on recuperating. Still looking at the wall? Once you're better, the wall can't escape. Then, you can call Junwei over. I want to hear her tell you about your trip to the parliament to pack up. Su Li froze in his tracks, his face gradually flushing. The women were all curious about what he had done. You can just tell them yourselves, spread the word yourself. Let him, the person involved, pass on the message, and call another woman to tell the story of his glorious deeds. It was a bit embarrassing, I have to say. 038 grabbed his large hand and placed it on her chest, her expression attentive. Good brother, if you don't want to go and ask for help, you can tell your sister yourself. I'll get Junwei for you right now. He blushed as he pulled his hand from 038 and turned to walk out. Hong Ying, lying on the bed to the side, widened her eyes, a wave of question marks in her head. So she was nothing but air, coming like the wind, leaving like the wind. She looked eagerly, only to find a clown lying there. Is her presence so low? Exhausted, even a patient is one. Chapter 123. In the command room, Hey Yu held her terminal, breaking down the battlefield video frame by frame. While listening through headphones, she meticulously separated each audio segment, ultimately capturing only a small fragment. Combining the brainwaves captured by her device, her brow furrowed slightly as she quickly began typing on the keyboard. As a new code file was generated, she transferred it directly to the special device in her hand. In a specially designed cage, a fist-sized wood lice appeared somewhat listless, its tentacles waving only weakly. She placed the device next to the wood lice and clicked the command to run the code file. The wood lice in the cage visibly became more energetic, striking the cage again and again. Hey Yu attempted to open the cage, and the wood lice immediately emerged, rustling and sprinting towards the outside. But before it could get far, Han Hai, who had been prepared, sprayed it with anesthetic spray, then picked it up and casually tossed it into a nearby bucket. Inside lay 7 or 8 wood lice larvae, all sedated and unable to move more than their legs occasionally. What's up? Are you sure? Yes, it's a rally order, or rather, a guiding order, directing them to a certain point or direction. The exact content of the order is unknown, but it should be due south. Han Hai, clutching his swollen cheek, said with some difficulty. So, the presence of the queen is confirmed. Hey Yu nodded, a little regretful. What a shame. If this incident hadn't happened at the base, we would have definitely followed the insects all the way to the queen's location. But now, it's probably too late. Reinforcements from the mechanical island will arrive tonight, and we still have plenty of these bugs. If all else fails, we can just give each of us one and run after them. Often, Using simple methods can solve the problem. Hey-Yu shook his head. No, these are just larvae. They can't get very far. Then let's capture the medium-sized ones. If all else fails, each of us can bring a brainwave transmitter and get close to a medium-sized one to play it. Let them lead the way. The door to the command room opened, and Suli walked in, wearing a pair of large shorts and a military cap. These mecha girls had their socks ripped off by him. If they weren't all injured, they'd probably have their skin peeled off. Han Hai was stunned for a moment, then quickly lowered his head. Suli ripped his military cap off his head and threw it on the sofa. He stormed into the bedroom, donned a new uniform, and then emerged with a hint of exasperation on his face. Don't you have any male robot girls on your robot island? This is the second time this month. The second time. And in my newly changed uniform. Since when have uniforms become consumables? At this rate, I'm going to have to apply for 3 or 4 sets a month. Robot boys? They used to exist, but they haven't been produced in years. But sir, are you sure you need them? Suli paused, the thought of a group of men stripping him off causing him to shudder. Never mind, robot girls are fine. But you have to change this habit. You don't strip people naked. Even if you want a souvenir, you can't just strip them naked. Han Hai covered his mouth with a chuckle, quietly tucking Su Li's hat, which had been thrown on the sofa, behind the cushion. Have you guys come up with any results? Yes, but we don't have a specific implementation plan. Finding a medium-sized species is the most reliable option right now, but we're not sure if the order will work since we're not from the same tribe. It doesn't matter. We'll know if it works after we give it a try. Support will arrive tonight. We'll rest up tonight, and I'll lead the team out tomorrow morning. Han Hai, count the mecha girls still capable of fighting in the base, and they'll assist in the defense tomorrow. Suli gritted his teeth again at this thought. Count them carefully. No one with a piece of clothing should be left behind. Take them all out for security. They're just ignoring their beds all day and causing trouble for their superiors whenever they get the chance. I'll make things difficult for them tomorrow. Han Hai nodded, and while he was busy, he hid Su Li's hat deeper into his pocket. It's now almost certain that Lingsue Star has a queen. However, we're currently unable to carry out much of our work. Without the support of ships, relying solely on our own fuel supplies, we can't conduct a large-scale maneuverable search. I already submitted a request to the mechanical island, requesting at least one armed transport ship. Even a C-class weapon should be sufficient for a place like Lingsue Star. Su Li's eyes lit up at this. He'd been thinking about this for a while. What do the islands say? Observing Su Li's sudden excitement, Han Hai pushed his glasses up and nodded gently. Approved. I'll arrive with this support. Also, before she could finish her words, she was lifted up by the armpits. Su Li's face was brimming with excitement. He carried her around several times, twirling her around in circles. Before he set her down, he gave her a firm hug. Thinking of his outpost soon having an armed transport ship, he pecked Han Hai's intact cheek firmly and praised, Han Hai, it's great to have you here. Hey-Yu, who was sorting equipment, crushed the earphones in her hand. She looked down at her solid-colored dress, white calf-high socks, and bright leather shoes, then at Han Hai's wrinkled military uniform and the bandage on her face. That damn busted woman, even limping and on crutches. Why? Han Hai lowered her head, her small hand gently stroking the spot Su Li had pecked her, her face flushed. She combed her short hair over and over again, trying to block Hey-Yu's murderous gaze, but it was ultimately futile. Forget about the light strands of hair. Even if a steel plate were placed in front of her, you would be able to pierce through her gaze. The instigator had already fled back to his bedroom, debating whether to wear his regular uniform or his training uniform to meet the plane, to show the most basic respect for the armed transport. Han Hai, I've been researching some new things in the lab lately. They're really interesting. I wonder if you'd be interested in coming with me to check them out. Han Hai's head shook violently at her voice, which sounded like it came from hell. She tried to avoid him, but he had already leaped across the table, blocking her path. She was a cripple, and after taking just 2 steps, she was caught. Take a look. It won't hurt. It'll be quick. Han Hai panicked even more at that. What kind of research could possibly involve pain? How about this? You pecked the same spot the commander pecked. That would also count as. Right? Han Hai hadn't finished her words. She couldn't listen any longer, and she wanted to slap herself. Knowing he was ravenously jealous, she still went for the thrill. This was screwed. If nothing else, call the commander. At least we survived tonight. A wet feeling on his cheek left Han Hai completely stunned. Not only had she kissed him in the exact same spot, she even stuck out her tongue. Licked him? Love truly drives people crazy. Even Yu had lost his mind. Her heart was beating uncontrollably as she glanced towards Su Li's bedroom. She should be fine, after all, she'd always been rational. Just a mere man, a pilot with exceptional flying skills, a caring commander, a true man who would risk his life for the pilot girl and defy the odds. Well, it seemed there wasn't another man like him in the world. It wasn't that she was attracted to him, but it was more logical to be moved by a man like him. Chapter 124. A forest of steel stood on the mechanical island. Countless hovercrafts of various types, carrying a variety of supplies, were transported to various platforms by mech girls. A heavy medical pod, resembling a coffin, rolled out of the medical area. Accompanied by 4 members of the Royal Guard and a dozen medical mech girls, it drove the transport platform towards the breeding room. They had just completed their identity verification, and had not yet reached the depths of the breeding room when they heard a heated argument. The recognizable, elderly voices let everyone know that 2 elders were inside. Build. Within 3 days, the entire breeding room must be covered with special materials that block void transmission. This is a hard requirement. That's our mech girl. Ours. We guarded this place day and night, and in the blink of an eye, she's gone. Gone. Do you understand? Gone. Eve withstood the 2 elders' verbal attacks, a look of disapproval on her face. Completely forgetting that I had been acting this way a while ago. That's someone else's mecha girl. They're looking for their own pilots, and we're the ones who control everything. How can we even control them finding their own pilots? What era are we in? Freedom of love is the norm. Besides, I just left it here for you to take a look. What? You can actually replicate it? You call that freedom of love? You've been indoctrinating me since I was born. This is an arranged marriage. I can't replicate it, but we have to test the mecha girl's various parameters and indicators. She's different from the Regal. Different, don't you understand? They were born from different mechanical sequences. Isn't it normal for them to have differences? But they're connected? If we can decipher the reason behind this, even if we can parse out the related mechanical laws, the coordinated combat capabilities of our mechas fighting on the front lines will be greatly enhanced. The 2 elders' mouths watered, their wrinkled faces flushed with excitement. We can't decipher it. Otherwise, the 3347 code wouldn't appear so often. It's not like previous elders haven't tried before. Save your energy and live a few more years. This time, I brought back SS-class mechas from various defense zones. You can choose a group to inherit the mantle. After guarding the mecha island for so many years, it would be nice to enjoy a few years of peace and quiet in your final years. The 2 elders were stunned, their aged bodies trembling slightly. They looked at each other, and suddenly realized that 100 years had passed unnoticed. In their 80th year as elders, it was finally time for them to step down. It's already been 100 years? They gazed at the mecha tree deep within the breeding room. After stepping down, each elder was given a varying amount of time to live the life they desired. But at the end of their lives, they will return to the mechanical island and return the mechanical laws they condensed throughout their lives to the mechanical tree. The elders of the mechanical island do not wield immense power. They are more like symbols of the island, a legacy of laws. To become an elder means sacrificing the long lifespan of the mecha girl, every moment a race against time. Only mecha girls of SS rank or above are eligible to become elders. Only such mecha girls can absorb the myriad scattered mechanical laws, and condense them within their bodies through special means. Each elder's resignation marks the end of their mission. Their dedication and sacrifice will become the very foundation of the mechanic tree's survival. 100 years. Eve looked at the 2 white-haired elders before her. From the moment they stepped out of the petri dishes to their present gray hair, and even in the end, she would watch them return to the mechanic tree's embrace. Although it was hard to bear, this was the way of inheritance on Mechanic Island. Think about it. Is there anywhere you'd like to go in your final days? A large medical pod was wheeled in, interrupting the 3 people's conversation. Eve waved to the others, and walked alone to the pod. Inside the transparent hood, Lightning's face was pale, her bright red hair bloodshot. She hovered in the center of a chamber of pale blue liquid. Her wounds had completely healed, but her mechanic core remained intact, floating in her chest, emitting a faint golden and red glow. The 2 elders came closer, carefully examining her mechanic core, their brows furrowing. Is this the first mecha girl you mentioned, little Lizzie? Lightning R5? They gasped, looking up at Eve in disbelief. She's so badly injured, and you told her she can be saved? This, are you kidding me? If she can't be saved, how are you going to explain it to your little Lizzie? Do you know where she's injured? You're just telling her she can be saved? He doesn't understand mecha girls, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. Eve gave a wry smile and said slowly, of course I know where she's injured. That's why we sent her to the breeding room. Let's use the sap from the mecha tree. Her foundation is a little weak, but after it's healed, she should be pretty much the same as before. What's the difference? She's damaged her logical thinking area. Her logical thinking area has collapsed. Physically, that's the brain. The brain. Although tree sap can strengthen a mecha girl's foundation, even with this kind of damage, even if it's strengthened or repaired, her logical thinking ability will always be at least 5% weaker than other mecha girls of the same level. Do you know what 5% means? It means a delay in command transmission, which means the pilot's control sense will deteriorate. Even if she recovers, she'll be disliked by her pilots in future high-intensity battlefields. No, she won't. What makes you so sure? Just based on your knowledge of that pilot? How many times have you met? People's hearts are uncontrollable in change. He's now reached the Super S level, and has a long life ahead of him. He'll meet more and more mecha girls in the future, and the number of high-level ones he'll come into contact with is countless. Lightning's foundation is A level, and after the enhancement, it will be S level. But among S-class mecha girls, her control experience is definitely at the bottom of the heap. Even if more modules are added in the future, it won't matter. Her foundation determines that her flaws will always remain. And the law she comprehended, if I'm not mistaken, is speed. Such a law, coupled with poor controllability. What, is little Lizzie born to love risking his life? Eve shrugged noncommittally. You're right, he really does love risking his life. Don't worry. Just focus on repairing it. Is it okay if she's a little less intelligent? Eve nodded seriously. Don't worry. She didn't have much brainpower when she was A-class. Later, she upgraded to S-class with modules, but her brain capacity didn't increase much. It's only damaged by about 5%, and the tree sap is more than enough to replenish it. One positive, one negative, and nothing is lost. She paused, raised her brow, and considered Su Li's likely reaction. He probably used his brain smoking lightning to pick off the insects in the swarm for fun. The two elders exchanged a glance, a hint of quizzical expression on their faces. They turned to look at Eve, who was standing nearby, and said in unison, we decided where to go. After we repair this girl, we'll all go to Lingsue Star together. As for the successor, we'll choose one before then. Eve was slightly taken aback, but after glancing at the 3 cores spinning in the breeding room, she felt the choice wasn't surprising. Okay, but better hurry. Otherwise, he'll miss his robot girl. Chapter 125. Su Li, far away on Lingsue Star, sneezed loudly, rubbing his hands, as he surveyed the armed transport before him. He tightened his clothes suspiciously, watching the mech girls file out while he dove headfirst into the ship, touching here and there like a complete psychopath. Master, are you really giving us this thing? Li Tianlong's eyes gleamed as he followed behind Su Li, also rubbing his hands. He even raised his head and took a few deep breaths inside the ship, the air permeating with a sweet aroma. Yurong followed the two of them, watching the mech girl emerge from the cockpit with a strange expression on her face. She then grasped the soft flesh at Li Tianlong's waist. TSK, it hurts. You still feel pain? If you embarrass yourself again, you won't be able to go back tonight. Su Li ignored the couple's flirting and took a quick look at the ship's weapon systems. The last time they were on the ship, he'd been tempted to touch it, but pride kept him from doing so. Now it was different. This ship belonged to the base. Since it belonged to the base, it belonged to Su Li. He raised his hand and touched the massive cannon, feeling its cool, round texture. The feeling was instantly right. Jun Shou tugged at Su Li's shirt with one hand, his teddy bear in the other. Watching Su Li caress the cannon with such rapt attention, his worldview shattered. This barrel is so round. No, this muzzle is so long. No, I mean. I understand everything. Li Tianlang slumped over the cannon, pressing his face against the cold barrel. Words failing to express the meaning didn't matter. What mattered was a mutual understanding. Then, everything was said without words. A man's romance. His life was worth it. Although this romance wasn't his, it belonged to his master, just as if it were his. If his master passed away one day, he would surely pass it on to him, his only disciple. Lying on the cold cannon, Li Tianlang had already imagined the rest of his life. Yurong silently pulled Jun Shou aside, raising her hand to cover her eyes. Jun Shou pulled down twice, revealing her eyes. She was just a well-behaved girl, not a minor, a legitimate factory-made mecha girl. What was there to hide from her? If Junwei hadn't sneaked away, she would have called her sister, Because of the news of the Queen, far more than 2 teams were dispatched to the mechanical island. 10 teams were dispatched. Han Hai led the group into the base, glancing out of the corner of his eye at his superior clinging to the outside of the transport ship, and involuntarily covered his face. In just a moment, he had already completed his tour and begun studying the ship's surface. A faint scent of blood lingered at the narrow pass. A dozen neck girls, leaning on crutches and supporting each other, pointed and talked at the wall, their cheeks flushed with excitement. All the members of the Royal Guard paused in unison as they passed through the narrow pass. They took a deep look at the wall, then at the group of jubilant mech girls. Even the normally expressionless mech girls couldn't help but smile. Although their orders only required them to stay here until they could recover at base or complete the kill of the Queen, upon arriving at the base and seeing the expressions of the mech girls, they suddenly felt a desire to blend in. This planet was shabby, practically destitute. Yet, here, they witnessed the most sincere and vibrant smiles of the mecha girls. As soon as they entered the pass, they heard a bustle. A swarm of sick people wandered about, and the town was once again bustling with activity. The guards watched in amazement as people on crutches moved back and forth across the square, their numb arms dangling at their sides, swaying with their bodies. They even spotted 2 fellow guards in wheelchairs, their hands practically leaving after images, just to get to the barbecue stall for a bite of something warm. The owner of the barbecue stall, even on crutches, couldn't forget to open. Han Hai's expression remained unchanged. She glanced at the bewildered expressions on the faces of the numerous mecha girls from the Royal Guards and chuckled softly. You'll understand later. This is a specialty of our outpost. Today was a bit rushed, as you can see, and we have quite a few wounded, so our hospitality may be a little simple. But don't worry, we'll make it up to you all once we're well. After offering the mecha girls of the Royal Guards a seat, she quickly ran over to Keilang, who was on crutches, and whispered, "Remember to order 2 servings of colorful spider eggs for me. I want the ones with extra cheese." Keilang smiled brightly, her dimples even more charming in the firelight. She nodded and called to Songling and Zhang Chongping, who were preparing the dishes. Old Zhang immediately led his son and helped bring the dishes they had prepared earlier to the table. Suli finally decided to get off the transport ship, arriving late just before everyone was about to start. Since there were missions the next day, no one stayed up late. After explaining the basic mission procedures, they finished early and went back to rest. At 4 in the morning, Suli rolled over and sat up in bed. Partly because he wasn't used to Lightning's absence, and partly because the mission he was about to embark on the next day kept him awake. The bedside lamp shone a warm glow, and the second hand ticked away on the virtual clock face. Hey you, perhaps tired, huddled beside him, curled up small, her white hands clutching the corner of his shirt, sound asleep. She seemed deeply insecure, unlike Lightning, who was so carefree that she almost draped her legs around his neck while she slept. With 3 hours left before departure, he simply leaned against the bedside table and picked up his terminal to plan his route. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly alerted him that the system mall had completed its product update. The system had fallen into a deep sleep since he killed the elite. The gene suppression potion he purchased only once through the store remained unused in his backpack. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wonder what updates the system store had. But the moment he opened the system, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of energy points had unexpectedly appeared in his system account. He clicked on the source information and examined it one by one, only to discover that killing the Super S pilot and her mecha girl had also provided 300,000 energy points, the same price as an elite. Even the council members had contributed a little, but the total came to less than 20,000. In total, each person wasn't even worth the price of a medium-sized mecha. Energy points were credited to his account for all the large species he killed. Adding to this the various accumulated quests, his energy was approaching the 1 million mark. If he hadn't purchased a potion when leveling up, his energy would have already reached over 1 million. Super S-class pilots, it seems, are easier to kill than bugs. He shook his head, banishing the dangerous thought from his mind, and opened the system store page. The first thing he saw was a few more potion options, perhaps because he already purchased a potion, but beyond that, a variety of clothing items that made him want to indulge in his imagination. He repeatedly researched, but couldn't find any useful items. He did unlock a new wheel, but he did need to kill large and elite species to unlock the required number of times. He stared at the reward items on the wheel, a feeling welling in his mind. This system felt like it wanted him to form his own mecha squad on Linksue Star. The items offered, aside from high-level upgrade modules, were rare materials. Of course, there were also the usual system-gifted gifts, some bizarre items that primarily provided emotional value to the mecha girls. It was primarily aimed at taking the path of the mecha island, leaving it with nowhere else to go. He no longer had any C-class modules. All the mecha girls at the base were B-class, and the demand for C-class was approaching zero. It was time to release the B-class modules, and after extracting the A-class, a moderate amount could be released. At least, tragic experiences like 537s would be much less likely to occur after his level was increased. Accumulated military merit could be used to apply for S-class modules in bulk from the mecha island, raising the level of the S-class mecha girls around him. If there were any deficiencies, they could be supplemented with energy points in the system. If he continued to accumulate military merit and energy points at his current rate, he could have an all S-class team on Ling Sui Star in about half a year. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. For the first time in his life, he began to worry that Ling Sui Star might not have enough bugs. Chapter 126. A large amount of equipment was loaded onto the transport ship. You adjusted the small brainwave capture devices and distributed them to all combat personnel preparing for field operations. The first step was to deploy 5 fully staffed squads. The Royal Guard mecha girls were already prepared, with 5 squads remaining to assist in the base defense while the remainder boarded the ship. Aside from those in the cockpits, all members of the 2 squads were stationed on the decks of the transport ship. The uniform black and red mechas looked incredibly imposing. "Master, I want to hang outside too." "No, you don't." Yu Rong dragged Li Tianlang into the cockpit, saying earnestly, "Master, listen. Hanging out in the sun for too long will cause skin spots. You don't want your mecha girl to look ugly, do you?" After spending some time at the base, Li Tianlang had clearly wised up. He looked at the smooth faces of the guards, then at his own Yu Rong, reaching out and holding her arms. "It's okay, little Rong Rong. The sunlight on Ling Sui Star is gentler, and more sun exposure will help you replenish your calcium. Besides, no matter what you become, you'll always be the most beautiful in my heart. And look at them, aren't they all fine?" "No, I have sensitive skin." She refused emphatically, then pinned Li Tianlang firmly to the seat and buckled him in. He was such an adult, yet he was still acting like a child, liking to hang outside. It was so dangerous out there. Facing his despairing gaze, Suli smiled, glanced at the only remaining spot, and let Jun Shou finish the deployment and hang himself there. She also wore a golden neck, though its design differed slightly from Regal's. The massive shield was stored in the Void Arsenal, but she also carried a number of smaller round shields. The shield's edges were exceptionally sharp, gleaming with a cold light. A closer look revealed a dense serration pattern along the edges. He had no doubt that a rapidly spinning shield like this could easily slice through any medium-sized creature. Even the armor of a large creature wouldn't last more than a few seconds at the extremely high speeds. He jumped onto Jun Shou's outstretched hand and entered the cockpit. As the hatch closed, the armed transport hummed, trembled slightly, and soared into the sky, heading directly south of the base. Nothing unexpected happened. Jun Shou climbed from his cockpit and curled up in Su Li's arms. Her bun looked adorable. Although she looked small, she was plump when he held her. She was wearing white stockings and had simply kicked off her shoes. She leaned against Su Li, holding the doll and the terminal, and leaned against him, her toes tapping lightly on the cockpit, looking as comfortable as could be. Feeling the head against his chest, Su Li reached out and rubbed it, peering out through the mech's screen. A vast expanse of land, forever barren. He didn't know what Ling Sui Star looked like in the past, but since the arrival of the Zerg, he suspected the only green patch on the planet was at the outpost. Besides the Zerg, other life forms existed on this severely desertified land. Some unmutated insects supported small, modest animals. For example, the horned lizard, which looked a bit scary, but was actually quite ineffective. There were also some adorable, surprisingly fertile gerbils. A few Zerg pillbug larvae were enough to provide their tiny bodies with several meals. But a full meal often comes at the cost of one's life. This is especially true when the size difference between the two sides is relatively small. He repeatedly widened his field of vision, scanning the surface for any possible anomalies. The transport ship was moving at a rapid pace. In just over 10 minutes, they had already reached the former battlefield. The traces of the battlefield remained, with many large, inedible species piled together, their limbs dehydrated by the erosion of the wind and sand. The transport ship hovered high in the sky. Su Li patted Jun Shou's skirt, motioning her to lie down in the driver's seat. Then he put on his helmet and activated the flight mode. The hooks were removed, and dozens of mechas descended simultaneously. After reaching a certain altitude, they dispersed and began searching the battlefield in pairs. Sully piloted Jun's show across the battlefield, the fierce battle of that day seeming to be vivid before his eyes. The bodies on the battlefield showed many signs of damage, but this was caused by the mecha girls collecting supplies. The distinctive wounds from the sharp weapons were enough to reveal many things. He leaned over to a giant beetle and examined it closely. The shattered head, the shrapnel scratches on the carapace, the dry green blood all over the ground, the limbs beginning to stiffen. Under the constant heat and hot wind, their bodies lost moisture at an unusually rapid rate. In less than 4 days, they would be completely dried out from the inside out, just like the stink bugs hanging from the mountain wall. Master, we can actually take these giant beetle carapaces back. We could embed them into the mountain wall, and they would look quite beautiful. Jun Shou's words made Su Li's eyes light up. If they truly covered the entire mountain wall, not only would it be beautiful, but the base's defenses alone would be significantly enhanced. Okay, I'll take note of this idea. When we get it back, you can think of some nice designs for our mountain wall. It'll be a cultural addition to our base on Lingsue Star. Su Li said, propping up the large creature with one arm and examining its underside. As he expected, aside from scratches and other common marks, there were almost no Zerg bite marks. Some bites, however, looked like those from rodents. A series of squeaking sounds were heard, and 4 or 5 gerbils, their huge ears propped up, emerged from beneath the nearby insect carcasses. Their cheeks were bulging with food, clearly from a long journey, having eaten and packed up. Jun Shou's eyes visibly lit up. She pointed at the gerbils with her little finger, her voice tinged with joy. Master, do they look like regal? Su Li examined the golden creatures. If their black, jewel-like eyes were replaced with gold, they would look incredibly similar. Can we catch a few and take them home? That? Alright. They don't eat much anyway. But you have to keep them in your own house. Before he finished his words, a round shield vanished from sight with a whistling sound. The gerbils didn't even have time to react before they felt a chill in their skulls, and fell straight to the ground. The round shield shot back from a distance, attaching to the mecha with a soft sound. Jun Shou strode over, extended his large hand, and carefully scooped up the gerbils, along with the sand on the ground, and brought them to the driver's cabin. Su Li removed his helmet, and looked at the terrified gerbils, who had fainted completely. He picked them up and placed them in the small cage he had brought with him. As for the woodlice in the cage, he flung it out. Its dark figure dove into the pile of corpses and vanished. The cockpit closed again, and Su Li stared at the caged creatures, transformed into the bright summit, feeling a mixture of amusement and anguish. They'd probably never imagined that their first haircut would be with round shields made of a special alloy. Jun Shou's bright eyes leaned forward, examining the creatures in the cage, their gaze roaming over their bulging cheeks and bellies. Su Li handed the cage to her, letting her hold it, and observe the gerbils while he continued to pilot the mech across the battlefield. After undergoing genetic enhancement, he could now pilot the mech independently. Even if the mech's processor couldn't keep up, he could forcibly take over the entire operating system, alleviating the burden on her. Announcements of unsuccessful searches were heard from the communication channel. Heiyu once again attempted to release a woodlice larva onto the transport ship. Sure enough, it continued to head south. Chapter 127. The command definition cannot be further clarified, but the southward direction remains unchanged. We can continue south, trying every 20 minutes. The mech soared into the air, and once again dangled from the transport ship. Su Li listened to Heiyu's report with a slight frown. It's most advantageous to begin the search from the beginning. They had wasted nearly 5 days, so it was normal to find nothing on the first day. The vast expanse of Lingsue Star stretched as far as the eye could see, but at least on the route due south, they hadn't seen a single insect wandering around. As they passed the end of the battlefield, where 038 and the others had fought, he leaped down again to investigate, but the results were identical to those in the central battlefield. Aside from the damage caused by the mecha girls collecting supplies, none of the bodies showed any signs of insect infestation. Su Li leaned back in the cockpit, letting Jun Shou lie on top of him, playing with the gerbils in the cage. He held the terminal, repeatedly checking the route. They had deviated from their route once, but after releasing the woodlice, it continued heading straight south. This behavior was intriguing. If there were a corresponding rendezvous point, the woodlice route would have shifted. But it didn't deviate at all, heading straight south. This meant that the brainwaves Heiyu had intercepted simply pointed it south. To verify the integrity of the brainwaves, Heiyu even replayed all of them and changed the route twice. The results, however, made her frown. If the order truly was to head south, their journey would be meaningless. The queen, or perhaps another elite species, could easily change the order mid-route and steer the Zerg swarm in a different direction. Then, continuing to maneuver due south like this would likely yield no feedback. Master, are we returning? Su Li frowned, pondering for a moment. He glanced at the total distance covered on the terminal, silently calculated the Zerg's speed, and spoke. Return to our original route, correct our direction, and pursue for another 100 kilometers. Slow down, and keep watch on both sides. Watch for any Zerg limbs in the wasteland. The transport started up again, and began maneuvering due south. Su Li frowned, lost in deep thought. What was the elite species thinking? Or rather, what was the queen within the swarm thinking? Lower-level Zerg only had instincts, only the elite species, and the queen possessed the ability to think. Their exact intelligence was unknown, but directing the troops south was definitely a necessary and meaningful operation. If the Zerg swarm initially headed south for the sole purpose of heading south, then they would never have turned around to attack the base. It's conceivable that the initial southward movement was a test of the outpost's strength. But what about the subsequent southward movement? Is it to comply with the initial order? Or was it driven south by defeat? What's to the south? Why not west or east? On the map, there's a large Zerg hive on each side of the base. There's really no need for them to relentlessly pursue the single queen. Turning around and tackling other Zerg swarms is also feasible. However, Su Li felt it was best not to do so until he had determined the location of this particular queen. It's human nature to fight if you can defeat her, and flee if you can't. But if you can't win and run away, you're bound to feel resentful. Once it determines that the base is severely weakened, it might come back again. Or perhaps, it could take advantage of a fight between the base and other hives and intervene. In either case, when facing a queen of unknown strength, playing it safe is never a big mistake. At least in previous lives, too many people suffered great losses because they underestimated the queen's wisdom. Master, no, there are no traces along the way. It seems they didn't even hunt along the way, and simply fled south. Should we continue south? Perhaps if we chase them to the southernmost point of the planet, we'll encounter a ton of bugs. After all, theoretically, at the southernmost point, no matter which direction they head, they're heading north. That's a bad joke. Let's return. I have an idea, but we need to discuss it after we get back before making a decision. Su Li turned off the intercom and leaned back in the cockpit. He watched Jun Shou sitting on his lap, reaching out to play with the gerbils in the cage. One of them sat motionless in the corner, cheeks puffed out, looking dazed. Every time another gerbil touched it, it would suddenly remember something, pull out the strip of meat from its mouth, chew a few times, then stretch its neck to swallow it. It looked a bit like lightning, sleepy but hungry. Jun Shou, dye this one red when we get back. Jun Shou raised his head, his eyes gleaming with surprise. Master, do you think it looks like lightning too? Su Li rubbed Jun Shou's head, but didn't respond. He feared that if he nodded, he'd be urged to catch more, at least to catch more than someone he knew well. He couldn't just go out and find nothing, only to return with a bunch of gerbils. By then, the outpost would be a rat's nest. That silly one, jumping around in the cage, is Junwei. That silly one, all about eating, is Lightning. Hey, this is Master. It's always reminding Lightning to eat. Han Hai, this is Han Hai. Its chest is so big. There's even a pattern on its face that looks like glasses. This one. Jun Shou stared blankly at the gerbil standing beside all the others, its presence invisible, and raised an eyebrow. Su Li took one look and instinctively said, It's Hong Ying. Ah, yes. Master, you're so accurate. It's Hong Ying. What a shame, I'm not one of those 5 gerbils. He was slightly stunned, then sighed inwardly. That was a good idea. There's no way around this final outcome. Want to catch another one? Jun Shou shook his head, curling up comfortably in Su Li's arms. No need, Master. How could someone as outstanding as me have a gerbil like me? Su Li, So he was the one who wasn't outstanding enough. After all, one of the gerbils was him. The transport ship began its return journey. No longer needing to search, the return journey would undoubtedly be much faster. With the thrusters fully operational, they reached the outpost in less than an hour. There wasn't enough space inside the base, so the armed transport had to dock outside the pass. Thankfully, a docking platform was being constructed, so it would be ready in about a month and a half. Su Li jumped down from the deck in his mecha. He'd barely taken a few steps when he heard Jun Shou exclaim in surprise. She raised the cage high in her hand and said, Master, look. Lightning is riding you. Chapter 128. So you went out and brought back 5 rats? Don't say that. We actually came back with nothing. In response to Han Hai's question, Juin-Sho took the cage off his head and pointed affectionately at one of the rats. Han Hai, do you think this one looks like you? In the command room, Han Hai stared at the gerbils jumping up and down in the cage. She gave an awkward grin, her gaze fixed on the gerbil's chest. After a moment's thought, she said to Juin-Sho, "Dye it black, and it'll look like 038. Juin-Sho looked disapproving. "Come on, 038 doesn't wear glasses." Han Hai silently removed her glasses and squinted. But when she realized she couldn't see clearly without them, she quietly put them back on. The Zerg's original route was marked on the huge virtual sandbox, but now, that marking no longer held any meaning. Only a small portion of the planetary cloud map transmitted back by the relay station captured the Zerg's massive southward migration, but due to the long time interval between images, it's not accurate. While you were away, 038 and I, using high-altitude detectors, analyzed the Zerg's movement route, which is roughly consistent with the route you took during your search. She couldn't help but glance at the gerbil, then turned back to studying the sand table. So, combining intelligence analysis, we also found loneliness. Han Hai spread his hands, just as the gerbil in the cage did the same. Juin-Sho looked at the gerbil with a swollen chest, his eyes flickering back and forth across its bulging abdomen. Reorganize the information and swap roles. As the commander of the outpost, you immediately launched an attack after discovering the Zerg's southward migration. As the queen, I, upon discovering my decoy strategy had been discovered, mobilized the Zerg forces to counterattack. Han Hai raised a brow, pondering Su Li's battle plan, trying to put herself into Su Li's perspective. The Zerg deployed a migratory smokescreen, hoping to lure our forces into an attack so we could assess their strength. I immediately launched artillery fire to block the Zerg's retreat. Then, when the Zerg counterattacked, I devised a strategy to transform the entire defense into a giant flesh and blood winch. Han Hai narrowed her eyes, her expression taking on a colder edge. She seemed to be transported back to that day on the battlefield, with its roaring artillery and flying limbs. Her entire spirit was different. Then I dispatched high-level mecha girls to divide the battlefield, isolating the enemy elites and splitting the battlefield into 3 sections. Su Li nodded, raised his hand, and tapped 2 points on the sand table. So, now the first conflict has occurred. It can be seen that the command of the entire battle was carried out by the elites. After our mechas broke into the central battlefield, they engaged the elites head-on, leaving them unable to respond. The large species in the third battlefield were separated and drawn away by the mecha girls. This further confirms this hypothesis. In this case, did the possible queen, that is, me, witness the change in the battlefield situation? Yu raised his hand upon hearing this. The portable brainwave interceptor I constructed didn't detect any other unusual brainwaves on the battlefield. This means that the queen wasn't present in at least 3 battlefields. Perhaps she was present, but she merely watched, not issuing any commands. Su Li drew a huge circle on the map, enclosing all 3 battlefields. The queen has various forms. Her true form could be any Zerg swarm. Let's assume the queen is on the battlefield, observing the unfolding situation with aloof eyes. This raises 2 questions. First, why didn't I intervene in battlefield command? Why did I just sit back and watch the situation deteriorate? Second, what was the purpose of the elite's final order? Everyone on the sofa fell into deep thought. Li Tianlang, intently focused on the sand table before him, began to wander. Let's set aside the established facts for now. Let's assume the Super S-rank pilot doesn't arrive. We still have some wiggle room. As the commander, what actions would you take? Han Hai frowned, thought for a moment, raised his hand, and marked a few arrows on the virtual map. I'll have the high-level mecha girls hold the enemy's tail tightly to further expand our victory. Send half of the mecha girls on the front lines to form cross-cover artillery positions to provide fire support to the mecha girls on the front lines. The personnel must advance to at least the third battlefield. Su Li silently constructed 2 large species on the map and placed them over the central battlefield, causing Han Hai's expression to suddenly change. The Zerg strength has always been a mystery. No one knows their exact strength, especially since they are accustomed to hiding underground, making them even more difficult to defend against. Su Li's guess was reasonable. If 2 Zerg teams led by large species really came out from the flank at this time, they would be instantly separated, unable to take care of both the head and the tail. After Su Li lost his combat power, they would have no ability to break the deadlock. The outpost base could not be maintained, and the low-level mecha girls in the first and third battlefields would definitely fall apart as soon as the Zerg tide hit. Su Li maneuvered 2 large broods, capturing over 200 mechs in one fell swoop. He also pulled back the Zerg retreating south, and used the large brutes to round up the few high-level mechs. Zhang Chaoyang watched with a cold sweat. He couldn't help but imagine that if it weren't for that Super S-Class pilot's disruption, they would have been completely wiped out by now. Han Hai's plan was correct. It all assumed Su Li was incapacitated, with half the mechs remaining to clean up the mess on the first battlefield. He would have made the same choice. But if all the mechs were sent forward, with limited resources, it seemed that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. He stared intently at the virtual map before him, his brows furrowed in a frown. The thought of being on the battlefield with a massive Zerg swarm behind him made him wipe the sweat from his forehead. As a veteran himself, he naturally understood the consequences of being attacked from both sides on the battlefield. Furthermore, the enemy's strength far outweighed ours, making such a battle impossible to fight. Does this explain the elite's order to march south? Li Tianlang swallowed. What I mean is, these Zerg in the central battlefield, knowing they have no chance of survival, are using themselves as bait to stretch our front completely and annihilate us in one fell swoop. That queen is probably waiting for us directly south. Su Li shook his head slowly and said, if I were the queen, I would definitely be in the central battlefield, observing all the developments. Firstly, I have the protection of the elite. Secondly, even if the elite is defeated, it can use the hilly terrain as cover and quietly escape. Once it determines the specific strength of our troops, it can charge out with the ambush troops. To put it bluntly, it also wants a bite of the hot stuff. Li Tianlang shuddered from head to toe at this. Chapter 129. His mind was now filled with Su Li's words. Warm, isn't it warm? Han Hai bit her lower lip lightly as she readjusted the troop deployment on the virtual map. This time, she deployed all her troops, unleashing a new bloody war on the newly opened battlefield. Su Li simply silently pushed forward a few large species. Simulating their combat power, the defensive formation of over 200 mecha girls, after eliminating a certain number of small and medium species, was easily ripped apart by the large species. Unconvinced, she tried again and again. But each attack was seen through and easily resolved by Su Li. Except for the few large species ambushes he initially added, he didn't even deploy additional troops before crushing all of her mecha girls on the battlefield. Watching the data group representing the base being annihilated, everyone gathered around the virtual sandbox, their faces grim. Zhang Chaoyang's face paled even more. If he had stopped Su Li and told him not to attack the moment the Zerg retreated south, they might have faced a coordinated attack from a large number of larger species. Then, let alone a small outpost, even with 10 times the defensive force, they would have been unable to hold out. Is this scientific? I mean, can a queen be so intelligent? And old Su, when did you develop such strong command abilities? Did you learn it on your own? Zhang Chumping's face was equally pale. After experiencing a Zerg swarm, he had completely lost all interest in war. Watching the crushing defeat on the sand table, he felt as if he were seeing himself being torn apart by countless Zerg. He felt sick. All who underestimate the queen's wisdom will pay the price for their folly. Zhang Chaoyang, clearly knowledgeable about the battlefield, gave his son the most accurate answer. The confrontation on the front lines was far more brutal than at the outposts. Massive casualties were hurled daily, especially by the powerful mobile squadrons, always active at the forefront, deploying and roaming, delivering precise strikes. Before his death in action, he'd been doing just that. Naturally, he experienced many separations and deaths. Some comrades were still laughing and joking in the morning, only to find their bodies nowhere to be found by night. In the final analysis, humanity's understanding of the Queen was constantly being shattered, so its intelligence was undeniable. We face numerous challenges. It will take approximately 3 days for the mechas at the base to regain full combat effectiveness. I suggest putting aside the Queen's location and the location of the southward migrating force. Su Li tapped the virtual map, waking everyone from deep thought. Instead of focusing on the Zerg army heading south, we should carefully consider whether there's any crucial information we missed. Han Hai gazed thoughtfully at the location on the sand table, puzzled as to why the search had been abandoned. Su Li pointed to the battlefield and said, I believe everyone present should be fully aware of the enemy's formidable capabilities. They won't easily allow us to locate them. To put it bluntly, our entire current force, including reinforcements, may have already been thoroughly observed. All our future actions must be planned and executed under the assumption that the Zerg have observed us. Starting tomorrow, the armed transport will conduct its regular search, expanding the search area for 1 day. Besides the personnel necessary to operate the transport, I require that all fully serviced Class B mechas be mounted on the sides of the ship and accompany the transport on patrol missions. All other injured personnel must board. Of course, We'll need to repaint the mechas hanging outside. Before the transport departs tomorrow morning, everyone's paint must be changed to black and red. By the way, Uncle, change Song Ling's color to gold and accompany the team. You have ample experience in reconnaissance. Remember, if you encounter the Zerg, reconnaissance is your top priority. Avoid engaging in combat. Bring back every single person. Zhang Chaoyang glanced at Su Li and nodded emphatically. Han Hai's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this. She began to understand Su Li's meaning. These fully serviced mechas wouldn't be combat ready within the 3 days it took for the mecha girls to fully recover. However, they were still capable of handling routine patrol missions. After all, lying in a hospital bed isn't much different from curling up in a mech. Maneuvering with a transport ship high in the air is actually safer. During my patrol today, one thing caught my attention. The Zerg retreated so completely. Under normal circumstances, the Zerg corpses left on the battlefield would have been devoured by various Zerg species over the past few days. But now, piles of corpses are piled up on the battlefield, as if to tell us there aren't any Zerg around. And it's precisely this absence that's the strangest thing. You're saying that there are Zerg closely monitoring the battlefield, trying to give us the illusion that they all left. Su Li nodded, pointed in the direction of the central battlefield, and said, "Go out tomorrow and gather supplies as usual. Besides edibles, bring back anything useful from the battlefield." Jun Shou made a great suggestion today. There's a lot we can use from the Zerg. We can remove their carapaces, process them, and recycle them. Su Li glanced at the small cage Jun Shou was holding. He had just come up with this idea. Tomorrow's outing team should bring anesthetic spray. We need to catch some small creatures from the piles of Zerg corpses. Hey you, how many nanorobots with positioning capabilities do we have in stock? Hey you pulled out his terminal, flipped through it, and quickly said, "We still have over 3,000 units for medical use, which also provide positioning capabilities. We also have about 10,000 units for military use." Su Li grinned at this. "That's fine. Tomorrow, dispatch 5 squads of mecha girls and spread them across the entire central battlefield. I have only one request. Capture all those greedy rats stealing food from the battlefield. If you can't catch 10,000, at least 8,000. Send 5 medical mecha girls with you tomorrow, along with military-grade robots, and we'll go care for the indigenous people of Lingsue Star. Han Hai, you'll stay behind to command tomorrow. Prepare the protocols for heavy artillery and related ammunition in advance. This will be in case of any emergencies. Remember what I said, all operations must be conducted under enemy surveillance. Be extremely careful. If a special situation arises, the advanced mecha girls left behind will unleash their full firepower, more than enough to make those bugs pay." Han Hai nodded heavily, staring at the virtual sandbox, her fists clenching involuntarily. She had already guessed what Su Li was up to. Chapter 130. The next morning, under the apprehensive gazes of the researchers, the laboratory completed its second lockdown since arriving on Lingsue Star. Unlike the previous time, Heiyu was not present in the laboratory this time. This made them wonder if they were completely useless. It wasn't until Heiyu announced that he would come to check on the progress of the experiment that evening that they breathed a sigh of relief. Over 80 mechas, forming 2 lines, sped out of the pass and began maneuvering toward the battlefield. Su Li piloted Heiyu in the lead. The black and gold mecha was equipped with numerous devices designed to intercept Zerg brainwaves. Li Tianlang, piloting Yuerong, followed closely behind. He stared at the rapidly receding transport ship in the sky, his eyes filled with resentment. He had only been on this perfectly good transport ship once, and it had been reduced to its original form. Compared to the painstaking flight, he clearly preferred hanging on the deck, swinging Yuerong's long legs. "Lil Rongrong, do you think there's anyone among those gerbils who looks like you?" Yuerong denied hearing anything Li Tianlang said. Li Tianlang lowered his head, glancing at Yuerong's slender legs wrapped in white silk. His mind flashed back to the time she tied him to a chair and stepped on him. "Of course there is. After all, your legs are so long." He praised Yuerong's legs highly, his mind racing with thoughts. Yuerong bit her lower lip, a vein bulging in her forehead. Was that kind of compliment even a compliment? Her hand, gripping the joystick, felt a little itchy. Li Tianlang didn't notice Yuerong's strange expression at all. He was lost in his own fantasy. In his mind, Yuerong was wearing a gerbil costume, her long legs exposed, looking so furry. He hugged her and buried his face in her arms, a sense of contentment welling up. Her long legs kicked wildly, his strong arms holding her tightly. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I have to get you one. Master's Mecha Girl has one, and my Yuerong must have one too," Yuerong sighed helplessly. Before, he was just narcissistic and impatient. Now, he was beyond narcissism and impatient. If I had to describe him in one sentence, it would be a hot-blooded, mysteriously confident, impatient lunatic. This child is getting harder and harder to manage. She slapped the hand that was restless on her thigh and regained her grip on the control stick. Approaching the central battlefield, all the mechas began to circle at low altitude. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, the mecha girls equipped with anesthetic spray took upwind positions and pressed the pressure relief valves towards the pile of corpses below. Dense fog spread, carried by the wind, and seeped into the cracks between the corpses. The mecha girls waited for a long time before landing beside the insect carcasses and began to search through the dried-up pile. In the sky, 10 mechas hovered on alert. On the ground, over 30 mechas tossed and turned over the bodies of insects, allowing the unfurled mecha girls to search among them. Gerbils are extremely sensitive creatures, usually extremely alert. But under the effects of the anesthetic spray, even that alertness was useless. Their family dinner was forcibly interrupted by an uninvited guest, and the high-dose spray paralyzed their nerves. Each insect's body bore a large harvest. Some, even under anesthesia, remained completely clung to the insects, unwilling to let go. Jun Shou and the medical mecha girls watched as the mecha girls retrieved each gerbil and arranged them in a dense square formation on the ground, forming a vast expanse. The medical mecha girls began by injecting nanorobots into each gerbil. She followed them, examining each gerbil. Li Tianlang was also looking. His selection criteria for gerbils were very high. They had to have legs at least 10 centimeters long. Su Li watched the two men sorting through the pile of gerbils, while he stood outside He Yu's cockpit and lit a cigarette. He didn't smoke often, but when his mind was racing, he needed a cigarette to stay alert. The transport ship hadn't detected any abnormalities on the communicator. The central battlefield was peaceful. The warm sunlight shone, yet it didn't feel sweltering. Pale blue smoke drifted on the wind, a gentle breeze blowing. The atmosphere was peaceful and comfortable, making him feel less like he was on a mission than on a picnic with the mech girls. He Yu climbed out of the cockpit and clambered up and down the black and gold mech, adjusting various equipment. The hem of her black skirt kept glancing at Su Li's peripheral vision. The flesh-colored stockings on her long, white legs shone faintly, their white cotton socks fitting perfectly around her slender ankles. She seemed too busy to exchange a single word with Su Li, but her gaze never left that face for even a second. "Ouch!" she cried softly, stumbling and falling sideways. In her peripheral vision, the man in black combat fatigues had his hands free. She tapped her toes lightly on the mech, adjusting her descent, even giving her master 2 seconds to react. There was no expected princess hug or spinning force release. There was also no flying hair or tender gaze filled with pity. Su Li instinctively reached out, grabbed He Yu's collar, and lifted her onto the cockpit canopy. Are you kidding? His physical fitness had barely reached the Super S realm, and his reflexes were already at their limit. Not to mention, it would take her 2 seconds to land in front of him. 0.5 seconds was enough for him to grab her collar and put her safely down. Be careful, you're welcome. He Yu's face flushed involuntarily, the reaction of her newly brewing emotions. But then, even her neck turned red. Lightning was away for a rare opportunity, and she had thought she could use this opportunity to quickly heat up with her master, but unexpectedly, she turned red instead of heating up. The moment the collar caught her neck, she thought she might suffocate. 0.5 seconds. Falling from a height of 2 meters above him, it was more like he was pulling her down by the collar than she was free falling. She rubbed her neck. She had never imagined that besides being driven, she would experience this suffocating feeling from other sources. Well, it's hard to judge. Isn't it just a little blunt? It doesn't matter. Her life is long enough, provided she doesn't suffocate often like she just did. This time, she climbed onto the mech calmly and began to debug the equipment intently. She wasn't doing it from the heart, she was just trying to ease the tacit awkwardness between them. On the cockpit cover, Su Li took a leisurely puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. That's because of his quick reflexes. If it were Li Tianlang, Yuerong would probably have fallen to the ground. Chapter 131. Busy figures scurried back and forth before them, and mechas circulated in the sky. In the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, several tiny wood-lice larvae crawled beneath the body of a large species, their antennae dancing. After a few touches of their antennae, several of them burrowed into fist-sized holes beneath them, traversing a narrow tunnel deeper into the earth. Such openings were practically everywhere on the surface of Lingsue star. Compared to the insect's enormous size, no one would notice such a tiny hole. It continued down the tunnel, crawling for an unknown amount of time before finally emerging from the narrow tunnel and entering the vast wormhole tunnel. Several adult insects of the smaller species remained stationary. As soon as the little creature fell out, it climbed directly onto the back of one of them. With a gentle touch of its antennae, the adult insect turned around and maneuvered rapidly deeper into the hive. At the terrifying speed of the adult insects, they raced through the winding tunnels for nearly half an hour. The tiny larvae once again transferred to a small species, and after exchanging necessary information, the small species adult carried it on their backs and set off again. In the underground tunnels, 3 or 4 kilometers deep, countless adult insects scurried through them. They didn't linger long at this depth, darting deeper into the earth. A dense rustling sound intertwined. In the pale green light of the cave, the naked eye could see that each adult insect carried a tiny larva on its back, scurrying along the passages. The intricate network of insect nest tunnels was dazzling, and it was impossible to tell east from west. Zerg slithered through the space, clearly not of the same species, yet all gathered together peacefully. After countless twists and turns, the tiny larvae finally reached their destination. Into the equally narrow opening, white larvae burrowed one after another. At the other end of the opening, a massive creature huddled together. The short mandibles beside its mouthparts snatched up the larvae one by one and thrust them into its maw. As its mouthparts moved, images began to form in its mind. A massive transport ship, flanked by black and red mechas. The golden figure was so dazzling that it flinched slightly at the mere sight of it. The movement of its mouthparts slowed slightly. Behind it, dozens of enormous cocoons glowed a pale green, each 10 times its size. One larva after another entered its mouth, accompanied by the sound of shells crackling and chewing. Its body tensed slightly, and an egg the size of a human head rolled out. Several adult insects swarmed over, lifting the eggs high with their mandibles and dashing off behind them. The uniquely shaped insect platform was densely packed with eggs, one after another. They emitted a different glow. The higher they rose, the brighter the green light. The mother insect was constantly feeding, replenishing its nutrients while simultaneously absorbing all information about the lower surface. She paid particular attention to the direction of the golden mecha's movements. A being with such exceptional combat power must possess genes that were undoubtedly extraordinary. She had a strong intuition that if she could devour its head and crush its spine, she would surely complete her evolution once more. Perhaps in this evolution, it could become a queen capable of opening void passages. Only then could it break free from the shackles of Lingxue Star, begin to roam the outer galaxies, and fully embark on its own evolutionary path. Threads of saliva escaped from its mouth, dripping onto the ground with a corrosive sizzle. It had been too long since it had devoured a pilot. The thought of their flesh and blood, its sweetness, made it difficult to suppress its urge. Perhaps it could try again. A faint brainwave spread as its long tendrils swept. The Zerg in the cave, waving their long tendrils, rushed towards the caves teeming with newborn larvae. Dense masses of white larvae, receiving new commands, poured out from another cave exit, boarding adult insects and sprinting outwards through another tunnel. On the surface, the team that had gone out to collect supplies began to withdraw. Like industrious ants, they dragged the vast supplies, forming a long line and marching towards the base. The gerbils, injected with nanobots, scattered in all directions upon awakening. But the mechs, having achieved their goal, ignored them and marched due north. The battlefield fell silent again. Gerbils stood on the Zerg corpses, watching the mighty mechs retreat into the distance. Their ears twitched rapidly as they once again burrowed into the Zerg bodies, searching for any food they could find. It was as if the fainting they had just experienced was just a dream after a full stomach. Suli raised an eyebrow at the dense red dots on the terminal. A Zerg with a queen is clearly not so easy to deal with. For the next few days, he wouldn't leave unless necessary. With these small biological radars, he could maintain comprehensive surveillance of the entire battlefield from base. Outside the base, piles of Zerg armor were stacked high, looking from afar like a Zerg Jingwan. Teams of mechs, commanded by Kellen, were at the pass, urgently processing all the food, sorting and categorizing the spoils. The logistics mechs generally suffered minor injuries, and had recovered largely after treatment. They were all covered in bandages, but this didn't affect their ability to command the mechs of the guards, moving boxes of sorted food into the corresponding cold storage. The armed mechs were a bit weaker, but after 2 or 3 days of rest, they should be fine. Aside from 1 or 2 with serious injuries, the others were able to walk independently. This was one of the reasons Suli had placed them on the transport ship with confidence. In the command room, Junwei stared with wide eyes at the small creature scurrying around in the cage, completely bewildered as to how it resembled him. Han Hai stared at the dense cluster of dots appearing on the virtual map, lost in thought. Cao Cao appeared in the command room, with dark circles under his eyes. Even after not live streaming for several days, he hadn't gotten a good night's sleep. A single battle had kept him editing videos for days and nights. After the initial excitement and subsequent fervor, he was now relying solely on willpower to persevere. I want people. I say it again. Han Hai, I want people. Why do I need some bugs to eat me? If this keeps up, I'll die on this battlefield sooner or later. Han Hai raised his head, looking at Cao Cao in astonishment. Haven't we already assigned you several camera girls? Ha! They barely started editing, and at your command, they run off. You don't want me to tell my brothers about your exploitation of my labor, do you? Video editing, equipment maintenance, film production. Such a daunting task, and I'm doing it all by myself? He rubbed his dark eyes and plopped down on the sofa. A bald, 40-year-old, fat man sat there, looking aggrieved like a child. Su Li pushed the door open and saw Cao Cao sitting down. Before he could even greet him, the fat man had already slumped over on the sofa, fast asleep. Chapter 132. What's wrong? How did he get so tired? Su Li looked at Cao Cao's dark circles. An uninformed person might have thought he was curled up on the sofa with a fat, kidney-deficient young man. He hadn't showered or changed clothes in who knows how long. His clothes were wrinkled and shiny. Han Hai shrugged helplessly. He needs help, but the drone girls ran away as soon as they heard about the combat mission. The editing duties are too busy, and he's still finding time to repair the drones. Put him on board. He'll be stationed there permanently. At least his safety will be guaranteed in case of any emergency. That person? Don't worry about me asking for help. I'm still short of people. Aren't there injured soldiers on the transport ship? They're idle anyway, so I'll use them all. Han Hai stole a glance at Hey Yu behind Su Li. Seeing her intense gaze, he consciously walked to his small table and began to busy himself. A lot of work at the base requires coordination, and with the increase in the number of drone girls, the workload has more than doubled. Su Li stared at the densely packed red dots on the virtual map. With a flick of his finger, he zoomed in completely, and the densely packed dots finally shifted slightly. After zooming in several times, he finally discerned their trajectory. In just a few hours, over 200 of the 10,000 implanted positioning points had vanished. He checked the locations where the signals last disappeared and marked them one by one. Based on just a few hours of data, he was certain that beneath the central battlefield lay a complex Zerg nest, capable of housing a sufficient number of Zerg. Although he hadn't found the specific entrance to the nest, the disappearance of the positioning points was undeniable. Nanobots operate on bioelectricity. Even if killed by their own kind, they will follow the bloodstream into their own kind's bodies, never fading so easily. Unless the killer is a Zerg. Zerg blood is slightly corrosive, and the robots will dissolve quickly after entering. There were signs of Zerg presence at the scene, but no signs of gnawing on the corpses. This suggests a higher level being is suppressing their instinctive desires. The killing of gerbils is likely because the gerbils have discovered their presence. Su Li frowned, his hand unconsciously sliding across the virtual map. Of course, the creatures capable of killing gerbils must be larvae. No wonder they couldn't find the entrance to the Zerg nest after searching the entire central battlefield. Perhaps this thing simply doesn't exist in the central battlefield. This sized holes are everywhere, not just on the battlefield, but across Lingsue Star. Naturally, no one would notice them. And as long as they hide in these fist-sized holes, no one will notice them. Now it seemed this was the point they had been overlooking. Using larvae to transmit messages. But how far could larvae travel? 4 or 5 kilometers at most would be enough to wear them out. Relying on the Queen's wisdom, he didn't believe she would put herself in danger. Relay, cold sweat gradually crawled down his back. There was a lot of information that didn't need to be verified one by one. As long as he could see the possibility, he needed to take precautions. In just a short while, over 100 red dots disappeared from the map. He couldn't help but wonder if the Queen had also learned of the footage of them injecting the gerbils with nanorobots. Or was this another test from her? Jun Shou, if you're teleporting mechas, how many can you transport at once, including us? Jun Shou raised an eyebrow, frowned, and after a moment's thought, said, about 2 squads. More than that, and we'll need Junwei's assistance. Together, we can teleport 5 squads within 100 kilometers. Su Li cast his gaze on the large Zerg nest on the map, 150 kilometers from the outpost, and narrowed his eyes. The exact location of the Queen no longer mattered. He suddenly realized that the other party's repeated probing might not simply be to deal with threats like them. Evolution is always the Zerg's top priority. And the humans and mechas in the outpost are undoubtedly essential for their evolution. Its frequent probing can only mean that it has designs on the base. Coincidentally, he also has strong intentions towards it. Sully closed the virtual map in front of him and, in the afterglow of the setting sun, gazed at the past before him. The C-class armed transport ship was 647 meters long, 321 meters wide, and 190 meters high. Its firepower wasn't particularly impressive, arguably the lowest among all warships. However, it was still a warship, equipped with basic energy shields and energy weapons. Its inherent safety factor was significantly greater than that of an outpost. At least at high altitude, it could effectively evade insect swarms. The cabin, due to limited space, didn't support the deployment of mechas. However, the cargo hold had no such limitations, accommodating 2 squadrons of mechas simultaneously. Despite its small size, it possessed all the necessary equipment. While its features were of the lowest quality, it was still adequate. Command room, crew quarters, weapons control room. They only needed to adjust the cockpits to fully accommodate the daily needs of over 400 mech girls. Compared to the last crashed ship, this C-class transport was more than twice as large. Perhaps it was because Eve realized that to deal with the Zerg Queen, the mech girls needed a safe retreat. Han Hai had finished her chores at the base, and once again bent over her keyboard, sorting through the messages one by one. Her job was intelligence processing, so she was naturally adept at this. She quickly spotted a problem in the data, and looked up at Sully, who was standing by the glass window. Commander, in the central battlefield, the positioning device we deployed is experiencing an anomaly. We confirm the presence of Zerg. Should we investigate further? Sully slowly shook his head. No more searching. Tell the transport ship to return at full speed. The remaining personnel at the base must gather supplies, and prepare to begin loading them aboard after the transport ship arrives. All automated weapons at the base must be deployed. The labs must have sufficient supplies for a secondary lockdown. Hey you, bring a few researchers aboard, and you will coordinate the relevant personnel. I have only one request. All important supplies and personnel must be aboard by 9 p.m. Yes. Han Hai immediately issued the order via the terminal. If she had been skeptical of Su Li's orders the first time, she had completely dispelled that suspicion after the last battle. If Su Li said everyone aboard, then everyone aboard. Even if she was asked to stay behind, there must be a reason for her to stay. Chapter 133. A massive transport ship hovered above the valley. Its vast cabin, all seats removed, was now densely packed with supplies. A pilot shuttled around the ship, sorting and placing the appropriate supplies under the guidance of a ship operator. A steady stream of supplies arrived from the base. Kuling looked at the warehouse overflowing with insect meat, a flicker of visible regret on her face. But the ship's cold storage had already been filled, so she reluctantly closed the alloy gates of the base's cold storage. What a wonderful life! This cold storage had just been expanded threefold to accommodate Su Li's insecticide rate. Now, it was filled to the brim, and now it had to be abandoned here, unattended. Her cheeks ached at the thought of the 2 warehouses of insect meat still unloaded onto the transport ship. Li Tianlang looked at the stink bugs swaying in the wind on the mountain wall, a similar look of pity on his face. Those who haven't tasted stink bugs naturally don't understand the benefits of them. Having 1 a day, and still having back pain, is nothing compared to having 3 a day. How can that be the same? The thought of stink bugs being left out in the sun for so many days made his strong kidneys ache immediately. Don't be sad. It's not like we won't be back. We have to come back every now and then to restock our supplies. It's not like we're constantly wandering around. Zhang Chongping led Jiandun, leaning against the side fence, watching Li Tianlang and laughing. Jiandun looked at Li Tianlang with disdain. She now transferred all her dislike for Su Li onto Li Tianlang. It was true that the master taught the apprentice what he wanted. She even wondered if Li Tianlang's skull were pried open, it would be filled with yellow. That's easy for you to say. What if this thing gets eaten by bugs next time you come back? We'll kill it then. Su Li said it's the simplest thing. Just block it in a hole, and it's easy to deal with. Li Tianlang rolled his eyes. He knew it was easy to deal with. But the question was, were they easy to deal with? The problem was, he was almost out of stink bug powder. What would he do for the rest of his life? Sister Kuling, just take pity on me, and make some more. Didn't I give you 5 big buckets? You finished them so quickly? Her face was filled with disbelief. He only given him that head-sized bucket for a week. He'd been eating it like a meal, he was wasting it so much. Yurong blushed slightly, a hint of discomfort in her expression. Kuling glanced at Yurong, sighed slightly, and opened the hatch again, pulling out a small cart filled with at least 30 buckets. Li Tianlong's confidence was palpable. He rushed forward, shook Kuling's hand, and after shaking it up and down a few times, he took the cart and ran off with it. Hey! Don't run. They're still your master's. It doesn't matter. My master is old and can't use it. At your age, you need to learn to take care of your waist. Kuling was stunned by this. Why did she vaguely remember Su Li being younger than Li Tianlang? This disciple was truly filial and powerful. Su Li, standing on the deck, sneezed subconsciously and pulled his uniform closer. The night on Lung Chui Star was still somewhat chilly. Hey Yu poked his head out of the cabin, making sure Su Li wasn't paying attention. He pulled stink bug powder from his pocket, mixed it evenly into the dinner, and handed the lunch box to Su Li. She sat on the deck beside him, swinging her legs leisurely. She watched Su Li take the meal and devour it, a triumphant smile playing on his face. She'd been feeding him this kind of food for days. Make up for it. In the end, it would all be hers. With Lightning gone, Jun Wei and Jun Shou had slept together every day. Now that they were on the ship, a man and a woman alone in the same room, she didn't believe anyone could steal their space this time. Han Hai stepped out of the transport ship and, under the light from the deck, spotted the two sitting side by side. Sir, the ship's dormitories have been arranged, but since we have more personnel, I prioritize the injured and the support crew members. However, due to space shortages, some crew members you're familiar with haven't been accommodated. Do you think it would be possible for them to share space in your command room? Hey you? ? Su Li raised his head. Who? 038, Jun Wei, Jun Shou, Hong Ying, Hey you, and me. That's no problem. Let them stay in the command room. There's plenty of room in the command room, so a few sleeping bags won't be a problem. If the injured aren't able to sleep in the dormitories, they can be moved in. Han Hai's ears flushed. That's enough. I'll tell them to go directly to the command room. She turned and trotted off. A second later, Hey Yu's glare would have killed her on the deck. Hey Yu's white hands clenched into fists, and a bright smile spread across his face. Master, are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of water. He nodded quickly at Hey Yu's warm regard. He'd been sweating profusely from eating for the past few days. He wondered if he put too much pepper in it, but he'd have to bring it up with Kailing sometime. Hey Yu stood up and left, and a moment later, he returned with a cup of hot tea and placed it beside him. He quickly finished his meal, picked up the cup, blew gently twice, and brought it to his lips. But after several attempts, he couldn't get any water. He tilted his head to glance sideways, then held the cup up to the light for a closer look. The cup full of daisies was rapidly absorbing the water and expanding. He shook the cup, but couldn't see a single drop. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Hey Yu had soaked the daisies in water or the water in the daisies. When he looked up again, Hey Yu had already rushed to the cabin, rushing around, unsure of what to do. Speechless for a moment, he simply picked up a daisy with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It tasted sweet, a way to quench his thirst. As the last mecha girl entered the cabin, the massive C-class transport ship slowly began to lift off. Su Li didn't immediately enter the cabin. Instead, like many other mech girls, she leaned against the deck railing, watching the brightly lit outpost drift further and further away. An indescribable emotion permeated the hearts of all the mech girls. That was the place they had held fast to for 10 years, but on this night, they had abandoned it. The tall communications tower, the quiet valley, the only hint of green on Lung Chui Star, and the small square filled with laughter and joy. Everyone, be on high alert. Su Li's voice boomed over the radio channel. We haven't abandoned it. We simply need to stir up trouble on Lung Chui Star. It's our last harbor, and it hasn't abandoned us. It's simply awaiting our triumphant return. Now, I command the transport ship to rapidly ascend and hover at 3,000 meters. Prepare the main guns, lock onto target bearing 22,587.11235, and charge. All personnel, prepare for battle. We're about to embark on our journey. Let's set off a fireworks display to send us off. The armed transport rapidly ascended, its main guns charging. A beam of blue light suddenly ignited. At Su Li's command, the dazzling beam pierced the night sky, piercing directly into a large insect nest. The blue light suddenly faded, and in the fading flames, a dense swarm of insects burst out of the nest, emitting waves of terrifying roars. Su Li stood on the bridge, watching the swarm of insects rise up below. He waved his hand forward. Let's go. Let them follow us and eat their ass. Captain, where are we going? South. We're heading south too. Chapter 134. Without their base, everyone felt like a rootless duckweed. But precisely because they had no roots, the world was vast, and they could go anywhere. Everyone be alert. I told you to venture out and explore the world. I didn't tell you to carry weapons and still think about the past. If anyone gets distracted or dozes off while on duty, I'll hang you over the side of the ship and let you blow the cold wind of Lingsue Star. Sir, are we just going to fire one shot and run? How about you go down and fight them with bayonets? The mech girls shook their heads like drums. You're kidding. The bugs swarming from the large hive could take them all out with a single encounter. And fighting with bayonets? They were more like small pieces of bread being eagerly offered to someone else. Captain, are we heading south now to chase the Zerg? No. Who told you we were chasing the Zerg? Aren't we being chased by the Zerg? Yeah. When they tire, we'll chase them back. Now, non-duty personnel, return to your cabins to rest. Duty personnel, keep an eye on the Zerg's movements. Guard squad leaders, assemble in the bridge control room. After giving his orders, he turned to look at Han Hai and 038 to the side. 038's injuries had healed considerably. Aside from some awkwardness when walking, the only thing left was the splint on his left arm. However, given the mecha girl's exceptional recovery speed, she'd probably be almost done in the next 2 days. Draped in her blue and white uniform, she leaned back in her chair, staring at the virtual sandbox in front of her with a slight frown. She couldn't understand why Su Li had suddenly decided to board the ship with all personnel. After all, during the day, he used the transport ship to stage a feint search, but in the afternoon, he suddenly changed his tactics. Every step in the formulation and change of military plans should be carefully considered. She glanced at Han Hai, also dressed in a blue and white uniform, beside her, and noticed that she wasn't focused on the sand table. Instead, she rested her large breasts on the table, her chin propped up, and closed her eyes to rest. 13 S-Class mech girls in Royal Guard uniforms pushed open the door to the command room and saluted Su Li in unison. Come in. I'll now make some arrangements for the next few days. His gaze first swept over the 3 captains, still injured. Aside from 032, the other 2 were former Royal Guards, who had served with the Super as pilot. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Over the next few days, I'll need your assistance with the 238 B-Class mech girls to complete the security of the transport ship. The remaining 10 Royal Guard squads, you will work among yourselves. I need to divide you into 5 groups of 2 squads each. To be honest, we're about to face a tough battle. I don't know how long this battle will last, but I know more than anyone else. Everyone is well aware of the danger. We need to penetrate the hive, search, find, locate. Under these circumstances, we don't even have much time to get things right. I have only one request of you: obey orders. At every moment of this deep dive battle, I demand your complete obedience. No personal heroism, and certainly no excessive devotion. Remember, I will do my best to bring you back. Han Hai, you and 038 will coordinate command. I have high expectations of you too. As we penetrate the hive, you must fight tooth and nail to keep the Zerg off the ground. Upon hearing this, Han Hai nodded cautiously. Achieving this goal would likely require coordinating a large number of armed forces to bolster the transport's firepower. At Su Li's command, she had already mentally mapped out the specific weaponry required. While heavy artillery couldn't be mounted on the outer deck, anti-ship energy weapons were quite practical. Furthermore, there were the large caliber, blue flaming Dada guns specifically designed for mecha girls. Given the length of the transport, at least 200 of them could be installed. The thought of an entire armed transport equipped with powerful firepower made her blush with excitement. The caliber is just as transport might not be able to meet this requirement, but a high rate of fire would definitely be no problem. The key was quantity. 038 wasn't born into intelligence or coordination, so her first thought was how to mobilize the team to fight. However, facing a large Zerg hive, she had no experience in this area. She looked at Su Li with some concern. Brother, can I really do this? Su Li glanced at 038 and grinned. Sister, can't I? You have to. My life, and the lives of 35 mechs rest in your hands. Do you think you can do this? Yes. I absolutely can. Even if I have to perish with the insects using high polymer explosives, I won't let them get even one step closer to the hive. You can discuss the specific details with Han Hai. We need to maximize the advantages of the transport ship. You can discuss this with the captain and find some practical solutions. Han Hai nodded gently. For some reason, a figure suddenly popped up in his mind, and he couldn't help but say, if only Yi Hua were here. She knows a lot about ships. Yi Hua? Su Li raised an eyebrow. He had heard that name more than once. Yes, the former captain of the inspection brigade. The governor has assigned her to you, too. Where is she? I don't know. I just heard she got on the wrong ship. Su Li felt a slight pain in his teeth at that. How could someone who could get on the wrong ship fly a transport ship? The terminal on Heiyu's way suddenly chimed. She answered it immediately, and held it to her ear. The moment she heard the words, her expression turned a little strange. Master, she's here. I mean, Yi Hua's here. The governor stuffed her into a reinforced steel barrel, and teleported her directly to the laboratory. He said, he got inspiration from you. The researchers looked at the insulated barrel, over a meter tall, that had suddenly appeared in the teleportation device, a flicker of confusion on their faces. Until the barrel opened from the inside, and a long leg emerged. Before they even saw the person, they heard a very feminine question. Oh my god! I'm dizzy. Who's that? Is this the Linjiai Star Outpost? A researcher she pointed at nodded hurriedly. TSK? Yi Hua glared at the researcher, impatient. What are you still standing there for? Report. I'm the captain, personally coming to your little shabby place. Shouldn't Su Li come down to greet me? Hurry up. My Han Hai must be missing me. Without a word, she turned around and began rummaging through the steel drum, diving into it as if unpacking her own luggage. Less than half a minute after the call was connected, a white-haired figure suddenly appeared in the laboratory. Jun Shou, hugging his stuffed bear, looked down at Yi Hua, who was halfway in the drum, searching for something. Without a word, he placed his palm on her hip. The two figures suddenly vanished, reappearing in the transport ship's bridge control room. The massive steel drum collided with the ground with a clanging sound. Under the gaze of all the S-rank mecha girls, Yi Hua finally climbed out of the drum. She had eaten all but one apple from the large bag of snacks. She turned around, holding the apple, and surveyed the room full of figures. Her smile froze. The box in her other hand fell to the ground, spilling out into a shower of snack bags. Chapter 135. So what kind of execution scene is this? She had prepared a bunch of pretentious remarks, but when they reached her lips, they turned into, everyone's here. Apple want some? Looking at Su Li, surrounded by a room full of a dozen high-level mecha girls, Yi Hua swallowed hard. The Su Li before her was far from the childish and naive look in the photo. She had originally had a negative impression of this student, who had been involved in every major event on their home planet, not to mention that he had kidnapped her own Han Hai. But now, at first glance, he exuded the aura of a ruthless soldier, a terrifying presence. She took 2 steps forward, placed the apple in Su Li's hand, stepped back, and saluted him. Yi Hua, I'm here to assist you, following orders from the governor. Su Li returned the salute and asked, are you very experienced in warship operation? Not really, I only taught warship operation for a few years. Su Li was slightly taken aback. What a modesty he was showing. He turned to look at the captain of the transport ship, who saluted Yi Hua and called him master. He was relieved. Since he was an acquaintance of Yi Hua's, the command and operation of the ship should be a matter of course. He knew nothing about warship operation, so he could only delegate the relevant tasks to those with greater authority. He turned to look at the captains of the 10 teams again and spoke again. Early tomorrow morning, the 2 teams will assemble in the cargo hold. According to the order of their divisions, the second team will remain on standby, ready to attack at any time. The remaining 3 teams will temporarily join the ground battle. Yes! The 10 team leaders saluted and exited the command room. The rest of the group gathered around the sand table and began to plan how to launch an annihilation campaign using the transport ship. Yi Hua was so annoyed. He had been here for a while, but Han Hai's big eyes had only glanced at him. Had he changed his mind? He knew his way of appearing was a bit embarrassing, but she had been his partner, best friend, and confidant for so many years. They hadn't seen each other for so long, not to mention a hug, not even eye contact. The book was right. It faded. No matter how strong a relationship is, it can't withstand the erosion of time. There's no such thing as a love that's stronger than gold and will last forever. It can't withstand the weight of a great commander standing there. He had arrived at the wrong time. He hadn't had a single good day. He had thought the conditions here would be poor, but who could have imagined that he'd be living on a boat? Even more terrifying was the fact that a horde of Zergs were chasing them. She couldn't quite understand it. The base had been perfectly fine, guarded by others for 10 years without a single problem, yet he'd only been here a few days, and the queen was already furious. Wasn't she truly the troublemaker on her home planet? She silently shifted her position and kicked the steel barrel she brought to one side. Captain, isn't it too risky to personally approach the hive? The Queen has repeatedly probed, yet remains undetected. Could it be a ploy to lure us down? I know, but if we don't go down, it won't come up. With such a complex hive under our control, we have no way of containing it. We can't just keep floating in the air because of it. Once they know our movements, we'll most likely face a siege from several major hives the moment we land. Suli tapped a few points on the map. It's held back because it underestimated our strength and was intimidated by the Regal. Tomorrow, we'll proactively attack and destroy the hive. It will definitely react as soon as it receives the information. With the Regal guarding us, at least our evacuation is safe. The most important thing to do is to lure the Zerg southward without leaving any trace. Let them completely believe we're heading due south. Hanhai nodded slightly. The Queen initially sent us south to stretch the battle line and concentrate the destruction. But it didn't anticipate that we would possess ships. Then we'll follow its plan and head south. Before that, we'll clear out the large Zerg nests to the east and west to prevent a pincer attack when we return to base. No, we'll only attack the east. Attacking only one direction could be seen as a way to vent our anger, but attacking both directions would make our intentions too clear. Tell the mechas on duty at the back to set up their weapons, and control the output frequency to increase the Zerg's stickiness. Don't let them turn around and run away after a while. Yi Hua listened silently to Su Li's instructions, his mind racing with the sight of the Zerg gnashing their teeth. Great. Really? You're not trying to shake off the Zerg behind you, you're trying to keep them hanging. If the Zerg knew, they'd be grateful to their ancestors. The firepower from the stern increased again, a continuous barrage of cannon fire crackling crisply and melodiously, striking the Zerg with a series of explosive flashes. Alright, keep up the pace. If you notice any signs of them breaking away, slow down the ship appropriately. This is a demon. Yi Hua looked at Su Li, her eyes gradually brightening. Rubbing her hands together, she felt an itch, walked over to the driver's seat, and placed her hands on the console. A hand suddenly grabbed Yi Hua's. The captain wore a wry smile. Master, you've been traveling so long. Why don't you rest up first? You can take the controls tomorrow during the battle. I'll stay up all night today, and you'll be able to show off your skills tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Hua patted the captain's shoulder with satisfaction. This disciple's teaching was worthwhile. She knew how to care for her master. She twisted her long legs and approached the sandbox again. The captain breathed a sigh of relief as she watched her leave. The operator nearby cast a questioning look, but she blocked it with her index finger raised to her lips. Listen to me. After your night shift, go home and take your medicine. Take the full dosage. By the way, before you go to sleep, remember to strap yourself to the bed with your safety belt. Listen to me, this is for your own good. The operators paused, then nodded thoughtfully. The operational meeting didn't last long. After arranging the duty personnel and sharing his thoughts, Su Li yawned and returned to the cabin assigned to him next to the command room. The small cabin, just over a dozen square meters, was densely packed with sleeping bags. He didn't lie down on the bed, but instead offered it to 038, who was still struggling. He chose a sleeping bag and lay down, quickly falling asleep. Amidst the night of Ling Sui's star, Hei Yu, clad in a silk nightgown, quietly made her way onto the bed and embraced the figure on the bed. 038, ? Chapter 136. When the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the sky, a warm orange glow shone across the bridge. Su Li rolled over and sat up in his sleeping bag, freeing his arm from the pressure. Sleeping in a sleeping bag wasn't comfortable, but manageable. He twisted his aching neck. The constant gunfire had subsided, as if both they and the Zerg were eagerly awaiting the dawn. He opened the hatch and walked onto the bridge. Sure enough, there was no trace of the Zerg behind him. The ship was turning back as planned. Junshou rubbed her sleepy eyes, her mouth wide open as she yawned. She sipped intermittently from a glass of dairy, her lips stained with milk foam. On the dining table lay a sandwich made of an unknown meat, piled high with green leaves, looking very appetizing. Same old. Are you getting used to the new kitchen? Su Li nodded at Ka-Ling behind him, accepting the meat buns and 2 with lice she handed him. Not bad, sir. After the battle, do we still have to clean up the battlefield? I mean, with the Queen surrounding us? It depends. The situation on the scene will be managed by Han Hai and 038. We'll see what happens later. If it's necessary to gather food, it's best to do it as safely as possible. Ka-Ling nodded. It was clear that she wasn't very satisfied with the ship's cold storage capacity. Sully quickly finished his breakfast and, by the time he brought Jun's show to the cargo hold, the two teams had already finished their preparations and were fully deployed. 30 mecha girls stood in front of their mechas, awaiting Sully's arrival. Jun's show deployed immediately. Now sporting a black and red paint job, she looked less noble and more forbidding. Sully piloted Jun's show to the window and peered out. The transport ship hovered diagonally above the hive. Its massive energy cannon, fully charged, fired again at the hive below. A beam of light pierced the hive's entrance, a brilliant blue light that made one squint. Large, medium, and densely packed small species swarmed out once again, unlike the previous one, which saw them fire and run. This time, almost as soon as the Zerg swarm appeared, a variety of energy weapons unleashed. Beams of light slashed across the ground like sharp blades, slicing every Zerg in its path in half. The cannons in the weapons bays spun, their long ammunition belts trailing a blinding light, setting off a series of explosions on the ground. Sully watched the insects pour out without blinking. There were at least 100 exits from the entire hive. The Zerg poured out continuously, and the main guns even bombarded one of the main openings for over 10 seconds. The scorching airwaves turned the surrounding ground a blinding red, and puffs of green smoke rose. One after another, the flying insects took off into the air, attacking the transport ship. Over 200 heavy machine guns spun and fired, intercepting the mid-air insects. Under the heavy caliber cannon fire, many small species exploded in mid-air, spraying green blood as their broken bodies fell from the sky. The dense mass of swarms, covering the sky and the sun, made everyone who saw it shudder. Has the Western Zerg hive reacted? The intercom was silent for 2 seconds before Hanhai's negative response came. At least on the surface, there was no movement. This queen was a little too patient. Time passed, and a large number of shell casings piled up, clattering onto the deck with a resounding sound. Faced with the terrifying onslaught of Zerg, the transport finally began to slowly retreat. Hanhai closely watched the Zerg's movements on the ground, even lowering the transport's altitude once more to attract their attention. Fuck, this is so satisfying. Zhang Chaoyang, piloting the Golden Songling, stood at the edge of the deck, manipulating the rotating cannon and unleashing ammunition. The melodious humming sound became a continuous flow. When encountering a Zerg swarm, the armor-piercing rounds could even penetrate several Zergs. Zhang Chongping stood beside him, also manning the cannon and firing. But he didn't experience the thrill his father had described. The shield on the driver's seat was tense, his entire body tense. Sully stared at the overwhelming Zerg attack without blinking, his eyes fixed on the tunnel entrance from which they continuously poured out. Their numbers were excessive. Some of them had already been decimated yesterday, yet today the overwhelming force was still there. This showed that the Queen was not patient, and had dispatched reinforcements from other locations overnight. The Zerg attack was highly targeted. A large number of small species provided cover for the assault, while the large and medium species had a clear attack path. Zhang Chaoyang's golden figure attracted the attention of most of the large species. Streams of venom streaked through the sky, the transport ship's massive size offering no time to dodge. An energy shield instantly erupted, blocking out all the venom. Beneath the pale blue barrier, all weapons and equipment were engaged in a furious attack. The mecha girls didn't even need to aim, they could simply mechanically pull the trigger and let the barrage of bullets rain down, killing a considerable number of bugs. In the cockpit, Yihua rubbed his hands together, leaning on the control panel, a look of disappointment in his ability flashing in his eyes. That's it? I taught you this back at the front. Do you know how to use it? Energy shields don't require energy, do they? You're going to activate an energy shield after a few venomous sprays? That alloy hull can withstand the tearing force of space, so how can it withstand a few venomous sprays? Can you do it? Charge. 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 Why retreat? Suppress fire. Suppress. Do you understand what suppression means? If you don't push forward, how can it be called suppression? Lower your altitude by another 20 percentage points. Hitting low from high will result in excessive ammunition loss. Close and fire. Close and fire. Machine guns are best fired flatline. Do you understand flatline fire? Master. I need to provide the ship's mechas. Women, think about it. Their armor can't resist the venom. If they can't resist, can't they hide? What's the point of those shields? We're captains. What's a captain's job? To fly your ship. Is it your job to worry about the pilots? Get up. If you can't fly, I'll do it. Master, how about you wait another 20 minutes? In 20 minutes, I'll hand over. Okay. 20 more minutes. I'm telling you, you bastard, don't leave after your shift is over. Just stand here and watch me operate. I'll give you a good workout. The former captain's face paled upon hearing this. With just one sentence, she recalled the fear she once felt at the mercy of Yihua. Chapter 137. Everyone move closer. Su Li finally spotted the fighter he was looking for. With a command, 34 mechas gathered around him and quickly huddled together. Jun Shou closed his eyes, and a blue light surged out, enveloping the 34 mechas before abruptly disappearing into the cargo hold. In a corner of the battlefield, 35 mechas suddenly appeared. The black Jun Shou took the lead, diving headfirst into a cave entrance. The 34 mechas followed closely behind, forming two columns and closely following Jun Shou. Front row, activate acoustic detection, 500 meters ahead, sharing the detection map. Don't fall behind, be alert, and follow me closely. Su Li's voice echoed through the channel. In the pitch-black tunnel, the light from the searchlights illuminated it like daylight. Sound waves spread out, feeding the system with the direction of the cave ahead. He controlled Jun Shou, moving rapidly through the tunnel at a speed of 60. They didn't have much time, so during their first exploratory attack, they had to push as deep as possible. Several drones hovered beside them, following the team forward. The roar of the mechas wasn't harsh, as 34 mechas followed Jun Shou closely. They didn't know their destination, they only knew to follow her closely, and keep moving forward. The dark and deep passageway occasionally glowed with green slime. They bypassed one fork after another, weaving through the intricate tunnels. A stoat, sensing something unusual, had just darted out of a fork when Jun Shou grabbed its long beard, thrust the muzzle of his gun directly into his mouth, and pulled the trigger. With a muffled thud, the skull exploded. She tossed it aside like trash, used a sonic beam to detect it, and continued along the path they had taken. No sense of direction. Less than 10 minutes after entering the hive, they had completely lost their sense of direction. The identical, winding tunnels had completely disorientated them. Their compasses, distorted by the magnetic field, were completely useless. They had no idea where they were, only that they were heading downward. The Zerg weren't attacking in full force. Countless larvae and small species would occasionally emerge from various parts of the tunnel. As they advanced deeper, encounters with the Zerg became more frequent. Their pace finally slowed. Flamethrower. 2 mech girls flashed out of the group, 2 streams of flame blasting towards the cave entrance before them. The piercing hissing of the Zerg echoed in the ears of all the mech girls, sending a chill down their spines in this deep cavern. They would most likely attract a large number of insects, completely surrounding them. A tap on the shoulder instantly stopped the flames. 2 cluster bombs were torn from their seals, and casually thrown into the tunnel. The team pressed forward again, providing cross cover. With 2 loud explosions, the entire tunnel was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Su Li observed the direction of the smoke, waved his hand, and continued in the opposite direction. After an unknown amount of time, they arrived at an even wider tunnel. Gazing at the 100-meter-high tunnel before them, and the endless depths ahead, everyone shuddered. The Zerg's underground palace was far more complex and vast than they had imagined. The primary reason humanity had been unable to achieve success against the Zerg was that they had never truly penetrated the depths of their hives. They only fought the Zerg on the surface, killing elite species and those queens that escaped to the surface. Each advance inevitably resulted in heavy casualties, and these casualties were meaningless. Space shields scattered throughout the universe prevented queens capable of tunneling through the void from breaking through human defenses. Combined with year-round fleet patrols, this ensured the defenses remained intact. However, the Zerg also possessed giant Zerg warships capable of traversing space. They might not possess powerful combat methods, but they possessed a sowing power that was deeply abhorred by everyone. Whenever they arrived in a star region, they would sow their eggs through a special method into the universe, allowing them to drift freely. Once these Zerg larvae entered a planet, they would rapidly reproduce and begin their own evolutionary journey. A few Zerg can be detected and completely annihilated. But if we neglect them and allow them to grow, they will become a meat grinder, like the current main battlefield. Lingsue Star was once a main battlefield. Once the Zerg gain a foothold on a planet, all humans can do is delay their progress as much as possible. After reaching a critical point, the team will retreat again, and the Zerg will advance further. They are not the enemies of any particular race. They are simply the scourge of all races. Captain, should we continue exploring? Gazing at the vast tunnel before them, a sense of powerlessness crept over all the mech girls. Previous records showed that the combined forces of humans and mech girls had never reached such a deep depth. Before entering the hive, They had assumed it was, at best, a bit complex. The difficulty of clearing it out was simply due to its complexity and the difficulty in coordinating supplies. At most, there was the endless swarm of insects that could emerge from the tunnels at any moment. But now, they no longer thought so. They stood in the very center of the tunnel. The intricate maze of paths, front, back, left, right, and overhead, made their scalps tingle. The sheer scale of the project before them filled everyone with dread. They were 5 kilometers from the surface, and before descending into this tunnel, they had spent countless hours traversing it. Could a tunnel like this truly have an end? How could they accurately locate the queen within this complex maze of tunnels? The Zerg lured out were only from one large hive, but who knew how many more large hives these tunnels connected? The winding tunnels had already made them lose their way back. Facing the vast unknown, everyone's hearts were filled with a deep sense of despair. What kind of mood would previous exploration teams have felt when faced with such a desperate situation? What kind of faith would they hold onto to keep moving forward? For the first time, they felt their own insignificance. For they knew full well that tunnels like these were likely spread throughout the entire Lingsue star. How to find them? How should they find them? Sully controlled Jun's show, installing his camouflaged high-frequency camera in an inconspicuous spot in the tunnel. All the mecha girls watched his movements, puzzled as he went about his business, wondering why he would even bother with such a futile effort. Even if they found their tracks, what would they do? By the time you lead your team down again, the queen might have moved to a new location. What are you standing there for? Get all the detectors ready. Find a place to install and debug the void positioning device. What are you all just standing there for? Commander, can we really do this? Has anyone descended to this depth before? No. Then what are you talking about? I'm bringing you to make history, and you're not happy. Hurry and install it. Once you're done, let's continue down. Chapter 138. Captain Yuan reluctantly rose from her seat. She immediately walked to the side wall and secured herself to the railing with her belt. Seeing Yihua, his eyes aglow, sit in the pilot's chair, her heart trembled. Han Hai was the first to see Captain Yuan's actions. She instinctively pulled the seatbelt from the command chair and strapped herself in. Then she heard Yihua's voice echo over the public channel. All personnel, please take precautions. There are many paths, but safety comes first. Pilots and pilots, all living creatures, please hold on tight. Next stop, a large insect nest. Silly apprentice, learn this, what it means to sail. She announced once before her hands vanished into a shadow. Han Hai had just released her hand from the seatbelt buckle when she shuddered. A huge push against her back made her take a deep breath. Uh-huh. With Yihua's excited exclamation, the transport ship reached full power, accelerated, and suddenly rushed towards the insect nest. On the ground, countless large species were still sprinting towards the transport ship. They never dreamed that the massive transport ship, after retreating a short distance, would suddenly charge towards them with full force. Is that how the protective shield works? I'll tell you. That's how the protective shield works. All energy weapons ready. We will engage in 30 seconds. Please stand firm and hold your weapons tightly. Anyone who hits their comrades will be damned. All weapons, adjust their firing angles, fire straight ahead. In 20 seconds, hit me hard. The spherical shield suddenly lit up, and the main guns began charging. Yihua didn't even bother waiting for the main guns to finish firing. She simply steered the transport ship towards the insect nest in front of them. What a bastard! Han Hai watched helplessly as the transport ship descended to an incredible altitude. From her perspective, she feared the entire ship was flying close to the ground. What about high-altitude advantage? What about ground suppression? They all been discussed in the meeting, but once they got started, they'd forgotten everything. At that moment, Han Hai wanted to kill Yihua. Her solemn assurances were nothing but bullshit. A perfectly good transport, and she was courting death with every possible means. This was like driving a bumper car. Not only Han Hai, but even the ship's original operators had lost their way. The pilot in the weapons bay slammed the hatch, screaming at the top of her lungs to get out. How could this battle be fought? Who had the guts to fight? Only 3 meters above the ground. If they weren't careful, the weapons bay would be crushed to the ground. A level shot? Isn't that what it means? The weapons bay wasn't even as high as the bugs. If she wasn't shooting level, what was she hitting? The ground? The blue beam of the main gun met the swarm of bugs. With one blast, it cleared a path straight ahead. The transport rushed forward, colliding with the remaining bugs. At the unusual angle of attack, most of the bugs collided head-on with the energy shield. As if scrambling to pave the way for the transport, They burrowed under the ship and were crushed to dust. Ha-Hai felt like she was riding in a violently bumpy car. Her teeth were chattering. Forget giving orders. Even if she stuck out her tongue, she might bite it off. Inside the cabin, a piercing alarm blared, and a red light flickered continuously, making everyone's heart leap into their throats. Alert! Alert! The energy shield has suffered an abnormal impact, currently at 75% energy. Warning, warning! The energy shield has suffered an abnormal impact, currently at 70% energy. Allocate energy to the front of the ship, and reduce the strength of the shields on both sides by 70%. Everyone prepare for impact. The massive body of the large species slammed heavily into the transport ship. On the deck, all the mecha girls stumbled, barely able to grasp their weapons. Euron lost her balance and slid forward under the immense momentum. She frantically grabbed the steel cable, but before she could rise, she saw the energy shield in front of her face flickering. The large species' head, along with half its body, exploded in the impact, and the remaining half flew backward, crushing a group of smaller species. She stared at the scene in astonishment, her heart leaping into her throat. For a moment, he could hear nothing but his own pounding heartbeat. Get up! Li Tianlang shouted, maneuvering Yuerong, who clutched the ropes tightly, inching closer and closer to the edge of the deck. Is this still a transport ship? This captain wants to torture me to death. He glanced at the clear road ahead and swallowed hard. He had never dreamed a transport ship could be driven like this. This was still a swarm of insects. They were driving a transport ship right over him. The sound of gunfire and collisions filled the entire cockpit, leaving only his heavy breathing. The transport swung its tail, its thrusters sweeping through the insects, transforming them into charcoal and blowing away with the wind. It didn't even slow down, the immense torque made the ship creak. The endless, smooth road ahead was once again transformed into a dense swarm of Zerg as the transport turned. Energy shield recharge complete. Main gun recharge complete. Weapon bay. Ugh! The mech girls, looking at the limbs and severed arms and legs plastered all over the weapons bay, couldn't hold back any longer and vomited all over themselves. In the cramped space, they couldn't even find a place to vomit. Attention all units, the second impact will begin in 20 seconds. Please hold on. I repeat, hold on. Yihua's voice was high and passionate. The long-held repression finally released her on this battlefield. She felt like she was flying. This long-lost sense of comfort, amid the flying Zerg limbs, allowed her to find the self she thought she had lost. Not enough at all. She wanted this collision to be even more violent and turbulent. The core throbbed violently, the feeling of threatening to burst out, making her increasingly unbearable. She once again cranked the transport ship to full power, her gaze blazing at the insects strewn across the floor, as if she were looking at a pile of human counselors. Crush them all. On the transport ship, the mecha girls stumbled here and there. Kuling curled up on the ground, trembling as she pulled the still trembling kitchen knife from the wall above her head. It had nearly struck her in the face. Looking at the scattered vegetable leaves and ingredients on the floor, she simply opened the metal cabinet and hid herself inside. Who cares? I can't even cook a single meal. She had never imagined that one day, cooking would become such a life-threatening chore. The violent impact struck again, and Kuling, curled up in the metal cabinet, could only hear the clanking of other kitchen knives thrashing around in the kitchen. On the communication channel, Yihua's high-pitched voice seemed to rise with the continued impact. Ugh! I'm so fucking happy! The mecha girls cursed and stood firm in various corners of the ship. She was so fucking happy. How could they not be so fucking happy when their lives were at stake? Chapter 139. 038 clutched the legs of the command room chair tightly. The moment Yihua sat down in the command chair, she was flung out and hasn't stood up yet. The bones in her legs, which had healed, broke again. That snapping sound meant she'd lost her command authority for the next 3 days. But it didn't matter. I'd been worried I wouldn't be able to do it right, but now it seemed like this was the best outcome. Can't get up? If not, why not just lie down? At least she wouldn't break her back again. She was incredibly grateful for the 2 cushions on her chest, otherwise she would have broken several ribs. 038 endured the pain in her legs and glanced up at her old boss. If she was the one driving the ship from now on, would her body ever recover? At this rate, even if she tied herself to the bed, her bones wouldn't grow back. Ha-Hai looked at 038, sprawled on the ground, her hands tightly gripping the chair legs, and a flicker of sympathy flashed in his eyes. It's too late to say anything now. This bitch is a wild horse. If she doesn't run wild enough, there's no turning back. Woohoo! Hearing Yihua's unbridled laughter, Han Hai's face was filled with bitterness. Commander, I'm afraid we can't complete the mission you gave us to contain the insect tide. I wonder if annihilation counts as that. Even then, Kulian is still thinking of collecting food? Collecting what? How can you tell which pieces of meat are edible, and which are not in that pile of minced meat? Inside the insect nest, hearing the continuous rumbling noise coming from above, everyone subconsciously quickened their pace. They knew without hesitation how fierce the battle was, otherwise, there would be no reports of the battle situation on the communication channel. Su Li stared intently at the depths of the tunnel's end. After marking the corresponding location, he crushed the white larvae around him and, within the visible range of the light, searched for any crucial information he might have missed. The hive, even the solidified tunnel walls, were still riddled with tiny holes. Zerg larvae darted in and out, making it impossible to tell where these tiny wormholes led. After installing several positioning and teleportation nodes, several spherical robots were flung into various directions within the tunnel. Watching them power up and speed ahead, Su Li waved and continued down the path. They needed to quickly escape this massive tunnel, designed to accommodate large species. Otherwise, if they encountered one, their combat power would be infinitely compressed within the confined space. Encounter the enemy, break through, encounter the enemy, break through again. As their lone force advanced deeper, they encountered more and more Zerg. Cover! The roar of machine guns erupted instantly. 3 machine guns lined up to block one tunnel entrance, flames gushing forth. The remaining mecha girls each held their respective positions, fighting off the insects pouring out of the other 2 exits. Thick shields blocked the cave entrance, but through the gaps, long spears pierced rapidly. Green blood splattered the tunnel. They were tireless, mechanically thrusting and pulling the trigger. The seemingly endless stream of insects swarmed one after another. After the initial panic, they gradually grew numb. With a flick of a finger, they deflected the larvae that were crawling on their bodies, watching them turn into a mushy mess on the wall. While these tiny creatures couldn't bite through armor, clinging to them always made the hairs on the back of their bodies stand on end. This feeling was exacerbated after they realized the larvae might be the eyes and ears of the mother insect. Whenever they saw a bug, they felt as if they were being watched by countless eyes. The feeling of being watched strained everyone's nerves to the limit. The bugs let out a horrific hiss. Their wings rubbed against each other, but before they could make much noise, Su Li grabbed their arms and ripped them from their bodies. With a powerful foot, he crushed the bugs in two. A sharp round shield swirled out, its green blood splattering everywhere. A dense rustling sound, mixed with the crackle of gunfire, periodically echoed through the hive. The hovering drones faithfully recorded the battle, their sonic detectors mapping the situation and storing it in real time on the terminal. Su Li sheathed his round shields and, during the lull, loaded another round into their chambers. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and the 35 mechas, without time to rest, immediately shifted positions. They stopped and took a breath only when everyone reached an abandoned tunnel. They exchanged few words, simply swapping ammunition. Those responsible for carrying the ammunition immediately distributed the various types of ammunition. In the narrow tunnel, positioning couldn't be fully deployed, and the armed protocols couldn't be deployed. They had to rely on the ammunition they carried. Once they ran out of ammunition, they were left with only their cold weapons. The black and red bodies of their machines were stained with green blood. Each of them was a seasoned warrior, but facing so many Zerg in such a confined space was new to them. The Zerg weren't scary, the terrifying thing was their sudden surge. A Zerg had barely poked its head out when Su Li stabbed it through the jaw. He shook off the sticky substance from his sword and rubbed it against the Zerg's still twitching body. His methodical movements eased the tense atmosphere. The battle was over before the mech girls could react. Each of them glanced at the man, their hearts stirring. After so many years on the battlefield, they had seen countless pilots, some exceptionally talented, and even countless super S-class pilots. But none of them was like him. Superb piloting skills, unparalleled courage, and as a super S-class pilot, he actually led them deep into the hive. Hive clearance operations had been conducted before, but they often cost a great deal of lives. Not even super S-class pilots, let alone S-class pilots, would participate in such battles. Heat rose from the mechs. Prolonged combat inevitably caused their bodies to heat up. For some insects with heat-sensing organs, they were like living signposts. Captain, we're running low on ammunition. Su Li's gaze swept across the 34 mechs, each one bearing some degree of damage. A single glance revealed a steady stream of fault alarms. Master, we're 10 kilometers from the surface, and we explored 30 kilometers of the hive so far. Shall we continue down? Jun Shou's voice trembled slightly, her hands a faint pink. Clearly, the constant manipulation, even with the mental connection that reduced the need for repetitive command input, was wearing her down. Jun Shou, whose stats were nearing SS level, was already struggling, so needless to say, the 34 mecha girls before him were even more exhausted. He glanced reluctantly outside the tunnel before abandoning his plan to explore further. If this continues, the loss of the mecha girls will be inevitable. Leave the void locator coordinates, we'll retreat. Jun Shou, sense the ship's coordinates, will begin teleportation in 20 seconds. The rest of the crew, gather all explosives. Even if we have to retreat, we'll give the Zerg a hard time. The teleportation beacon was hidden deep within the rubble. 35 mechas rushed out of the tunnel again. The resounding gunfire instantly attracted the attention of a large number of Zerg. They gathered in a circle, all their guns pointed outward. In the center of the circle, Jun Shou spread his hands, connecting one mecha after another. 20 seconds passed in a flash. 35 figures suddenly vanished, leaving behind a field of intense cluster bombs flashing red. On the deck, Su Li stumbled, and the 35 mechas instantly rolled into a heap. With quick eyes and hands, he engaged a latch, stabilizing himself. Looking around, all the mechas on the deck were toppling here and there. Only the Golden Song Ling stood firm at the front, clutching its machine gun, motionless as a mountain. The rapidly advancing transport suddenly accelerated again, and the golden figure fell backward, falling straight onto the deck. The winding tunnel didn't make him feel dizzy. The transport accelerated twice, but it did it with ease. Who's driving the ship? Chapter 140. Over an open area, the transport finally slowly hovered in midair. On the deck, countless mechs climbed out of their mechs and, trembling, poked their heads out. Suddenly, hundreds of fountains appeared out of nowhere. The entire interior of the ship was a shambles. Su Li's face paled as he gazed at the shambles of the transport, veins throbbing on his forehead. The dozens of seriously injured, who should have recovered in 2 days, were now lying down again. 038 lay sprawled on the floor, and he didn't even dare touch her. As the 2 medical mechs lifted her up, he heard the crisp sound of broken bones. Oh my god, is this support? This is like inviting a living ancestor to the mechs. Hong Ying stood at the side of the sand table, her face covered. The moment she saw Su Li, she instinctively grinned. Wow, she's almost disfigured, but she's missing half her front tooth. If you didn't know better, you think she gnawed on the alloy door. She seemed to realize she was missing half a tooth, and quickly covered her mouth again. Su Li's heart trembled. Oh my Hong Ying. This isn't even sailing. This is a sin. Have you got the statistics? The statistics are in. Countless Zerg were annihilated in this battle, but the fleet's non-combat casualties reached 70, including 48 seriously wounded and 22 lightly wounded. The transport itself, it's damaged in multiple places, the exterior armor is dented, and the weapons bay. Han Hai cautiously raised her eyes to glance at Su Li's expression, then quickly lowered her head, wishing she could tuck it into her chest. The day the transport arrived, she witnessed her captain's joy. But in just one trip, the transport ship was turned into a damaged version. She glanced at Yihua beside her, who was scratching his hair, a look of nonchalance on his face. Non-combat casualties? Non-combat casualties? I don't know how to write this report. Today, my Lingsue Star unit annihilated a large insect nest with no casualties. But 70 non-combat casualties? To allay anyone's doubts, should I also include a detailed video of the mecha girls vomiting outside? Where's 038? Forget treating it, drag it back and film a short video first. Su Li flung his hands violently, nearly losing his footing. Was he angry? He was speechless. In my entire life, I never seen a ship sailed like this. As the old saying goes, it's truly I never seen anything like it. He turned his head to see the former captain, himself tied to the handrail, his face pale. This guy was quite foresight. And you even thought to tie yourself up in advance. So, the ship I only been in my possession for 2 days now has a disabled weapon system. I just want to know, did you guys use the main gun to poke the bugs in the mouth? Han Hai shrank back, lowering her head without daring to utter a word. She felt her knees buckle, mainly because hey you hadn't done the trick, otherwise she'd be kneeling right now. Yihua raised his eyes, and said nonchalantly, so what? With only 20% energy left, firing the main gun wouldn't be enough to clear the bug swarm. Might as well use it to stun the bugs. This maneuver is worthy of inclusion in the ship's manual. Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually did it? Yeah. Of course you did. He no longer had the heart to argue. He grabbed Jun's show and ran outside. When he was midair and saw the transport ship's pitted bottom, his heart sank. The main gun was bent. Unconvinced, he leaned in to take a closer look, and his teeth were about to spark. The machine gun pod had detached and hung from the bottom like a fallen eyeball, connected only by a few sparking cables. Just by looking at this miserable sight, he could imagine the despair of the mech girl in the pod. The entire bottom of the ship was covered in the flesh of various insects, a thick layer that even with such rapid acceleration, he couldn't shake it off completely. Yihua followed beside him in his blue and white mech. When he saw the bottom of the ship, he silently stepped back 2 steps. This is all normal operation. Right? If you don't push a ship to its limits, how can you know if it's operating smoothly? I mainly want to verify its performance. Only by knowing its ins and outs can you better control it. So, this is what you call its limit? Not really. It's not broken yet, is it? It has a lot of limits. I tested it, and if it maintains its current pace, it can probably still destroy 3 hives. Sully glanced at Yihua, then looked up at the transport ship, which was slowly charging. Pointing at the bent main gun, he asked, "When you say annihilate, do you mean using this thing to poke the insects in their mouths? Or, without the main gun, are you planning to drive it right over 3 hives? You don't understand. The armor on the bottom of the transport ship is thickest, and its collision resistance is excellent. Even though it's all dented now, those raised areas can still be used as ramming horns." Sully was shocked. Is this Governor General such a smooth talker? His eyes glared, and he was talking nonsense. Does his damned armed transport need these so-called ramming horns? Sully felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at the battle-damaged armed transport and wanted to reach up and touch it, but the insect flesh filling the bottom of the hold was truly disgusting. He reached out several times, but refused to do so. "Sue, how can this be tolerated? This is the retreat of all the mecha girls. This isn't his assault boat, and they're not a suicide squad. Non-combat casualties, how ironic." He flew back to the ship in a flash, and without even waiting for Jun's show to deploy, he opened the cockpit and jumped out. In the medical area, the mecha girls were receiving intensive treatment. Junwei had already, as Sully instructed, sent each of them who had received basic treatment back to the laboratory at the outpost. After so many twists and turns, what rootless duckweed, they have roots again. The war situation is ever-changing, and plans need to be adjusted at any time, but he never imagined that his plan would be ruined just as it was getting underway. No need to send anyone back. Let's all go back together. No need to rush towards the sunset. No need to yearn for the past. What is there to yearn for? Let's just go back. This overhaul will take at least a month. What lofty ambitions, what reluctance, what turning grief and anger into strength. All those words he said now pierced his heart. It hurts. Han-Hai walked over to Sully and handed him his terminal. A virtual image unfolded, and on the other side of the video, Eve's face looked a little embarrassed. "I already know the situation. But there aren't any new armed transports. However, I can provide you with 2 old ones. If you dismantle them, they should be able to. Oh, and I sent you 2 more SS-class mecha girls. And I got some good news. Lightning has awakened, and your new mecha girl is on her way back." Sully's body trembled slightly at the words, and his resentment melted away in an instant. It had only been a week, but he had never felt time so long before. Looking at the disconnected call, he silently turned back and picked up the communicator. The ship is returning. Let's go home. Chapter 141. Some were happy, some were sad. At least for most of the mecha girls, they loved Sully's decision. They would rather run naked across the outpost square than ride on Yihua's transport ship again. But while they were happy, the officers and soldiers in the command room all looked embarrassed. They stayed up all night to think through the battle plan, every detail, even the Zerg's reaction, thoroughly thought through. Yet, they had overlooked the single most destabilizing factor. And now, not only was this destabilizing factor completely unaware, it was even sitting there with its legs crossed, swaying languidly. It was like heaven was playing a joke on everyone. What fun, out at night, back by day. So, a beautiful armed transport in their hands had its lifespan shortened to just 3 days and 3 nights. The ship had only been deployed 3 times, once to conduct a search, a second time just to make a show of it, and the third time, after a battle, it was gone. Plans can't keep up with change. That was a joke for everyone to hear. When it landed on him, a piercing pain washed over him. Sully's face darkened as he stared at the giant virtual map, hands tugging at his hair. A few more surprises like this, and he'd be on par with Tao Tao. Now, without their weapon systems, Ships are nothing more than giant, floating metal hulls. Coupled with a lunatic captain, their safety factor is reduced to a minimum. This means their only option is to defend their base. This is a sure thing. Su Li even thought he could hear the queen's laughter. He glanced up at Yi Hua, his veins throbbing. Shoot her. She fought bravely. Don't shoot her. She was too brave. Forget it. Mad men have their own ways. Perhaps, as she said, the armed transports aren't really used to their full potential. In that case, let her sail them. The two old armed transports must have been scrapped from the main fleet. The fact they were able to get here meant they were usable. With enough ships, they had more options. He didn't even trust the former captain anymore. Like a master, like a disciple. She seemed quite normal now, which only meant she hadn't been given the opportunity to be a lunatic before. Perhaps that opportunity would come in the near future. He looked up at Yi Hua. Can the insect armor be attached to the outside of the ship to serve as a first layer of defense? Yi Hua's eyes lit up at this. Sure. Use medium-sized ones for the layer close to the bottom of the ship, and large ones for the outermost layer. The ship's defense will be instantly increased by a level. She already knew why Su Li asked. This guy is someone you can get along with. This was Feng Pai's most direct recognition. He didn't question her, he affirmed her. This sense of recognition perked her up. A man will die for his friend. The little man before her truly dared to use her. This move undoubtedly changed Yi Hua's opinion of him. She leaned forward, resting her arms on the table, her plump breasts bouncing. I researched ship modifications. All weapon systems will be removed from the entire ship's bottom. We can install weapon systems on the sides of the hull, making it a hidden model. The entire ship will be covered in armor, maximizing its collision resistance. The entire transport ship will not need main guns. All energy will be directed to the shields first. With this, I dare not even confront elite species. Su Li couldn't help but tighten his hands under the table upon hearing this. A perfectly good armed transport, yet they were turning it into a bumper car? How could such an operation be written into the ship's manual? Whose ship was produced specifically for you to operate like this? Once the modifications are complete, even if a swarm of insects attacks the base, I'll crush them with a single tailspin and make them all bow down. Su Li tried to control himself and asked, how long does it take to modify a transport? A week. As long as there are enough materials and manpower, a week is enough to be combat ready. The weapon systems don't matter. As long as the insect armor is in place, I can ride on the insects and make them sing their praises. Han Hai sat quietly in a chair to the side, silent. She could clearly sense the murderous aura rising from Su Li. Even though the news of Lightning's return had somewhat dampened it, she could sense that it was steadily increasing with every word Yi Hua spoke. At this critical juncture, she didn't dare to offend Su Li at all. I have one last question. Can your apprentice perform your operations? Yi Hua glanced at the timid former captain and nodded emphatically. She can. I taught her personally. She excelled in the practical test. She took the test 10 times, and if it weren't for my connections, she wouldn't have even gotten the certificate. Su Li could understand a little. As he expected, the former captain had probably thrown the examiner off the bridge. The fact that she couldn't even get the certificate after 10 attempts was a testament to her proficiency. He was wrong. How could he have both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick under his command? If he didn't give them the chance to shine, the mecha girls at his base would probably riot. Who would dare board their ship? He had thought that leading his team deep into the dark and deep environment of the hive would leave a deep psychological scar on the mecha girls. But now it seemed that was a one-sided view, with Yi Hua's support, who would be unwilling to go down to the hive to fight? Just kidding, the guards behind were almost fighting over the next chance to reach the hive. The light of the outpost's communication tower drew closer. Su Li turned sideways to examine the towering structure, a bitter feeling welling up in his heart. He wondered if he was under some kind of curse. Every time he considered leaving this place, something went wrong, forcibly pulling him back. It was as if a giant hand was controlling him, keeping him as a bound spirit. This time, the transport ship didn't sail into the upper reaches of the valley. The thick meat paste below needed to be cleaned up outside. Watching the group of mecha girls unloading the supplies from the armed transport ship, his face darkened. The battle plan needed to be redeployed again. It needed to be redeployed again, deploying the defenses, exploring the hive, and finding the exact location of the queen. Everything weighed heavily on his shoulders, along with 2 mad captains, one large and one small. How could he lure the vast swarm of Zerg from underground to attack? Standing on the deck, he suddenly looked westward. In reality, he didn't need to be so anxious. The ship's modifications, and the arrival of new ships would take time. That queen was still quite capable. At least in terms of military achievements and food reserves, she had never disappointed Suli. But why were there no elite species in this large hive? Underneath the large transport ship, Kuling joyfully directed the mechs, bringing crates of food back to the base warehouse. A beaming smile filled her face. As a cook, nothing could make her happier than guarding 3 warehouses of food. Li Tianlang shivered as he stepped off the transport ship, looking up and taking a deep breath. The walls were covered in the smell of stink bugs. Hiss! He had never felt such a strong sense of belonging to any place before. Chapter 142. Suli stared at Li Tianlang, watching him, wishing he could climb the cliff face and grab a few stink bugs and kiss them. He was completely speechless. These guys are all crazy. The outpost might be a source of spiritual support for the mecha girls, who have been stationed there for 10 years, but for someone who has only been here a short time, being so homesick is a bit excessive. He glanced back and forth between Li Tianlang and Kuling, feeling that something was amiss with them. Li Tianlang had been hanging out with Kuling lately. Could he be trying to have a second life? Is Yurong so generous? Junwei stood beside Suli, her face pale, and she kept reaching up to cover her mouth. Even with her physique, she couldn't withstand Yihua's violence. Master, Ugh. I want to. Go get some rest. Suli nodded and called over to Heiyu, who also looked glum. A small bump on her forehead from the overturned equipment was gleaming brightly in the light. You all go together. Also, take the researchers downstairs and relocate the equipment. Also, evacuate the injured inside. Have the medical robot girl follow up with follow-up treatment. Suli was terrified. If this continued, he feared their injuries would never heal. Send some people. Even Buddha would help. Suli was startled by the words, and turned around to see Hongying. He opened his mouth, only to see her instinctively cover hers. His expression froze. What if the robot girl had misspoken? Well, he didn't know if the robot girl's teeth could be fixed. He hadn't known much about this before, but if 537's injuries could be fixed with upgrades, then Hongying's teeth. Hiss. Her teeth were a bit expensive. To upgrade to SS rank, an S rank module, given her current attributes, would likely require 3 or 4. Each module would cost 150,000 military merit or energy points. So, half her front tooth would cost 450,000 to 600,000. One front tooth would cost 2 elite species. Suli subconsciously gasped at the thought. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't help but want to rip all her teeth out. Hongying shuddered, as if sensing something. She felt something strange about Suli's gaze. She involuntarily adjusted her skirt with her hands, and gave Suli a rather embarrassed grin. Suli's brow twitched, and he silently turned his face away. Hongying, missing half her front tooth, was fine when she didn't smile. When she did, she was full of humor. If the tooth couldn't be filled, he wondered if the mecha girl's rambling would affect her piloting. In fact, the modules were originally intended to allow mecha girls to upgrade simultaneously in all aspects. But due to the shortage of available modules, and the enormous amount of military merit points required. As a result, most pilots, when purchasing mecha girls, only enhance 1 or 2 attributes or use them to address their own shortcomings. Exchange. Anyway, the modules I requested last time have already arrived, and the extra military merit I have is useless besides exchanging for modules. Rather than trading it with unfamiliar pilots for money or supplies, it's more practical to use it to exchange for modules. I thought that once the mecha girl's strength levels were increased, they would be able to effectively avoid injuries, but who could have imagined that injuries could be so varied? Thinking of this, he turned and looked at Yihua, who was now hugging Han Hai and rubbing his cheek against hers, practically using him as a large pillow. After just one glance, he immediately turned back and strode towards the communications tower. He couldn't bear to look a second time. If he kept looking, he was afraid he'd lose control and strangle this crazy bitch. Entering the familiar town, Suli's steps involuntarily became lighter, even without him noticing. The shops lining the streets remained much the same as before, and the fountain in the small square remained as nervous, only spurting a few times symbolically when it suddenly remembered it was a fountain. A gentle breeze blew by, twirling the hem of his black military uniform. He didn't know when lightning would return. He straightened his uniform and ran a hand through his hair. If she came back early, should we have a bonfire party to celebrate tonight? Wouldn't that be too grand? She might not be back before dinner, so in that case, he need to stock the kitchen with more food. Thinking of the chicken feet and instant noodles in Lightning's box, he suddenly remembered that there were many snacks he could redeem in the system mall. Oh, and there's also that instant noodle she used to love. A bucket of that 82 lubricant is also a good idea. What flavor did she say she wanted to try? Green plum, right? Sully walked around the fountain and quickly headed towards the communications tower. For the first time, he felt the system mall was a good thing. At least it had everything Lightning liked. Oh, what should he say first when she comes back? He paused at the elevator entrance, his finger hovering, but he hesitated to press the button. The governor said her logical thinking was damaged. So, is it possible that she no longer remembers herself? Aren't all those melodramatic dramas from her past life all about car accidents, hospitalizations, and amnesia? No, no, no. With the core contract, she shouldn't forget. But in the melodrama of his past life, the hero and heroine also got married. Shouldn't it be forgotten? A trace of anxiety washed over him, causing him to raise his hand, then lower it again. A delicate white hand suddenly reached out from the side, and pressed the up button for the elevator. A faint familiar scent hit him, and he spun around quickly, nearly spraining his back. Her red hair fluttered in the wind, and her pretty face, a slight frown on her face, stared at Sully with a searching gaze. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. That look was definitely not what Lightning should have. She still. Master, after not seeing you for a week, have you become demented? You can't even press the elevator button? She grabbed Sully's head, her eyes wide open, and tossed him up and down, wanting to see every inch of his scalp. Your head isn't injured. Could it be? Her expression suddenly changed, and she clutched Sully's head tightly, shaking it again. Who are you? Are you some time traveler who's gotten into my master's head? I'll kill you. That's right, this familiar strength, this mind-blowing circuitry. In his vision, those straight, slender legs. She was his Lightning, the irreplaceable one. Sully reached out and grabbed her restless arm, pulling her into his arms and holding her tightly. Feeling the familiar warmth, he closed his eyes involuntarily. Before he could even inhale the scent of her hair, he heard Lightning's furious roar. You dare hug me? I'll kill you. Juanza, quickly pin him down. I belong to my master, and he dares to take advantage of me. A knee thrust back, slamming into Sully's stomach. He felt as if he'd been struck by a powerful mecha punch. Even with his physique nearing that of a Super S-Class pilot, he couldn't resist. He was sent flying, slamming into the elevator door, and collapsing on the ground. Lightning lunged forward, intending to unleash a flurry of attacks, but Junsho suddenly appeared and grasped one of his legs tightly. The mecha girl with long white hair strode over, her face thick with concern, and gently grasped his shoulder. Master, are you all right? Sully clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain. Just as he was about to speak, a sweet, fishy taste clung to his throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out, caught securely by a golden core. Sully was startled. This familiar technique, it felt so familiar. A blush crept across the white-haired mecha girl's face. She squatted beside him, reaching out to smooth the hair that fell from her ear. Her voice was soft and tinged with shyness. Hello, master. Nice to meet you. I'm Juanza. She pressed the bloody core against her chest, cupped Sully's face with both hands, and kissed him without hesitation. A faint white light emanated from her body, flowing through their connected lips, and into Sully's body. He felt the pain in his abdomen ease, and his entire body relaxed. After a long moment, their lips parted. Juanza blushed and licked her lips. She raised her face, meeting 3 pairs of condescending, half-lidded eyes. Junsho, and Lightning stared at Juanza, their tones etched with hostility. Did you just stick out your tongue? Chapter 143. What tenderness of a long-awaited reunion, what yearning, what unforgettable dreams, and the first words after meeting? He was even planning a surprise, even planning to shower beforehand. In the command room, Lightning knelt on the ground, the terminal on his head, his eyes as clear and bright as ever, revealing a wisdom disguised as foolishness. Juanza squatted beside him, his blushing face full of innocence. I really didn't mean to kiss the master. I was treating him. I couldn't just stand by and watch him spit blood and do nothing. Didn't you see the white light emanating from me? As sisters, don't we even have this little bit of trust? Junsho's eyes were filled with indifference. Sisters? Who? Her sister wasn't a loser who steal food. Juanza remained silent, staring at Juanza with the same coldness. We all came from the same breeding room, been together since we were just a pool of liquid. We've been walking around in the same room with our cores bare for so long. How could anyone not understand each other? Healing, you could fool Lightning, but you're still trying to fool them. She and Junsho have been out for so long, and all they done is hold hands and hug. But you, on the other hand, suck your master's lip, And you even stick out your tongue. Master, we sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. We have some private things to discuss. Then go ahead. By the way, have Han Hai greet the two elders. I'll be there shortly. The two mech girls nodded, each grabbing Jun Zhe's leg and dragging her out of the command room. Su Li's eyebrows twitched as he watched the three mech girls' affectionate expressions. Perhaps this is just how unique the mech girls are in expressing their feelings. Just like his own fool, he kneeled on the ground to show his affection. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. He remembered the knee lift. If his physical fitness hadn't been greatly enhanced, he would have died right away. The plum-flavored lubricant was gone. She couldn't eat too much at the banquet tonight. Master, I was wrong. Lightning blinked her bright eyes. I never thought you were so physically strong. You wouldn't have been able to grab my arm before. The clarity in her eyes showed that her mind was working at full speed. Well, if it really doesn't work, I'll kneel after dinner. Is that okay? For the base is fried wood lice, iridescent spider legs, salt-baked scorpions, and that giant centipede I didn't get to try. I didn't even eat lunch. Su Li was both angry and amused at this. This girl was so good at memorizing dish names all day long. It seemed her mind was completely focused on that. Looking at Lightning straight back, it seemed like her waist had narrowed by 2 millimeters in just 1 week. A wave of heartache washed over him, and he waved at Lightning. Lightning let out a joyful cheer, quickly rising from the ground and moving behind Su Li, hugging him tightly from behind. Master, thank you. You're so kind to me. By the way, do you still have any eggs from the iridescent spider's nest? I want 10. Yes. I saved some for you. Not just 10, 20 will do. So did you save the centipedes? Yes, they're fried until crispy and delicious, but don't eat too much. So can you have enough of the wood lice? For a moment, Su Li felt a surge of frustration. He might have overestimated his place in Lightning's heart. At least right now, it seemed he held less appeal to her than the food in the cold storage. All you can eat. Eat as much as you want. If not, you can have a midnight snack. Really? Thank you, Master. Lightning circled in front and gave him a deep peck on the cheek. Su Li, having been bitten by a snake, instinctively touched his face. After confirming it wasn't swollen, he breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his head to gaze at Lightning's chest. The moment the bullet pierced her chest was still vivid in his mind. Trembling, he reached out to unbutton her clothes for a closer look, but then realized it was inappropriate and reached out to grab her hand. Does it still hurt? Lightning shook her head, reaching out to rub Su Li's abdomen. She looked up and asked, Master, is it still hurting? I didn't hold back. If it happens again, I'll be careful. It's okay, no it doesn't hurt. Really? I saw Master's face was all purple. Su Li's mouth opened, and the warmth that had rarely risen in his heart vanished. She had even noticed her face was all purple. If she had the energy, why couldn't she gently walk over and give him a heartfelt hug? Instead, she wasn't questioning her own dementia. She was suspecting someone had possessed her soul. Forget it, go to the hall first. Let me be alone. Lightning nodded, running towards the hall without hesitation. Through the window, she had already spotted the barbecue grill set up in the square. The charcoal fire was burning brightly, and various skewers of meat were already roasting on it. Although she couldn't smell anything, she could imagine it in her mind. Su Li watched the figure scurry away like lightning and slowly sat back in his chair. No matter what, it was truly wonderful to see her as usual. He suddenly understood the feelings many mech girls felt for the outpost. The pleasant breeze, the crimson clouds across the sky, the joyful laughter in the square, and the inseparable figure beside him. This place was their only spiritual home. He peered through the window, looking down at the mech girls gathered in the square. As expected, it wasn't long before he saw a bright red figure appear in front of the grill. The mech girls greeted her when they saw her. But she simply stared at the grill, like a golden retriever waiting to be fed. Heiyu stood beside her, wiping something from her face with a handkerchief. Honging followed behind Heiyu, standing straight as always. Zhang Chaoyang, led by Song Ling, wandered through the shops. Watching him struggle, one could tell how reluctant he was. Perhaps he preferred staying in the hangar, fiddling with the parts, to hanging out with Song Ling. Jianun pulled Zhang chomping along, stopping in front of a shop, pointing at the merchandise inside and discussing it with him. Li Tianlang, ever so stealthy, dragged Yuerong into the grove. Su Li smiled, a heartless laugh. He suddenly felt his heart filled to the brim. 20 years later, he had finally found a sense of belonging in this world. The door to the command room opened, and Han Hai entered, leading 2 elderly women. Su Li turned around and, upon seeing the newcomers, stood up to greet them. "Commander, these are the two elders of Mechanical Island. This is 03, and this is 04. The elders didn't have their own names. When they succeeded, they were given only code names. Although Sully didn't know the inside story of the Mechanical Island, he subconsciously felt a wave of respect the moment he saw the two mecha girls. It was the first time he had seen such aged mecha girls. "Greetings, elders. I am Sully, commander of the Lingsue Star Outpost. This is our first meeting, so please forgive me for any inconvenience." He bowed and extended his hands to 03. The latter smiled faintly, extended a hand, and grasped Sully's. A faint golden light emanated from 03, suddenly blooming in an instant. As everyone was stunned, the system's voice echoed in Sully's mind. Large amounts of energy detected. System. Upgrading. As Hanhai stared in shock, the once aged 03 visibly rejuvenated. Chapter 144. What's going on? Why I feel. 03 shut her mouth. What was happening before her eyes was beyond her comprehension. She could feel the mechanical laws accumulated within her, ages ago, being rapidly drawn away through their touching palms. Something terrible had happened, and something so catastrophic that it shook the very foundations of Mechanical Island. In all these years, this was the first time such a thing had occurred. The mechanical laws had been drawn away by someone else. She struggled to shake off Sully's hand, but their hands seemed glued together, impossible to separate. She looked up at the pilot before her, the one Eve had praised so highly. His face was also filled with astonishment. That subconscious expression couldn't be faked. But how could this situation be explained? 04, watching 03's strange reaction, quickly reached out her own hand, trying to separate the two. "Don't." Before 03 finished speaking, 04 had already grasped Sully's hand. A golden light began to illuminate, and a flash of fear crossed 04's face. She could naturally sense the frantic draining of the laws of mechanics, but why? How could Sully, a mere pilot, draw upon the laws of mechanics, a power only a mecha girl could possess? Hanhai watched in astonishment as everything unfolded. She had initially assumed the elders had activated some kind of power, but upon seeing the expressions on their faces, she immediately realized something was amiss. Seeing the astonishment on Sully's face, she was even more bewildered. In her field of vision, the two elders, once so old and wrinkled, had, in a remarkably short time, reverted to the appearance of those in their 60s. And this de-aging process continued. 50, 40, 30. Although she didn't understand what was happening, Hanhai instinctively wanted to step forward and intervene. She hurriedly grabbed the three men's hands, trying to pull them apart. But no matter how hard she tried, their palms remained welded together, inseparable. In a matter of moments, the two elders had reverted to their 20s. "Quick! Find a way! We can't let him drain us any further! What can I do? I'm almost drained." The two elders exchanged glances, each observing the other's rapid rejuvenation. The mechanical laws that had once accumulated within their cores weighed like a heavy mountain, making their daily lives difficult. But now, with a single contact, all the laws within them had been drained away. As the last traces of the laws within their bodies vanished, the three men's hands suddenly separated. The struggling three men fell backwards in different directions. In a desperate situation, Hanhai could only support Sully, then watch helplessly as the two elders fell to the ground. They collapsed on the ground, feeling the empty mechanical cores within their bodies, then glancing at each other's youthful faces, completely frozen in place for a moment. Gone. 80 years of accumulated mechanical laws. In just a few short minutes, they vanished. As elders who guarded the laws, how could they explain this to the Mechanical Island? 03 quickly stood up and immediately grabbed Sully's arm. But no matter how hard she tried to sense them, the mechanical laws that had once existed seemed to have vanished, vanishing without a trace. Her face turned pale. The elder's handover was about to take place. Preparations for the dedication ceremony were complete. She had hoped to spend her final years in peace here, but less than half an hour after arriving, the law was gone. This was simply unbelievable. She circled Sully several times, feeling him from head to toe, but could find no trace of the law. But how could something like the law vanish out of thin air? 03 stumbled around and caught a glimpse of herself in the full-length mirror. Exactly the same as when she had just left the breeding room. Such a look, such a lithe figure. She had dreamed of recreating it every day since she succeeded the elders. But when she truly did, she felt no joy, only fear. Gone. The law is gone. She pinched Sully's cheek and even leaned in to look inside his mouth. Aside from a cavity, There was nothing there. 04 tremblingly pulled out her terminal and dialed Eve's video call. The call connected after 2 beeps. Eve, still bleary-eyed, yawned loudly and rolled over in bed, hugging her pillow. The collar of her shirt was wide open, sliding down to one side, revealing a large expanse of her shoulders. Her long, light blue hair was a mess. She squinted her eyes as she studied 04 in the video, a hint of confusion evident on her face. But that confusion quickly turned to shock. Her equally light blue eyes suddenly widened, fixated on 04's youthful face. She extended her hand, pointing at 04 on the screen. You're 04? You how? What mini program is this beauty filter? Send it to me. 04 and 03, Sully was stunned, unsure how to respond to Eve's words. His mind was still a mess. That useless system had simply embraced the 2 elders and sucked them dry, making them younger. But the problem was, the 2 elders didn't seem to want to be younger. He only knew that the system had drained a large amount of energy from them. Now, it had completely vanished without a trace. In the past, when the system was upgraded, he could still browse and purchase in the system store. Now, he couldn't even sense the system. It wouldn't just run away with the money, right? A useless system like this seemed capable of such a thing. After all, he had accumulated quite a lot of energy, and coupled with the large sums he had siphoned from the 2 elders, it wasn't impossible for it to abscond with the money. It's not a beauty filter. Governor, something's happened. The law is gone. Eve chuckled softly, looking at the figures appearing in the video, and gradually realized that something was wrong. If it was a beauty filter, why did Sully and Hanhai look so young? Thinking of Sully being there, she hurriedly smoothed her hair, trying to make it look as straight as possible. 03 was speechless. It was so late, and she was still fixing her hair. I say, wake up. The law is gone. The law is gone, do you understand? The law within us. Gone. Eve's smile froze. She leaned over to look at the 2 of them, seeing their panicked expressions, which didn't seem fake. Uncontrollably, she wondered. The law is gone? How could the law be gone? Both hands pointed to Sully, who was scratching his head. It was him. He sucked the law away in the time it took to shake hands. Eve's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She patted her face twice, suspecting she was still half asleep. What a joke. A human, absorbing the laws of mechanics? Not to mention that the robot girl herself couldn't handle the complex laws of mechanics, let alone him, a human. He wanted to absorb them. He needed that ability. Rather than letting her believe that Sully absorbed the laws of mechanics, she rather believed that some council member got pregnant and gave birth to a dog. It seems I'm still not awake. I was wondering. How could I see 0304 in her youth? Eve muttered to herself, slumped to the side, and hung up the video. Chapter 145. Sully watched the 2 elders' lips move silently, taking 2 awkward steps back before dialing Eve's terminal again. The call was quickly connected. Looking at Eve, who lay there, sleepy-looking, Sully swallowed and said, somewhat guiltily, Governor, I don't know exactly what's gone, but I'm certain I absorbed something. The latter's eyes lingered for a moment before suddenly widening. She rolled over and sat up, staring at the screen, wishing her light blue hair could form 3 question marks on her forehead. You mean, I'm not dreaming? 0304 nodded in unison, feeling a mixture of emotions. Goodness, you pretend not to see my own young face right in front of you, but you believe it after a few words from a young guy. An unprecedented solemnity flashed across his face. Sully felt that in just a moment, the seemingly lazy governor became incredibly alert and serious. The loss of the mechanical laws would have grave consequences. They were the very nourishment the mechanical tree relied on for survival, and indeed, the very foundation of the mechanical island. It's no exaggeration to say that without the mechanical laws collected by the elders, the mechanical tree's power would be somewhat impacted. She stared intently at the 2 elders in the video, her brow furrowed. Devotion to the mechanical island required the sacrifice of one's life. Because when the mechanical tree stripped away the mechanical laws they had collected, it also stripped away the very laws that had generated them. This dedication ritual was another form of the elders' return to their roots. But now, she saw 2 living, breathing mechanical girls standing before her. The existence of laws is also a shackle. It imprisons the mecha girls' nearly infinite lives, and this, in turn, grants them the ability to gather laws. But now, looking at their youthful faces, Eve was at a loss for words. Is the ability to gather laws still there? Yes. Eve pursed her lips and looked at Sully, a glint of inquiry in her eyes. It wasn't that she distrusted Sully, but This was simply too unbelievable. Ask one of the June sisters to come back, and I'll go to the outpost myself. 3.04 exchanged a glance and nodded silently. This was the only way out. All they could do now was feel grateful. It was a good thing they had sent Lightning over, instead of asking Suli to lead the others to the island. Until they understood the whole story, Suli would never again be allowed to go to the island. A simple handshake could absorb the laws of machinery. The entire mechanical island was shrouded in the laws of mechanics. If he landed there and touched something that lawless, that would be a disaster. The mechanical island would either be shattered by the chaotic void currents or exposed to humanity. From then on, its mystery would be completely lost. Would the mechanical island then still belong to the mecha girls? The thought of this outcome made the two elders' legs tremble. They exchanged a glance, each seeing relief in the other's eyes. That's good. No matter what, Suli couldn't be allowed onto the island. Compared to the possible consequences, the laws of mechanics for two people didn't seem that important. When Hanhai found Junwei, she was gracefully stuffing her mouth with barbecue. To achieve a massive, all-at-once satisfaction, she stuffed her mouth like a hamster and began to chew slowly. Feeling the meat juices escaping her mouth, she narrowed her golden eyes in satisfaction. Something's wrong, stop eating. The commander ordered you to hurry to the mechanical island. Junwei paused. Now? Are you delivering something? If it's too big, it'll take until tomorrow to get there and back. I'll eat a few more bites first to fill my stomach. Not the thing, but the governor. Yihua, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. What? The governor is coming? Doesn't she have a jar? She can ride in it. If I can ride, why can't she? Hanhai opened her mouth, then closed it again. She didn't want to bother with this idiot at all. Hurry up. If all else fails, go with Jun's show. Speeding up is also helpful. Listen, this is a real emergency. Junwei narrowed her eyes. Aside from Su Li's life being in danger, nothing urgent had ever happened in this base. She glanced at Jun's show beside her. The latter, with a solemn expression, shoved a skewer of meat into his mouth, then stood up and grabbed Junwei's hand. The two of them vanished in a flash of light. Hanhai's forehead was covered with sweat. He had thought they'd just meet, exchange pleasantries, and then come down to the party together. But now it looked like he couldn't attend the party. She didn't even stay downstairs for long. After delivering the message, she hurried to the communication tower. Lightning huddled over the pitiful stall, clutching the roasted wood lice, unable to stop eating. Hongying stood to the side, carefully biting the skewer of meat with her half-missing front teeth, looking incredibly awkward. Lightning sucked her fingers, frowning at how hard she was eating. She knew Hongying was a bit of a stickler. But she had never imagined she was even less clever than herself. Unable to bear it any longer, she took the skewer from Hongying's hand and said, "Come on, open your mouth." Hongying opened her mouth obediently. She placed the skewer directly into her mouth, placed the skewer where her front teeth were missing, and with a gentle pull, the meat fell into her mouth. Hongying's eyes lit up instantly. "Lightning, you're so loud." "That's called smart. I never been stupid, okay? I think you just let your master drive you so much that your mind isn't working anymore." Lightning spoke, and suddenly his mind cleared up. That's right. Before she met Suli, she was quite smart. Does that mean that even if she's become stupid, it's not her fault? Hongying was smart, but now she's also stupid. As for Heiyu, didn't she roll her eyes even after being driven? So arrogant before, so whimpering now. So, the stupidity thing probably had nothing to do with them. It was all Su Li's fault. It's impossible that all the mecha girls weren't smart. She suddenly thought of Hanhai, who had just run past her. He was the widely acknowledged brainiac in the entire base. If the master ever teased her, well, she was a bit smart, so she'd probably tease him twice. Or at most 3 times, and he'd definitely roll his eyes. She let out a subtle laugh, causing Heiyu to duck to the side. What did she mean by that smile? Had she been caught spicing up the master's food? Impossible. If she found out, there was no way she could sit here peacefully. 038 limped over on crutches, pulled out a stool, and sat down, her face brimming with excitement. She thought she missed the party, but she hadn't expected Su Li's new mecha girl to be anything special. With a gentle touch of her hand, her leg healed. While she couldn't do strenuous exercise for the day, it was just a barbecue, so she probably wouldn't need to use her leg. She glanced at her shop, thinking she might go upstairs to see Su Li and stock up. With just a night's rest, she'd definitely be able to open the shop tomorrow. Chapter 146. Being stared at by 2 mecha girls wasn't pleasant. Especially 2 mecha girls, who had transformed from old women into young women. Their piercing eyes, as if they were dissecting him, were a bit creepy. In the brief minutes since Han Hai left, Su Li felt uneasy, and the air in the control room seemed to freeze. It was extremely awkward. The useless system in his mind was gone, as if it had never existed. If possible, Su Li would have wished it had never existed. At least then, he wouldn't have to be stared at like that by the two elders. The sky gradually darkened, and when the cool breeze blew into the room, he realized that his back was already covered in sweat. The moment Han Hai pushed the door open, he regretted it. The atmosphere in the room was extremely awkward. Well, I'll go downstairs and bring you some barbecue. She pretended not to notice Su Li's pleading look, slammed the door shut, and ran downstairs again. Su Li knew she had gotten into serious trouble this time. Eve, far away on Mechanical Island, would never run to such a remote outpost for such a trivial matter. After all, the outpost itself was within the Zerg's territory. For someone like her, the governor of Mechanical Island, to risk her life in such a place was simply wrong. But she still decided to come. What kind of explanation should she give her to satisfy him? Make the system public. If he's willing to say it, others have to believe it too. Amidst the awkwardness, 03's terminal suddenly lit up, and the governor's figure appeared in midair. She was now dressed in her military uniform again, looking incredibly capable. However, her expression didn't look particularly good. Just when Su Li thought she was about to speak about the laws, she suddenly spoke, issuing a combat mission to the two elders. Urgent mission, Southern Battlefield, 7th Legion Base. Super S-Class pilots killed. 3 elite species still alive. The two of you rush to support, and must arrive at the battlefield and join the battle within 15 minutes. Su Li, remain on standby. I said Jun Wei and Jun Shou back. If the situation isn't optimistic, Su Li, I can handle it. Eve gave him a look of relief, then hung up without another word. The two elders exchanged glances without delay, then stood up, opened the window, and jumped out. Jun Zhe, who had just finished treating the base's mech girls, stood in front of the stall, licking her lips as she watched the sizzling skewers. She glanced at Lightning and Hong Ying, who were still devouring their food, then at He Yu, who was cautiously guarding against something, and grinned. Now that Junwei and Junsho were gone, she could bring her freshly grilled barbecue to dinner with her host. She looked down at her outfit, a pristine white, backless sweater with a heart-shaped opening at the chest. The cleavage was fine. The smooth back was fine. The white stockings were fine. The small leather shoes were fine too. She bit her lower lip gently, keeping it rosy, and touched her earlobe, which was burning. The heat in her chest rose higher and higher. She clenched her delicate hands, half hidden in her furry sleeves, as if making up her mind. Who says latecomers can't come out on top? She picked up her plate and a glass of fruit wine. Turning around, she saw 2 familiar-looking mecha girls standing behind her. But she could swear to heaven, stroking her big E, that she had never seen them before. No time to explain. The situation is urgent. Here are the coordinates. We need to reach the designated location within 15 minutes. Huh? Junzei tilted her head until the other person's aura rose. She finally knew who the 2 people in front of her were. Without a word, they each lifted Junzei's arm and carried her out. No. She stared at the communication tower receding, feeling as if she had missed out on billions. Green Source Star, the headquarters of the 7th Legion. A thick, ironclad wall seemed to cut Green Source Star in half. On one side lay lush prosperity, on the other, a khaki wilderness resembling the star of Ling Chui. The continuous artillery fire was deafening. Countless soldiers in power armor, carrying massive shells several times their own size, loaded their heavy artillery. The intense artillery fire was incredibly painful, even within their armor and wearing earplugs. Many men's ears were already leaking fluids. The bombardment had lasted a full day and night, yet beyond the energy curtain, the dense swarms of Zerg still obscured the sky. Dozens of the Legion's artillery positions opened fire continuously, their energy weapons charging again and again, transforming into beams of light that swept across the battlefield. At the near end of the defensive line, a large number of pilots and mechas engaged the Zerg, forming a second line of defense. Behind them, countless human soldiers in power armor, carrying heavy ammunition boxes and equipped with large-caliber machine guns, clung to the fortified wall. Flames flickered from the cannon muzzles. Even though it took several rounds to kill a single small species, they remained standing, unbending. They slew the Zerg that slipped through the pilots' defenses, steadily advancing. Heavy artillery shells whistled across the sky, and the cacophony of cannon fire echoed through their ears. The communication channel echoed with the shouts of teammates, the captain's commands, and the occasional blast of alarms. The cannon muzzles overhead seemed to be constantly firing, blasting relentlessly at the Zerg swarm before them. From time to time, armored units were knocked down by Zerg, but others quickly filled their positions. The ground was covered in mud, a cacophony of bright red and green, so chromatic that it was impossible to distinguish the original colors. One armored unit after another was dragged away by the Zerg that had breached the defenses. 4 or 5 of them, gathering together, could devour a living person in just a few minutes. Every soldier dragged away, unable to rescue them in time, chose to die with them the moment the Zerg closed in. No one wanted to be devoured by the Zerg, becoming food for their evolution. Watching their comrades die one after another before them, each man simply pressed the button of his launcher, unleashing as much ammunition as possible. Veins bulged on their foreheads as they cursed the Zerg's ancestors, then inched forward, leaving space behind for their teammates pouring out of the passage. They could not retreat. Even if they all perished outside, as long as the battle was not over, they would not retreat a single step. Although they were not pilots, they shared their own perseverance. Fight to the death. Eyes gleamed with genuine envy as they gazed at the massive figures locked in battle with the Zerg ahead. Their power armor, with its low power rating, was no match for the 20-meter-tall behemoths piloted by the pilots. C and B-class mechs, following closely behind the A-class mechs, shielded each other and engaged in battle, keeping the vast hordes of Zerg at bay. Their chats were equally filled with shouts and insults. Sometimes, the mech girls' curses were even fouler than the pilots. In this battlefield saturated with blood and flesh, lives were lost moment by moment. Facing the Zerg swarm, everyone fought tooth and nail, ultimately simply to survive. To hold the line behind them, to prevent these scourges from advancing further. The Zerg were simply too numerous. Dozens of mobile teams composed of S-class pilots roamed the battlefield, desperately dealing with the sudden appearance of the large species. At this moment, guns and cannons were completely useless. Their ammunition had long been exhausted from the constant fighting, and even some of their cold weapons were beginning to wear out. The appearance of the Super S-class pilot gave everyone a shot in the arm. Especially when he charged into the Zerg and killed the elite, everyone thought the battle would soon be over. Until 3 elites suddenly appeared, seized the mech, and tore it to pieces before everyone's eyes. Despair instantly spread throughout everyone. Hold on. Help from the mechanical island is on the way. Don't forget what's behind us. Remember the spirit of the 7th Legion. Even if you all die outside, I'll die with you. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Everyone shouted in unison. They regrouped and once again held off the Zerg. Atop the defensive wall, a few hunched figures huddled before observation mirrors, staring intently at the direction the 3 elites had emerged. They showed no intention of attacking the defensive line. Instead, they roamed the battlefield, chasing the roving mobile teams. The communication was immediately relayed to headquarters. Lin Tianan, who was directing the battle, was horrified within moments of answering the call. Knowing the Zerg's habits intimately, he immediately identified their unusual behavior. He called headquarters again. This is Lin Tianan from the 7th Army. I suspect there are more than 3 elites in the field. Perhaps there's a queen on the verge of completing her evolution. It's... There. 03 pushed open the command room door, glanced at the 7th Army commander, and asked uncertainly, "What did you just say? There's a queen here?" Chapter 147. Lin Tianan stared in surprise at the sudden appearance of the mecha girl. He hadn't expected the help from the mechanical island to arrive so quickly. However, he quickly recovered and answered the questioning mecha girl before him. The elite that was killed was bait. 3 elites suddenly appeared and surrounded the Super S-class fighter who had just completed the kill. After their success, they didn't immediately attack the defense line, but instead turned around and pursued the mobile team composed of S-class fighters. I have reason to suspect that there is a queen on the battlefield, about to evolve. The elite's unusual behavior is to collect genes necessary for its evolution. Have you determined the queen's species? No. In the overwhelming Zerg swarm, detection equipment has largely lost its effectiveness. My men are still relying on the most basic observation scopes to detect information. We cannot confirm the queen's species. What if this is a Zerg tactic of deception? I mean, 1 Super S-class fighter is enough for the queen to complete its evolution. Those 3 elites are simply using this tactic to attract the attention of reinforcements, giving the queen a chance to complete her evolution. Lin Tianan heard this and gave a helpless, bitter laugh. This is an open conspiracy. We haven't found any trace of the queen worm yet, so all we can do is intercept and kill the elites. Otherwise, they'll either kill the S-class fighters or turn around and attack the base. It's even possible they're bait thrown by the Queen Worm to lure in the incoming Super S-class reinforcements. Of course, if you can locate the Queen Worm on the battlefield, then please do your utmost to kill her. Even if my 7th Legion faces a direct attack from the elites, we will die without regrets. 03 didn't answer. She glanced at 04. The two of them saluted Lin Tianin and quickly exited the command room. They deployed directly in the open field and flew toward the center of the battlefield. Lin Tianin's suspicion was correct. Based on the current situation, the Queen was indeed present. The simultaneous appearance of 4 elite species on the same battlefield confirmed that a Queen was in command. The smell of gunpowder smoke was carried by the breeze and carried to his face. Junzai stood on the top of the wall, watching the torrent of steel and the swarm of insects violently collide before him. Even without moving forward, the scene was already filled with bright red. Over 2-meter-tall power armor, manned by human soldiers, launched repeated charges against the smaller species. 2 white mechas streaked across the sky, bringing cheers to everyone on the battlefield. The arrival of reinforcements at this moment must have been the arrival of reinforcements. Look! Reinforcements! They're coming so fast! Pure white mechas, pure white mechas. SS from the mechanical island. Great! And they're coming too at once! You bastards, the reinforcements have arrived. Push on! Drive these gutter rats back to where they belong. Charge! We can't let the mecha girls from the mechanical island fight alone. Push on! Even if we have to lie on their feet and annoy them, we have to distract the bugs and give the SS class a chance to strike. Countless human soldiers, as if energized, once again accelerated their advance. Even though they couldn't play a decisive role in the battle, they pressed forward with determination. Juanza's body trembled slightly. This was her first time on the battlefield. It was also the first time she directly felt the people's genuine recognition of the mechanic island. These humans, who, for various reasons, hadn't become pilots, clad in cumbersome and crude power armor, were active on the front lines of the battle against the Zerg. Fearless and courageous, they charged forward, following behind the mech pilots and mech girls, densely packed together, forming a continuous mass. The Zerg repeatedly broke their dense formation, but they always managed to regroup with remarkable speed. Machine guns pursued the Zerg, and the deafening crackle of cluster explosives was incessant. The Zerg's mandibles could even rip through the outer armor of a mech, let alone these simple power armors. Every time the line was struck, a piece of armor was hurled into the air. And that was with the lucky ones. Those unlucky ones were instantly cleaved in two by their jaws. Juanza watched helplessly as blood gushed out of a power mech. The entire leg section of the armor had been ripped apart by the Zerg. She was about to step forward to rescue him when she stopped dead in her tracks. Before her left, someone had been pierced through, pinned to the ground. She leaped off the battlefield and sprinted toward him, but before she'd taken 2 steps, the power armor clutched the insect's massive head tightly, detonating itself. 2 colors of blood splattered on her face, warm red, burning green. She reached out, trembling, to wipe the blood from her face, frozen in place, bewildered. She couldn't understand why people had such a lack of regard for their own lives. Which team are you from? Why are you here? An armored figure approached, opening its visor to reveal a young face. He momentarily lost consciousness upon seeing Juanza. She was wearing the standard one-piece, high-strength combat suit for mecha girls. Her perfectly curvaceous figure, draped in the white suit, was strikingly beautiful. I came here with the 2 elders. I can save him. Her trembling fingers pointed at the crater created by the explosion not far away, now empty. Juanza suddenly shuddered as she realized that as far as the eye could see, there were countless such craters. You're a logistics mech girl. Don't stay on the battlefield. Go back. Back to the city walls. Didn't your commander tell you? All rescue efforts can only be carried out after the battle is over. Go back. It's dangerous here. He gently nudged Juanza's back with his robotic arm, then turned and strode forward. Juanza stood still as the powered armored figures strode forward beside her, burying themselves in the air. Inquiring glances swept over her, then she regained her composure and gazed back at their battlefield. Yes, it's dangerous here, but they knew the danger, yet they kept moving forward, unwavering. 2 pure white mechs circled in the sky, locked onto an elite, and immediately launched a combined attack on it. Junzai watched as 2 figures pushed the elite to the ground, listening to the roar that echoed throughout the battlefield. Her mind was filled with the detonation of armor and the dents on the ground. She walked across the battlefield in a daze, and in a moment of carelessness, she fell to the muddy ground. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, Her blue eyes began to moisten. A medical mech? Why was she just a medical mech? Faced with the constant death on this battlefield, she, a medical mech, could only stand by and watch. So, who can save the wounded on this battlefield? The figure questioning her is only 20 years old. Who can save them? Master, can you save them? Chapter 148. The front line is a giant meat grinder. Several medical robots emerged from the passageway, dragging Junzei back. Are you crazy? Which team are you from? Battlefield regulations clearly prohibit rescuing during combat. Why did you run out? Why? Why can't we rescue? Junzei lowered his head, bewildered by the existence of such a cold-blooded rule. Seeing so many lives snatched away by death right beside him, the feeling of powerlessness was unbearable. Several medical robots froze in shock, their gaze meeting Junzei's, their hearts aching with anguish. Why? Because only by cutting off all retreat can one bravely advance. In this battlefield, a meat grinder, fear filled the hearts of not only the new recruits, but even the veterans. Self-harm as a means of escaping the battlefield was rampant before military regulations were implemented. For them, it was undoubtedly a very low-cost way to escape. Even lifelong disability was preferable to losing one's life on this battlefield. Until military regulations were implemented, no more soldiers resorted to self-harm to escape the battlefield. Once they left the passage, they faced a life-or-death battlefield. Injury only reduced their chances of survival. So, instead, they learned how to protect themselves and how to hold on until the end of the war. Not everyone possessed the courage to face death, but after their retreat was cut off, everyone understood the true meaning of a life-or-death struggle. This was the true reality of the battlefield. Aside from the corps commander, who was required to command, only the artillery regiment and logistics personnel were allowed to remain within the defense line. All captains, lieutenants, and majors were spread across the battlefield, charging on the front lines. The Iron Blood Legion was never forged overnight. Behind every flag was stained with countless blood. There were soldiers, officers, pilots, and even more so, pilot girls. Lin Tianen was the 18th commander of the 7th Army. 3 of his predecessors had been promoted, and 3 had been transferred. The rest, all holding the flag, perished along with the insignificant insects. This line of defense had not retreated a single step since its construction, relying solely on the bloody fighting of the entire legion. Go maneuver the artillery. If you're not proficient enough, you can help transport ammunition and other supplies. This must be your first time on the battlefield. Remember, follow the route and place the ammunition in the designated location. Do not attempt to communicate with the artillerymen or provide them with medical care. Junzei was shoved into the passageway, followed by several medical pilot girls, carrying huge ammunition boxes and heading towards the top of the city wall. The mighty roar of the cannons was a shock only felt viscerally when one was up close. The great wall, forged of steel, trembled with each boom. Soldiers in power suits moved around the massive cannons, like little monkeys, leaping up and down. They hoisted shells taller than themselves, loading them one after another, all communication conducted solely through flag signals. Junzei suddenly realized that they had long lost their hearing amidst the overwhelming roar. A soldier, crouching on the top of the wall, unfastened his power suit's helmet, leaned against the wall and retched. Blood was already seeping from his ears. But after a few dry heaves, he quickly closed his head armor and returned to the cannon. All the medical mechs ignored this, simply stacking their shells in their respective positions before hurriedly returning to the ammunition depot to begin their second loadout. They were all doing what they could. Although everyone in the rear was busy, there was no sign of panic. Junzei looked toward the battlefield. 2 white figures were still engaged in a battle with the elite species. It was a massive crab-like spider with ochre-colored markings all over its body. The broad crab spider swung its legs, over 3 times its body length, heavily at 0.3. She blocked it with her long sword, and the entire mech flew towards the fluttering moth not far away, its weapons instantly spewing flames. The massive bullet struck the moth, its bristles dissipating much of the impact. 04 had been engaged for quite some time. Every flutter of its massive wings released a cloud of powder mist. While not a lethal weapon, each shower of powder mist impaired their ability to maneuver in the air. They were forced to urgently close all the air intake valves to ensure the engines remained operational. Their initial target was the massive crab spider. Their coordination was flawless. Just as they were about to kill the crab spider, it charged forward. The fluttering moth's appearance instantly disrupted the two's attack. As long as it was there, their mechas were unable to fully utilize their capabilities. Forget battling the crab spider, even maintaining the most basic flight was impossible. They couldn't lure it away, Nor could they get close. Seeing the battle approaching a stalemate, they could only circumvent the fluttering moth and attack a centipede on the other side. The battlefield was filled with formidable enemies. The centipede was agile, and its armor was sturdy. Even an SS-rank mecha girl wouldn't dare to pierce its defenses with a single strike. The crab spider was equally agile, with 4 of its massive legs capable of being raised high to aid in combat. Not to mention the 2 short legs near its mouth that could clamp down on prey and deliver it directly into its mouth. After a brief exchange of words, the 2 men charged towards the distant centipede. Destroying the centipede quickly was no easy task. 04 didn't need to look back to know the moth was following her. After brushing past 03, she turned and hurled 2 massive smoke canisters. A thick cloud of smoke instantly enveloped the 2 figures. 03 turned and charged back at the crab spider. The moth chased 04 farther, giving her the perfect opportunity to take the severely injured crab spider with her. She flung her long sword, watching the crab spider swipe it with its long legs. She then drew the spear from her back and, with a dive, drove it into the crab spider's waist and abdomen. As its armor crumbled, its entire body trembled. 8 legs twisted and contracted rhythmically, accompanied by bursts of painful hisses. 03 pressed herself against the spider, pulling out the 3-meter-long bayonet from her waist and stabbing it at the daylight eye on its forehead. The bayonet stabbed until it was no longer in place. She manipulated the mech to pull the bayonet back as the crab spider twisted, then thrust it out again, stabbing with all her might. "Be careful!" A cry rang out over the communication channel. Without time to draw her dagger, she instinctively dodged a sudden centipede lunging from behind. As soon as she righted herself, she soared through the air. The centipede's claws, over 10 meters long, slashed across her knee, completely numb to her right calf. The white mecha soared into the air. Within sight, 2 elites suddenly appeared on the battlefield, nearly causing her to suffer the fate of the previous Super S rank. A cold sweat streamed down her forehead. 03 swallowed, her brow furrowed. Trying to defeat them one by one was now impossible. She was clearly a seasoned warrior, so how could she have unconsciously overlooked the queen, commanding the battlefield? Could they outwit Moth's elite? Could they outwit the queen? Now, 1 elite was missing from the battlefield, and 2 more had appeared. As for the queen, no trace of the queen had been found. Chapter 149. Lin Tian kept a close eye on the battlefield. When he saw 03 narrowly escape being attacked, he clutched the terminal tightly. Although he was incredibly grateful that she had dodged the attack, the situation on the battlefield was becoming increasingly difficult. For elite species, plus the Queen and 2 SS class, were already stretched thin. He glanced at the 2 staff officers beside the virtual map, then turned and grabbed his uniform from the rack. "You take command? I'll go up and help." "No. Commander, you're only S-class. You're useless in a battle like this. Get out of here. We'll see if you're useful later. Can't you see the current situation on the battlefield? We don't know if reinforcements can be dispatched from above, let alone when they'll arrive. Are we going to leave now, and wait for them to come charging in?" The 2 staff officers stood in front of Lin Tian, refusing to let him pass. "The soldiers on the front line still need you to command." "I'm going." "Go to hell. You're not even a fucking pilot. You're not even needed for a charge with explosives. Get out of here. So many commanders of the 7th Legion have died in battle, and you're so valuable to me? Stay here and command the artillery positions. Don't let a bunch of you bastards destroy you before you die at the hands of the bugs." He shoved the 2 staff officers aside, and Lin Tian strode out of the command room. His pilot, standing at the door, followed him the moment she saw him. They had been partners for 10 years, and with a single glance, she knew he was determined to fight to the death. There was no telling how many times such a battle would have to be fought, let alone for how many years. She stared at the back of the man's head before her, her steps becoming more brisk. Although mechs have a long lifespan, she felt that these past 10 years had been long enough for her to have no regrets. On the battlefield, 03's voice echoed from 04's cockpit. "Have you seen any sign of the Queen?" "No. I noticed the location of the Super S-class deaths. The cockpit has been ripped apart, and neither the mech nor the pilot are inside." 04's gaze was filled with anxiety. But in this chaotic battlefield, swarming with Zerg, finding the bodies of the pilot and mech was a pipe dream. Perhaps the Queen had already hidden the bodies with her smaller brood, or dragged them directly into her lair and begun feasting. The longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the 7th Army. The sacrifice of personnel was one thing, but once the Queen completed her evolution, all the sacrifices and efforts that had gone before would have been in vain. She dodged the moss in the air, searching constantly. On the battlefield below, an elite centipede, over 200 meters long, snaked its body, maneuvering swiftly along the ground with her. 04 no longer had the energy to support 03. If the moth caught up with her, a single flap of its wings would send her engine extinguishing under the mist, sending her plummeting into the centipede's maw. Holding a large-caliber sniper rifle, she flew backward, aiming through the scope. With a pull of the trigger, the immense recoil instantly shifted her 3 meters. But even with the large-caliber rifle, it only blasted a bloody wound into the creature's body. At the command of the elite, the flying insects flapped their wings and took flight. Even though they were no match for the SS-class 0304, their sheer number slowed their movements. Distracted by the multitude of insects, 04 couldn't even aim effectively. She grasped the massive sword in her hand, spun swiftly as she dodged, and the blade instantly swept past the flanking Zerg, cleaving them in half. 2 large species swooped down, caught just as she exhausted her strength and adjusted her stance. A heavy sniper rifle fired. The head of a large species in front of her suddenly exploded. Lin Tianan's voice echoed over the communication channel. Left, 45 degrees. 04 swung her sword directly, striking a beetle's head. Its slender tentacles instantly shattered, and 04, using the reaction force, soared upward, dodging the attacks of the other insects. Heavy breathing echoed in the cockpit, mingled with a faint, ethereal laugh. There was a hint of madness in that laughter, a surge of fighting spirit. She had shouldered the burden of the law for 80 years, and it had been a long time since she had experienced such a relaxing and enjoyable battle. Even if it meant escaping death, for these mecha girls, who had climbed the ranks by walking on the edge of a knife, dying on the battlefield was the best fate. The sound of a heavy sniper rifle rang out again. She turned her head, and saw the moth's eyeball instantly explode, disintegrating into a cloud of blood. Excellent marksmanship. She was unstinting in her praise. This Legion commander was only S-rank, yet he dared to directly participate in a battle between elite species. He was a man of steel. Watching the centipede below suddenly sprint towards Lin Tianan, a smile played on her lips, and the entire mecha spun. With a forward thrust, it completely sealed its own intake valve. The mecha, over 20 meters long, collided heavily with the moth in midair. She grasped the cluster bomb in one arm and thrust it directly into the moth's mouthparts, detonating it without even withdrawing her hand. The moth's head swelled violently, its entire body trembling. It carried 04 forward for more than 10 meters before plummeting headfirst. Without the fog powder's interference and having lost an arm, 04 unleashed full firepower, turning and pursuing the centipede. The spear, with a whistling sound, pierced the centipede's massive tail. The immense force instantly pinned the centipede to the ground. 04 struggled to soar into the air, though her posture was far less graceful than at the beginning. Her left arm was numb. Without it, even with a mental connection, her movements felt somewhat sluggish. Turning back, 03 was still locked in a fight with 2 elite creatures in the distance. Her sister, even without a leg, showed no sign of diminished fighting power. Unlike her, who felt awkward operating even without an arm, the centipede thrashed and thrashed frantically on the ground. 04 glanced at it before pulling out her heavy sniper rifle and aiming it in 03's direction. Beside her, the gray-brown mantis stood out. Bang! With a loud bang, the mantis's eyes exploded, its hideous triangular head shattered in half. Ha! My marksmanship remains as strong as ever. 04 raised her heavy sniper rifle at 03. In her sight, 03 flew rapidly toward her, and the next second, she felt an intense sense of weightlessness. The sniper's crackle obscured the conversation on the radio. She felt her legs instantly lose all feeling. Looking down, she saw a set of massive mouthparts clamping around her waist, severing the entire mecha in two. No! Junzei stood atop the high wall, watching 04 being severed, screaming at the top of her lungs. Even with all her might, 03 couldn't catch up. She could only watch as the suddenly appearing flying ant, clutching 04's upper body, slammed headfirst into the swarm of insects below. No, no! Come back! Come back to me! 03 watched helplessly as the flying ant dragged 04 forward through the swarm, while she herself was surrounded by a multitude of medium and large species. Even with her utmost effort, the swarm of insects flew past her with an unstoppable swiftness. The longsword danced like the wind. She transformed into a whirlwind in the air. But the flying ant, dragging 04, showed no sign of turning back, no matter how shrill her screams. Its king needed nourishment, a lot of nourishment. Chapter 150. The golden mech instantly unfolded, perched atop the high wall. The next second, Junzei appeared before the flying ants, reaching out with both hands to firmly grasp the upper body of the white mech. Void teleport, void teleport. The golden mech activated void teleport again and again, but to no avail. The Zerg's innate ability made them immune to the ravages of the void. In the cockpit, Junzei gritted her teeth. But despite several exceptional attributes, she was still an S rank, her overall abilities no match for the elite. Even with her constant void teleportation, she was dragged along by the elite. Carrying half of her mech along with the massive elite, she couldn't teleport very far with her abilities. Furthermore, she had just used her healing abilities on many mech girls and teleported long distances. Her own strength was already insufficient. Even this short-distance teleportation wouldn't be used many times. Watching helplessly as she was dragged by the flying ant toward the Zerg swarm once more, she could only desperately press the thrusters. I couldn't let it take 04 away. 04, unconscious and limp in the cockpit, would only become food for the queen if dragged away. A flicker of contempt flashed in the flying ant's eyes. With a sudden flap of its wings, it simply flew toward the Zerg swarm, carrying the golden mecha with it. Lin Tianan's eyes were bloodshot as he fired his heavy sniper rifle repeatedly, but the flying ant, like a cunning ant, blocked 04 in front of its head, never exposing its head. The heavy sniper's bullets struck its armor, only glancing off with streaks of blood. For the elite's massive size, such injuries were barely noticeable. Once inside the Zerg swarm, neither the unconscious 04 nor the golden mech would have a chance of survival. Junzei finally lost control. She stomped on the thrusters, desperately pulled the control sticks with both hands, and burst into tears in the cockpit. She had just left the factory and met her master. She had applied her beautiful makeup and even had her hair styled. Not only had she not had a barbecue with her master, she hadn't even exchanged a few words. And now, she was being dragged into the Zerg swarm. Master. Junzei. Junzei's life is so miserable. Why haven't you come yet? Junwei and Junsho. If you don't come, your sister will be gone. Junyu. I knew you were pushing me to leave the factory first. It's bound to be bad news. I believe your lies. In my next life, I'll be your father and spank you. She wailed, tears welling in her large blue eyes, her mouth twisted into a pout. Amidst the battlefield, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the sky. She rapidly shrank, splitting into 5 figures, and began a free fall in midair. Lightning's bright red hair flew as she instantly deployed, placing Su Li, Junwei, and Junsho into the cockpit. Heiyu soared into the sky in a spiral, searching the battlefield for any trace of the queen insect. Lightning immediately spotted 04 and Juanza being dragged along by the flying ants. She bit her teeth and immediately charged towards Juanza. After being baptized by the sap of the mechanical tree, all of her attributes had greatly increased, especially her acceleration, which had already reached an unmatched level. It was even 3 points higher than Junwei's 195. She didn't have the ability to teleport, but with her speed activated, she simply accelerated, and the entire mech vanished from its original position. The blast of air pierced the air with a roar, creating a shockwave that spread outward. Seeing Junzei about to be dragged into the insect swarm, Su Li instantly connected with Lightning's spirit. Junsho slumped weakly beside the driver's seat, one hand resting on Su Li's body. A faint blue light enveloped his body, shielding him from the G-forces of Lightning's rapid speed. A surge of red light shone, emanating from the bright red mech. Lightning's bright red hair danced, and as she bit her teeth, a burning breath emanated from her lips. General, Junwei and Junsho instantly felt their own power increase. Lightning accelerated again, emitting an even more violent explosion than before, causing everyone in the battle to involuntarily look in the direction of the sound. But the mech was no longer there. Lin Tianan immediately spotted the bright red machine in midair through the scope. A golden glow emanated from her, and in a single glance, the figure abruptly vanished. She transformed into a streak of crimson lightning in the sky, reappearing with the crimson tip of her spear, which had already evaded Junzei and 04, piercing the flying ant's mouthparts. The spear pierced through the airwaves, piercing the ant's mouthparts. Under the immense force, the spear continued to pierce through the mouthparts, carving a deep, bloody groove from the skull to the carapace. The ant's small brain was completely chopped to a pulp. Continuing the tug of war, Junzijin felt a flash of red beside her, then felt her hand lighten, and she was rapidly flying backwards, dragging 04 with her. She looked at the bright red figure ahead, and immediately detected Su Li's presence within it. Master, it's Master! She burst into tears of joy, dragging the 04 in her hand as she sped backward. The bright red figure, unflinching and unavoidable, plunged headfirst into the insect swarm. The upgraded Lightning's operating mode also shifted to that of an SS-class mecha. Mental communication simplified the output of commands. Even so, with both General and Resonance active, her mind was still a bit hazy. Duh. See if I can't poke you to death. June Shou's eyelids trembled slightly. It was clearly a matter of life and death, a heroic act of single-handedly resisting the insect swarm. But amidst Lightning's mumbling voiceover, all that passion and ambition was instantly shattered. Swoosh. Swoosh. Unlike the suddenness of teleportation, Lightning's extreme speed made the enemy feel even more suffocated. It was a feeling of powerlessness, a sense of seeing with the eyes, but unable to react in time. Even the weak attempt to scream would be pierced through the throat by the scarlet spear tip. Lin Tian quickly flew to June's side, and together they pulled 04 back into the energy shield. His gaze was fixed on the figure on the battlefield, like a streak of light, not daring to look away. He knew that if he did, he would lose sight of her. Finding even a single streak of light amidst the swarm of insects would undoubtedly be a tremendous effort. Which Super S-Class pilot is this? Why have I never heard of him? With such extreme speed, isn't he afraid of colliding with insects? Lin Tian was dumbfounded. Each mecha's performance had its own emphasis. This figure, like a streak of light, undoubtedly focused on speed. But to achieve such extreme speed, it was obvious that her maneuverability and braking abilities wouldn't be very strong. Even if her defense was a bit stronger, it wouldn't be outrageous. But what did he see? For the first time in his decades of life, he wanted to dig his eyeballs out of their sockets and wipe them with a cloth. Is that something a mecha at top speed could possibly do? Continue as small as he turns? Damn it, it must be the intense battlefield environment that gave him an illusion. In the cockpit, he slapped himself hard. As he gasped in pain, he heard Jun Zhe's excited, trembling voice over the communication channel. That's my master? My master? My master? Chapter 151. Isn't that nonsense? If he's not your master, how could he be mine? Lin Tian finished, cursing under his breath, his eyes never leaving the figure. Now wasn't the right time to investigate the identity of a Super S-Class pilot. After the battle, he had plenty of time to get acquainted with this Super S-Class pilot. This was a treasure. If such a great god could be in charge of their own defense, the graves of those bastards under their command would be filled with smoke. No, perhaps their graves were already filled with smoke. Their ancestors must have been so reluctant to part with their only child that they bruised their heads in the depths. That's why they sent this person to the rescue. At this moment, he had completely forgotten the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. And it wasn't just Lin Tian. Everyone on the battlefield clearly felt the immense pressure they previously faced suddenly ease. 03 finally broke through the insect encirclement and burst out, but she couldn't find 04 on the battlefield. Frantically looking around, she realized reinforcements had arrived. Jun Zhe had already begun rescuing 04 from within the energy shield. The Legion commander stood beside her, watching the battlefield. So, who was that person so active on the battlefield? Even the elite species besieging her had been diverted by the Queen to pursue him? 03 was stunned to discover that not only were there no elite species around her, but even the large species were few and far between. All the main forces seemed to have assembled in an instant, surrounding the red light. She narrowed her eyes, the red figure looking increasingly familiar. It wasn't until she once again pierced through the insect swarm and burst forth that 03 could clearly see it was Lightning, the very creature she had personally treated. Swoosh. Look at my secret technique, repeated sideways jumps. Swish, swish, swish. Listening to the voiceover from the dedicated channel on the mechanical island, 03 instinctively covered her face. Her prediction had proven correct, the after effects were already beginning to show. The delay and accumulation of commands had caused her logical thinking to become paralyzed. She was already rambling incoherently. In this state, the mech could disintegrate at any moment. This was amidst a swarm of insects, and disintegration would put Su Li's life at risk. She stared at Lightning as he completed another slash through the insect swarm. Just as she was about to speak up, he turned and plunged back into the insect swarm. Lightning, at his maximum speed, should have been charging straight ahead. But in her sight, he was darting left and right through the insect swarm without slowing down. The dense swarm of insects forced her to trace a path within it, resembling an electrocardiogram. Beware of an elite attack. There might be more in the shadows. 03 shut her mouth. She watched as the elite suddenly burst forth from the swarm, its jaws opening and closing frantically, only to bite a single, lonely creature. At her maximum speed, she was so fast that even the elite couldn't react in time. How could Su withstand such an acceleration? He was risking his life to operate the mech. No wonder he urgently ordered the gene suppressant last time. At the rate he was using it, how many lives would an ordinary person have left to wreak havoc? A centipede over 200 meters long was lifted up by a lightning bolt. Even as its body twirled wildly, it was no match for the lightning's doubled stab boost. In a single second, the spear had penetrated its maw several times, shattering its sharp teeth. A mixture of green blood and mucus transformed its brain into a slurry. The bright red figure retreated, kicked the centipede's mandibles, and with a powerful push of its arms, it lifted the centipede's head and spun through the Zerg. The centipede, even in death, was still alive. With each twist of its massive body, it crushed and blasted the numerous Zerg swarms around it. At breakneck speed, the red figure's thrusters blasted continuously, the scorching flames becoming almost invisible. She carried the centipede, her speed increasing. Its massive body swung around behind her. Even its numerous long legs couldn't keep up with the lightning-fast pace, so it could only droop resignedly, twitching occasionally to let all its kin know it wasn't dead yet. 03 stood in midair, her mouth gaping in astonishment. She never seen anything like this before. She's seen all sorts of brave warriors fighting bravely on the battlefield. But dancing a dragon, dancing a centipede, was the first time she's seen one. That's an elite species. That's not just a large species. That's an elite species comparable to a super S-class. What fun. Did you know the mech you're piloting is on the verge of disintegration? Did you know that mech girls have certain limits? She suddenly felt that Su, this pilot, was a complete novice, devoid of any common sense. Is that how a mecha girl drives? She only watched for a moment, and she felt her core heating up. Just how much pressure must Lightning be enduring to maintain her mecha form intact under such operation? But that didn't make sense. Isn't there something wrong with her logical thinking? Why could she still hold on? Oh yes, after cultivating with tree sap, she's now on the verge of SS rank. But her brain is flawed. In the cockpit, Lightning's face flushed red, and a cloud of steam rose from her head. Her body trembled with the constant excitement. Master, I can't take it anymore. Standing by, Junwei finally realized that the trembling Lightning had pressed the channel talk button while speaking. She quickly leaned over and covered Lightning's mouth with her hands. Master, you don't, Hearing Lightning's hesitant voice, 03 felt unwell. What the hell are you doing in the cab? Su! Lightning is on the verge of disintegration, and you still have the leisure to do this. Junwei finally pried Lightning's fingers free from the call button, then slumped down in the cab, his face sullen. Scream! Now you can scream as much as you want. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will pay any attention. At Lightning's remark, Junwei's voice was instantly as if he had received an imperial decree, and he completely let go. Sweat began to bead on Su-Li's forehead. It wasn't that he was tired, but rather that Lightning's excitement was affecting him through mental transmission. The roar of the engine, the extreme speed, the sharp sound of piercing the air was intoxicating. He suddenly stomped on the brake pedal, swerving sharply. The momentum of the spear in his hand swung upward. The centipede, over 200 meters long, swung its tail around Lightning. Countless Zerg were instantly flung away by the centipede, slamming fiercely into their own kind. Su-Li heard a crisp sound as the steel spear in his hand finally succumbed to the immense force and broke in two. The Zerg swarm instantly erupted in a buzzing sound. This mech's weapon is broken. They swarmed over them instantly, but unexpectedly, the red mech extended its hand in the air, snatching Regal's long spear from the void arsenal into its own grasp. Chapter 152. The Zerg, charging forward, paused momentarily. Two elite species, hidden within the Zerg swarm, retreated quietly amidst the rustling noise. Amid the Zerg swarm, Su-Li roared to the heavens. Come on! Don't let me look down on you! Why retreat? We're at a disadvantage, yet we're still fighting to the death. Why should you retreat? His gaze was fixed on the only two elite species remaining in the Zerg swarm, and his aura was terrifying. The craters of the explosions, the strewn blood, the shattered mechas, and the thick smell of death that permeated the battlefield all irritated Su-Li. Come as you please, kill as you please, now I'm here, and you want to leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You can leave, but you'll all be damn dead. The spear danced in his hand, a flash of light. The vibrant crimson suddenly vanished from the Zerg's sight once again. Lin Tian clenched the joystick tightly, his entire body trembling as he stared at the crimson figure in the field. Including the two remaining, 9 elite species had appeared simultaneously in a single Zerg swarm. A swarm of this magnitude had only occurred once in the entire history of the 7th Legion. That time, the entire 7th Legion fought to the bitter end, leaving only 10 squads, a total of 170 men, alive. He was one of those 170 men. The once blood-stained military flag still flew high above Green Origin Star. Of those 170 men, only he remained. The dormant blood began to burn. He stared at the figure in the field and opened the Legion's communication channel. Even though the insect swarm outside still obscured the sky, he resolutely gave the order. Charge! Charge! He leaped from the platform in his mech, soaring over the numerous soldiers. He wielded his long sword and charged the insect swarm first. In this outsider, he saw the spirit of the 7th Legion. His men were no cowards either. With his command, a torrent of steel surged, colliding fiercely with the insect swarm with unstoppable force. Everyone witnessed Su Li's heroic presence on the battlefield, and they too felt a fire ignite within themselves. That loud questioning voice, wishing it could reach everyone's ears. Why? Why should they retreat? They had invaded their homeland, slaughtered their comrades, and could come and go as they pleased? Don't leave. No one should leave. Faith spread within everyone's heart, gradually coalescing into an unstoppable torrent, an unbreakable force. The Zerg tide began to retreat. The 2 elite species seemed in no hurry to attack Su Li. Knowing their speed was a significant shortcoming, they desperately mobilized their kin to guard them, preventing Su Li from completing a breakthrough immediately. The lower-level Zerg, fearless and reckless, fell one after another in Su Li's path. They recklessly employed this shameless attack, hoping to exhaust Su Li's explosive power. They knew that every pilot had a limit, especially since their superior combat skills often came at an extraordinary cost. As long as they didn't kill them immediately, they would have enough confidence to wear them down, and when they reached their limit, they would take them away as well. The Queen's command still lingered in his ears. Perhaps just one pilot like him would be enough for the Queen to complete her evolution. A crushing swarm of Zergs swarmed towards Su Li from all directions. Extreme speed? In a dense enough Zerg swarm, such extreme speed would be nothing but a joke. Master, I really can't take it anymore. Jun Shou sighed, silently placing his small hand on Lightning's raised buttocks. A faint blue light emanated, enveloping her entire body. Master, I'm able again. Su Li looked at the dense swarm of Zerg before him, a faint sneer of disdain playing at the corner of his mouth. No path? Then just make one. You lost all your shame, so what should I worry about? He thrust his spear into the ground with his backhand and immediately deployed the armament protocol. The anti-ship type individual energy cannon materialized in his hand, its massive muzzle charging in a remarkably short time. The immense recoil against the lightning pushed him back a full dozen meters. Instantly, a path was blasted through the dense insect swarm. All the small species in its path were instantly reduced to dust. The medium-sized species, though retaining some of their bodies, had lost their combat capability. Only the large species, with missing limbs, could continue to fight. Staring at the elite species constantly wriggling mouthparts, even though Su Li couldn't understand what they were saying, he found their curses quite pleasant. He had no intention of charging in. Taking advantage of the gathering insect swarm, he maneuvered swiftly around the perimeter, pausing only to fire a single shot when his anti-ship energy cannon was fully charged. After a few volleys, the gathering insect swarm was forced to disperse again. But as soon as they dispersed, the scarlet figure disappeared from the battlefield once again. A piercing hissing sound echoed across the battlefield within seconds. A spear pierced the neck of an elite flying ant, and the scarlet figure directly mounted it atop it, grabbing its long antennae with both hands and yanking upwards. Their neck was indeed quite fragile, and their entire head, along with the tentacles, was torn off. Lightning hadn't even had time to experience the pleasure of riding a flying ant before it completely lost its balance and plummeted to the ground. Looking around, he saw the remaining elite ant rapidly maneuvering deeper into the insect swarm. Don't go! There might be an ambush. Before 03 finished his words, Lightning had vanished from sight once again. Su Li knew it might be a trap, for he clearly saw a dozen smaller species advancing against the tide. In their mouths, they held a dozen human figures. Perhaps it never mattered whether it was a trap or not. He only needed to know one thing. He had finally caught the Queen's tail. It seemed to have spotted the Lightning's trail, gathering its swarm once more and rushing towards her. He swung his spear, slashing each insect one by one, but as more and more Zerg swarmed around him, his advance inevitably slowed. At the edge of his field of vision, a dozen small species scurried past, finally stopping at the end of the swarm. A strange creature, not particularly large, stood there, reaching out and taking a corpse from the mouth of a small species. It had a massive, rounded abdomen like a spider, and its entire lower body resembled that of a colorful spider. However, where the colorful spider's head would have been, grew the upper body of a human. She resembled a giantess, her ferocious face brimming with compound eyes, her massive mouthparts devouring the corpse's head in one gulp. A spear whistled through the air, piercing her face. Clang! With a muffled thud, a massive centipede loomed in front of her, blocking Su Li's furious blow. Her compound eyes betrayed no emotion. Her mouthparts rapidly chewed, spilling blood and flesh. Su Li watched the scene with bloodshot eyes. He burst into extreme speed again, bracing himself against the Zerg's onslaught, breaking through layers of defense and appearing before the queen. The massive spear pierced through the air with a piercing sound. Another centipede leaped up, blocking her attack. The spear broke, and the red figure hovered in midair. Su Li narrowed her eyes. 6 elite species of various forms gathered around her, fiercely protecting her. A strange voice emanated from within the layers of protection. I've been waiting for you for so long, finally here. Do you like the surprise I prepared for you? If not, there's more. I just don't know how much energy you have left. Su Li shuddered slightly, and turned to look around. A dozen elite species emerged from various caves and surrounded him. Waving their massive jaws and long whiskers, they advanced towards him step by step. Chapter 153. The feeling of being targeted by so many elite species was like thorns in the back. Everyone witnessed the queen devouring the human, and while they felt a pang of grief, they also increasingly realized that they were completely trapped. Lightning's heavy breathing echoed in the cockpit. The blood-soaked mech was tossed around by the queen's slender legs. She desperately stretched out her arms, trying to reach her pilot again, but it was doomed to failure. Su Li didn't understand how it could speak human language through its hideous mouthparts. But it undoubtedly showed that it was extremely intelligent and willing to experiment and learn. This queen, originally a colorful spider, was clearly not in a hurry to kill him. She tilted her head and studied lightning with her compound eyes. A dozen elite species surrounded him, then stopped at a certain distance. A dozen humans and mechs were placed side by side in front of it, their uniforms already stained with blood. Its slender legs tossed the mechs and humans before it, as if trying to sort them into different categories. The mech could only helplessly allow it to manipulate them, moving further and further away from its pilot. The mechs really don't taste quite as good, yes. That's what you humans seem to call them. Honestly, I don't really like eating them, but I'm not particularly picky. As you humans would say, as long as it's for evolution, even if it's a pile of shit, I'll eat it. It spoke proudly, using its actions to further seduce Su Li. It picked up a mech from the ground, pulling out a mech whose core was on the verge of collapse. Before its core could disintegrate, it shoved it whole into its mouth. Blood trickled down her furry chest, her sharp jaws rubbing against each other. It was clear it truly disliked eating the mech, for even after swallowing it whole, it still took a bite of the mech in its other hand. Su Li knew without even looking that the hairs on his body were already standing on end. It seemed to particularly enjoy watching its prey thrash and thrash, doing useless work. Then, with a swagger, it would swagger forward and bite its prey right on the aorta. They were now like prey caught in a spider's web, struggling for their lives. A dozen elites surrounded him, leaving only a single opening on the upper right. He doubted the queen would be so kind, squinting his eyes. Sure enough, he could see the fine silk gleaming faintly in the sunlight. The iridescent spider's web was incredibly strong. Once trapped, there was absolutely no way to escape. Rescue? Over 20 elites and 1 queen. He couldn't save anyone. While he was killing the elites, the queen would devour a dozen captives. Even if Junwei could teleport, with the physical strength of an average mecha girl and pilot, they would be torn to pieces by the void. He watched helplessly as tears of blood streamed from the mecha girl's eyes, but he could only clench his grip on the joystick. Master, there's no saving. Junwei's voice echoed from the side. She turned her head, avoiding the sight of the queen devouring people. One more look at that scene, and she feared she would burst out of the cockpit. Current coordinates recorded, main guns in position. Su Li, you have 30 seconds to evacuate. Eve's cold voice echoed over the communication channel. 30 seconds? They didn't even give him a chance to fight to the death. Su Li stared at the figures lined up on the ground, feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart. Although he knew that killing the queen was the top priority, he felt powerless to do anything while seeing a living being right before his eyes. His chest instantly filled with a sense of pent-up anger. Master, it's time to go. Su Li raised his head, staring intently at the queen, her head tilted to one side. The queen stopped chewing, as if sensing Su Li's gaze. It chuckled, its mandibles rubbing furiously. You are a very interesting prey. Most human pilots would have given up by this point. But you are different. I can sense your surging fighting spirit. You are a qualified warrior. Out of respect for you, I choose to eat you last. I believe that once you and I merge into one, I will surely reach unprecedented heights. Human, be grateful. You will have the opportunity to witness the glory of our great race with me. Su Li lowered his head, speechless. Regal Wei reached out and filled the entire mecha with his energy. They could not wait any longer. If they waited any longer, they would only be buried with the queen before them. The bright red mecha instantly disappeared into the circle of elites. A flicker of surprise flashed across the queen's compound eyes, followed by a surge of utter madness. Void teleport. If it could devour this pilot, its life force would surely rise even higher. A silent brainwave spread, and the entire battlefield's insect swarm went completely berserk. Countless insects surged violently, converging towards the queen. They didn't search for the bright red figure along the way, for the queen knew his only target was her. But it guessed wrong. Su Li wished he could bite his teeth to pieces. The bright red mech flashed onto the plain a kilometer away. Looking up, he saw a blinding, thick beam of light descend from the sky, instantly crushing the oncoming Zerg into dust. It was the fleet's partially charged energy main gun. 20% of its energy charge was enough to carry off the queen. A precisely targeted strike could effectively prevent the queen from noticing and fleeing. The blue beam of light was fleeting, and a wave of heat surged through the air. To the naked eye, it seemed as if even space itself had distorted. Su Li immediately spotted the fortress-like bulge on the ground. It was a barrier formed by layers of Zerg bodies. A strange thought flashed through his mind, and he piloted the mech to the fortress in an instant. The rising heat wave rolled. With a gentle breeze, the surface of the bulge was reduced to ash, which drifted away. But the Zerg revealed below made Su Li's eyelids twitch. The iridescent insect armor changed color slightly, clearly familiar beyond belief. But that was only the second layer. The fortress before him, a staggering 40 or 50 meters high, had far more than 2 layers. In front of him, the massive fortress suddenly trembled. Though the movement was subtle, he could clearly hear the distinct rustling of insects. A chilling feeling washed over him. Despite the astonishing bombardment of the fleet's main guns, some insects had actually survived. Doesn't that mean the queen is likely still alive? Behind the bright red mech, a massive swarm of Zerg began to converge again. In front of him, the fortress suddenly collapsed. An elite centipede broke through the fortress, hissing heavenward. Chapter 154. As the elites one after another broke through the fortress, Su Li finally saw everything inside. The queen's once smooth and brilliant fur was now scorched and scorched. It was missing an arm, and half of the compound eyes on its face had lost their light. Every mistake has its consequences. The massive swarm of insects gave the elites an opportunity to weave a fortress. After sacrificing a large swarm of insects, and the lives of more than a dozen elites, it finally managed to survive. Su Li stared blankly at the dozen or so figures similarly enveloped. Amidst the rising heat, they had completely lost their voices. Why were they all dead, while it was still alive? A piercing scream echoed. The queen roared heavenward. Half of the remaining 8 elites lunged directly at Su Li. It, in turn, shot a dozen strands of silk from its tail, catching the bodies on the ground, and then began to flee under the cover of the elites. The blinding blue light made it forget about coveting Su Li's genes, and it desperately ran towards the nearest nest entrance. The distance wasn't far. Only a mere 4 or 5 kilometers. It would only take 2 or 3 minutes. If it could break into the hive, its own safety would be fully guaranteed. Having learned that humans had such a method, it would never again risk its life. In its long evolutionary career, it had never been so close to death. Intense fear made it shrink, its 8 arthropods dancing in afterimages as it desperately ran towards the nest entrance. Behind it, Su Li's roar echoed. He watched it eat and take, his eyes bloodshot. On the battlefield, sacrifice is inevitable. But Su Li absolutely cannot accept meaningless sacrifice. His spear deflected the elite's attack. Just as he was about to activate his maximum speed, he was overwhelmed by the dense swarm of Zerg again. All the Zerg were frantic, desperate to protect their king's escape at all costs. One after another, they transformed into huge black waves, surging and charging at lightning again and again. The bright red figure teleported through the void, but reappeared less than 500 meters from its original location. At that distance, it was impossible to escape the Zerg swarm. Jun Wei's face was pale. Her power was almost exhausted. Any attempt to teleport would only lead to fainting from exhaustion. Jun Shou's energy was completely used to sustain lightning and Su Li's body. And she was almost at her limit. You can't leave. You can't leave. Our men are dead, how could you possibly live? Su Li flung his spear and drew his two swords, his hands dancing like shadows. 03 and Hey, you also rushed over, diving into the insect swarm, desperately trying to get closer to Su Li. The main gun needed time to recharge, but by the time it finished, it had already rushed into the insect nest. Gazing at the receding figure, the carnage of the battlefield once again filled Su Li's mind. The craters of the explosions littered the ground, strewn with the remains of the battlefield, the broken mecha of 04, and the pilot it had placed before him moments before, his life or death unknown, and the mecha girl with tears of blood in her eyes. Those who fought and died on the battlefield, risking their lives to protect the rear, were being picked on by the bugs like food, complaining they weren't tasty. They weren't food for the bugs, nor should they be. They were the descendants of others, their comrades in arms, and heroes in their eyes. Even if Su Li couldn't save them, being able to perish alongside the queen bug would be a great honor. That was what they deserved, but now, everything was gone. They paid with their lives, but it survived and escaped. If everything in this world has a price, then he would give his own life, just to stop the fleeing queen bug. A surge of rage burned in his chest. It rushed straight into Su Li's mind, instantly amplifying his mental power. Jun Wei and Jun Shou snorted softly, a blush rising on their pale faces, as they trembled uncontrollably. A massive golden shadow suddenly appeared above the battlefield, gazing down at the fleeing queen bug. A golden ripple surged across the battlefield, and everyone simultaneously raised their heads. They had never seen a mecha create such a massive phantom from thin air. The golden shadow resembled a king, its cold eyes fixed on the end of the battlefield. The still fleeing queen was swept by the golden ripple, her entire body trembling, and she instinctively turned her head. The king's single glance in her compound eyes sent a sudden shudder through her heart. The nest entrance was within reach, only a few hundred meters were needed for it to escape. I said, "You can't leave." A brighter golden ripple instantly spread, enveloping a vast expanse of the battlefield. All the Zerg, including the humans, trembled violently, and for a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have come to a standstill. A moment later, the insects suspended in the air began to fall with a crackling sound, like a rain of insects. The golden ripple swept over the queen and the four elites, freezing them in place. The bright red lightning retreated, and the entire mecha transformed into a stream of light again. In an instant, it caught up with the queen, grasping its neck with one hand and slamming it to the ground. Man and insect slid across the ground for over 100 meters. The shadow of a golden crown loomed above her head, and she swung her massive iron fist down, striking the queen's hideous face hard. A roar mingled with the sound of cracking eyeballs, her facial bones shattered by the lightning's blow. Green blood splattered, and its single remaining eye stared fixedly at the nearby nest entrance. It was only a little over 20 meters away, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. 8 legs twitched frantically on the ground, its body struggling. But the lightning merely pressed down on it, rendering its long legs ineffective. A golden halo spread across its body, and as if she were wearing a pair of golden gloves, she grasped one of its legs and twisted it at the base. The intense pain caused it to roar again and again, desperately calling for its tribe. But those elite species simply knelt there, unable to rise no matter how hard they struggled. 1, 2. She tore off all its legs and tossed them aside. After parading before me, you're still trying to escape? He lifted it up by the neck, then grabbed its remaining arm. If the bot isn't tasty, don't eat it. The sound of bones snapping, accompanied by a painful roar, echoed in his ears. A lightning golden hand exerted force, cutting the roar off at its throat. It's easier to learn than to say. Never again, in your next life. He smashed its skull with a punch and flung it to the ground. The queen, headless and legless, continued to struggle and twist, seemingly driven by an endless obsession, determined to throw herself back into the nest even if she died. But Su Li wasn't about to give it that chance. He drew his spear and pinned it to the ground. So many of us can't go home, and why should you? The lightning, now completely golden, slowly turned. 8 massive spears emerged from the sky. With a snap of his fingers, they shot down with a whistling sound, pitting the remaining elite species to their death in front of their nest. The insect swarm began to disperse. The golden lightning suddenly unfurled, and 4 figures plummeted from a height of more than 10 meters. Jun Shou used her last bit of strength to protect Su Li, gently hugging him. Even though he was much larger than her, he was much larger than her. A golden figure flashed by, catching everyone in its grasp. Junze stared at the unconscious Su Li in her palms, tears streaming down her face. Unable to contain her tears, she burst into tears again. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she realized she was a crying baby. Ever since entering the battlefield, she either cried out of pity or joy. Now, she didn't know why she was crying. We already won. But why did she still feel so bad? In his palm, Lightning's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips moving as if she were saying something. Junze hurried closer, only then seeing her pointing with all her might at the 8 spider legs beside the corpse, weakly saying, "Legs. Spider legs. Take them back. Give them back to." Poor thing. Chapter 155. 03 stared in amazement at the scene before him, 8 elite species pinned to the ground. The queen, considered a formidable threat, lay slumped 20 meters in front of the nest entrance, completely lifeless. In the cockpit, she silently slapped herself, feeling the sting on her face. Only then did she regain her composure, reassured that she wasn't dreaming. It wasn't that she hadn't seen such brilliant victories before. She hadn't seen one person achieve such a feat. No wonder the governor regarded him with such a different eye. When she had heard her talk before, she and 04 had thought he was just a human boy, someone the human council didn't even consider, let alone the robot island, who had no need to rush to send him and provide him with resources. But now it seemed like they were sending too little. The 10 mech from the outpost shouldn't go back. She pondered this carefully, her gaze darting back and forth at Junze's golden mech. Alas! This child, still young, had her master fainted from exhaustion, yet she didn't take the opportunity to embrace him, instead simply holding him in the mech's arms. Even an old woman couldn't bear to see this. Where was that cleverness you had when you were secretly nibbling? Did it all disappear with your tears? Next to the queen's corpse, the black and gold mech's cockpit opened. Heiyu, dressed in combat fatigues, leaped out, hovering beside it, her machine in hand. Her black twin tail swayed with agility as she moved. The needle on the instrument didn't budge. She circled the queen's body 3 times, finally pausing in frustration. It's still too late. What's the point of collecting this? You lost your mind. The raging swarm of insects trapped her, preventing her from escaping. After finally fighting her way out, the target of her experiment was completely dead. The queen was already difficult to encounter on the battlefield, and expecting it to emit specific brainwaves according to their requirements was even more impossible. But no matter what, as long as there was a slight possibility, they had to try. But this time, it was clearly a futile attempt. What a golden opportunity! The master displayed his might, and the queen was so frightened that she couldn't move her feet at her own doorstep. What a pity! The master acted too quickly. Even if he had pierced the queen's heart, leaving her head, he could at least collect some data for research. Heiyu looked up at the hideous wound on the queen's neck and smacked his lips. This wretch must have done something infuriating, otherwise, Su Li would have been so good-tempered. Back when he blasted him with a grenade Heiyu shuddered subconsciously, feeling the urge to go to the bathroom. The large force finally advanced slowly to the end of the battlefield. They involuntarily paused at the sight before them. Gazing at the corpses of the elites laid out before them, everyone swallowed hard. Especially when the power-armored units approached the elites, the sheer size contrast made most of the new recruits gasp. Squad leader. Is this something truly capable of being killed by human power? Nonsense. Isn't it already lying there? Is this the power that a pilot and a mecha girl can unleash? Squad leader, I want to be a pilot too. Just go to bed. Go back and ask, who doesn't want to be a pilot? I'm not bragging, if I hadn't been 2,000 yuan short of tuition, I would have gotten into the pilot academy too. Sergeant, I'm young, not stupid. How dare you talk to me, you bastard? Go back and practice harder. You have the basic physical qualities of a pilot, but your reflexes and mental faculties are exceptional. Don't think you can operate a mecha just because you can operate a power armor. You can't even drop a pen while spinning it, forget it. When you can spin a pen with both hands at the same time, and do it in different ways, then even think about taking the pilot qualification exam. The recruit was stunned by this. 2 hands, 2 different ways? Can all pilots do that? Over the comms channel, the squad leader sighed softly. Yes. Everyone can. That's just the threshold to becoming a pilot. The recruit didn't ask any more questions. He simply stared at the towering mecha, reluctantly being supported by his squad leader, as he began to clean up the battlefield. Everyone's eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, turned to the golden mecha. Everyone knew the hero who had shaped the entire war lay within the mech's grasp, yet they couldn't see what that person actually looked like. Junze carefully carried Su Li back, and wherever he passed, everyone subconsciously made way for him. Lin Tianen approached in his mech and immediately spotted the unconscious man and 3 mechs in Jun Zhe's grasp. He was slightly taken aback, having never imagined such a configuration. 1 man, 3 mechs? His gaze fell on Jun Zhe. No, for the person within the mech's grasp was so young, seemingly still in school. Yet, it was this person, piloting a red mech, who had slain the entire Zerg swarm, slaying the queen and the elite, securing victory in the entire battle. He said nothing, merely silently saluting the unconscious Su Li. As he did so, everyone on the battlefield silently raised their right hands. He was their savior, and even more so, the hero of this battlefield. 03 didn't follow. She quickly approached the corpse of the elite and began to gather the power of the rules. The Zerg corpses possessed an extremely rich energy. The mechanical laws gathered within them were all generated by the energy within the Zerg itself, condensed and concentrated within their bodies. Every Zerg possessed this energy, but the higher the level, the more abundant and refined the energy within. The difficulty in refining the mechanical laws was therefore reduced. It could be said that the energy supplying the mechanical tree was actually the energy generated within the bodies of the elites and the queens. 03's brow furrowed. She couldn't sense a single trace of energy from the elite before her. No, there was still energy. It was just within the insect's flesh. This type of energy can usually only be replenished through consumption, and the amount contained is small, so there's no need to deliberately collect it. Confused, she walked over to the other elite species and held out her hand again. But the result shocked her. Nothing. None of the insect corpses had any, not even the queen. She suddenly remembered Su Li absorbing the laws from them, and her brow furrowed slightly again. It seemed he absorbed far more than just the laws of the mechanical island, but also the most precious essence of the Zerg. But is this something a human could do? How could he possibly absorb the essence? He wasn't just an insect? 03 looked at Junza's back, then took flight, flying towards the elite species she and 04 had killed. This time, she clearly felt the essence slowly dissipating. As strands of energy entered her body, the feeling of being bound by shackles surged back. Although her body showed no signs of aging, 03 knew that from this moment on, time would once again leave its mark on her. She immediately reported her discovery to Governor Eve. During the video call, Eve narrowed her eyes, and after a long pause, she slowly said, "I understand." Chapter 156. Su Li woke up in a somewhat unfamiliar room. The long-lost sound of melodious bird calls reached his ears, letting him know he wasn't on Ling Sui's star. Jun Zhe's pale head lay on the edge of the bed, a blue teardrop-shaped pendant dangling from her delicate pink earlobe, accentuating her fair skin. She was sound asleep, her hands tightly clasped around his, refusing to let go. He half sat up, and was startled to find his bed surrounded by people. Hey you, Lightning, Jun Wei, and Jun Shou, they slept on the floor, forming a complete circle around his bed. Jun Shou's position prevented her from fully observing Su Li, so she had to strain her eyes upwards to see him. Stop rolling around. You'll end up in my head. Su Li snapped at Jun Shou. Although her expression was adorable, she better keep quiet. Judging from her and Jun Wei's appearance, they were clearly exhausted, just like Lightning and Hong Ying before them. This feeling was not pleasant. Each of them could only turn their heads, their limbs weak, and the tingling and numbness persisted. It was only because the mecha girls were physically and mentally strong that anyone else would have wished for death. For the active Lightning, this time was even more difficult. Although she had Jun Shou's support, the 3 mecha girls resonated with each other, and as the main force, she undoubtedly bore the greatest pressure. As a result, her exhaustion this time was even more severe than before. Su Li looked at her stiff body, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. The door to the room opened, and 03 walked in. The first thing he saw was Su Li half lying on the bed. Awake? How are you feeling? She placed the medicine on the small table, and sat on a stool nearby. Fortunately, after a near-death experience, it only looked a little thrilling, but she's fine. How's Elder 04 doing? After Junza's treatment, her condition has stabilized. But as you know, for a mecha girl to fully recover, the damage to her mecha needs to be addressed simultaneously. Thankfully, all the necessary parts are readily available at the front lines. Although she can't get out of bed right now, her consciousness is gradually returning. That's good. The frontline maintenance pilots are highly skilled, and with Junza's medical expertise, she should recover quickly. Good luck. But your Junza has been really busy lately, treating you and assisting the 7th Legion with their treatment. He's been so busy he hasn't even had time to rest. Su Li looked at 03 in front of him. He heard her mention your Junza, and couldn't help but laugh. He knew 03 had been somewhat resentful about the arrival of the Golden Neck girls at the outpost, but now, seemingly due to some unknown reason, 03 had changed his tune and acknowledged Yuanza as his. You have a large number of Met girls lying in state here. Even with Yuanza, it will take at least a day and a night for them to recover. Don't worry about the outpost. The governor is already here. She means that since you're already at the front and there's no rush to return, you can use this time to explore and explore. It's like giving you a break. A break? Here? Suli was completely bewildered. This was the first time he heard of a break at the front. But then, he vaguely guessed Eve's intentions. With the release of his live streams, he had already gained a certain influence among the general public, and was making frequent appearances within the military. Now that he become a Super S-Class pilot, he inevitably be involved on the front lines. At least in this world, every Super S-Class pilot was assigned to assist with the defense of 1 to 3 legions. Now that he made his presence known on the front lines, he could begin selecting the legions he'd be assisting. Of course, he didn't have to be on the front lines all day, he just needed to be able to provide timely support when elite species appeared. Suli scratched his head. The 7th Legion's base wasn't far from Lingsue Star. On Liuyuan Star, there were 6 such legions. Elder 03, are there any strict requirements for Super S-Class pilots stationed in a legion? It depends on ability. After all, as long as you're assigned to a legion, even if no elite species invade, you can earn a considerable amount of military merit each year. This is the most important source of military merit for Super S-Class pilots, besides hunting elite species. Strong ones will typically assist with the defense of 3 legions simultaneously. Weaker ones, however, will only need 1. 03 didn't finish her words. She felt that with Su Li's abilities, he could garrison an entire planet. It's only about 6 legions. With the help of the June sisters, he could provide support in a very short time. But thinking of Su Li's somewhat awkward situation before the Human Council, she kept her words to herself. If he were allowed to claim the names of 6 legions simultaneously, it would indeed be a bit too much of a threat. Eve had placed him at the legionary base, hoping he could use this opportunity to win over some people. After all, with the legions as a support, he wouldn't lose his human roots. If there's no hard and fast requirement, then I'll just claim 1 legion. I'm really worried about the outpost, and with Junwei guarding it, I can easily run between them. 03 glanced at Suli. He was neither arrogant nor impetuous, and he had a clear understanding of himself, which was truly commendable. In that case, we can pick one closer to Lingsue Star. Honestly, the 7th Legion is a good choice. They're a veteran legion, the Iron Army. The defense line they maintained hasn't moved an inch in hundreds of years. It just so happens that the Super S-Class pilot above them is gone. Is this appropriate? Why wouldn't it be appropriate? You don't have to belittle yourself, and don't feel like you're usurping power. Believe it or not, Lin Tian will come to you to station there without you even asking for favors. Huh? 03 glanced at Suli. Sometimes, he really seemed like a complete novice, completely clueless. Super S-Class pilots aren't exactly easy to come by. Every military region is short on them. If they wait for the Council and Mechanical Island to allocate them according to their application, they'll be in trouble. It takes at least 2 to 3 months to secure Super S-Class pilots stationed at a base. However, if Super S-Class pilots apply on their own, they can regain Super S-Class protection in as little as a week. She spread her hands and said, if it were you, what would you choose? Furthermore, to secure Super S-Class pilots stationed there, each legion often offers them a series of generous conditions. For example, they'll build a garden for you in a scenic location in the war zone, or provide additional military rewards on a private basis. If you desire, they'll even provide you with beautiful human women. What? What beautiful women? Hey, you suddenly sat up, her eyes bleary, clearly having been forced to wake up by the word beautiful women. Suli and 03 remained silent. She sat there for a moment, stunned, before collapsing into sleep again. The power on failed. Chapter 157. I'm not kidding. In fact, what you humans consider inheritance is mostly achieved through reproduction. Unfortunately, at least so far, the union of pilots and mecha girls has not produced 2 civilizations. Suli was actually confused as to how the conversation between the two had shifted from treatment to reproduction. But looking at 03's serious expression, he seemed to have no intention of stopping. This kind of interspecies union involves genetic secrets and barriers. To be honest, I've been responsible for some research over the years on the Mechanical Island. Even the mecha girls conceive from human memories. For now, haven't been able to break through the genetic barrier. And you humans seem particularly obsessed with passing on excellent genes. Therefore, every Super S-rank pilot has a few close female friends. 03 shrugged, not noticing Su Li's flushed face. But sadly, facts have proven that pilot excellence isn't passed down through genes. But humans have a clear bias against the mechanical island data. They rather believe that the main reason the newcomers lack talent is due to poor posture or timing than trust our big data research. 03's sudden desire to explain made Su Li open his mouth several times, but he couldn't find the right moment to intervene. But he could clearly sense that some of the mecha girls, who weren't asleep, were squinting, observing him. That tingling sensation was even more pronounced than being stared at by insects on the battlefield. So, if you have any related needs? No. I don't. I don't plan on having children. He rambled on for several sentences before finally stopping 03. She looked Su Li up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, suddenly seeming to understand something. I'm sorry, is it that you're not good at that? I should have noticed earlier. After all, lightning has been with you for so long, and yet you're still a novice. No. I can do it. I'm very good. I just don't have time. 03 nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that after humans reach middle age, phrases like I don't have time, I'm tired, my back hurts, and so on increase exponentially in their daily lives. But she had never imagined that Su Li, just a little over 20, would already be showing signs of this. Could it be that he was obsessed with mechas? After all, there were rumors that he touched someone's external armor in the hangar. Humans are such enigmatic creatures, with all sorts of quirks. She pulled her terminal from her pocket and began recording. Her research was still too one-sided. She should expand her data collection. Perhaps many details are hidden in the invisible, minute data. For example, Su Li, at such a young age, suffers from back pain. Su Li clearly had no idea what she was recording, but thankfully, she finally kept her mouth shut. After knocking 3 times, the door opened again, revealing a stern-looking, somewhat dark-skinned man. He wore a crisp uniform, his epaulets proclaiming his position as a regimental commander. Lin Tianen walked in somewhat stiffly, and stood at the doorway, the flowers in his hand looking oddly out of place for this steely figure. His android girl followed closely behind, snatched the flowers from his hand, nudged him with her elbow, then smiled and placed the flowers in the vase beside Su Li's bed. The delicate floral fragrance was delightful, and the elegant colors lifted everyone's spirits. Although you simply fainted from exhaustion, you should still rest. We stationed someone outside your room. If you need anything, please call them immediately. Her pilot spoke gently, while Lin Tianen, standing still like a wooden stake, kept his gaze fixed on Su Li. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe that the man who had so ravaged the battlefield was such a young student. Zixing walked up to his pilot and tugged at his sleeve. Lin Tianen finally reacted, took 2 steps forward, and grasped Su Li's hand, giving it a firm shake. Thank you, Captain Su, for taking the time to come and save the lives of so many soldiers of our 7th Regiment. On behalf of our 7th Regiment, I solemnly express my gratitude to Captain Su. This is an anonymous card with 100,000 military merit points. It's a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it, Captain Su. I'm just following the transfer order. Commander Lin, please don't be so polite. Su Li pushed the card away from Lin Tianen's hand. He wasn't being charitable, but thinking of the queen he ultimately slew and the dozens of corpses of his comrades dragged to the nest by the queen, he felt the weight of the 100,000 military merit points was particularly heavy. If Commander Lin insists, please give it to the families of the fallen soldiers. It's a token of my appreciation, he said, nudging Lin Tianen's hand again. He had been a soldier in his previous life, and in this one, he was born into a military family. His own personal experience had made him understand the difficult situation faced by military families. Seeing Su Li's seriousness, not just a polite gesture, nor one dismissive of the 100,000 military merits, Lin Tianen slowly retracted his gaze, stood straight, and saluted Su Li. On behalf of the fallen soldiers, I thank Pilot Su for his generosity. I, Lin, swear to heaven that this military merit will be distributed, without a cent left, to the families of the fallen soldiers. He had seen many Super S-rank pilots, but never one like Su Li, who would refuse 100,000 military merits. Furthermore, he even distributed these merits to the fallen soldiers. This undoubtedly strengthened his resolve to have Su Li assist in the defense of the 7th Legion. Excellent piloting skills, exceptional combat effectiveness. Even more commendable was the fact that a pilot who respected ordinary, Low-ranking soldiers would never engage in corruption or extortion. Military merits were extremely important to everyone, especially those on the front lines. However, having Su Li assist in the defense of the 7th Legion was not something he could decide alone. My reason for coming here today was, firstly, to visit the hero who saved the 7th Legion and express my gratitude, and secondly, to test Su Li's intentions. To see if the 7th Legion could meet Su Li's demands. He pondered for a moment, then spoke frankly. I'm a rough man, and I prefer to be blunt. I'll be frank. I wonder how many Legion's pilot Su is currently assisting with defense. Would our 7th Legion be honored to have you assist with both? No, I don't have any. Lin Tianen was slightly taken aback. He had been prepared for rejection, as a pilot as formidable as he was likely already assisting with defense for quite a few. But he didn't expect to hear that he wasn't assisting with any. A surge of joy welled up in his heart. He grasped Su Li's hand and said earnestly, since that's the case, then please, Captain Su, please state the conditions for assisting in the defense. Our 7th Corps will do its utmost to meet all of Captain Su's requests. Su Li turned to look at 03 standing to the side. He knew nothing about assisting in the defense. Even though he had just listened to 03's words, the conversation had veered off topic, and he hadn't gathered any useful information. Lin Tianen told him to be open with his terms, but he couldn't just ask for a few beautiful women. Chapter 158. At critical moments, some people are destined to be useless. 03 lowered his head, still unaware of what was being recorded on the terminal. Seeing his plea for help prove fruitless, Su Li could only look at Lin Tianen again and say, I won't be stationed at the Green Sword Star Legion base, but if needed, I'll arrive within half an hour. I wonder if you have any objections to this. Lin Tianen shook his head and continued to look at Su Li, waiting for his next words. The support time for Super S-Class pilots was originally set at half an hour. His ability to arrive within half an hour was already a great guarantee for the 7th Legion. I'd like to know the specific treatment of the previous Super S-Class pilot in your unit. Lin Tianen frowned slightly upon hearing this. Su Li didn't say anything else, waiting quietly. Sure enough, after just a moment, Lin Tianen spoke. The 7th Legion pays him 500,000 military merits annually. Each attack earns him 100,000. For every elite killed, in addition to the elite's own merits, the Legion provides him with an additional 30,000, with no upper limit. Furthermore, he owns a 200-acre estate in the city behind him. Before Lin Tianen finished, Su Li gasped. No wonder the strong always get stronger. This method of earning merit, considering the results he achieved in this battle, is simply unimaginable. An S-level module is only 150,000 military merits. He used to think it was expensive, but now it seems he was just short-sighted. No wonder all the Super S-level pilots are SS-level mechs. If he were to assist in the defense of 2 or 3 legions, over a few years, the mechs around him would be able to reach SS level just by piling up modules. Your abilities are superior to his, and logically, you deserve better terms. However, our 7th Corps is already stretched thin in terms of military merit. I know this price might not satisfy you, but I can assure you that if you have any other requests, we will do our best to meet them. Su Li paused, glanced at Lin Tianen before him, and slowly shook his head. That's all. No other requirements. Just follow his standards. Seeing Su Li shake his head, a look of visible disappointment crossed Lin Tianen's face, but when he heard Su Li's words, his entire face instantly perked up. This roller coaster of excitement had his heart pounding. Zixing's face flickered with a moment of silence, but then she remembered why Su Li had refused the 100,000 military merits and breathed a sigh of relief. Without paying any additional military merits, they could have a superbly powerful Super S-Class pilot defense corps. In any case, it was a huge win for them. Lin Tianen rubbed his hands excitedly. He turned a few times, then suddenly turned around as if remembering something. By the way, what are your preferences? Are you still sticking with the last-person standards? Su Li was stunned, then casually said, Do you have a sample? If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to choose one. Lin Tianen nodded quickly. Yes. I'll have someone send it to you later. If it's convenient, we'll need your pilot certificate for our joint defense agreement. We'll apply for it directly, and you can just confirm it on the terminal. Su Li swiftly took out his certificate and handed it directly to Lin Tianen. He took it with a solemn expression. As a corps commander, he's seen plenty of Super S-Class pilot certificates, all sorts of fancy ones, but this was the first time he's seen one like Su Li's, a single black-covered booklet. He vaguely remembered the last time he seen one like that was when he first received his certificate. He opened the certificate with a smile, then his smile froze. The large C on it nearly blinded him. If Su Li's C was AC, then what was his S? Oh, by the way, I never upgraded my certificate. Does that have any impact? Lin Tianen stared at Su Li in astonishment. He couldn't understand how he made it all the way to Super S-Class without ever upgrading his certificate. Didn't his pilot girl even look at his credentials when she signed the contract with him? Which military appointment or promotion doesn't require credentials? Others are eager to improve their rank, but he, with a C rank, is ready to go to the battlefield. It will still have some impact, but we'll work hard to overcome it. Lin Tianan's teeth twitched as he quickly left the room, holding Su Li's C rank. Others had agreed to a defense agreement with him without any conditions, so what was there for him to complain about? As long as the real power was there, what was the harm in signing a defense agreement with a C rank? As for asking Su Li to improve his pilot rank, he hadn't even considered it. Zixing followed him, and gently closed the door to Su Li's room. The two of them exchanged glances outside, their faces filled with joy. With a Super S-rank pilot like Su Li providing support, the 7th Legion's casualties and encounters with elite species would be exponentially reduced. A being capable of wielding a swarm of insects, and even killing the queen. Such a feat is unheard of in the entire Federation. In the room, Hey Yu suddenly sat up. She sniffed gently, perceiving the scent of another mech girl in the room. Her mind instantly forced itself to work, her vision clearing. Master, was someone here just now? Yes, Commander Lin and his mech girl. They brought flowers and fruit. Would you like some? Hey Yu was about to stand when Lightning, beside her, suddenly opened her eyes. Startled, she recoiled, nearly shattering the glass of the cabinet behind her. Food? What food? Su Li glared at Lightning. You're all so restless. Hey Yu, since they're all awake, let's move them to the sofa. Commander Lin is planning to give us a manor. The samples will be delivered soon, so we can choose one together. You can come here occasionally to relax and unwind. Hey Yu's eyes lit up at the words. She lifted Junwei and Junsho, one in each hand, and placed them on the sofa, sitting them head to head. Then she lifted Lightning and placed him next to Junwei. Juanza finally woke up by then, rubbing his eyes sleepily. Heiyu sat obediently on the sofa, quietly waiting for Su Li to join her. Heiyu walked over with the washed fruit and stuffed a piece into the mouths of the two aviators sitting side by side, then plopped down across from them. There was another knock on the door, and Lin Tianan's adjutant entered. After a respectful salute to Su Li, he held a tablet in his hands and placed it on the table in front of Su Li. Sir, this is the design you requested. May I ask? He turned to glance at the aviator sitting on the sofa and swallowed. Would you like to choose now? Choose now. If you don't choose after it's been delivered, what are you waiting for? The adjutant nodded and opened the document. The virtual screen instantly popped open, revealing 3D images of beautiful women floating in midair, spinning on their own. Amidst everyone's stunned expressions, the adjutant cleared his throat and spoke, Sir, this is what you requested. Su Li leaped directly onto the tablet. The 3D image suspended in midair distorted and vanished. He didn't even need to look up to feel the burning gazes, especially Heiyu's. He felt like if she stared at him any longer, 2 holes would burn through his body. Hey! Master! Didn't you say you were choosing a manor? It looks to me like you're choosing a mountain. Chapter 159. Go! Go now! We can't stay here even a minute. Heiyu was furious. What kind of place was this? What kind of behavior? Sending women to other people's pilots? How could this Legion commander be so considerate? He looked big and strong, a decent-looking guy, but now it seemed he couldn't tell the difference between humans and animals. Why would you send them at any other time? But now, if a few more people were to be sent, how long would it take for her to get her turn? Junzei, can you activate the teleport now? Looking at Heiyu's murderous gaze, she swallowed hard, not daring to say no. He put it in the wrong place. What are you doing? I want the map of the manor. Facing the unanimous gaze, the adjutant nodded quickly, pulled the tablet from Su Li's arms, and quickly switched files. Sorry. That was our internal, dating website. I put it in the wrong place. Really? Faced with Heiyu's questioning gaze, the adjutant felt a cold sweat breaking out. He nodded frantically, then opened a document filled with pictures of muscular men. Really? Look, there are pictures of our soldiers for women here. We offer a two-way service. Huh, your team has quite a wide range of services. No, there's nothing we can do. Our main focus is caring for the mental health of our officers and soldiers. We address their concerns from the heart and help them solve their most pressing problems. That's always been the guiding principle of our 7th Corps. Where are your pictures? Show them to me. I'm already married. Faced with Heiyu's aggressiveness, the adjutant felt his legs tremble. Seeing Heiyu's furious expression, he couldn't help but realize he made a huge mistake. A wry smile crossed his face, and he felt like slapping himself. If his mistake invalidated the Joint Defense Agreement, the Legion commander would have his skin peeled off. My dear lady, we are a regular Legion, not some sleazy or anything like that. Besides, even if I did, I couldn't do it in front of you. Right? This is truly a compilation of matchmaking information between our Legion and the cities in the rear. Look, there are many messages from officers and soldiers below. If both parties are interested, they can apply for Legion subsidies and extra leave. This is the manner plan you were looking for. Heiyu sat back on the sofa, half believing, half doubting. She folded her arms and looked at Su Li with confusion, wondering why he was reacting so strongly if it was really a dating website. Feeling Heiyu's gaze shift again, Su Li sat upright on the sofa. 03 glanced up at the awkward situation in the room, frowned, thought for a moment, and then added another note. He has the will but not the nerve. Humans are such weird creatures, and Heiyu, she only needed to look at her to know what was crammed into her head. She thought this girl, born from human memories, would be somewhat useful, but now it seemed like she wasn't much. She already discovered it twice. Giving her drugs while simultaneously calming her heat. She was so timid, not at all like a robot girl. As the adjutant displayed the blueprint of the manor, everyone's eyes turned to the floating diagram. It's hard to say how much of her attention is still on the diagram. On Lingsue Star, Eve pinched her brows lightly as she watched the rapidly fluctuating combat values on the lightning screen. She had already watched the entire battle video no fewer than 5 times, and each time it brought her a new perspective. The thrill of battle was one thing, but maximizing the mecha girl's attributes was paramount. Compared to himself, Su Li seemed to understand the mecha girl's limits even better than the mecha islander. Without specific parameters to refer to, he could precisely control every rhythm of the mecha girl's attributes. Was it the combat intuition he honed from years of piloting the lightning? She didn't know. She only knew that this great treasure had shocked her far beyond that. The 5 sisters of the June family were special mecha numbered 3347. Their interconnectedness was understandable. But why was he able to synchronize with lightning? The shadowy mechas that filled the battlefield, the golden crown on Lightning's forehead, and even, in the end, her entire mecha turned a dazzling gold. What did this phenomenon indicate? While piloting Lightning, he could also utilize the inherent abilities of other mechas, even overlapping and combining them. Even more terrifying, he accomplished something that even the Mecha Island hadn't managed. He actually interfered with 3347, and since when did resonance become worthless? Only a few pilots can resonate with mecha girls. Even though Super S-Class pilots can resonate with multiple mecha girls, isn't your resonation a bit too much? And these mecha girls have very different personalities. She had initially worried that the June sisters' different personalities might cause problems with resonance. But now she's not worried anymore. Her heart began to ache. If any mecha girl could resonate with him, who could resist such a temptation? Resonance meant a high probability of awakening an innate skill. Such a skill was every mecha girl's ultimate weapon. This news had to be suppressed. At the very least, he had to be warned and made to pay attention. In the corner of the command room, Yi Hua rested his head on his terminal, his teeth bared, and knelt upright. Han Hai stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the lightning battle footage, his small hands tightly clutching the folders to his chest. Even though they were sinking deeply into her, she remained oblivious. Yi Hua glanced at her former sister several times, hoping she would plead for mercy, but Han Hai showed no sign of turning back. You're such a talent. I asked you to pilot a ship, and you caused 70 casualties without combat. That's a brand new ship. A brand new ship. You piloted it once, and it needs major repairs. 70 mechs, crammed into a tin can, are practically falling apart. I reminded them to hold on. And didn't Su Li pursue the matter? Eve was so angry she laughed. Is it because of you? Isn't it because you were assigned by the mechanical island? You simply didn't disobey orders. If you had disobeyed orders, you would have been on the wall of the pass. This transport ship is the lifeblood of over 200 mechs on Lingsue Star. This small outpost on Lingsue Star. There's not enough firepower. If the Queen launches a massive swarm, all but a handful of humans will be killed along with the base. Am I mad at you for driving the boat? I'm mad at you for being clueless, making countless mistakes, thinking you accomplished your mission brilliantly, but in reality, you destroyed the livelihoods of every mecha girl at the Lingsue Star Outpost. Get down onto your knees. Being the head inspector for over a decade hasn't given you much savvy. Su Li's deployment was sound, but you're only capable of driving the boat. Once the transport ship is repaired, go play with your bumper boats. Take your unfortunate apprentice with you. After scolding Yihua, she strode out of the command room. Han Hai followed closely behind, not even glancing at the kneeling Yihua. Governor, can you give me a copy of that battle video? I'd like to study the commander's maneuvering techniques. Eve stopped, turned to look at Han Hai, whose face flushed red, and sighed silently. Give it to her. What if I don't? Wait for this girl to hack into the mechanical island system and find it herself? She was puzzled. Why did the mecha girls, once they arrived at the outpost, seem to no longer belong to the mechanical island? It was like 038, like 032, and now it's like Han Hai. She glanced at Yihua, who was kneeling upright in the command room, and turned away decisively. Forget it, forget this thing. Mechanical Island doesn't really want a replacement. Chapter 160. Green Origin Star, the 7th Legion's headquarters. Su Li listened to the chattering of a group of mech girls, and stood up to stretch his body. From the look of things, he knew the manor situation wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. What might have been a matter of location for him, to the mech girls, was as if they were going to spend the rest of their lives there, and they chose with extreme care. To express their seriousness through body language, the 3 stripped-off mech girls drained Jun Zhe's energy to the limit, allowing their upper bodies to move flexibly. Their delicate fingers flicked the virtual scene, constantly shifting, pausing periodically for discussion. Choosing a manor meant, in fact, selecting a scenic spot within the 7th Legion's garrison to serve as a base and private territory for the Super S-Class pilots. As one of the main battlefields, Green Origin Star's population was relatively small. The vast expanses of unused land provided ample space for Super S-Class pilots to choose from. The completed manors were largely left behind by former Super S-Class pilots. There were 3, but no one liked any of them. The previous Super S-Class pilot had good taste, choosing a spot half hilly and half plain. Besides some peculiarly shaped buildings, there was a 100-acre pasture and dozens of acres of vineyards. Behind the buildings, dozens of acres of forest. But the pilots only took a cursory look and simply passed on. This made Su Li, who was about to speak, shut his mouth. After consulting with others, the group picked and chose, finally set their sights on a spot deep in the mountains. There was lush vegetation there, and because of its northern location, it was covered with snow year-round. It was a stark contrast to the scorching heat of the defense line. The white, tranquil mountains and forests were soothing just by looking at them. Small houses stood in clusters at the foot of the mountains, smoke rising from chimneys, and winding snowy roads stretched across the village. Lightning's eyes lit up the moment she saw the sample image. Is this snowy landscape like this year-round? The adjutant shook his head and said, not year-round, but about 6 months a year. When the weather is warm, these villages and towns are surrounded by endless green grass. He then pulled up real-time images of the area for other months. At a glance, all the pilot's eyes lit up. Are all these single-family houses occupied? Yes, these towns are already inhabited. If we choose this place, can we live outside the village? The adjutant paused, then nodded. Of course. It's your choice where to live. We'll follow your choice, and complete the basic renovations and house construction to your standards within 2 months. If you need a private, undisturbed space, we can also relocate the original residents. No need to relocate. Lightning waved her hand, gesturing toward the snow-covered mountains. I want a room with a snow view. A warm fireplace, large floor-to-ceiling windows, a room filled with fluffy cushions, a low wooden table, and wall-to-wall carpeting. As she spoke, her face flushed with excitement. Master, I want to see the snow. I also want a natural hot spring. What a coincidence. The place you chose actually has a natural hot spring. The adjutant pushed his glasses up and enthusiastically promoted the place, his mercenary demeanor resembling that of a real estate agent. Feel free to make your request. I'll compile it and submit it to the relevant departments. They'll have a rough plan ready within a day, and I'll come back to finalize the details with you all. Lightning's eyes lit up even brighter. A few mecha girls gathered together and began chatting again. They seemed less interested in the size of the perimeter surrounding the house than in the design and layout of the rooms. In between their discussions, Su Li surveyed Lightning's curvaceous figure and swallowed silently. Lightning, in her combat tights, was a stunning sight no matter the time of day. 03's words still lingered in his ears, and he blushed involuntarily. Natural hot springs are rare finds. This was an unexpected surprise. A natural hot spring amidst the snow. It must be a delightful place to soak, the crystal white water, coupled with the wispy mist. He quickly shrank back to avoid appearing awkward. He had never imagined such a life before, but now it suddenly clicked with him, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. Could it be because it was spring on Green Origin Star? He gazed out the window at the lush greenery outside, pondering for a moment. Then he thought, perhaps it was because his body in this life had reached the age of vigor and vitality. The adjutant took a tablet and wrote down everyone's requests. He saluted Su and then withdrew. Heiyu stood up and escorted the adjutant to the door. After the adjutant politely declined for the third time, Heiyu finally stopped, glanced toward the room, leaned in closer, and said in a low voice, "We still need a large bed." The adjutant's expression of understanding dawned on him, and he stood at attention. "Rest assured, sir. I will carry out the instructions." Heiyu finally nodded in satisfaction, and skipped into the room. The adjutant was incredibly efficient, perhaps because the requests, while complex, were generally modest. The detailed designs were quickly delivered to the room. There were more than a dozen versions. Su admired each one. He particularly favored a high-tech model house, shaped like a space capsule, embedded in the mountainside. Such a technologically advanced house was irresistible to any man. The thought of building fortifications within the mountain made him even more eager. With a helipad built into the mountain, he could even own his own small, low-end D-class shuttle. The mere thought of that scene made him rub his hands with excitement. But his preference was undoubtedly useless. After several hours of deliberation, they settled on a spacious wooden villa as the main structure. Within the designated area, they arranged a variety of villas in a staggered pattern, forming a small village. The village wasn't large, consisting of only about 30 houses, a small square, and a few paths. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. Su understood that they were setting up the plan for the other mech girls at the outpost. They had long been a unified whole, inseparable from each other. He took the tablet from his adjutant and swiftly signed his name on the plan. Gazing at the eager eyes of the mech girls, he suddenly felt as if he had his first little home in this world. Chapter 161. Su and the others stayed on Green Origin Star for a full week. Partly because the mech girls needed some relaxation after a major battle, and partly because the 7th Legion was overly enthusiastic. Except for the first day, which was a rest day, Su spent the remaining 6 days attending 3 celebration banquets and strolling around the cities in the rear with his mech girls to relax. Since arriving on Lingsue Star, they hadn't been in a crowded city for a long time. The bustling crowds allowed them to truly feel the city's warmth. With a large sum of military merit under his belt, Su felt like a wealthy local for the first time in his life. Facing the mech girls' eager eyes, he simply waved his hand and bought them. The days when they had to calculate their lubricant consumption seemed to be gone forever. Lightning puffed out her cheeks, carrying a barrel of oil larger than herself in one hand, and drinking it non-stop from the pumping hose. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at her. No one dislikes looking at a beautiful woman, especially one with long, bright red hair, a pristine white dress, her long, white legs folded together, and perfectly fitting strappy high heels on her feet. Of course, the biggest factor was the oil drum she was carrying. Su frowned at Lightning's slightly bulging belly. Her outfit wasn't flattering, but even so, her bulge was visible. One could imagine how much she drank. Lightning ducked under a parasol, then covered her mouth with her hands and burped softly. Even her delicate sunglasses couldn't hide her longing gaze. "Master, can I have 3 more squid?" "Are you sure you just burped?" Su silently turned his head to look at the stall owner, slumped to his side under a parasol, then to Lightning. "How about you ask the stall owner?" "Still eating." She warned the stall owner out. And she still wanted to eat. "Then we can go to another stall." "I smell it. 7 or 8 stalls over." When it came to eating, Su greatly admired Lightning. Her nose and stomach had both been exceptionally enhanced. One was a master of smelling, the other a master of prestige. She ate from start to finish along a snack street, and if she found something that suited her liking, she'd linger at that stall for 2 or 3 hours. The stall owner probably never realized how exhausted he could be by just selling snacks. Junzei nibbled his ice cream, his big blue eyes fixed on Lightning's stomach, a look of confusion on his face. A mecha girl's stomach was different from a human's, and as a medical mecha girl, she was well aware of that. Yet, such a capacious stomach still defied her expectations. Has she truly awakened the law of speed? Is this law used to make the stomach move at breakneck speed? She stared at Lightning's stomach and, to verify her hypothesis, gently placed her hand on it. It was soft and bouncy, not even a hint of firmness. So where had all the squid, skewers, mini cakes, and scones gone? Her large head was swirling with confusion, and she could only look at Junwei and Junsho. But her two sisters paid her no attention, still struggling with a claw machine. A machine girl's talent was so insignificant in front of a claw machine. Junwei, clutching a toothpick in his mouth, wished he could throw his sunglasses off his head. But in the end, he could only watch helplessly as the doll fell from his claws. Fuck. A faint blue light dissipated. She gave up on teleporting and sat dejectedly on Su Li's other side, sprawled out on the table. Her long golden hair was untidy, her aloof hair drooping from the frustration of the claw machine. She didn't want the dolls, she was just trying to prove herself. But as it turns out, some pride isn't easily won. Don't lose heart. Let's buy a few machines. Once you master the claw machine, we'll battle again. Junsho's words made Junwei's eyes light up, and he immediately looked at Su Li standing to the side. Su Li sighed deeply, and waved his hand feebly. Buy. Buy everything. Buy whatever you like, and it'll be shipped directly to your door. Adjutant Lin Tianin, standing behind Su Li, raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the armored personnel carrier parked at the end of the snack street, pulled out his terminal, turned his back, and again requested support from the Legion commander. It must be said, these mech girls are really good at shopping. They already filled 3 cars. After sending the message, he turned back to look at Lightning, then at Su Li. For the first time, he realized just how difficult it is to be a Super S-Class pilot. Before, he only saw the high combat power and high status of Super S-Class pilots. But now, he saw the bitterness of their lives. No wonder their salaries are so high. If they were any lower, they probably wouldn't even have enough to eat. Without enough food, how can they have combat power? And this is just a mech girl. He glanced silently at Su Li, his admiration for him suddenly overflowing like a torrent. He had heard that this lord had a planet of his own, with over 300 mech girls on it. If every one of them were so voracious, before he joined the Assistance Corps, he'd probably have been wallowing in a pile of bugs. It seems that superb skills require more than just a talented pilot. More importantly, there are a swarm of mechs waiting to be fed. No wonder they killed the queen before breaking off her legs and packing her up. It's not easy. Thinking of this, he felt that Su Li's image in his eyes had grown considerably. At such a young age, he was already shouldering the responsibility of supporting his family. TSK, when he was in his 20s, he's only 24 now. A dozen soldiers trotted over, picked up the overflowing bags beside Su Li, and scurried back to the armored vehicles on the street. Hello, brothers, stop busying yourself. Eat and drink. All expenses for today will be put on my bill. I'll find a place later and treat you all to dinner. We've been busy all day, and with no combat missions, there's no rush to go back. Su Li directly handed the adjutant a card, who quickly took it with both hands. The two had been together for a few days, and naturally knew that Su Li wasn't just being polite. There weren't many twists and turns among soldiers. If he was willing to give, they were willing to spend. While discipline was strict from top to bottom in the 7th Corps, on the battlefield, they were superiors and subordinates, but off the battlefield, they were brothers in arms. Su Li enjoyed this atmosphere. In such a corps, at least everyone had a chance to shine. A soldier put his belongings back on the cart and trotted over to Su Li, a smile thick on his young face. Brother Su, my squad leader said your pilots can spin pens with both hands simultaneously, using different motions. Is that true? I asked our pilot, but he just smiled and said nothing. Tell me more. The young soldier's words startled Su Li. Spinning a pen? He'd been doing that for a long time. Chapter 162. Xiao Chong, do you have any coins? Su Li looked at Xiao Chong's face, filled with hope, and decided to show off his skills. Often, no amount of words could compare to seeing something in person. No coins, but I can change them. No need, I have some here. The adjutant reached into his pocket and pulled out a dozen coins of varying sizes, placing them on the table. A pilot himself, he was clearly curious about the depths of Su Li's reflexes. Battlefield piloting skills aren't easy to learn, but learning reflexes from them would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. Su Li smiled faintly, reached out, and picked up a coin. After flipping it several times between his 4 slender fingers, he gathered 10 coins of varying sizes and began to shuffle them with one hand. Xiao Chong watched as 11 coins tumbled and collided on the back of his hand. Using all 5 fingers, the coins flew up and down, weaving through his fingers continuously. For a long time, not a single coin fell. He even took the time to grab the remaining coins into his other hand, stacking them up and down in his palm, flipping them over and over. The adjutant watched for a moment before beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He, an A-rank pilot, could only manage to twirl 8 pins simultaneously with both hands. But what was Sully playing with? Those were coins. Coins of varying sizes. At that, he had hoped to learn from him, but he immediately realized the gap between them. He couldn't learn even a little bit of this. Forget his hands, he couldn't even grasp it with his brain. Brother Su, you're amazing. How did you do that? Xiaoqiang's astonished exclamation drew the soldiers to a gathering. Everyone fell silent. Start with 1, then gradually increase the number. Sully chuckled cheerfully, gathering all the coins with a flick of his fingers, arranging them from smallest to largest. He then placed them in his adjutant's hand, and said something that wasn't a big deal. Everyone knew that everything had to start from scratch and build up gradually. The problem was, everyone wanted to take shortcuts. But in this world, some things are destined to be impossible to achieve. A group of people exclaimed in heartfelt admiration. Before Sully could even register a single expression, Lightning, who was standing beside him, raised her pretty face, a look of pride. Envy notwithstanding, everyone present understood that reaching Sully's level required far more than a little effort. It required years of continuous dedication and exceptional talent. Xiaoqiang's face showed no sign of defeat. Instead, it only solidified his resolve. 6 months ago, he couldn't even pilot a power armor. But now, he's still flying one, galloping across the battlefield. Even his squad leader has to praise his skills. It doesn't matter, with enough effort, he'll be able to do it one day. Brother Su, do you know a lot of mech girls? If I ever get my license, could you introduce me to one? I amassed quite a few military merits in the past 6 months. Sully smiled at the words, but before he could say anything, the other familiar soldiers started teasing him. Hey! Our Xiaoqiang has big ambitions. We understand you want to be a pilot. But why do you need Brother Su to introduce you? There are so many mech girls on the front lines. How can you not have enough to choose from? You know nothing. That's because you haven't seen the frontline pilots training. If you had, you wouldn't have said that. What, you seen them? Nonsense. Of course I have. So, Brother Su, can you introduce me to someone? Someone gentler. Like Sister Lightning? She looks aloof, but is actually quite tender and delicate. Hearing this, Lightning quietly let go of the oil drum and obediently moved closer to Sully. Sully stared blankly at Xiaoqiang, then turned back to Lightning, his lips twitching. With that look on your face, you can basically say goodbye to being a pilot. Is this a weakling? You could even call Jun Shou weak, especially since Jun Zhe, who's already weak, is sitting right next to you. Who are you talking about? Lightning? The first time we met, he almost broke my waist with his hug. A kiss would make you swell, and he even throw a crazy choke attack at you. Sully has a system to back him up, don't you? With your eyes, if you found someone like that, I'd be your disciple if he lasted more than 3 months. Feeling Lightning's affectionate gaze, Sully quickly nodded. Don't worry. I have over 200 mecha girls at my outpost, and I'll definitely make arrangements for you. Xiaoqiang, receiving a positive response, was clearly overjoyed. Sully could sense that Lightning was in a good mood too. After all, this was probably the first time anyone had called her weak since she left the factory. The afternoon sun was still a bit harsh. Watching the soldiers gather in groups of 3 or 4 to sit under the parasols, he called a waiter and ordered iced drinks for them all. Lightning was in a good mood and didn't mention eating squid. Sully took advantage of the soldiers' rest time to relax himself. Thinking of his promise to introduce Xiaoqiang to a mecha girl, he couldn't help but think of the mecha girls at the outpost. Gentle? He tugged at his teeth, suddenly realizing that this mission was truly exceptionally arduous. As his thoughts raced, a soft cracking sound rang out in his mind, causing Sully's expression to shift. He was certain he had heard correctly. No, not heard it. He felt something quietly shattering in his mind. The sensation was like the crackling of a seed shell. He concentrated his mind to sense it, and suddenly noticed a hazy image in his mind. The previously formless system, seemingly having absorbed the mechanical principles within the 2 elders, had finally completed its upgrade, revealing itself to Sully for the first time. Slight ripples rippled around the tiny golden seed, like waves. Its tip shattered, revealing a pure white bud. As the golden embryo unfolded, it trembled gently twice. Sensing the vastness of Sully's mind, each swaying of its leaves multiplied its size. In a matter of moments, it had grown into a slender sapling, the thickness of a fist, its thick roots firmly planted in his mind, inseparable from him. Golden veins crisscrossed the pale golden bark, golden branches, golden leaves. As if stirred by the wind, the branches swayed gently, and the leaves rustled against each other, making a rustling sound. Waves of golden light echoed in his mind, bringing a sense of clarity and excitement to his surroundings. A series of kill notifications rang out, marking the final count of the many Zerg slain on the battlefield. The energy he hadn't had time to use suddenly surged like crazy, breaking through the 6 million mark. A single queen insect provided him with 1 million energy points. Sully didn't pay much attention to the fluctuations in his energy points. He simply stared blankly at the small tree in his mind, feeling a slight tingling sensation throughout his body. If his memory served him correctly, he seemed to have heard someone say that the core of the mechanical island was a mechanical tree. Chapter 163. The free vacation came to an end the day the little tree emerged from its shell. Under the gaze of numerous officers and soldiers from the 7th Legion, Sully boarded the regal mech, saluted everyone, and then pulled 2 containers in his hands to initiate the void teleport. The system upgrade didn't bring Sully the desired surprise, but rather a slight sense of trepidation. He knew he owed the mechanical island an explanation. But how should he say it? Tell the governor directly that he had a tree in his head? If anyone believed that, then he must be seriously ill. The scenery in the void tunnel was dazzling and magnificent. If it weren't for the limited energy of the June sisters, he would have preferred to stay there forever. As the familiar scenery came into view, everyone except Sully was overjoyed. They had brought a considerable amount of gifts for the many mech girls at the outpost, and everyone received one. Staring at the towering communications tower before him, Sully swung around the fountain 3 times. Finally, feeling a gaze fixed on him, he reluctantly took the first step upstairs. Eve's eyes remained as still as a deep pool, her pale blue pupils fixed on him. Though silent, they seemed to speak volumes. Sully stood at the doorway of the command room, looking at Yihua, who lay asleep on the floor, leaning against the wall. He swallowed hard. It must be said, the governor's methods of managing his subordinates were far harsher than his own. I'll punish him for you. If you're still not satisfied, I have a whip. Sully's heart skipped a beat at those words. Seeing the governor's half-smile, then glancing at the whip on the table, he quickly shook his head. No need. She was just following orders. Her lack of knowledge of the outpost isn't her fault. It's my fault for being so careless and rash. All the mistakes are primarily my fault. You're quite good at making excuses for her. I finally understand why the mecha girls at the outpost are so devoted. She looked at the young man before her, examining him from head to toe. He truly had given her a great surprise. No, it wasn't a surprise anymore. It was a shock. The outpost's basic configuration consisted of C-class mecha girls. But what did she see after arriving? All B-class, and extremely high-quality B-class mecha girls. Besides the guards assigned to him, there were even more than one A-class mecha girl. She had always assumed Sully had obtained low-level upgrade modules from humans, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. A human being could actually absorb the mechanical laws of the Elder and possess modules sufficient to support the mecha girl's upgrades. There was only one possible explanation for this. This little man, who had always surprised her, possessed a species of the mecha tree. And a living species. No wonder he could breed a modular mecha like number 3347. Her searching gaze made Sully's scalp tingle. That look was like a cat suddenly spotting a moving red dot. He wondered what would happen to him if Eve learned of the system's existence. Dissection? Slicing? Or perhaps lifelong imprisonment until she got the answer she sought. Before even seeing the small tree, Sully had already formed a hypothesis. The fact that it could absorb mechanical laws and produce upgrade modules unique to the mechanical island spoke volumes. He had originally assumed it was merely a system cheat, a way to steal some of the mechanical tree's power. But now, his brain wasn't even acting anymore, it had simply become a tree. If he couldn't see clearly, he'd be a fool. Although he didn't know why a sapling of a mechanical tree had been stored in his mind, if this information were known to the mechanical island, his position would instantly become extremely delicate. If he were a mecha girl, everything would be easy. But the problem was, he was human. I will be taking back the 10 mecha girls I already sent as reinforcements. I'll be giving you the 2 teams accompanying the deceased pilot from Green Origin Star. I also brought the armed transport ship, which is docked outside the pass. She stared at Sully, explaining some tasks but saying nothing else. This left Sully somewhat stunned, and his heart pounding even more. Her light blue hair danced on her shoulders. She slowly placed her crossed hands on the table, her right index finger tapping rhythmically. The gentle thudding rhythm was steady, each one like a beating on the heart. I, Mechanical Island, will not pursue matters concerning the laws of mechanics, but I want all the low-level upgrade modules you possess. Sully raised his head and looked at Eve before him. Her face was filled with determination, hope, seriousness, and earnestness, but without a trace of doubt about his position. With just one word, Sully knew she knew everything, understood everything. Yet, despite knowing everything, she still chose to trust him as before. These things are no longer important to you now. But they are very important to the mecha girls on the front lines. I can trade you low-level upgrade modules in exchange for military merit. I can also guarantee that as many high-level resources as possible will be allocated to you. Sully said nothing. He simply slowly walked to the table and placed boxes of C-class modules on it in front of Eve. On the way back, he had already used up all his accumulated spins. 320 modules wasn't a lot, actually. But if used properly, it could be enough for nearly 2,000 C-class mecha girls to complete their transformation. Eve looked at the boxes of C-class modules before her and couldn't help but stand up straight. She knew he must have more modules, but she hadn't imagined there would be so many. So many modules? You didn't pull out all the seeds, did you? Eve's words startled Sully, but before he could react, a hand grabbed his. Eve, usually calm, now looked anxious. She didn't know why Sully possessed the mechanical tree species, but she knew full well how difficult it was to cultivate them. Throughout the history of Mechanical Island, no mechanical tree species had been successfully nurtured in nearly 500 years. The one on Sully's body might be the only one to survive in those 500 years. If it were to wither or die, she dared not even think about it, because she simply couldn't bear such a reality. Their foreheads touched in an instant. In her mind, the once stable little tree suddenly swayed its branches. As if sensing Eve's presence, it rustled joyfully towards her. A pleasant fragrance filled her nose, but before Sully could even inhale, Eve pushed her away. A golden tree-shaped mark faintly appeared in the center of her forehead, amidst her light blue hair. Feeling the violent trembling of the mechanical core within her chest, Eve subconsciously clenched her chest. She couldn't believe her findings. What mechanical tree seed? It was clearly a mechanical tree, already growing. Yihua, standing by the door, rubbed his eyes, stunned as Eve pounced and pushed Sully away. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. This was the legendary moral decline. The witchy governor of Mechanical Island was acting like a delinquent, grazing on young women in her office? Oh my god! What the hell are you two doing? Chapter 164. The transport ship's docking platform on the mountainside to the side of the base has been completely repaired. The once half-damaged armed transport, after undergoing a series of modifications and renovations, has been completely transformed. Hexagonal insect armor is densely packed on the ship's bottom, as if it were coated with colorful armor. The diligent mecha girls are hanging slings and spraying a special paint on the bottom. The weapons bays that were originally suspended below have been completely removed and replaced on the side of the ship, with a concave design. Clearly, the mecha girls are worried that Yihua might suddenly lash out and hit the insects with his side, so they are doing their utmost to ensure their own safety. The ship's deck is also equipped with countless brackets to secure the fuselage and guns. This ensures that even on the deck, they will not be thrown off. Yihua knelt for days and nights, his legs completely numb. Han Hai could only pull him along on a cart. Pointing at the transport ship before him, he covered his face as he explained to Sully, "We removed the main guns. Now we have one secondary gun on each side, which is more than enough. The main guns of a C-class transport aren't powerful enough to deal with a large insect swarm. They take time to recharge, and there's a long interval between shots. With that time, I could have crushed so many. Those are the two newly delivered transport ships. There aren't any major problems, but there are a lot of minor ones. We disassembled them further and combined them into one. They're currently being rebuilt. Once the rebuild is complete, even with a swarm of that size, 3 charges from 2 ships will reduce the battle time by at least another 20 minutes. Sully felt a slight chill in his heart as he gazed at the behemoth before him, brimming with metal rams. After Yihua's modifications, the original armed transport's collision resistance had noticeably improved several times. It had completely departed from its original purpose as a transport, becoming a steel behemoth built solely for collisions. Rather than calling it a warship, it was more like an elite species. The beetle-armored hull, even at a glance, was overwhelmingly oppressive. Yihua was clearly extremely confident in her modifications. Even the lash marks from Eve's whip on her face couldn't hide her pride. She was slumped over the cart, dancing with excitement. Can the dismantled one still be used? Yes. During your time out, I fully understood the base's current status. The other armed transport has been upgraded with enhanced weapons and power systems. Although it's a bit more fragile and can't turn. Can't turn. Su Li couldn't believe his ears. What's the point of having an armed transport that can't turn? Yihua rolled his eyes, dismissing Su Li's fuss. What's so strange about that? Your lightning can turn? The ship's steering mechanism was faulty, so I just dismantled it. Anyway, the shield has been strengthened, so wouldn't it be nice to be able to fly straight up and down? The strengthened shield is more than enough to support the ship's escape from Lingsue Star's gravity. We're just trying to avoid the insect swarm, and they can't fly that high. It's more than enough. Su Li felt a slight sense of relief at this. He glanced at Han Hai, and when she nodded, he breathed a sigh of relief. The outpost's weak armed forces were a major flaw. They were severely undermanned, and their defenses couldn't stretch for hundreds of kilometers like the 7th Legion. The outpost was, to put it bluntly, an isolated island amidst the Zerg swarm on Lingsue Star. Forcing a solid defense was a waste of time. Fleeing if you can't defeat them was the only way. If the queen emerged, kill her. If she didn't, keep harassing and searching. When it came to patience, Su Li truly feared no one. After receiving the answer he sought, he glanced down at Yihua, who was tied to the cart, then turned to Han Hai. Drag her around the base a few more times. Tie her hands, too, and don't let her cover her face. Han Hai was slightly taken aback. He saluted Su Li and, under Yihua's resentful gaze, bound her hands securely. Pulling Yihua on the stroller, they took the stairs instead of the ramp, and simply stumbled down the steps. You? Su Li, you're such a man, but I never imagined you actually. Shut up. You're such an idiot. The commander is embarrassing you. Otherwise, who wouldn't resent you if they'd been on your ship? You're bullshit. You're so ungrateful. I took such good care of you back then. We were sisters. You're the one who takes the piss, and you're the one who takes the piss. You only been at the base a few days. You don't even know where to pee? Seeing Yihua's cries, Han Hai, who had been slow to move, suddenly sped up. She let the stroller clatter against the steps, making Yihua feel dizzy and choking as he spoke. You pair, you're so ungrateful. Yes, that's right, I did it on purpose. You've gone too far this time, you know? You've been kneeling for days and nights, and you can't just shut up. Hurry up, shut up. I'm busy. I'm just going to show you around the base. I need to go back and discuss the next battle plan with the commander. Yihua rolled his eyes, watching the stairs finally complete, and snorted disdainfully. Humph. Battle plan? You don't need to decide. They say big-breasted women are brainless, and you're a prime example. You can't even see the road when you look down, so how can you tell the difference between east, west, south, and north in your emotions? Yes, I'm lost in love, I don't care. What the hell are you lost in? You're so stupid. You can't grasp the point. Is the point about love? The point is that I don't need you anymore. Han Hai stopped and turned away, a puzzled look on his face. Yihua looked as if he was about to say something, but after a moment's hesitation, he spoke out. I'm telling you, Han Hai, that we're on good terms. Do you know how I got this scar on my face? The governor whipped me with his whip. The weaving pattern is unique and instantly recognizable. Then do you know why she whipped me? I've been kneeling for 7 days, and she didn't whip me. But today, as soon as Su Li returned, she whipped me. Because she was afraid Su Li would avoid punishment for the sake of Mechanical Island's reputation. So I slapped you in front of him. Isn't that obvious? Hush, you sound a little right. Yihua looked thoughtful, but after a moment, she burst out. No, that's not right. You silly girl, you're still making excuses for others. Let me tell you the truth. It's not those reasons you said. The real reason is, I saw a secret. Han Hai's heart tightened slightly. After glancing around, he slowly put his ear to her lips. I'm telling you, I saw the governor holding Su Li's hand, and then they were both overlapping, and then she pushed him away, lowering her head and clutching her chest. You know, I was quite shocked at the time, so I said something unconsciously. And then the whip hit my face. You don't know, no matter how painful it was, it couldn't mask the shock I felt. Little Han Hai, listen to my advice. Some things require a more open mind. You can't win an argument with an old witch. She's tasted more salt than we ever eaten rice. Oh! Don't go! Push me to the shade. The sun is stinging. Come back. Yihua, tied to a cart, watched Han Hai walk further and further away, as if he saw a swallow about to take flight. She walked so decisively that Yi Hua struggled a little, and the cart slid down the slope. Sister! Help! You're my sister? Come back! Come back! Come back! Chapter 165. The cart sped faster and faster, carried by the wind, as it raced down the slope toward the freedom it had longed for. Yi Hua fell parabolically into the green belt. The lush green grass, with its uniquely refreshing scent, soothed her restless heart. She struggled to lie flat, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, her mouth open to spit out the grass foam. The boat of friendship had capsized so carelessly. As Yi Hua had said, even if the vast sea came looking for her with a lantern, there would be no reconciliation. Let her swim freely in this lonely ocean. Sisterhood? Before love, it's all just plastic. What's so great about Suli? Isn't she just able to fly a mecha? She can do that too. She can even fly a battleship. Is she proud? Hey, why is the cart here? Keling walked over and righted the overturned cart. Looking up, she saw Yi Hua, bound and tied up. Who bullied you? Her casual words pierced Yi Hua's already broken heart, and his eyes suddenly began to glisten. She desperately wanted to let out a heartfelt cry, but after opening her mouth several times, she finally let out a humiliated murmur. Sister. My dear sister? Pull me out. That girl from Han Hai ran away. The commander said I should be paraded through the streets. Keling covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. This was the first time she had seen Yi Hua so well behaved since he arrived. Does it hurt? No, I just been kneeling for so long that I can't feel my legs. Then why don't you just parade me through the streets first? I'll call the medical technician later to check you out. Can Junza see it? I think so. That wound on your face. The governor beat you. The parade? Suli gave it to me. Oh. Keling didn't ask any more questions. This guy is quite capable. On his first day here, he offended a bunch of mech girls. Now, not only has he offended a small boss, but he's even been whipped by the big boss. TSK. It's hard to judge. She didn't even know how the guy on the cart ever became the captain of the inspection team. In the outdoor training grounds within the valley, mech girls in training uniforms practice fighting techniques in pairs. Not only the over 200 mech girls from the outpost, but also those on duty and out for training, and even many of the logistics mech girls were frantically sparring. Shouts echoed from the training grounds, and the blows were so frightening. Keling pushed Yi Hua around the training ground 3 times, before finally landing in the shade of a tree. In the shade, a team of medical mech sat in groups of 3 or 4, watching the training. Junzai gently swung his legs, leaning against the tree trunk, his eyes narrowed. Yi Hua watched the sparring in the training ground, speechless. Such intensity was rare, even on the front lines. The visible bruises on the mech's bodies, and the bloodstains on their lips showed that they were treating their opponents as mortal enemies. Honestly, she had noticed something special about the mechs at the outpost from her first day there. Their eyes shone brighter than those on the front lines. Despite being in a place like the outpost, their murderous aura was no less intense than that of those on the front lines. Furthermore, they exuded a unique ruthlessness. If they could deal such heavy blows to their own people, then one could easily imagine what would happen to their enemies when they faced them. She had originally thought these mecha girls might have been specially trained by the governor. But after a week of spending time with them, she knew she was wrong. And she was terribly wrong. The outpost was a place of immense magic. Without any deliberate cultivation, this place was like a vast melting pot. There were many mecha girls here, some from the outpost, some who had served with the slain Super S-class pilots, some from the inspection team, and even the royal guards. The diverse group of mecha girls gathered together, and not only was there no chaos, but they quickly became a unified whole. The Fool Fountain in the small square, the small commercial street, the shabby chairs, the grass that always grew outside the green belt, and the bare flower beds. Anyone's first impression of this place would be that it was a shabby outpost. No different from any other base, perhaps even worse. But after spending some time here, one could involuntarily assimilate. On the training ground, the only 4 humans were also engaged in combat. She knew the fat man named Tao Tao. She had personally carried him aboard. His puffy frame and smooth forehead had left a deep impression on her. Yet, it had only been so long, and the fat man already had abs. Although he wasn't participating in combat training, he was practicing alongside, imitating the techniques, looking incredibly serious. Li Tianlang and Zhang Chongping attacked Zhang Chaoyang himself. The man in his 40s, fighting 2 young men simultaneously, was still holding his own. Yi Hua could even see the punch that knocked out Li Tianlang's teeth. But the latter simply gulped down the blood and lunged at him again, engaging him in a scuffle. The former ace pilot of the provincial team, now on the battlefield, had transformed into a scoundrel, employing a myriad of underhanded tactics, all aimed at quickly incapacitating the enemy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. These guys are just training, but if they keep going like this, someone will die. Don't they know what holding back means? And those mecha girls, even if they're physically fit, can't train like that. B rank versus S rank, are they risking their lives? It's okay. The medical mecha girls are on standby. No fatal accidents will happen. Junzei is here. You can ask her to check your leg. Yihua was silent for a moment, then said slowly, forget it. She doesn't have much energy. Let's save it for those who really need it. I've been kneeling for too long, so I just need a break. Kuling was slightly stunned, then gave Yihua a long look before suddenly cracking a smile. Sister Kuling, did they always train like this before? No. We didn't have much time to train before, because every mission would result in a large number of mechas being damaged. So our daily routine basically consisted of going on missions, and then repairing the mechas. To be precise, this kind of sparring only started after the commander arrived. Did he set the intensity of the training? No, it was all spontaneous among the sisters. Yihua said nothing more. She suddenly realized that she, too, was caught in this melting pot. The moment she was about to ask why, the answer already came to her mind. Why so many whys? A home, a sense of identity, plus a sense of possibility and a promising future. They had completely embraced a belief. Chapter 166. The setting sun cast its last rays as dozens of mechas completed their daily patrols and hive assault training and returned to the pass. Su Li, still unsatisfied, leaped from the modified transport ship and gazed up at the steel behemoth before him, a mixture of emotions welling up in his heart. No matter what, this was his first warship. Even if it was just a modified armed transport, he still affectionately gave it a nice name. Dawn 01. 038 looked up at the paint job on the giant ship and stood beside Su Li. Why not Su Li 1? Why doesn't Dawn sound good? It sounds nice. But in the entire alliance, it's either Dawn or Hope. The duplication rate is too high. So what? They're the Dawn of the Alliance, and we're the Dawn of Lingsue's star. There's no conflict. Besides, if we broadcast Yihua's battle scenes live in the future, how will Tao commentate? Everyone, are Yihua piloting the Su Li with a beautiful drift? 038 shuddered and raised her hand to cover Su Li's mouth. This topic could end right there. What merit did Yihua have to pilot the Su Li? Then let's call it Dawn. It's great. She had witnessed Su Li's growth, watching him rise from a humble pilot to the super S-class pilot who now commands a territory. Even though Yihua was once her superior. But that was only in the past. Wanting to get rid of her brother, she squeezed her palms hard, not even verbally. By the way, the governor has been confined to the command room these days. Would you like to come to my place tonight to deal with him? As soon as she said that, 038 raised her hand to smooth down her dangling hair, her face flushing. Of course, I can go and squeeze in with 032 first. Don't bother. I'll just stay inside the ship. We have everything we need here. 038 stared up at the man before her, feeling both angry and amused. She couldn't understand why, at such a grown man, he was still so obsessed with ships. Tao Tao has reported the live stream issue more than once. He used to clamor for Lightning and the others to start a simultaneous live stream. But now he can't. To adapt to the high-intensity work, he's actively participating in training. Since we couldn't spare him any manpower, he assembled his own team. Are they there? They came with the governor. Due to confidentiality concerns, even though they all passed the Mechanical Island review, their area of activity has been temporarily restricted. There are 11 of them in total, and judging by their level of familiarity, they're all veterans. That's great. Where are the personnel assigned? 038 gestured towards the transport ship in front of him, and shrugged slightly. It seems all men have this problem. They're incredibly obsessed with lumps of metal. Except for them, the 10 squadrons of mecha girls, plus the 2 squadrons of Matsushima's guards, are practically all stationed on the transport ship. Su Li paused for a moment. You mean it's full? 038 winked at him. Obviously. If you want to huddle with that bald guy Tao Tao, I'll pack your bedroll right now. Then I'll stay with you. 038 covered his mouth and chuckled. Okay, I'll pack up later and sleep with 032. Su Li felt a little disappointed. Such a tall communication tower had already been filled up without him noticing. There wasn't even enough room for him on the ship. Aren't the 30-odd villas on Green Source Planet a bit too few? If the population continues to grow at this rate, will he have to raise a legion on Lung Chui Planet? While it might not seem necessary at the moment, in the long run, it seems inevitable. Eliminating the Zerg on Lung Chui Planet and building an armed city composed entirely of mecha girls? No, it's impossible. How could there be so many mecha girls without pilots? Besides, Mechanical Island wouldn't make such an arrangement. In the command room, 03 and 04 could hardly believe their ears. Eve had returned to her lazy self, slumped over the table in the command room, like a pancake with arms. They stared blankly at Eve before them, their hearts surging with emotion. How many did you say? The first batch of 3,000? Besides the mechs, you're also planning to send 2 B-class frigates? They knew Eve valued Suli, but even if she valued him more, the fact that she could send over a dozen teams of high-level mechs and transport ships at will was enough to prove his extraordinary status on the Mechanical Island. And now, he's planning to transfer mechs without pilots to the worthless Lingsue star. That's 3,000 mechs. On the main battlefield, a legion's garrison only has 6,000 to 10,000 mechs. You're talking about 3,000, and that's just the first batch. Su Li's outpost now has a staggering 14 full-fledged squads of high-level mechs. Add in the 2 squads on Green Source Star, and each squad has 17 high-level mechs. This level of combat power far exceeds the standard configuration of an outpost. And they also have 3 transport ships. When we were supporting the armed transport, wasn't it agreed that he could flee if he couldn't win, giving him a fallback? Why now, it seems like he's being forced to fight head-on. He killed a queen at the 7th Legion's base. But that doesn't mean he can withstand an entire planet's Zerg swarm. He's crazy. This time, he might really be crazy. Would you like to reconsider? 2 B-class frigates are the armed protection capabilities that only every planet has. And even if you give him a Legion-level energy shield, he won't be able to use it. Eve waved her hand and said, Lingsue Star is also a planet. Although it's been abandoned, now that we established roots, it might be possible to revitalize it. As for the Legion-level energy shield, of course, we can give it to him. Isn't the most crucial reason he hasn't formed a team because he's limited by his own team strength? 03 carefully observed his governor's expression, feeling increasingly strange. Alas, it seems even a 200-year-old which isn't immune to the lingering effects of love. We're all mecha girls, so why does your Estra start so late? Is the governor a different species from ordinary mecha girls? 03 and 04 exchanged a bitter glance. After years of being together, they could tell what the other was thinking with just a glance. Difficult. Too difficult. Eve raised her head, observing the 2 men's hesitant, quizzical looks. It was clear to her that, like Yihua, they always took things in a distorted way. She raised an eyebrow, pondered for a moment, and then revealed her reason for raising the stakes. What if I say there's a mechanical tree on his body? Chapter 167. The evening breeze was somewhat noisy, especially in the small square of the outpost, where people began to swarm once again. After a day of training and receiving basic treatment from the medical mechs, the mechs, each with their black eyes, began to wander the commercial street, which had doubled in size, rewarding themselves with all sorts of shopping. The clamor blew into the command room, preventing 03 and 04 from hearing what Eve had just said. Perhaps they had heard, but subconsciously chose not to. Eve frowned slightly, as she watched 03 sipping her tea leisurely. When she was old, this gesture had seemed innocuous, but now that she was younger, this slow and measured manner seemed out of place. She raised her hand, tapped the table, and repeated, I verified that within his body, a fully developed tree seed exists. The numerous low-level upgrade modules he possesses are from this mechanical tree seed. Eve stood up and measured at her neck. If you convert the numbers, the mechanical tree within him is probably about this tall now. It's lush and leafy, and at least it looks well-nourished. Clang clang. 03 dropped the metal cup, spilling scalding tea onto her lap, but she seemed oblivious. Her ears took in every word Eve said, but her mind faltered, as if a powerful mental storm was brewing. 04, having clearly already finished, bolted upright, looked at Eve, and shouted, What did you say? What did I say? I already said it 3 times. What did I say? Eve observed the expression on 04's face with great interest. To be honest, she had deliberately kept her mouth shut, but laid out her conditions first, wanting to see the expressions on the 2 girls' faces when they learned the truth. 04's expression was undoubtedly captivating, bringing her immense satisfaction. As for 03, her wide chin lacked a bit of interest, but it still provided some emotional value. 04 was completely beside herself. Even at 100 years old, she couldn't conceal her excitement. The mecha tree was the foundation of the mecha girl's survival. Every 100 years, it expended its own power of laws to spread its seeds. This was a legacy unique to the mecha tree, and the mecha girls had no power to interfere. 500 years. That's 500 years. She had never imagined that she would see the mecha tree complete a new birth in her lifetime. A new mecha tree represented new hope. It might not possess the power of the laws at its young age, but its symbolic significance far outweighs its practical significance. If it were given time to grow, then under the protection of the two mechanical trees, they would be able to stand firm even against this seemingly catastrophic Zerg. So tall. It's already this tall. What does Suli feed it with? Yes. That's right. A vast horde of Zerg and the Queen. Yes. The Queen is the key. The mechanical laws of 03 and me probably also helped push it. Ha ha ha. Mechanical tree, mechanical tree. 04's smile could no longer be suppressed. Eve watched her increasingly sinister smile, fearing she laughed too loudly, and pull her ears apart. 03, who was standing nearby, finally reacted. He leaped from his stool and scrambled to the command table. He stared intently at Eve, his eyes wide open, as if afraid a joke would rip her apart. Given the above situation, I decided to grant him the contract rights to the armed mecha girl. The mecha tree is still in its infancy, and Suli's personal safety is paramount for the entire mecha island. I don't want something like what happened to Sandozi to happen again. Therefore, the presence of B-class frigates is extremely necessary. With them, he can at least handle a more powerful insect swarm without more super S-class pilots. 04 paced back and forth in the command room, rubbing his hands. 2 isn't enough. Add an A-class cruiser and 4 C-class close-range attack ships. At least a small battleship formation. Those 3,000 mechas can't be too weak. I mean, they better be A-class. She paused, as if remembering something, and said, 1 Legion-level energy shield isn't enough. 3 at least. Using 2 shields simultaneously, even an A-class battleship's main guns can't penetrate them. And he can have a backup. Yes. That's the only way to be absolutely sure. No. How about just tie him up? This guy is the most unstable factor. He dares to charge into the Zerg swarm with a bunch of mechas. Tell Lightning and the others, or tie him up. Forbid him from leaving the outpost gate. Eve watched 04's increasingly outrageous remarks become both infuriating and amusing. What are you laughing at? And that bug nest exploration plan. If it gets blocked by a bunch of bugs, the Queen will die of laughter. Eve's face instantly turned serious upon hearing this. 04's suggestion was something she hadn't considered before. 03 hunched over the table, looking here and there, and finally confirming that the two were not joking, he slammed the table and stood up. What's with all the talk of dispatching this and that? 2 options. Either we take him back to the mechanical island, where the 12 elders will watch him every day, or we turn around and shoot the entire human council. Is there any place safer than the mechanical island and the home planet? She might have kept quiet, but when she did, it was a stunning statement. 04's eyes lit up at that. That's right. Let's take down the human council. We'll execute both plans simultaneously, and then we'll wage war against the Zerg and humans together, fighting till the very end, and then all the spoils will go to the Zerg, right? Eve finally couldn't help herself, and stepped forward to give 03 a slap on the face. If you can't offer any advice, shut up. No one thinks you're dumb. Suli's mechanical tree still needs nutrients. If he doesn't go out hunting Zerg, the mechanical tree inside him will wither. So restraining him would only be self-defeating. Then just watch him row his boat without oars, relying solely on the waves? 04 was speechless. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Are we just going to watch him get himself killed? As for the ships, 2 are enough. The mecha girls need to be replenished as soon as possible, and we can deploy 3 shields. Lingsue Star doesn't have many resources for Zerg upgrades. At best, there are only 2 queens, and it's entirely possible there's only 1 left. With his current abilities, dealing with them won't be difficult. With the 2 of you, even a massive Zerg swarm won't be a big problem. 03, upon hearing this, instantly recalled everything that had happened at the 7th Legion's base. Not a big problem? No, she thought it was a huge problem. Lightning, that girl, was real lightning. She was at full speed, and even if she ran, she couldn't catch up. Save her life? Whose life? She dared to join the charge. Everyone else had already broken free, while she was still stuck in the Zerg swarm, unable to move. Chapter 168. Are you serious? 03 asked heartfeltly. She genuinely felt that she and 04 might have been careless and had offended their own governor. This act of putting a shoe on someone's foot was incredibly frustrating. Eve was slightly taken aback. What do you mean by serious? Huh? Lightning is subject to the law of extreme speed. It's gone in a flash. How can we protect him? Eve glanced at 03, feeling as if her mind had been sucked away along with the laws of mechanics. Protect Su Li's life? Are you still asleep? Do you really need to protect his life? Who gave you the courage? I need you to protect the lives of the mecha girls in the base. Protect the base for him. Only then can he go about his business without worry. 03 suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She had never experienced such a thing as being disliked since she left the factory. It was quite a novel feeling. What he lacks most right now is a stable rear base. The matter of the mechanical tree is of paramount importance and must not be lost. Personnel deployment must be kept up to date. We must publicly announce that we are forming a new legion to concentrate our superior forces for a counterattack. I will go to the parliament again and request reinforcements from the humans. If they provide us with men, I will also request several main battle groups. If they don't, Lingsue Star will not welcome any other legions to settle there in the future. From today on, you will be stationed on Lingsue Star, assisting Su Li in managing military affairs. All coordination tasks will be handled by Han Hai, and all personnel appointments and dismissals will be decided by Su Li. I will issue a formal appointment notice to Su Li through official channels. Eve stood by the window, watching the mech girls' laughter and chatter beneath the tower. Suddenly, she understood why Su Li always liked to stand here. Because from here, she could clearly see all the beauty of the outpost. The mech tree on his body brought hope not only to the mech girls at the outpost, but also to all the mech girls on Mech Island. Eve pressed one hand against the windowpane, her eyes gazing at the bustling scene in the square. As if she had finally made up her mind, a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. End all elders' dedication ceremonies. From now on, all elders will only provide the laws collected on the battlefield. They will no longer participate in the dedication ceremony, and will instead provide energy reserves for the mech tree by sacrificing their own laws. 0304 exchanged glances. As elders, they naturally understood what this meant. Without sacrificing their own laws, the mech tree's energy would not accumulate. This meant that, after their defeat, they would no longer have enough energy for an interstellar escape. The traditions upheld by the entire Mech Island for 500 years were shattered by Eve's words. At the thought, a flicker of excitement flashed in their eyes. This was a gamble. A gamble that risked all their escape routes. In their sight, Su Li's figure stood out among the group of mecha girls. He was sitting on the edge of the fountain, watching his mecha girls distribute gifts to the others. Is this feasible? 03 recalled the battlefield, his dreamlike figure weaving through the insect swarms. The throbbing sensation from deep within her heart brought her to the answer she had sought. It's feasible. He was different from them. They were merely vassals of the mechanical tree, while he was its collaborator, even its master. Energy reserves didn't necessarily require the elders to sacrifice themselves. There was actually another way, to sacrifice enough insects. 03 silently released the shackles that restricted him. Feeling the compressed laws within him dissipate again, remotely absorbed by the mechanical tree through a special connection, his body felt light again. The shackles of the dedication ceremony bound both the mechanical girl and the mechanical tree, effectively transforming each elder into a battery, intercepting the laws escaping from the battlefield and compressing them within their bodies. By withholding the mechanical tree's rations, they prevented the loss of excess energy. Then, they would replenish it at the appropriate time. But now, that was no longer necessary. They only needed to fight even harder on the battlefield. No retreat. Starting today, with Lingsue Star as our starting point, we'll risk everything and give it a try. Eve glanced at Su Li by the fountain, then returned to her desk and began drafting the formal appointment documents. The resounding voice echoed through the command room, stirring the hearts of the two elders. Are they crazy? Then go crazy. The defense line was retreating again and again. The loss of combat power on all sides, and the current state of the mechanical island meant that the entire defense line could no longer hold out for 20 years. They knew all along that there was no better option. Everyone was retreating again and again. Could it be that they had to wait until they were at the end of their rope before they had the courage to fight? How long could the next line of defense hold out? If they truly reached a point of no return, would they still have the energy to fight? Forward. Push forward. Just as Su Li had always done. Even if it meant becoming a floating duckweed, they would keep moving forward. Only in this way, when they looked back, would they discover that the road behind them was already paved? The immense pressure suddenly dissipated. There was no pressure of risking the survival of the entire race, nor was there any confusion or fear of the unknown. The two quickly gathered around the table, connected the command system via terminal, and sent a meeting invitation to all the elders stationed on the mechanical island. As virtual images lit up in the command room, the small space suddenly became noisy. Establishing an entire legion was no easy task. Coordination between the various battle zones and the deployment of personnel were far more complex than a simple matter of a single sentence. But once the general direction was established, the remaining details only needed to be sorted out bit by bit. As orders were issued, the previously silent mechanical island seemed to come alive in an instant. The information was sorted and investigated simultaneously. The qualified mecha girls were quickly screened and compiled one by one. The deployment of warships and the movement of personnel aboard, this vast combat command system operated at unprecedented speed, producing a detailed implementation plan in a remarkably short time. Everything was progressing steadily. But the man who had facilitated all this was holding a straight, white, cylindrical object, staring at Li Tianlang in astonishment. Are you still not grown up? Seeing something straight doesn't make you move your legs? A flicker of disdain crossed Li Tianlang's face. He stared at Su Li's hand gripping the long staff, a wave of inward resentment rising within him. Master, you can move your legs, okay? If you don't want to play, give it back to me. Su Li tossed the white staff to him, watching him rub it against his face with a look of fondness, his face furrowing. Watching Li Tianlang joyfully wielding the staff, oblivious to the world around him, he subconsciously moved a little further away. How could a master like him dampen his apprentice's enthusiasm when he was at his most excited? He just liked playing with little sticks. The little sticks on the tree and the little sticks under the insects really weren't much different. Chapter 169. The bustle of the base continued late into the night. The bright lights announced to the Zerg of Lingsui that this was the last remaining paradise, the only remaining civilization on the planet. Su Li didn't want to be that civilization. So he returned to room 038 early, collapsed on the bed, and fell asleep. The next day, when he awoke again, the moment he opened the door, he saw Heiyu, wearing a furry suspender nightgown, kneeling at the command room door with the terminal under her arm. White socks wrapped around her fair thighs, the perfect tightness making him take a second look. He yawned loudly, feeling both angry and amused. Her eyes held 3 parts resentment, 3 parts pity, and 4 parts grievance. She looked so charming that one could only reach out and help her. But Su Li walked straight past her, not even stopping. The mecha girl who loved night raids couldn't help it all. The renovation of the second armed transport was in full swing, and he had to rush to see the complete main gun that had been removed today. After a night's rest, Yihua finally no longer needed to rely on someone pulling a cart to carry her forward. Leaning on crutches, the whip marks on her face, she directed the ship's dismantling work. With the experience gained from the first attempt, the speed of dismantling the ship increased significantly. Watching the enormous main gun being dismantled, Su Li exclaimed in admiration. It's huge. Yihua rolled her eyes, and directed the mecha girls to maneuver the mechas, securing the dismantled main gun to the newly installed gun mount on the inner side of the mountain wall. A compartment had been carved into the mountain wall at the pass to accommodate the warship's main gun. As the gun mount slowly advanced, the entire main gun was hidden within the mountain. Han Hai stood beside Su Li, hesitant to speak. The work of excavating the mountain hadn't stopped. Su Li stared at the excavation teams on the mountainside, watching them operate massive machines, chipping away at the inner side of the wall. The deafening sound lingered in the valley, lingering for a long time. There were many such excavation teams. 038, a plump figure, sat on a piece of excavation equipment, wearing a yellow hard hat, and under the command of 032, she excavated forward. The bulge in her chest trembled with a da-da-da noise, and it was clear that her stubborn body was exerting all its strength to keep fighting on the front line. As 032 gave orders, she couldn't help but look away. For the first time in her life, she felt a sense of suffocation at the work. Granite flew everywhere, and large amounts of stone tumbled directly into the protective netting, which was cleared away at regular intervals. What are they doing? How come I didn't know our mecha girls could do this? Han Hai smiled helplessly. No, they can't, but they can handle some simple excavation work. Besides sending 2 armed transports, the governor also brought several construction teams. We given them the lower floors of our communications tower. After considering the base's topography, they chose to carve into the mountainside to construct embedded cabin-type structures. Our personnel are increasing, and the communications tower is no longer sufficient. While we can squeeze in, single-person dormitories are essential for long-term planning. Embedded? You mean those high-tech, transparent cabins that are embedded in the mountainside, with half of them exposed? Han Hai looked at Su Li's excited face and nodded, bewildered. Yes, sir. Su Li had no resistance to this kind of capsule. He'd been disappointed for a long time that they hadn't been built on Green Origin Star. But he hadn't expected to find such a surprising turn of events upon returning home. What about inside the mountain? Are you planning to build a complete system? Yes, we plan to hollow out a section of the mountain to build a complete command system. The capsules will be connected through tunnels and corridors within the mountain. Later, the entire base's main command system will be moved inside the mountain. Han Hai's words made Su Li's eyes brighten. He hadn't noticed when he returned yesterday, but now he realized that several capsules were already under construction on the opposite mountain wall. The alloy frames reflected a faint light in the morning sun, and many of these frames were gradually taking shape in the depressions of the mountain. Han Hai stood beside Su Li, his face tilted upward, secretly observing Su Li in the distance. He always seemed so passionate, his eyes gleaming. Even amidst a swarm of insects, he always managed to lead them to the right path. But he seemed indifferent to power. If anyone else had heard of his promotion, they would probably have been overjoyed. But now he looked up, surveying the construction site. The position of Legion Commander seemed less appealing than the few unfinished capsules. So many? Su Li frowned slightly. As far as his eyes could see, the mountain wall was densely packed with depressions. If each one was a capsule, the scale of the project would undoubtedly be enormous. Add to that the need to hollow out the mountain, connect all the capsules internally, and complete the construction of a command center. A few construction teams wouldn't be enough. What's the deadline? The governor wants it completed within 3 months. Su Li gasped. He turned to look at the vast sea to one side, pointing to the dense depressions in the mountain wall. You mean, so many capsules 3 months? How many people do we have at our base? How can we possibly complete this amount of work in 3 months? No, I'll talk to the governor before she leaves. Han Hai quickly tugged at Su Li's shirt. We don't have to do it. New construction teams are on the way. At least within the next 3 months, approximately 30 construction teams will arrive. They'll have different tasks. Some will be building the command system, some will be constructing capsules. For more teams will arrive today, primarily responsible for constructing the Legion-level protective shield and installing some heavy defensive weapon compartments. Legion-level protective shield and heavy defensive weaponry? Su Li repeated the words. If he hadn't heard them firsthand, he would have thought he was hallucinating. A Legion-level protective shield, as the name suggests, is something only Legion-level units can use. Even if he offered double the military merits for his tiny outpost, they might not be willing to give it. And then, there were the 30 construction teams that were about to arrive. The combined forces of his own outpost were less than the 30 construction teams. He was having trouble wrapping his head around it. Looking at the densely packed capsules across from him, he felt a sense of absurdity. With so many capsules, even if each person had 3, they wouldn't be able to distribute them all. Was the construction team so idle? Or had Eve made some new strategic deployment? Han Hai glanced at Su Li beside him, and slowly lowered his head. Yes, a Legion-level protective shield, and heavy defensive weaponry. Excellent men are always remembered. She knew that all too well. After all, she was one of them who cared about him. What she hadn't expected was that the governor would also be concerned. She had initially dismissed Yi Hua's words until she saw the announcement appointing Su Li as the commander of Legion number 3347. This is too much. Just when there's a hint of progress, the position of Legion commander has been given. A Legion-level defensive shield is also available. A small, resource-depleted planet is actually assigned to a Legion. B-class frigates are already on their way, and the first batch of 3,000 mecha girls have completed their political review and are being deployed. How should we deal with such an enemy? She lowered her head in bewilderment, looking around, unable to see the road ahead. Chapter 170. The armed transport slowly ascended, choosing a random direction and heading straight ahead. As the Legion-level energy shield rose, covering the entire valley, Su Li felt an unprecedented sense of security. He stood on the transport's deck, watching the shield close again before turning his gaze to the distance. With the Legion-level energy shield, the outpost was secure. The 2 dismantled transport's main guns were enough to give any invading insects a good beating. Furthermore, the hundreds of high-level mechas within the base were enough to withstand a massive insect swarm. Lightning stood beside Su Li, her bright red hair flying. In her paper bag, a dozen fist-sized steamed buns were steaming, their white, tender flesh captivating the eye. Master, would you like a bite? She brought the bun to Su Li's lips. He glanced at the gnawed edge of the bun in her hand and swallowed it whole. Before she could evade, her delicate hand was sucked directly. Hey, wait a minute. I'll feed you later. Lightning blushed, pulling a bun from the paper bag. She quickly devoured it, leaving only the edge, and stuffed it back into Su Li's mouth. She seemed to enjoy putting her fingers into other people's mouths, as if it allowed her to avoid wiping the grease off her hands. Su Li chewed the soft, fragrant bun wrapper, gazing into the distance in a daze. He had never imagined that in just one night, he would become the commander of the 3,347th Legion stationed on Lingsue Star. Yesterday, he wasn't even the nominal commander of the outpost. Today, the moment he opened his eyes, the order had already arrived. If Han Hai hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have even picked up the terminal to take a look. This wasn't even a promotion. This was a legion being formed explicitly for him. An ordinary person, working their way up step by step, would never reach the rank of Legion Commander. Only those with a higher starting point would have to spend 20 to 30 years gradually ascending to the position of Legion Commander. And this position was different from a civilian position. Each Legion Commander had fought their way through a sea of blood and blood. They were almost all the strongest fighters in the Alliance, barring the Super S-class pilots. Within the entire military, each Legion Commander held considerable influence. The sudden order had placed Su Li, without any effort, in this special group. This left him somewhat bewildered. It was easy to predict what the high-ranking figures would think of the Mechanical Island's blatant favoritism. But it was clear that neither he nor Eve cared. The existence of the mechanical tree had clearly caused the governor of this mechanical island to lose some of his composure. A legion, 2 main battleships, just given away like that. So what did he need to do to repay the mechanical island's efforts? A strange voice on the communicator interrupted his thoughts. 3 kilometers ahead, 2 small insect nests, one on the left and one on the right. Commander, should we attack? 3 teams per hive. Remember, we're here to gather food. Don't leave anything you can't eat, and pack up what you can and take it away. Yes. 6 teams of mecha girls stood on either side of the deck, flipped over, and flew towards the 2 hives on the left and right. The alert Zerg swarm hissed for only a few seconds before being pierced directly by the spears. The mecha girls, who had first followed him from the outpost, had clearly developed a unique fighting style, weaving in and out of the swarm. Even at only B rank, their movements were sharp and impeccable. It was clear that they had put in the utmost effort in their daily training. Su Li could tell at a glance that their attributes had completely surpassed those of ordinary B-rank Zerg girls. Moreover, after changing to black and red liveries, their murderous aura seemed even stronger. Even when facing a small Zerg nest, they didn't flinch, drawing their cold weapons to engage them. The black and red figures were like sharp knives, easily slicing through the Zerg swarm's formation. With a few nimble moves, they had completely divided the swarm. Cao Cao walked to Su Li's side, observing the battle in the distance with a telescope. On either side of the hive, 3 teams of B-rank mechas were formed on one side, while on the other, a fully fledged squadron from the Royal Guards. The originally anticipated disparity in strength didn't materialize. To his surprise, the 2 sides' advancing speeds were surprisingly comparable. TSK. Brother. I'm not flattering you, but you truly are a capable leader. These B-rank mechas, from their agility to their marksmanship, are reminiscent of you. Their combat effectiveness is already considered accomplished. It has little to do with me, it's their own hard work. Those who have survived this long on the battlefield each possess their own unique skills. As for the Royal Guards, while their advance isn't as fast, it's clear they're more at ease. Cao Cao agreed with Su Li's words. He held the telescope in his hand, looking left and right. Whenever he saw something interesting, he felt an urge to go see it. Sigh. Such exciting battle footage, but we can see it, but we can't capture it. It's really fucking hurtful. Could you please take it easy? My team now has 12 people, including me. Just editing your video will take half a month. Cao Cao put down his binoculars and looked at Su Li before him. The dark circles under his eyes made him look as if he was about to die. By the way, brother. You'll be my brother from now on. When we use lightning again, can you please take it easy? She calls you lightning, not really asking you to turn into lightning. He spread his hands. When the governor gave me the video, I watched it 3 times and still couldn't understand it. Finally, I had to slow it down 10 times before I saw you aging into a streak of light, darting through the insect swarm. Aren't you just trying to make it harder for me? I'm just posting it straight away without editing. Don't be the only one being blinded by this. Those people waiting for the footage to be edited, Don't even think about escaping. I'm just saying, brother, isn't Regal awesome? That domineering. Isn't June's show adorable? That's suspenseful. A floating shield is so cool. Worst case scenario, you mess with Hongying. That girl was missing half a tooth, but now it's fixed. You insisted on using a beam of light? I'm already over 40. Do you think I still trust light? Suli looked at Cao Cao with amusement. Didn't you tell me to use more lightning? Let me think about your exact words. You seem to say that editing Regal always felt like playing whack-a-mole. You never knew where she'd pop up next. And Yuan Shou, you're disgusted with her shield. It's too big, constantly obscuring the mecha's overall view. And Hongying, if you think she's not durable enough, you should take over. Suli reached out and patted Cao Cao's shoulder, saying earnestly, brother, if you really can't hold on any longer, rest up. Otherwise, next time you come to me complaining, you'll be too tired and neglect the person you shouldn't have neglected. Cao Cao was stunned. Who did I neglect? Suli leaned back, revealing lightning, holding a bun in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. Her eyes gleamed with an inexplicable gleam, and she glared at Cao Cao with a narrowed gaze, her tone extremely hostile. You're only in your 40s, and you don't believe in light anymore? Chapter 171. Home Planet, Human Parliament. In the speaker's office, Gao Mingrui removed his heavy glasses and rubbed his eyes, swollen with fatigue. He was no longer young, and after 2 meetings, he felt exhausted. Summaries of the battle situation in each major theater of war, a detailed breakdown of military expenditures required by the military, and reports from the finance department on various public welfare expenditures, and support and incentive plans for major businesses. These requests, which should have been properly handled by the lower levels, now piled up like a mountain on his desk. Even the photos that had always been on his desk were pushed to a corner. A figure slowly stepped out and placed a cup of refreshing strong tea in front of him. The rich aroma washed over him, visibly lifting his spirits. Since aging, his body seemed to have become increasingly dependent on these things. It seemed that only the aroma of strong tea could revitalize his body and return him to work. Thank you. This cup of tea makes me feel much more awake. He looked up at the woman who had come to his side, and gently placed his aged hand on hers. Her hands were still as smooth as ever. Even though she had dyed her hair completely white to accommodate him, it couldn't change the fact that she remained youthful. You can't keep working so hard, and don't drink too much tea. Just this 1 cup, or you'll be awake at 4 in the morning again. Okay, I'll listen to you. Just this 1 cup today. Tell me, what documents do you need to organize today? She expertly tried to help him with the paperwork, but he gently tugged at her arm. Don't rush yet. Someone's coming soon. Before Gao Mingrui finished his words, there was a knock on the office door. His once warm expression cooled, becoming once again as still as a still pond. The door opened, and 3 figures entered, gently closing the door behind them. The machine girl glanced at the 3 of them, and turned back to the inner room. Speaker, Mechanical Island, you're disrespecting the council. Before the 3 of them even took their seats, Qin Tianen spoke, stating the purpose of his visit. Yes. They just wanted to establish a legion without prior notification, and they already begun mobilizing troops without even going through the council. This behavior has crossed the council's line. Furthermore, she wants the newly formed legion to garrison a small outpost. How ridiculous. And under the pretext of a counterattack. Ling Sui's star is already under the Zerg's influence. If the current defenses fail, what can that small base do? Gao Mingrui watched the 3 people chattering in silence. Since they were here, they had to finish what they were saying. Of the 3 council members, 1 was backed by the Southeast Military Region, 1 by the Northern Military Region, and 1 by the most powerful corporate federation on their home planet. These 3 completely unrelated people were now in his office together. Who was trying to test his attitude? The Southeast Military Region? They recently lost 3 Super S-class pilots in battle. The Northern Military Region had the most obvious reason for the attack. After all, the 2 B-class frigates currently in service were taken from their own territory. But what is strange is that the one taking the lead is the Business Federation? Gao Mingrui carefully examined Qin Tianen. This man looked respectable, dressed in a suit and tie, his hair meticulously combed. Even when he was denouncing the Mechanical Island, his hair remained perfectly combed. His expression was, after all, a bit stiff, unnatural. Underneath his questions lay a deep fear. He had originally thought that Zhang Guoyong's death hadn't made them realize their own precarious situation. But now it seemed otherwise. Su Li's unexpected action had clearly left a deep psychological scar on them. So deep that they would rather question the mechanical island than even mention the name of the new Legion commander in their lengthy speeches. No, it could also be that questioning the mechanical island had become the norm. They seemed to believe that by questioning alien races from a human perspective, they would secure a firm footing in the greater good of humanity. But in reality, the mechanical island's stance was even clearer. Eve's voice and face seemed to be right before their eyes. Gao Mingrui could even imagine that if Eve were in this office right now, she'd likely have an expression of impatience on her face, with at most a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. Her usual tactics were the guards' rifles pointed directly at the heads of the council members, and the whip in her hand. The whip was often raised, like a whipping dog, causing the council members to scream in agony in the conference hall. But the gunshot hadn't been heard in a long time. Perhaps she realized that having a foolish opponent had its advantages. But Gao Mingrui couldn't forget. That gunshot had indeed occurred 40 years ago. Even now, the blood that splattered on his face still made him feel warm. The current legislators are still relatively young. Many have even forgotten everything that happened in the chamber 40 years ago. This is another human trait. Simply because blood hasn't splattered on their faces, or bullets haven't lodged in their heads, they'll forget about it after a few years of casual conversation. They'll pretend nothing happened. Gao Mingrui wasn't like that, so he ascended to the speakership in a remarkably short time, a position he held for 20 years. To achieve this position, he forfeited the opportunity to become a Super S-Class pilot. So now, at his advanced age, he still sits at his desk, listening to a group of people's meaningless farts. Their farts finally stopped. Gao Mingrui's scrutinizing gaze swept over the three people's faces. He took a sip of strong tea, savoring the aroma as it lingered in his mouth. Then he set down his cup and spoke slowly. Mechanic Island's actions are indeed disrespectful of the Council. But before questioning Mechanic Island, I think we should first understand the essence of the matter, right? Regardless of her purpose in establishing the Legion, and regardless of how many men and equipment she mobilizes, all of this is premised on a single premise. She needs a capable Legion commander. Everyone, as far as I know, the commander of Mechanic Island's 3,347th Legion is the same one who caused such a disturbance in the Council last time. What do you call him? Oh right, a traitor. As everyone knows, mechanic girls are forbidden from serving as Legion commanders. It's written into the Covenant. So why not seize this opportunity to take down this traitor? Not only would we eliminate a scourge for humanity, but we could also completely eradicate all of Mechanic Island's plans. This? Gao Mingrui raised his head expressionlessly, looking at the three speechless people before him. In just a moment, beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. With humanity's cause at the forefront, some sacrifices are unavoidable. So, I'll draft a document now. Counselor Qin, you three can discuss who will command this action team. The anti-espionage operation is imperative, and I'll be the first to sign. As long as this Legion commander is removed, all of Mechanical Island's plans will be shattered. He put his glasses back on, and behind the lenses, his eyes shone with the magnanimity and honor of a willingness to sacrifice everything for humanity. We should discuss this further. The three men walked in with their chests puffed out, but left with hunched backs and grim expressions. It seemed as if they had left all their good moods and enthusiasm behind them in this office. Humph. Gao Mingrui snorted disdainfully and began to sort through the documents at hand. The robot girl reappeared, brought a small stool over, and sorted all the documents for him. You gone bad? I'm already so scared, and you still insist on exposing my scars. She spoke slowly, a thick smile on her face. I gone bad? Why do I remember being this bad? Anyway, how many main battle regiments did she say she wanted? You old bastard, you have no manners at all. The governor said 5. In the spacious office, Gao Mingrui gasped. 5? Only 5? She plans to fill all the remaining vacancies with the robot girl? 8. That number can't be any less. A legion without even 8 main battle regiments of humanity, how can the parliament face it? Chapter 172. So this is a mixed army? Can the council be so generous? Suli stood at the desk in the command room, looking at Eve's back. The pressure she had borne in establishing the army was imaginable. Furthermore, the army commander was the same one who had caused such a scene in the council. Just thinking about it brought back the ferocious expressions of many council members. His hands were strangely itchy. Letting Eve shoulder everything wasn't his style. Go! Where had he and Regal put the steel barrels last time? His eyes swept over Eve's silky, light blue hair, flowing freely, its tips gleaming in the sunlight. She was watching a large group of mecha girls gathered around the transport ship, dismantling the giant net hanging from it. With the armed transport ship, Su Li's hunting range had expanded significantly. The harvest from this trip was enough to fill 2 cold storage rooms. Eve suddenly felt that forming a legion was a bit rash. Perhaps a division would be more adequate. At this rate, even the insects of Cold Star might not be enough for them. They also ate insects on the main battlefield. But for ordinary soldiers and pilots, such food was a tonic, usually only available during weekly gatherings. Eating it every day, every meal, was truly unique. No wonder their physical fitness improved so dramatically, their foundation so solid, each one eager to break through the critical threshold of their level. Just look at the stink bugs hanging on the mountain walls. They've been replaced by one generation after another. Not to mention the new cold storage being built at the base. The outpost already has 5 large cold storage facilities like this. Now it seems 5 more wouldn't be redundant. They will. Eve stood with her hands behind her back, looking remarkably calm and composed. She had never imagined that a casual move she made would bring her such a surprising outcome. Working under his banner made many things much easier. Su Li smiled cheerfully. He actually didn't mind whether the Human Council granted him the main battle group or not. Even though he was now the commander of the 3,347th Legion, for him, the title of commander held far more symbolic significance than practical value. He couldn't stick to his base like other commanders. Thanks to the system in his head, or the mechanical tree, he had to roam the world like a wandering prostitute. I'm leaving today. 2 elders will assist you with all matters related to Legion development. Han I can coordinate the important tasks of the entire base for you. A strong combat force has been provided to you, and the subsequent mecha girls will arrive within 3 months. Eve suddenly turned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Li, a hint of anticipation in her expression. Go for it. I'm looking forward to what surprises you'll bring to the mechanical island once you gain power. Su Li looked at Eve before him, slowly raised his right hand, and saluted her. With Eve's departure, Su Li returned to the command room. Her decision undoubtedly resolved his worries. With a legion of troops guarding Lingui Star, plus 3 armed transports and 2 B-class frigates, he didn't know how he could lose. The number of queens on Lingui Star was no longer important. What mattered was that with the increase in troops, the original team situation at the outpost suddenly took on a strange look. The humming core resounded, a mesmerizing sound as lines of black and red mech surged out of the narrow pass. They had previously seldom used firearms, but now nearly every squad carried handheld howitzers, racing towards their assigned objectives. A massive transport ship hovered overhead, scanning for any insect nests. Behind a massive speaker, a mech clutched its shield with despair, clanging relentlessly. The resonant sound waves radiated through the speakers, echoing far away. Su Li watched with amusement as the shield clanged against the shield, feeling a surge of satisfaction. He had always thought she handled the shield like a gong. The way she struck it steady and rhythmic, neither hurried nor slow. The force of her blows was always precise. It showed how talented she was. Even if she were sent to a temple, she'd be a skilled wooden fish player. Jun Shou, on the other hand, was a bit less skilled. She always seemed to be slacking off, leaning over him, only controlling the 2 golden round shields with her mind, like cymbals. Whenever she struck a blow, she just clang, 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 shaking the sturdy shields to a shudder. So, this is your plan to lure the enemy? After banging on the shield for half an hour, Jiandun came over angrily, and slammed it directly onto the deck. She stood there banging it, while he lay on the deck basking in the sun, and that idiot Zhang Chongping was actually basking in the sun with him. Was he trying to get her to change pilots? Right. Insects are very sensitive to sound waves and vibrations, aren't they? Then why don't you play some music? Or maybe even a recording of some gongs and drums? You're just trying to cause trouble for me. Seeing Jiandun's furious expression after he unfurled his shield, Su Li was stunned for a moment, then said heartfeltly, "Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot." You? Jiandun was about to speak when Jun Shou suddenly became interested and launched his 2 shields at him repeatedly, clang, clang, clang. The deafening sound completely drowned out Jiandun's words. Zhang Chongping stared blankly at his mecha girl's mouth, unable to hear a single word. The cymbals faded, and Jiandun's face flushed from his roar. What did you just say? His confused question completely ignited Jiandun's rage. She grabbed his ear and dragged him towards a corner. Li Tianlang snorted disdainfully. Master, see? You said he was useless. Even someone as small as Jiandun could easily control him. Look at me, you are 175 centimeters tall, and I still manage him. Oh! What did you manage her for? Oh, I let her slap me on the right cheek, but she definitely wouldn't hit me on the left. As a man, I have to have some say. Su Li looked at the proud Li Tianlang and silently moved aside. As Li Tianlang continued to consume the insect meat, his physical fitness improved dramatically. However, as his fitness improved, not only did he not gain a stronger position, but the more he went off-road, the lower his position became. Not only did he not notice anything about this, he actually enjoyed it endlessly. I wonder if every time he hunched his back, he was using a bit of his brain. Has it been a while since you looked in the mirror? Of course I have. Then those dark circles under your eyes. Su Li glanced at his dark circles and felt a chill run down his spine. Li Tianlang pointed at his dark circles and grinned, his expression full of pride. Looks great, doesn't it? Yuerong said I have fair skin, so she gave me a smoky vampire look. She said she used a lot of setting lotion. Feel it, it's so real. It won't wash off. I saw it, it's very realistic. Su Li silently covered Jun Shou's ears and nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's very realistic. It scared me. You still need stink bug powder? Just go find Kulianpi. Bring a big box, haul it in a truck, and say I gave it to you. Thank you, master, for your generosity. You're like my adopted parents. Su Li shuddered with a forced smile. Having another parent, those parents must have a lot to worry about. He looked up at Yuerong, who was standing next to Li Tianlang, and saw that she was standing straight and steady, her face calm and her heart steady. Su Li sighed softly. The food is so good. She's gained weight. Chapter 173. People change, even mecha girls. At least if it were Yuerong before, she would blush and look like she couldn't hear what you were saying. But not now. Perhaps it's because she's been in the woods so much and has seen more than a few storms. Su Li suddenly felt outdone, because the most outrageous thing he ever done in his 2 lives was to push against lightning. Hiss. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. A hive has been detected, 3 kilometers to the left, a medium-sized hive. As the announcement rang out over the communication channel, the mecha team below suddenly accelerated forward, handheld grenade launchers raised high, and emptied their magazines. Dense volleys of projectiles rained down on the hive, and the sound of explosions filled the air. Li Tianlang rolled over and sat up. Yuerong reached out and lifted him up, then rushed to the edge of the deck and jumped down with him in her arms. The agile posture and the mind-numbingly skilled maneuvering caused Su Li's lips to twitch again. It seemed she had moved beyond child psychology and into the world of domineering success. The moon-white paint job had been replaced with black and red. She rode away, soaring to the front of the group, and then slammed fiercely into the insect swarm. The longsword in her hand pierced the insect's mouthparts with a whistling sound, but her body twisted, using inertia to pull out the long sword, and at the same time, she slammed the round shield down on the head of the small species. Green blood splattered instantly. She didn't even need to see. The feedback from her shield alone told her the opponent's head had exploded completely. Her and Li Tianlang's growth was astonishing. The so-called S-class pilots on their home planet were actually quite a bit of a dud. In the past, Li Tianlang, let alone facing a swarm of insects head-on, even a single small species would have left him flustered. But now, he was braving the Zerg swarm head-on, becoming the vanguard of the entire team, transforming into the sharpest blade, tearing a hole through the swarm. He was talented, but he had never had the opportunity to grow. The outpost's first true battle gave both him and Zhang Chongping a chance to grow. The tense atmosphere of battle and the impending doom of their lives could fully unleash their inner ruthlessness. The once impudent Li Tianlang, ever so eloquent and full of tricks, no longer reveled in dazzling displays, instead maintaining a meticulously simple approach to every move. It might seem a little rigid now, but as he became more familiar with the controls, he would one day be able to control Yuerong with ease. The next step up would be to reach the pinnacle of skill. Master, let's go too. It's been a while since you piloted Jun Shou. Su Li reached out and pinched Jun Shou's cheek, pulling her to the edge of the deck. The two smiled at each other and leaped down. The golden neck was still midair, as a dozen round shields roared into the insect swarm. The whirring sound from the power reactor made Su Li's blood boil. Compared to being a Legion commander, commanding from the rear, he clearly wanted to charge into the battlefield in a mech. The thrill of that kind, once experienced, was irresistible. He held the 2 massive tower shields in his hands, and while still in midair, the thrusters gave a boost, sending the mech spinning. With a golden glow, he slammed into the insect swarm. Every insect in his path was shattered, and sent flying by his shields. This unwavering crushing power allowed him to break through the insect swarm in a remarkably short time. A massive, gold and white shield, its intricate pattern stained with green blood, darted fearlessly at him, only to be mercilessly crushed. A dozen round shields whirled in midair, each strike slaying insects in their path. Su Li closed his eyes, completely absorbed in Jun Shou's perception. Jun Shou gritted his teeth, feeling his mind and body slowly enveloped and overtaken by Su Li's spirit. That spiritual power was so vast, filling her without a trace of roughness. Instead, they merged in an unusually harmonious unity. Her face flushed slightly. Ever since her last experience of exhaustion, she felt her threshold had lowered considerably. No, hold on. Just a bunch of small and medium-sized species. If she could even become exhausted in such a battle, how could she hold her head high in front of her sisters? Her body shifted uneasily, feeling the mingling of their spirits. Suddenly, she felt that the other sisters' failures were understandable. She could sense that this was only a fraction of Su Li's spiritual power. Don't worry, leave it to me. This little fight won't exhaust me. You have to trust yourself. Hearing Su Li's gentle words, Jun Shou's face flushed even more. As their spirits intertwined, Su Li easily detected her thoughts. But even his assurances were completely unreliable. She couldn't trust herself at all. Her ability was to solidify and amplify her physical strength. But as she used it, she felt her sensations grow stronger. That kind of mental stimulation was completely beyond her control. Hurry! Hurry! That shameless guys jumped off the boat again. Skinny monkey, can you do it? If you keep dawdling, all the military merit will be snatched away again. The moment Li Tianlong's furious voice rang out, Yurong began to speed up again, her longsword swung out in afterimages. What a lousy master Gao Yi. Even his own father couldn't handle military merit. Stop rushing. I'm already fast enough. I didn't even break once. Zhang Chongping tilted his head to glance at Jiandun, and suddenly felt that the mecha girl's long legs were still a significant advantage. At least when it came to collecting military merit, they might be faster. When all the mecha girls saw the golden mecha leap down, they couldn't help but increase their speed. In many cases, many things, there's no logic to it. He was the one who ran the shop at the base, the one who sold the upgrade modules, and he even thoughtfully let the mecha girls buy them using military merit. This made everyone identify with him, and support him from the bottom of their hearts. Yet, on the battlefield, he was still the one who grabbed the credit, watching him charge into the Zerg swarm like a whirlwind. Every mech knew they were one step closer to their dream of a little skirt. When he led them through the Zerg before, they felt nothing but pride and envy at his skill. Those terrifying creatures they fought bloody battles against seemed like mere food in his presence. This instilled in every mech girl an irrepressible admiration for him. Every bite of bugs they ate felt like a gift from their savior. But the same admiration they once felt now betrayed their disdain. You're a super S-rank, you should just be in command, yet you're joining in on a small hunting mission, watching the golden figure charging across the battlefield like a reckless wild boar. Every mech girl couldn't help but curl their lips. Chapter 174. Lingsui's star gradually became extremely lively. This was the consensus of all the mech girls. They used to see no ships for a year, but since Su Li's arrival, ships have been arriving every now and then. A massive armored transport slowly landed outside the pass, its massive gusts blowing, ruffling the skirts of the mech girls below. On High smoothed down his flying hair and adjusted his glasses. The massive ship's deck slowly lowered. Teams of soldiers in power armor stepped out of the armored transport. The moment they stepped off the ship, they were stunned by the massive mountain wall before them. Discussions erupted. The dense array of weapon hatches on the towering mountain wall made everyone squint subconsciously. But what immediately drew their breath was the stink bugs that clung to the mountain wall like giant wind chimes. For a moment, they all raised their weapons, thinking the Zerg swarm had reached their doorsteps, and looked around in panic. Soldiers, lower your weapons. Line up according to your organization. A uniformed mech girl stood at the front of the pass, each holding a large sign behind her. Inscribed on it were the original unit numbers of the main human regiments. After determining their positions, they quickly began to assemble at their designated location, occasionally glancing sideways at the mountain wall. It wasn't fear, nor was it short-sightedness. Everyone had seen Zerg before, dealing with them daily. But no one had ever seen something like stink bugs hung on the mountain wall outside the base to dry. The long queue stretched as far as the eye could see, and the stink bugs hanging from the mountain wall drew everyone's attention. They weren't even allowed into the base until their identities had been verified. This was unthinkable on all fronts. After all, the Zerg coveted genetics. Any living creature that remained outside the defense line for more than half an hour would be attacked by the Zerg. Only within the 24-hour protective shield could they find relative peace and security. But now, watching the staff at the front of the line slowly registering, who knew how long this approval process would last. The uneasiness of the unknown, combined with the inertia of common sense, led to frequent questions and whispers within each team. They just brazenly left us out there? Aren't they afraid of a Zerg raid? Hush. If I were you, I'd look down at my feet after I finished looking at the mountain wall. TSK, isn't it just a little bit of green grass? How rare is that? Huh? You seen green grass outside your old defense line? Whispers spread, but none of the mecha girls seemed inclined to intervene. They simply verified the information over and over, then gathered those who had verified it beneath the mountain wall. Gerbils poked their heads out of their burrows, curiously examining the ironclad figures before them. Their appearance caused the human soldiers' eyes to widen. It was not that they hadn't heard of Linksue Star before. However, the information they had received was limited to the official explanation. A resource-depleted planet, Zerg occupied. No signs of life. An outpost. That was all they knew. But what did they see now? Not only vegetation, but even signs of other life. A fleet of mechs rushed back from the distance, bringing a gust of wind as they stopped in front of the pass. The bright red mech in the lead waved it high and unfurled. Lightning bit her lower lip, a look of displeasure on her face. What? Returning empty-handed again? More or less. Lightning waved back. A mech approached, unsheathed a package the size of a room from its waistband, and placed it beside her. Just a few mushrooms, 3 insect nests. We cleared them all out. The insects have been getting harder to catch lately. Within a 40-kilometer radius, the harvest is pitifully small. We used to see a few larvae. Now there are so many rats, they've eaten them all. Hi jumped onto the bag, tore open the seal, and swallowed subconsciously. That's already pretty good. Many of the teams that went out recently have returned empty-handed. However, as our base grows in numbers, the situation should improve. Why? Lightning's eyes widened. One more person means one more mouth to feed. It's good enough if they don't eat the base to death. How can it improve? Because the queen needs genetic evolution. Before, with so few of us, it might not have evolved even if we ate. But now that there are so many, it might not be able to hold back. Lightning's eyes lit up at this. Is it so eager to sacrifice itself? Tears welled up at the corners of Lightning's mouth, seemingly moved. The queen's long legs at the 7th Legion's base, their fresh, smooth texture still lingering on her tongue. She could eat as much of this delicacy as she could. That's Lightning, right? Yes, that's right. It looks like it's Commander Su Li's base. I told you this place was covered in bugs. There was no doubt about it, and you still didn't believe me. Who among you hasn't seen that eating show? Yeah, why didn't I think of it? The connection is so strong. Who else but him could have such a powerful fighting force, collecting bugs for food? But why is it only Lightning? Where's the commander? No one answered their confusion. Team after team of mechs returned. Except for a few carrying supplies, the others were empty-handed. As Lightning had said, the mech girls' faces grimaced as they unfurled. Just as Lightning had said, except for the towering mountains to the north, which were too difficult to circumvent, they had explored the entire 40-kilometer radius. They were so desperate to dig up the dirt to take a look. Not to mention mushrooms, even bugs were rare. If this continued, they would either have to expand their search area or just eat rats. These little creatures have been running rampant lately, proving that the insects around the base have been completely devoured. Thinking of this, they began to blame themselves. If they had been gentler back then, if they had spared even a single surviving creature, finding something to eat wouldn't be so difficult now. A dark shadow slowly emerged from the horizon, moving at breakneck speed toward the outpost. On the deck, the golden-clad Jun Shou stood at the forefront, watching the direction of his home approach. On the ground, everyone raised their heads. A dozen large lumps seemed to have appeared out of thin air beneath the armed transport. As they drew closer, they could see that they were giant nets, suspended from the air, forming net bags. Within each net bag, densely packed insects clumped together, a terrifying sight. The ship slowly landed on the open ground, and several teams of mechas immediately arrived, deploying their mechas. Working together, they untied the net bags one by one, letting the insects pour out and form piles on the ground. Without flinching, they deftly pulled out the bags from their waists and began packing the items. All the human chapters outside the pass were stunned. They watched in amazement as a group of mechs, carrying packages taller than themselves, as if they were dividing treasures. After filling each bag, they carried it back into the pass. So, are these all edible? They should be. They look like larvae. Hiss. Those bags aren't worms. They're all worm legs. The chatter gradually grew louder, echoing across the pass. Exclamations and exclamations of admiration filled the air, as everyone stared intently at the swirling swarm of worms in the bags, instinctively shrinking back. The sheer volume of larvae and zerg limbs stirred a wave of doubt in the minds of the soldiers of the main human chapter. Were they going out to fight the zerg, or to restock? Chapter 175. There were no continuous steel walls. There were no reassuring pale blue shields. But within the hearts of every human soldier, a weight dropped heavily to the ground. As the golden mech leaped from the deck and landed, everyone felt certainty, even feeling a fire burning in their chests. Whether it was live broadcasts or the various training sessions organized by the various theater units, that figure was a constant presence. Even the chefs in the kitchen would take notes during his live broadcasts, recording every ingredient he described to enrich their own company's menus. Not to mention the soldiers themselves. They yearned for the strong and even revere them even more. As a newly promoted Super S-Class pilot within the Alliance, Su Li's terrifying combat prowess had quickly earned the recognition of many officers and soldiers. He was no longer just a Super S-Class pilot. As he steadily advanced, he had become a role model in the hearts of many officers and soldiers, and even the public. In time, this might become a belief. The thought of potentially fighting alongside such a man ignited a fire within everyone's heart. They gazed intently at the man in the mech, the one who had supposedly fired the first shot of the counterattack. If they were destined to die on the battlefield, then they would follow in his footsteps. Even if they fell on the road, it would be glorious enough. Su Li, noticing the dense crowd below, looking up at him, simply opened Jun Shou's cockpit. Everyone saw him, and the moment he stepped out of the cockpit, the crowd erupted in cheers. They hadn't seen the streaking light on the front lines, for his speed was simply too great, but everyone saw him, alone on the battlefield, forcibly defeating over a dozen elite species, and forcibly subduing the queen. The blood-red mecha, seemingly coated in gold, sent a shudder through the bones of everyone who saw it. He gazed at the eager gazes of the human soldiers below, and raised his hand in a military salute. With just one gesture, a thunderous response erupted from below. Victory! 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 The power armor stood at attention in unison, their continuous shouts echoing throughout the valley. Su Li stared in astonishment at the high-spirited mecha before him, somewhat bewildered. He hadn't even realized when he had gained such a powerful influence among the major mechas. The resounding shouts spurred the mecha girls to join in immediately. Compared to the major human mechas, their faith in him was clearly purer. Suddenly, Su Li, standing on the cockpit canopy, felt a bit bewildered. Jun Shou climbed from the driver's seat, and quietly stood behind him. Looking at the roaring crowd below, her small hand involuntarily tugged at Su Li's shirt. A sense of pride welled up in her heart, feeling that her master, already incredibly kind, now had an even more dazzling aura. Su Li braced himself and grasped Jun Shou's hand. He appeared calm, but in reality, his legs were trembling with excitement. Even facing a swarm of insects, he remained calm. But when faced with the support of his comrades, he lost his composure. The blood in his chest raged for a long time. Those resolute faces revealed an indomitable determination. This fiery emotion was incredibly contagious. He turned around and pulled Jun Shou back into the cockpit. In the open space outside the mountain pass, the eyes of the human soldiers followed him as he flew into the pass. Cao Dao stood beside Han Hai, squinting his eyes. A smile graced his slightly plump face, which had lost a lot of weight. His tireless work day and night seemed to be paying off. Honestly, seeing the daily surge in followers and the steady surge in traffic in his live stream, he knew Su Li already had a massive fan base. But the enthusiasm of the soldiers before him still startled him. Although his live streams lacked even the most basic communication with his fans, everyone knew he was a genuine person. And it was this authenticity and genuineness that the masses needed to see. One report after another of military merit, one after another of brilliant battle records. And then, there were those incredible, mind-blowing maneuvers that made one's head soar. He had both good looks and skills, and both skills and good looks. And that classic late-night poisoning routine always moved countless people to tears. It wasn't that no one raised doubts. But everyone who raised doubts was severely slapped in the face. The counselors on the wall could attest to that. On this battlefield, he was probably the only one who could confidently tell everyone that his military achievements were not exaggerated in the slightest. Well done. Han Hai adjusted her glasses, watching the human soldiers, who had regained their composure, and were quickly completing their registration procedures, smile with immense satisfaction. She was unstinting in her praise for Cao Cao. Professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. It wasn't my fault. He's the one who stood up for himself. All I could do was cheer him on from behind. Tao Tao watched the figure disappear into the pass and grinned. Ever since I first commentated on his game, watching him swim upstream against the Zerg, I knew it. If the league ever gave birth to a legend, it would definitely be him. It seems my judgment was always right. He raised his hand to his chest, feeling the pounding of his heart. He had never imagined that a man in his 40s could still be so easily moved by others' emotions. He suddenly remembered the spectators at Su Li's previous matches, who were frantically taking fast-acting heart pills. It seemed he would have to prepare for this too. Not to mention his various impressive moves, even the long nights required him to take medication to protect his heart, liver, and kidneys. Watching a legend being born step by step, while he was absent due to health reasons, he would never be able to rest in peace. Ha-Hai blinked her eyes, and clutched the terminal tightly to her chest. She suddenly realized that since Su Li was a legend, she had to strive for it. After all, legends belong to everyone. He could be a soldier's legend, a lightning legend, a governor's legend. So why couldn't he be her legend? Is it important that he can't see the path under his feet? She just needs to see the path under his feet. Ha-Hai turned around, her face flushing as if she had thought of something. She looked at the tallest capsule, which had already been built. That's right. As the base's chief steward and part-time secretary, she had to live next door to the Legion commander so that she could report to him at all times. Any distance would be disrespectful to the secretary's position. Chapter 176. The small square at the base was packed with people. This was the busiest time since the outpost was established. Even the commercial street, already expanded, was nearly at a standstill under the throng. They had expanded the base in record time, building capsules large enough to accommodate the entire Legion, but they had neglected the small square. Thankfully, construction on the base was still underway. By briefly pausing other work, they could quickly clear the square. Li Tianlang, looking embarrassed, pulled Yuerong along as they navigated the massive crowd. It was bustling, but he had already circled the base 3 times with Yuerong and still couldn't find a quiet spot. The entire square, the commercial street, and even the grove were packed with people. Many people stood in their capsules, looking down, hesitating whether to join them. Only 4 human regiments had arrived, each with 5,000 men. And even these 4 were still on their way. The first batch of 3,000 mecha girls had all arrived. This small town, originally home to only a few hundred people, had been crammed with 23,000 in a remarkably short period of time. With such a large base, even with a large portion of the original staff deployed to handle various guidance and arrangements, things were still a bit chaotic. Kuling's head was about to explode. Previously, she was only responsible for the meals of a few hundred mecha girls. But now, she was responsible for over 23,000. As the various teams were arranging dormitories and preparing their own bases, the supporting facilities were incomplete, and some units hadn't even finished moving in yet. All the pressure fell on Kuling and her newly assembled logistics team. Just one meal consumed half the cold storage's worth of ingredients. How could that even begin to make sense? The veins on her forehead bulged. At that rate, the ingredients from 5 cold storages would only make 10 meals, an all-insect feast like this. She couldn't even make one. Her greatest pleasure used to be at the end of each day, drinking a cup of herbal tea, looking at her inventory list, counting the inventory growth, and happily enjoying a small snack. But now, all that was gone. No snacks, let alone snacks. Even the herbal tea was bland. She knew it was tasteless. No matter how sweet the snacks were, they couldn't make up for the sudden drop in the cold storage's inventory. The rapidly decreasing numbers were almost blinding. In just a moment, she felt her blood pressure rising. The empty cold storage was like the emptiness in her heart, desperately in need of supplies. The ordinary supplies I once looked down upon now seemed like good stuff. Logistics director? So what? Without anything to oversee, she'd be nothing more than a director in name only. And what's more, she was a logistics director who also had to cook. She looked at the trainees sent by the various major regiments, densely packed into the expanded dining hall, and felt even more annoyed. This was originally a dining area, but now it was filled with cooks. You can't eat it. Raw ingredients have neurotoxins. How many times do you have to tell me this before I remember it? Don't put raw insect meat in your mouth. It doesn't taste like chicken. Adapting is never easy, but learning is likely to last. As the dozen or so human cooks were carried away by the medics, many people put down their insects. Curiosity is universal, and it's human nature to seek disaster. And our pitiful task is to teach them not to be idle and do stupid things. Everyone, I only give you 3 days. Watch and learn, don't reach out, don't talk. After 3 days, you will return to your respective chapters and be responsible for their meals. I have only one thing to say: if you can't remember, copy it down in your notebook. Take a picture with your terminal. This isn't your chapter. There are so many ingredients here, an outrageous amount. 3 days, you only have 3 days to memorize the characteristics and cooking methods of each one. Different insects have different flesh firmness, color, texture, and smell. It's different. Use your eyes to see. Use your noses to smell. But don't taste it with your mouth. There are currently 238 kinds of ingredients in the base. You can request as many as you can remember from me. If any of you can't remember, then just eat ordinary rations every meal. If anyone can't learn, and someone ends up in the hospital, you'll be the ones filling the gap in the defense. The human cooks were terrified, staring at the various insect limbs before them, repeating the same phrase over and over again, trying to connect them with the insects in their minds to solidify their memory. They knew they had to put in their utmost effort to learn. The entire regiment's meals were now under the direct responsibility of the logistics department under the Legion commander. This would undoubtedly make the soldiers pickier. If they failed to learn and left a few dishes off their regiment's menu, they could be criticized at best, or even beaten up. Looking at the dazzling array of ingredients before them, everyone knew this was the perfect learning opportunity. Eating insects is easy, eating them every meal is difficult. Since the Legion commander had given them this opportunity, they must seize it. Insect meat can effectively improve a soldier's physical fitness. Even a slight improvement could save a soldier's life on the battlefield. This undoubtedly gave this learning mission even more special significance. They all looked at Kalien, who was stirring the wok and roaring furiously in front of them, and a chill subconsciously shuddered. The pot, the size of an adult, seemed to be nothing in her hands, flying up and down. The huge iron ladle was as big as a wash basin. It must be said that she was worthy of being the Legion commander's logistics girl. The glare and the imposing presence in her eyes almost made them think they were seeing their former homeroom teacher. Let's learn. Even if they could memorize 238, they had a deep understanding of their own abilities. With so many people present, each unit should coordinate, with each company memorizing a dozen or so. They could then exchange ideas after returning and slowly learn. Everyone stared with wide eyes, sniffing the aroma that filled the air. Their stomachs didn't even dare to grumble, fearing it would disrupt their deep memory. Watching the vast pots of food being quickly prepared and carried away, cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. Some things are destined to be unlearnable. Using a large iron pot to stir the wok would be fine, but when they served the food, they also served it directly in the pot. One after another, the huge pots were loaded onto carts and distributed to the various regiments. They gnashed their teeth, not even getting a chance to wipe their sweat. Chapter 177. In the communications tower's command room, 038 wiped the sweat from his forehead and put down the communicator. Kaylang's side has exploded. She and her team are completely overwhelmed. I already dispatched my sisters to help, and the human regiment has also sent a number of people to help transport supplies. It's a bit chaotic, but thankfully nothing has gone wrong. She looked at herself, both amused and embarrassed. Although she had anticipated the sudden increase in personnel would impact the outpost's existing systems, she hadn't expected the impact to be so severe. Even though arrangements had been made in advance, the situation was still chaotic upon arrival. Jun Wei and Jun Zhe are fine. The mecha girls have been relocated, and we're just waiting for the new team configuration. I can guarantee this will be completed within 3 days. Suli stood by the window, gazing at the bustling crowd below silent. The overwhelming roar of victory kept him awake for a long time. Legion Commander, these 3 words, originally more symbolic than practical, suddenly became a heavy responsibility, weighing heavily on his shoulders after being recognized by many soldiers. He knew what he meant by the Legion, firing the first shot of the Alliance's counterattack. This wasn't just a slogan. Nor was Eve crazy. She simply wanted to embrace hope with all her might in the face of despair. This was evident in her swift assembly of the Legion, even resorting to drawing personnel from various sources to quickly establish the entire Legion's framework. And the status of Legion Commander finally gave Suli a chance to take his place on the chessboard. He knew that this shot would be fired, no matter what, and it had to be fired as soon as possible. In his mind, the sapling of a mechanical tree swayed slowly. A faint golden glow spread as its branches danced. This upgrade, aside from revealing its true form, was still quite useless. Perhaps due to its juvenile stage, it only cried out in hunger in his mind. Suli turned his head and stared at the virtual sandbox, speechless for a long time. Although the infrastructure work wasn't entirely complete, it was progressing steadily. Team coordination must also be prioritized. While 038's report was minor, it demonstrated the considerable difficulty of commanding the Legion under the current command system. Have you found anything over there at Tao Tao? I'm referring to the anchor points and probes left over from the last Hive raid. Nothing significant. There's nothing unusual around the anchor points. The probes, as they continue to explore in all directions, have only detected small-scale movements of the Hive. It seems the larger Hive on the other side has completely abandoned its support plans. This anomaly has been confirmed by ground exploration. That large Hive is now empty. Listening to 038's report, Suli couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems our enemy is being incredibly cautious. They might be employing another tactic, further contracting their defenses and starving us to death. 038's expression of surprise froze on his face, his mouth opening and closing, unable to think of a response. If that overwhelming swarm of Hives heard what you said, they'd probably turn tail and flee. After all, it seems they never considered sustainable development. Every time they find a Hive, they gleefully pounce, killing all the inedibles and taking everything they can. The main goal is to kill all of them. If she were a queen, she'd stay away from such an opponent. 038 had just finished thinking this when she pinched herself imperceptibly. I was getting cocky, I was really getting cocky. After being with Suli for so long, I was actually even thinking about the worms. What sustainable development? Ugh! There was a knock on the command room door, and Hanhai walked in, holding a tablet. He saluted Suli and said, Sir, Kulyan said that even with today's harvest, our current worm reserves are only enough to feed the team for 11 meals. We may need to consider other options. Although a large influx of personnel will definitely attract the Queen's attention, the problem now is that we may not be able to withstand the day she sends a worm swarm. Furthermore, with more teams arriving within a week, our supply shortages will become even more apparent. 038's expression grew even more peculiar upon hearing this. Listen, is this even human language? She lowered her head, refusing to comment on the conversation. In the past, when there were fewer people, she was terrified of a worm attack. Now that there were more people, they were worried that others would arrive too late. This statement was truly heartbreaking, even for insects. Suli hadn't imagined that before the first shot was even fired, the first problem he faced would be a lack of rations for his team. He did have a stockpile of basic supplies, but the question was, how could his team possibly be without insects to eat? Now that 2 ships have been modified, the number of teams that can go out simultaneously can be increased to 20. If we can clear 3 insect nests per trip, it shouldn't be a problem. Hanhai's face flickered with hesitation when he heard this. However, we can't guarantee that we can clear 3 insect nests every time we go out. Furthermore, the Queen's location is uncertain right now. If she further contracts her defenses, she might be playing a trick on us. It's okay. With the armed transports here, we're more than capable of handling most emergencies. If anything were to happen, Junwei Junsho can guarantee immediate assistance. And right now, we're not exploring in a single direction. We're scattershot. It can't keep track of us. But we can't rule out the possibility of an ambush. With its intelligence, every trace we detect could be a deliberate tip. Suli pondered for a moment before waving his hand. Then we should go out and explore. Whatever the outcome, it's important to us. For us, the difference isn't significant. The base's combat effectiveness isn't yet fully formed. It's more defensive than aggressive. We'll approach it from 2 perspectives. On the one hand, we'll lure it into attacking the base to accelerate the integration of our various units. On the other hand, I'll lead the team on frequent outings, provoking it again and again. He walked over to the virtual sandbox, staring at the virtual image of the entire Lingshui star, and slowly said, I just can't believe it can resist such a glaringly delicious, high-quality gene. 038 didn't want to hear any more of what he had to say. He felt that ever since the reinforcements, his younger brother's style seemed to be getting more and more erratic. He was gradually straying back from his competitive style. Don't think she didn't know. In the dead of night, he and Junwei would often sneak out together. If she hadn't been curious and dragged Junsho along to investigate, who would have imagined that their younger brother would be up all night, lying at the entrance of someone else's hive, screaming non-stop. He was just so slutty, it was hard to describe him. Chapter 178. What Legion Commander? What face? When he was lying on someone's doorstep screaming, he had no shame at all. 038 lowered her head, afraid Suli would notice something was wrong. She glanced sideways at Junsho, who sat upright on the sofa. His eyes were fixed on Suli, sparkling with stars. Well, in her eyes, let alone screaming. She might even think it was normal for him to have an unspeakable encounter with the queen in front of her. It's a good thing that her brother is so charming, but the question is, can love really make people so foolish? Look at the mecha girls around him. Lightning was so brain damaged that he couldn't make any comment. But what about Heiyu? Wasn't she so arrogant before? Now all she knows is Night Raid. Night Raid? Night Raid? It's as if her true form is Night Raid. If she doesn't lie in Su Li's bed that day, she feels completely uncomfortable. It's okay for her to touch herself, but she even dares to touch the governor. And what about Hong Ying? She used to be so serious, but now, even with half a tooth missing, she still grins at everyone she sees. Why hadn't she noticed how much she loves to laugh before? Such a silly, foolish smile. Junwei and Junsho. One followed him to the insect nest in the middle of the night, howling like a ghost, and the other, seeing it, thought it sounded nice. What was nice? She wanted to know what was nice. So everything he did was right. Juanza was safe, but she seriously suspected it was only because he was trapped in the newly built hospital. After all, the machine girls were training like crazy these days, eager to go to the hospital for treatment every day. Sister, do you think I'm right? At Su Li's question, she instinctively raised her head. Right. Absolutely right. Brother, you have such excellent genes. Not only do you have the queen bug, but I, your sister, would want to eat you. Su Li nodded in satisfaction and looked toward the vast ocean. Han Hai laughed dumbly. Sir, are you sure this is to provoke it, and not to drive it crazy? Wouldn't it be better to drive it crazy? The movements of a large-scale Zerg swarm can't be hidden from satellites. By the time they arrive, we'll be long gone. There definitely aren't many teams capable of transporting troops from the crypts. Killing one if they can, at most, is enough for a large Zerg tide. Yi Hua isn't a pushover, he'll crush them twice, and that'll be it. Besides, we still have 20 teams of well-trained, high-level mecha girls. Han Hai shook his head slightly. This might work once or twice. But since the queen has been shrinking her defenses, every Zerg nest could be a trap. Don't worry about that. She's probably already explored the route ahead. 038's words instantly caught the attention of the two men. Su Li narrowed his eyes in thought. Han Hai was stunned by this, then breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Commander, you always plan before you act. I was too conservative. Faced with Su Li's piercing gaze, 038 felt a little flustered. She forced a smile, fearing Su Li would know she'd been following him in the middle of the night. That's right. You never failed to be thoroughly prepared, haven't you? Really? Su Li glanced at 038 again, feeling a certain unease about her, his eyes somewhat evasive. Then it's settled. 2 elders will remain at the base to handle emergencies. I'll continue to lead the transports out tomorrow. Han Hai, you must focus on coordination within the base, including the daily dispatch of personnel and the coordination of supplies. Improve everything that can be done. The command system must be established without any sloppiness, and the heads of each regiment must actively communicate. Remember to give me a copy of the relevant personnel's information. You will assist 038 in the coordination of the mecha girls. Ensure the formation is completed within 2 days. Yes. Han Hai quickly walked to his small desk, connected the terminal to the computer, and began typing away. 038 looked at Han Hai and silently hid herself behind the screen. She felt a little confused too. Why else would she have nodded immediately when he asked? The thought was terrifying. When had she become like this? Was it when she fastened his seatbelt on the transport? Or when she couldn't help but hug him in the shop? 038 silently considered all the possibilities, slowly moving forward in time. She suddenly understood. It wasn't love that made her dizzy. It seemed as if everything had begun with him sitting behind her. As expected, she wasn't able to be clear-headed because she was mature or experienced. Perhaps, it was simply because he hadn't fucked her in a while. So, being fucked was the culprit. The images of the mecha girls floated through 038's mind. Lightning, Hong Ying, Heiyu, and the sisters in her team. She suddenly realized that Lightning might not have suffered a brain injury. She might have lost her mind long ago. Han Hai shuddered slightly, and looked up in surprise, only to see 038 furtively observing her from behind the screen. She gave him a questioning look, but only received a pair of eyes filled with complex thoughts. She momentarily lost focus and lowered her center of gravity, causing a tangle of gibberish to appear on the table on the computer screen. Han Hai frantically shifted her chest back, looking at the distorted table with a look of indifference. Seeing Su Li leave the command room, 038 slid over in his chair. Han Hai, you haven't been flown by your brother yet? Han Hai blushed slightly, and slowly shook her head. She looked at 038 in surprise, wondering why she suddenly asked, "So?" 038 visibly breathed a sigh of relief, a look of relief. That's good. That's good. Her brain was useless, but at least, as the most powerful brain in the entire base, she couldn't afford to lose it. Since her logical thinking was also broken, she might as well consider it a way to protect Han Hai, reluctantly letting her brother fly a few more times. So remember, never let my brother sit in your cockpit. Han Hai was stunned, looking at 038's solemn expression, completely stunned. She was a little confused. Was the question of whether or not someone had sat in the cockpit truly worthy of such serious attention? What was wrong with sitting in the cockpit? Did Su Li enjoy being there? Her eyes suddenly lit up behind her glasses. Tell me more. Hiss. Why are you still curious? I'm telling you. This is a matter of paramount importance. It's nerve-wracking. It's nerve-wracking, you understand? What do you mean by nerve-wracking? You mean, him sitting in my cockpit will hurt my brain? 038 suddenly adopted a teachable expression. Yes, based on the current chain of evidence, this conclusion is the most likely. Han Hai rolled his eyes, and said something that pierced 038's heart. You have been driven crazy. Chapter 179. The hive tunnels twisted and turned, densely packed and intertwined. The detector sent out sound waves once more, but still received no useful feedback. Following the operator's instructions, it continued its exploration, advancing through the deep tunnel. Its path seemed endless. Because the operator, even the one controlling it, didn't know if it had an end. It couldn't even provide a clear direction. A fine rustling sound rang out. Behind the detector, a dozen or so larvae observed with interest the iron nub that sporadically emitted sound waves, struggling to suppress the urge to bite. A few hundred meters behind them, an elite species crouched quietly in the tunnel. Looking around, along the path the detector had taken, dense swarms of Zerg piled up, seemingly filling the entire tunnel. They watched silently as the detectors retreated further and further. As the elite species released new signals, they each reversed course, lurking towards the surface. The insects' unique instincts allowed them to clearly sense their distance from the surface even while underground. After running for a distance, they resumed their digging. Groundbreaking dirt and rocks fell, as the smaller species dug furiously, expanding the tunnel until it was wide enough for the elite species to pass. A mixture of pale green slime and earth seeped into the tunnel walls at an incredible speed, hardening them. The larvae, unable to evade, were directly impaled on the wall, their struggles mixing with the slime and rapidly drying. 20 meters, no more, no less. With the efforts of a few smaller species, such a distance could be traversed in just a few minutes. And the speeding mechas would have no chance of noticing that a tunnel had quietly opened 20 meters underground, leading directly to the surface. Dense swarms of insects gathered together, silent save for the occasional rustling. The elite species' large maws devoured the white larvae, completing their hibernation at the behest of the mother. They were extremely patient creatures, and with the numerous larvae in the tunnels, they could always be replenished should they become hungry or thirsty. Teams of Zerg, led by elite species, had quietly arrived at their designated locations. It wasn't just the tunnels themselves that were densely packed, but also the tunnels themselves. They were like soldiers on alert, waiting for their king's command to break through the earthen cover and attack their target in a fraction of a second. Saliva dripped from the elite's mouth, hitting the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound. It had been a long time since it had tasted human flesh. If possible, it hoped its king would, after savoring it, leave it some blood-stained soil that would surely linger in its memory for years to come. When the first rays of sunlight fell upon the earth, 2 armed transports took off, speeding off into the distance. Inside the hive, the mother insect's bloated body shifted, swallowing each larva that rushed towards it. Directly from their memories, they retrieved the image of the transport's departure. A faint brainwave emanated, and the larvae that received it quickly drilled out of the passage and crawled outside. In the command room, Han Hai stared at the latest satellite image, his brow furrowed in a frown. It showed the traces of numerous Zerg. Densely packed across the image, they formed a continuous mass, the size of 2 ordinary Zerg swarms. Her hand trembled slightly as she gripped the communicator. The Zerg had previously chosen to remain dormant, so why had such a massive swarm suddenly appeared? Was the Queen's retreat intended to gather more Zerg? She certainly had. Looking at the sheer scale of this overwhelming force, the previous outpost would have been vulnerable to such a massive Zerg swarm. Even now, it was likely severely damaged. She slammed the outpost's alarm system, and a piercing siren instantly echoed throughout the valley. The moment the alarm sounded, everyone immediately ran towards their respective companies. In the equipment depots of each chapter on the mountain wall, power mechs were fully charged. A large number of combatants poured in, swiftly slipping into their armor. With the sound of snaps snapping open, they grabbed their weapons and ran towards their regiment's defense zone. All personnel, complete combat readiness within 10 minutes. Regiments must arrive at the defense zone within 15 minutes. Unformed mechas must gather at the Mecha Plaza for temporary formation. Amidst Hanhai's barking orders, 0304 pushed open the door to the command room, and were immediately greeted by a dense swarm of Zerg on the virtual map. They all gasped in shock. Hiss! So many? If the entire regiment were fully equipped, it would be fine, but now, only a portion of both the human regiment and the mechas had arrived. Facing such a massive Zerg swarm, it was still a stretch. Moreover, they were almost certain that a queen was among the swarm. It can't hold back anymore? How far is the Zerg swarm from the base? According to the current cloud map, the Zerg swarm is still 400 kilometers from the base. At their current speed, we still have about an hour and a half to prepare. 03 frowned upon hearing this. Where's Su Li? Hanhai's face flickered with embarrassment. Facing the two people's questioning, she couldn't say that Su Li was looking for food. She could only stammer, he went ahead. To harass the enemy. Nonsense. How many people did he bring? Two ships, plus 20 squadrons of armed mechas. 04's head was buzzing. She had no idea what was going on in Su Li's mind. That was a massive Zerg swarm. With the Legion's firepower covering them, you could charge in with all your might, but you ran away before they even reached your door. Harassment? What were you harassing? 2 ships, hundreds of mechs. Are you sure it was harassment, not just a harassment? What nonsense! He's the Legion commander. He's out harassing. Does he even have a clear understanding of his role? 03 was also feeling a bit uneasy. If he were just a simple Super S-rank pilot, they wouldn't bat an eye if he perished in the Zerg swarm. But is he? He's now a humanoid mech tree. The hope of Mech Island. The governor has put so much thought into this, sending people and mechs away. The warships are almost ready to hit him in the face. Now even the Legion is putting him in a trance, and he still can't change his habit of charging into battle. Their scalps are tingling now. The hope of Mech Island is about to be shattered. He brought the mecha tree, and over 300 mecha girls, rushing to deliver food to the giant Zerg swarm. He could kill. But no matter how good he was, could he cut through a Zerg swarm without cover? Thinking of Lightning's extreme speed, 03 felt a sharp pain in his teeth. He'd truly forgotten the pain after the wound had healed. Had he completely forgotten how thrilling it was last time? That was on the battlefield of the main army, with countless heavy firepower and soldiers sharing the pressure. Can it be compared to now? One by one, the problem of rowing without oars. Can it be fixed? Can it be fixed? Hanhai held the terminal, not daring to say a word, and quickly sent Su Li the current status of the Zerg he had detected and his statement to the elders. Where is he now? How many mecha girls are there in the base that were transferred from the battlefield? Quick! Gather them all. 04, and I will each take 1,000. Damn it! Even if it costs us our lives, we're going to get this living ancestor back. Yes! From now on, restrict him from using lightning. This must be made clear. As the two stamped their feet in frustration, the door to the command room was pushed open from the outside. Lightning, with her bright red hair and 2 woodlice in her mouth, looked at the 2 furious elders with a bewildered look. She couldn't understand what heavenly law she had broken. Why hadn't anyone let her master use her lately? Chapter 180. 03 stared at the sudden appearance of Lightning, stunned. You're here. Lightning blinked, reluctant to speak. Who did he take with him? Junwei Junsho. That's not bad. If we can't defeat them, at least we can run. 04's words made Lightning frown. Although she couldn't teleport, when it came to speed, she was unmatched. Speed is of the essence in war. No time for further discussion. We're leaving now. You organize the base's defenses, and make sure all countermeasures are in place. Hanhai nodded quickly, but before the 2 elders could jump out of the window, Su Li's video call came through. She answered immediately. Although she couldn't see Su Li's image clearly, his orders were instantly relayed. All personnel, secure the base. No support is permitted outside without orders. Hanhai assumes command of the Legion. Inform the B-class frigates, all personnel, stand by. Charge the main guns and await the order to fire. Sir, the elders are moving very quickly. Secure the base. Aboard the armed transport, Su Li, piloting the Regal, stood on the deck. He could already see the dense swarm of insects before him. Before Hanhai could raise any objection, he hung up the termo. Inside the bridge, Yi Hua's eyes flickered with a hint of madness. Just as she was about to give up, Su Li's voice finally reached the communication channel. Yi Hua, I just have one question for you. Can you handle this swarm of insects? Can you? How can a grown woman say no? Just watch. If I don't crush them so badly that they can't even recognize themselves, I'll take your last name. Su Li glanced at Jun Shou, standing in the Regal's cockpit, and pulled her into his arms, strapping her in several times. Even through the communication channel, he could sense that Yi Hua had been suppressed for so long that she was practically going insane. Hey little brats, don't say I didn't tell you. Get into your designated weapons bays, and hold on tight. You have 3 minutes left to secure yourselves. Don't get bruised and swollen, and then complain about my spacecraft technology. The pilots' faces paled visibly before the ship even began to accelerate. Many even doubled over, retching before they even taken 2 steps. Seeing this, Su Li quickly pulled the added protective steel cable and secured the Regal securely to the rear of the deck gun. He gripped the gun tightly with both hands, staring at the approaching swarm of insects, and took a deep breath. Each mech girl quickly scrambled into the weapons bays, leaving only a handful standing on the deck. Like Su Li, they secured themselves securely, and clutched the large caliber close and weapon system. 3 minutes hadn't even passed. After 2.5 minutes, Su Li heard the roar of the engines. Accompanied by a surge of air, he felt himself suddenly thrown backward, forcing him to lower his mech's center of gravity to steady himself. That instant, he recalled the last time he'd been thrown flat on his face. Watching the transport ship accelerate, hurtling straight toward the insect swarm, he suddenly understood why each mech girl was so terrified of Yi Hua. This shrewd woman, she had no strategy at all. She simply charged head-on into the insect swarm. Was she looking down on the Zerg swarm before her? Or was she overly confident in the armed transport she was piloting? It was a Zerg swarm. A black mass filled the sky and the ground. He could even see the strikingly tall elite species among the swarm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 18, Su Li gasped. There were this many above the 7th Legion's position last time. But the problem was, that was only the visible number. He could bet there were still elite species lurking underground, ready to support and attack at any moment. Yi Hua. Be careful to avoid the elite species. It's not just these above ground. New ones could emerge from the ground at any moment. Su Li didn't know if she heard him, because the entire communication channel was filled with her maniacal, reckless laughter. Go! Full power. Even if the engine burns out from the heat, I'll fucking crush these bastards. He suddenly felt a surge of regret. Although they hadn't yet collided with the Zerg swarm, he was already beginning to doubt Yi Hua's mental state. Oh, and there's also her apprentice, who grins like a drake. They're not from the same family, so they don't belong together. Neither of these two is serious. Madness is contagious. Feeling the excitement within him, he finally gave up and squeezed the trigger, unleashing his machine gun ammunition like it was free. A barrage of shells slammed into the insect swarm, disrupting their forward momentum. Explosions and hisses echoed as hideous insects plummeted from the sky, their limbs flying. Even the gusting wind carried the smoke of gunfire and the distinct stench of insect blood. Su Li didn't even need to aim. He simply pulled the trigger, and the ammunition poured out, and the tactful insects took the lead. The continuous firing of machine guns was rhythmic and brisk. Shells, as thick as arms, fell to the deck with a crisp sound, rolling everywhere, accompanied by green smoke. The pent-up anger seemed to dissipate with the pouring barrage of bullets. The insect webs that covered the sky and the sun, a boundless natural disaster. Their mere existence cast a shadow of gloom over the hearts of all races. Su Li was tiny. Even a single adult of the small species was larger than a dozen of him combined. Facing this seemingly endless enemy, no one dared to say they weren't terrified. This was only a portion. And only a portion of the insects on this planet. Insects like these would have covered the sky and the sun on every planet in the Zerg-occupied area. And there are countless planets like this. What kind of victory is considered victory? At what point does it count as victory? Hold on to a single planet and fight to the death? Facing such an enemy, all they can do seems to be despair. In despair, they retreat again, and after each retreat, they become even more desperate. What kind of cry can break through this seemingly endless darkness? He didn't know, but he knew that as long as he gave his all, he would definitely see a different world. Live on, like Yi Hua, even if it meant screaming and shouting, fighting with all his might. As long as he could crush this darkness, then everywhere he looked, there would be light. Su Li suddenly understood why he had been so nonchalant about Yi Hua's treatment. It wasn't because she was a mecha girl, nor was it because she had the support of the Mecha Island. It was because he knew that, even if they were not of the same race, at their core, they were the same kind of people. Protective shield activated. All units prepare for impact. Children, your living mother is here. A violent tremor mingled with Yi Hua's unbridled laughter. The armed transport collided head-on with the insect swarm, its immense speed forcing it to penetrate like a whirlwind.